turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Here's Luka along the sideline. And hello, Winda! Another display of some Luka magic.
And with that, we start the Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Chop. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How was last night at the AAC for Mavs beating the Hawks?
It was great once I got there. That was the problem.
Traffic?
Construction right around the arena. Which, by the way, the arena's only been open for 20 years. So why would they have the roads done? Makes no sense to have the roads done. It's only been open 20 years.
Like squeezing into a suit from 10 years ago.
Yeah, it really is.
Driving down and then getting out. If you're not parking, I mean, good luck. The Uber Lyft situation.
Oh yeah, we drove. It was a nightmare. We left our house at 5:15 for a 6:30 game, and we got there at the start of the second quarter in the building.
No.
Yeah, we sat outside the arena at that Victory Highline Oaklawn exit, and they have it all down to one lane, and I don't mean just one lane on each side. I mean, so they have the median in between, 2 lanes on the left, 2 lanes on the right. You go over, it's all down to one lane, and then you've got to cross over so the other side is completely gone too. It's a mess down there, and we sat there for about an hour in traffic.
But that was the main area where you got stopped. It wasn't
wasn't
20 minutes out, 40 minutes out.
There's a little bit, but it wasn't anything that is not out of the ordinary. So we got in there at the start of the second quarter. I was so upset because we had a suite. It was a suite with her with Hennessy. Through her work. So all the Henny stuff's in there. It was cool. It was a lot of fun. But it was a bummer. It was a bummer not to get in there for the start and everything.
Your drink consumption got limited by about 20 minutes. You missed the first quarter.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it really did. Plus, soda, I'm not supposed to drink as much anyway.
Yep.
And I don't know what the cognac rules are. I know I can have whiskey. I know I can have vodka.
You can have whiskey? I thought it was clear alcohol.
They said I can have whiskey. It's got to be straight though. So that's what they told me. I've been drinking tequila, whatever that thing. Tequila. Yep, I've been drinking that. And a lot of that. When I do drink, that's what I've been drinking. But I'm drinking it straight. So last night though, it was just I just had a glass of cognac.
How about the game?
I tell you, I didn't notice this watching them elsewhere, but he had a really good night. Boy, Luka's tired. He is coming up short on so many jump shots. Way more. At least last night, that's the first time it really stood out to me.
Well, how would you know? You didn't see the first quarter when he didn't score.
That's true. But he's coming up short on a lot of jumpers.
He actually missed long with every single shot in the first quarter.
Did he really? But I didn't really notice that until I was in there. I was like, man, you know what? For him, and that just shows you how great of a season he's having, is that you could tell he's worn out, and he needs a good week off. Just if he's got a game, let's say they don't play again. I haven't looked at the schedule. Let's say they have a game where they play on Saturday and they don't play again on the following Friday, minus one game, and they'll just take that one game off. Give him 7 days. He needs it. You need him fresh for the postseason.
Well, that's not happening because the upcoming games are the 5th. That's tonight. Then 7th, 9th, 10th, 12th, 14th.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
That's not happening. No, you're right. It's not happening, but he could definitely use it. Maybe when the season ends, they'll have 6 days before their first playoff game, which I doubt. It would probably be. Usually it ends on a Wednesday and they play on a Saturday or Sunday. Hopefully they'll get on the Sunday and he can get 3 days off, but you could tell, man. You could tell his that's going to show. He's still playing well. He's still scoring points. He's still putting up triple doubles left and right. But I mean, I just looked it's the first time I noticed that his shots coming up a little short. Some of them.
25 points for Luka after going scoreless in the first quarter. Had 25, 12, and 8. And Kyrie ended up scoring 26. I'm happy to see PJ Washington playing a little bit better, because he was shooting 16% from 3 early on. He's now increased that to 44% in his last 6 games. But he had an 8-game run where he was shooting 16%. He's increased that to 44. So that's good for PJ.
That's very good.
Said he's been in the gym working on his shot.
Well, he needed to.
Yeah.
He needed to because he was throwing up some air balls for a little bit of time. But he's been playing much better. You can see the crowd's getting more into it. When there was no, oh man, like he's got the ball. But no, it was a good crowd out there. It was a fun night.
Trae Young missing.
Yeah, he's been gone for a while. He's been gone for like a month. And then the
Man, it was interesting to watch on the Hawks besides Murray. Let's get Bogdanovich, but
right, there's not much to watch. I was thinking, oh man, I forgot DeAndre Hunter's still in the league. Yeah, I remember that draft night. Remember those picks. But yeah, and then I see the Luka Atlanta Hawks draft day photo circulating last night.
yes, and you saw him give it to Vlade. He remembers when he played Sacramento. He was pointing at Vlade sitting in the front row. That guy didn't want me. That guy right over there. First, I thought it was like some, foreign fun. But I don't. He seemed kind of serious towards Vlade. So imagine what he asked for the Atlanta Hawks, who traded out of him.
Who traded away from him? He's a dog, man. Like that guy's a killer. And I was just looking at the upcoming schedules. I do want him to. Luka to skip a game, and I was thinking, Charlotte, they're pretty bad. They're a bad enough team. He ain't missing the Grant Williams revenge.
Oh yeah.
I don't know who I feel worse for: Alabama against UConn or Grant Williams against Luka.
Yes.
I don't know who I feel worse for.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline. To hit us up here on the show, you can again get all the comments in on YouTube and Twitch as well. But let's look at the standings in the West. So Minnesota's back on top. Again, they keep alternating. Minnesota, Denver, OKC. Denver is the 2 seed, a half game back. Oklahoma City is 1 game back. And then there's a 4-game drop off to the Clippers in the 4th spot. Clippers are the 4, Mavericks are the 5. That would be the first round matchup against Kawhi and PG. The Suns are the 6. So Phoenix is trying to surge a little bit. They're 7-3 in their last 10. They would take on Oklahoma City. How many people would split that pick of the first round just because of the star power with the Suns and the Thunder? The Pelicans are the 7, then Sacramento the 8. Lakers are the 9, and the Golden State Warriors getting a big win against the Rockets last night. They're the 10 spot.
The top 6 in both conferences.
Clippers beat Denver last night.
Yeah, the top 6 in both conferences are all kind of surging outside of the Cavs. Everybody in the West has won at least 6 of their last 10. In the top 6. Suns 7-10, Mavs 8-10, Minnesota 8-10. The rest have won 6-10. But they're all kind of surging. The Mavs have actually picked up a game on Phoenix, despite Phoenix winning 7 of the last 10 games, and they've picked up a game in the standings. I got to go see who's got the tiebreaker there between the two if they end up tied.
Have you thought or entertained going to AT&T Stadium for Mike Tyson, Jake Paul? We're trying to figure out what this actually is. The two sides are talking about that. If you're thinking about just going instead of catching it on Netflix, we have the car that Rashee Rice was driving with the accident right here in DFW and Bobby Belt around the corner. It's our final Texas Rangers ticket giveaway in the Expressway. Starting at 7:20 here on Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us to start the weekend right here on The Fan.
Next G-Bag Nation, it is a Friday.
Squeeze this in before Bobby comes into the room. Women's basketball Final Four is this evening with NC State against South Carolina and then UConn against Iowa.
Yes.
So that's tonight with Caitlin Clark in action. Final Four. Then tomorrow with the men's, NC State, Purdue, Bama, UConn.
The women might triple the men in ratings for the Final Four.
What's the catch? I know you're setting me up for something.
It's not. The women's finals on ABC. The men's on TBS this year. It might triple it.
And I don't even know if it'll
triple.
You think it's going to beat it for sure?
Oh.
The women's championship game?
The women's championship game will get on ABC. It'll get 20 million. 18 million.
What if Caitlin Clark's not in it?
Fair. If she's not in it, then I don't know. All bets are off then.
There's no way it's going to beat it outright, even if she's in it.
If UConn and Purdue play on TBS, I don't think it'll even get 10 million. Their game against Illinois.
But the championship game, it has to be on CBS.
It's on TBS.
Right? It's on TBS?
Yeah.
The championship?
This year. They alternate, or they do every other year. Like, they'll do it 1 year, it's on CBS, the Final Four, and the championship, and then the next year, it's on TBS, True TV.
Wow.
So, like, the UConn-Illinois game, the Elite Eight game, that was on, and then the Alabama and Clemson game, that was on TBS. They didn't even draw 7 million. And the Purdue-Tennessee, and then the NC State-Duke, they got like 12 and 15 on CBS. They were on CBS the next day. It just doubles you up. I think the women, especially if Caitlin Clark's in it, they're going to get 20 million.
There you go, Bobby.
ABC.
Let the excuses start. Let the excuses start for Roberto.
Even if it's just on ESPN and not ABC, it still wins because ESPN has a bigger foot. Even though people just think sports, they go to ESPN. They got a built-in audience.
Tyson Jake Paul on July 20th at Jerry World in Arlington. What is this event actually going to be? Here's Mike Tyson previewing on Fox News.
This is called an exhibition. But if you look up exhibition, you will not see any of the laws that we're fighting under. This is a fight. I don't think he's faster than me. I've seen a YouTube of him at 16 doing weird dances. That's not the guy I'm going to be fighting. This guy's going to come, he's going to try to hurt me, which I'm accustomed to, and he's going to be greatly mistaken.
Will you please promise me you're going to kick this guy's ass and shut him up, please?
Hey, I will do just that for you. Right now, I'm scared to death. But as the fight gets closer, the less nervous I become because it's reality. And in reality, I'm invincible.
Seeing all the different rumors over what this is going to be.
I have two.
16-ounce gloves, the standard is 10. And that would mean what? Why would they make them bigger?
Well, to make them heavier, obviously, so the punches may not fly as fast.
Yeah.
A little bit heavier, so maybe Mike or doesn't kill him. Or Jake doesn't kill him.
Yeah, I would think that would be to protect Tyson. 2-minute rounds, shorter than the standard 3-minute rounds. Again, probably to protect Mike, older. No official judges, no winner unless a knockout. Each fighter must pass an EEG and EKG test.
That's a heart rate, isn't it? The EKG.
These are things flying around the internet.
Yeah.
And I think Jake Paul's manager came out and said, "Stop spreading fake news. There's no truth regarding some of that stuff." So I don't think we know what it is.
Yeah.
But the fact that we don't exactly know what it is with all this talk, it leads me to believe, my initial suspicion of this isn't going to be that real.
Yeah, if there's no judges, which means there's no winner, like unless there's a knockout. What am I watching?
I think what has to happen is, and I think the way they'll set it up, Mike comes out like flying with a fury. You need an instant hook for everyone to be talking in the first round, like, "Yo, this is real." Like Mike Tyson, he looks like he's 20. I think that's the way that it's going to get set up. Like Mike is going to go right for his throat. and Jake will sit there with the hands up, and Mike will wail on him in the corner for a little bit, and then we'll see him slowing down. That's my guess.
That's probably true. I heard
they gotta sell it from the beginning.
Yes,
that it's real, and Tyson's not just standing there collecting a paycheck.
2-minute rounds would make it so much easier, I think, for Mike too. Like, obviously, like the length of it, his age. I heard another rumor that Jake can wear headgear and Mike can't.
Oh,
there's
no way Jake Paul would do that.
I wouldn't imagine so, but
that would make him look so soft.
It would. But then again, you're going up against Mike Tyson,
60-year-old.
He's
60.
Yeah, and I don't know how true that rumor is.
That he's 60?
No, that they're gonna wear that Jake wears the headgear and Mike does. I have no idea. But it's look, I would absolutely be interested in seeing this.
I'm watching on Netflix.
Yeah. This is 100% an interesting thing. I want to see what Mike Tyson at 60 years old has.
How are you gonna watch it without Netflix?
Don't know. I may have to get it I may have to finally get it and then just do it 1 month. But I don't know, what is it, $20 a month now? I got to cancel Hulu. I haven't watched Hulu in forever.
What if we got free tickets offered to us? Would you go?
Yeah. I went to the Canelo fight when he was here, when he fought the British dude, whatever his name was. That was cool. That was really cool.
Klitschko.
What?
Klitschko.
No, it was not Klitschko. That was really cool.
Wait, was Klitschko one of the brothers? I was trying to think of the brother.
Vitaly Klitschko? Yeah, and
Klitschko.
Vitaly, I can't remember the other brother's name was. But that was a good fight. That was fun to watch.
The Rashee Rice camp admitted yesterday he was driving the Lamborghini involved in the crash that injured multiple people in DFW this past weekend.
Yeah, and there was a big question about that, about who was driving, not only because of the actual crime of the accident,
because
but
the initial reports had him driving the Corvette.
Yeah, but also because this was a leased vehicle, like through a specialty rental car agency,
like
or whatever.
a Turo. I've used them. Yeah. Like you rent a luxury car.
Right. Well, part of the agreement is he had to be the driver. Otherwise, there were some major issues that he could undertake. And that's why the whole question was who was driving the Lambo. And, of course, they were going to say he was. And maybe they're right, based there's cameras and such.
Well, what's he going to have to pay off for that Lambo?
Right.
He got some major issues there.
It's $250,000 vehicle.
Yeah. You may have more issues with that than saying someone else was driving.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of issues that he's had to deal with. I have no idea what the Chiefs are going to do. The Chiefs don't seem to care about any kind of issues anyway. They just, all right, fine, whatever, man. We'll take you on. But the crash was scary enough. And then, you got all the stuff about him walking on the side of the road, and then who was driving and not knowing.
I can't keep track of the National Football League in terms of Ryan's got it up on the fan cam, YouTube and Twitch with the dashboard cam of the commissioner imposing the justice, with him walking away. Maybe I can see Goodell suspending him for 2 games. Maybe I could see that, but he's not going to serve any jail time for this. There's absolutely no way. 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline. Speaking of Netflix password sharing, we're getting more crackdowns on sharing passwords.
This is Disney Plus. Disney Plus now, which I don't have Disney Plus.
I do.
You got Disney Plus? Is that any good?
My son has not watched it in forever. I'm just getting them on YouTube. Man, I was late. I was way too late to the YouTube game, man. I just sit there, YouTube, kids, animals, trucks, dinosaurs, whatever it is, and let him. I need to probably get rid of Disney Plus as well.
So they are starting.
You watch Disney Plus? You look like you were about to chime in.
I mean, my parents got it because we got like a bundle with like ESPN Plus as well, so it was all part of it. But I watched it for a little bit.
Yeah. So if you look at it, like they're going to start this crackdown in June. Bob Iger, the CEO. Did you know that Netflix added 22 million subscribers in the second half of 2023 because of the password sharing crackdown?
Oh,
so at let's just say it's $10 a piece. I mean, do the math on that one. That's pretty good. So now Disney Plus is going to do the same thing, and they're going to crack down on password sharing. Which all this is nothing more than it's a war. It's what it is. It's a war on divorced parents. Password
war
sharing
on divorced parents.
That's what it is. Because if I have Netflix My kids can't watch it when they are at their mom's house. It's a war on us. It's a war, Bobby. Very upset about this. Not that I have it anyway. How do I care?
Yeah. So they're cracking down on the passwords, but everyone always has like their other sites that they go to.
Yeah.
Everyone always has a trick up their sleeve.
There's a trick, and a lot of these things still haven't done the password sharing crackdown like Netflix has, but someday they will. I assume watching Netflix get 22 million extra subscribers in the second half of 2023 will do that.
It appears that the Dallas Cowboys draft plan is coming to fruition. It's getting a little bit exposed. We'll tell you what they are probably thinking. Would you pull off a deal with the hated San Francisco 49ers? And what are the Texans doing with this Stephon Diggs deal? That's next with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Bell. Friday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Bobby, you excited for the weekend? Already fist pumping?
It is a great day for some Keller softball.
It's great day.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to keep it together, though. I'm not going to drink until the third inning. This is a classy event,
We're
right?
going to flash to South Lake, huh?
I mean, South Lake, I'm sure somebody's got one.
Yeah. Oh,
You know?
yeah. I'm sure they do.
Yeah. No, but it's it's a great day for some Keller softball. Ready to go. I just hope I don't get confronted by any angry fans of like the NCAA women's tournament or anything. My comments.
That's right.
Like, now you want to support women's athletics.
Well, you're going out here to go ahead and show that you don't hate all females.
Exactly.
Bam, there you go. Cowboy top 30 visits.
Just 30 visits.
Just 30 visits.
Yes, not top 30. That's a if you talk to people in the league, that's like a funny thing that they get like.
Because that's the term, right? Top
I know
30.
exactly, and that's what it's been called. I used it early on, and just for more people I know, I've had at least 4 different people say to me over the last 2 months, like, why does everybody call them top 30? And I'm like, okay, all right. I'll spread the gospel. It's just 30 visit.
And what is the importance of looking at the visits in terms of determining what they actually do?
So it's funny.
It's pretty telling,
In
right?
the past, it was during the Garrett era. It was slam dunk. This is the guy they are taking first is somewhere on this list. That broke a little bit. They never had, obviously, COVID kind of threw things off, but they never had CeeDee Lamb scheduled for a visit. They didn't expect him to get down there. I don't remember if they had Micah for a visit, but I know they didn't have Tyler Smith for one. And so and Tyler Smith was local. He was from here. They didn't even bring him in on a local visit. And so they've approached things a little bit differently during McCarthy's era, but it's still very important to them from a perspective of they get medicals on guys. So a lot of times you'll see them invite people who didn't go to the combine because, there will be certain players that they want to see their medicals that they didn't get in Indy. You'll see them invite people that maybe they have a character concern question about or something like that. Other guys that they're just interested at picking near the top of the draft. Or in some cases, you'll see names where it's like, I've never even heard of that guy. And it's like, well, no kidding. They're bringing this guy in because they maybe want to get started. They're not even planning on drafting the guy maybe. They're just literally bringing him in to get a jump start on the recruiting process for after the draft when they have to compete against teams to sign him.
Well, courtesy of Blogging the Boys, it looks like we have about 28 of the 30 names. And of course, that means we have the positions. So I'm going to take you through. I won't bog you down with all the names. Bobby, you can chime in however you want. But offensive linemen, 6 visits. Linebackers, 6 visits. Running backs, 8 visits. So we're already up to 20. Okay? So 20 of the 30 names are offensive line, linebacker, and running backs. And then amongst the others, we have Byron Murphy, D-tackle, Darius Robinson, edge. We have a tight end, and we have a wide receiver. So courtesy of Blogging the Boys, that is 28 of the 30 names, and 24 of them, guys, O-line, linebacker, running back. It looks like we have our directions.
I mean, would anyone in this room be surprised if they pick something other than an offensive lineman at 24? Like, that would be, if they pick something other than, I would be floored if they pick something other than an offensive lineman at 24. Like, that's very clearly the direction they're heading.
It's clearly their top, preference. But you got to let the draft come to you, like what's available.
If a stud DN drops, I'd be fine with that. Yeah. If there's, a linebacker, I don't know.
Nothing surprises me on draft night anymore.
So it's interesting. None of the linebackers,
especially while drunk at Pluckers,
fair,
which I'll be this time.
I wish.
Oh baby.
No, nothing about there's no linebackers. For instance, this year, linebackers and running backs, they're checking those guys out. They're investigating that position. I personally don't. This doesn't mean anything in terms of what they think, but I personally don't have a single linebacker or running back graded in the first round.
A single linebacker or running back?
Yeah, my top linebacker and my top running back are both second rounders. And I think there's a consensus out there that a lot of it's not very top heavy at those positions. And so because of that, when you look at the way that they're investigating things, the clear first round caliber players that they've brought in here are all of the offensive line. I look at it when I look at the list of names that are here, the names that I see that could go in the first round, I think could realistically go in the first round. 4 of them are offensive linemen, one's a defensive tackle, and one's an edge rusher. And that's and even still, the edge rusher might be kind of borderline. Darius Robinson from Missouri. But I mean, it's an interesting list. I'm interested in the one receiver they brought in, who's Malachi Corley from Western Kentucky. He was brought in. He's going to go in the second round in all likelihood. And it's interesting to me that when they're going to use their single receiver visit, it's on him instead of somebody you might think they'd take a little bit later. But that's a guy who pretty consistently, the most common comp he gets is Deebo Samuel. That's who people think he reminds him of. It's same build, same sort of, running back receiver hybrid who's just jacked. His nickname at Western Kentucky was the Yak King. He's the yards after catch king. Like, that's what he does. He takes the ball in space and then he goes. And so it's an interesting group of players. I just think I don't know who it's going to be. I don't know who they like. To me, I would be willing to bet almost anything that they're picking an offensive lineman with their first pick.
Chop, you checking out a potential trade with the San Francisco 49ers?
That was one of the things that kind of stood out to me.
Get him to take Trey Lance back?
Yeah, right. Would you make a trade with San Fran?
Why would you trade Trey? He's the future.
Right. So Bobby's boy Field Yates did his little mock draft with trades. Okay, so with trades. And when it got to the Cowboys, there was a trade made, and the Cowboys made a trade with San Francisco. And they got San Fran's 31st overall pick, and they picked up a third for the 24th. And they go up, and San Fran goes up, and they take Mims from Georgia, the tackle.
Interesting.
And the Cowboys at 31 go with Jordan Morgan, a tackle out of Arizona. And my thought is like, okay, would this team really make a trade with San Francisco trying to help them out on their offense, knowing that they may want an offensive line? Because I guess a lot of times, you ask, right, where they're going to go?
Yeah.
Now, they don't have to tell you. They don't have to be honest with you, but.
Yeah, just kind of get a sense of generally where they're going to fall. I would say this. It's Jordan Morgan was the very first name we discussed when we started talking about the draft on this show, because it was who Mel Kiper first projected back in like December or something like that. I'd be surprised at this point if it was Jordan Morgan is who they end up getting. But I'll tell you this. I think that there's some question about, is he a guard? Is he a tackle? I think if you're drafting Jordan Morgan, that to me tells me they're playing Tyler Smith at left tackle. Because Jordan Morgan, I think, to them would be a guard.
Speaking of Cowboys lineman, Leo Collins agreed to terms with the Buffalo Bills. Some discussion around here that LC could be back. And Bobby's boy, Randy Gregory, goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Let's go Bucks.
5 teams now for him? 4 teams?
The Super D line of Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Bosa, all these guys up front. Did not happen.
By the way, that's a good reminder that winning and success covers over a lot of things, because you don't hear anybody complaining about San Francisco gave up a 3rd-round pick for 8 games of Chase Young and then have him leave and not even play very well while he was there.
Yep.
If you win, if you produce, people forget those things. If you lose, they're going to remind you traded Amari Cooper for a 5th-round pick. Like, we still bring it up.
Yeah. No one talks about the Ravens wide receivers, as you mentioned yesterday.
Oh, my God.
And speaking of receivers, what are the Texans doing? None of us can figure this out. They ripped up the final 3 years of Stephon Diggs' contract. They're giving him the ability to be a free agent after this season. And they gave him a raise.
Yeah, they took the $3.5 million guaranteed to him next year, moved it up into this season. So giving him an assurance of $22.5 million guaranteed in money in 2024.
They want a happy Diggs. They want a happy and motivated Stephon.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, we'll give you free agency and a raise.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was already, they moved $3 million up from 25 that was guaranteed. So that was money that would have already been due to him and that they would have had sitting on the cap. What that says to me, I guess, is...
So he'll have $22 million guaranteed this year.
Yeah, I guess they're just accelerating all the remaining guaranteed money to this year. They're probably looking at, we got an extra $15 million on the cap that we weren't expecting, so we can go out and make a move like this, move some of the money around, and then in 25, we're clear of it.
But why are you ripping up team control?
That is a great question. And I don't know. It's very weird. I don't know if this is just one of these things where they say, hey, we're pushing all our chips in right now for this year. If it's
because people are saying, okay, if he leaves, then they're going to get a third-round comp pick on top of it.
Yeah, maybe the Texans...
Third or fourth, yeah, probably.
Maybe this whole notion that the Texans know what they're doing and are now a well-run organization is just C.J. Stroud's a good player, and the Texans still don't know what the hell they're doing. And they're not a well-run organization.
I mean, Stephon Diggs, we've all been talking about, like, he doesn't seem quite like the same player anymore. He is getting older. They may just look at it as like, hey, we think he's got this left. We'd love to have him here for this year, but we don't want to get locked into anything long-term, especially with that volatile personality.
Still, giving up a second-round pick for 1 year? When you're not even like...
It'll be a third-round pick. Deflation.
Right. But when you think about it, like, you're not even... Let's be fair. Like, they don't think they're actually winning the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, I think Houston absolutely believes they can contend this year for Super Bowl.
They can think that. I mean, drugs are cheap then in Houston.
But why can't they?
Because
they're
at best the fourth best team in the AFC.
At best.
Well, they're beating your. I'm getting ready to. I know you're wearing their team colors. I'm getting ready to lock you into an AFC South bet right here today.
Oh,
because I'm not taking your Jacksonville Jaguars.
That's not because I think Jacksonville's going to win. The value's too good to pass up. That's all that is.
Okay,
that's just a good value.
So if you had to pick on your own the AFC South winner,
I would probably pick Houston. If I was just going to pick, if all money was even.
Okay.
I'd probably pick Houston, but
like Houston can make a case that they're better than Buffalo. They can believe they're better in Buffalo than Buffalo. What?
I mean, they can make that case if they want to. I think they're lying to themselves. They're not
really.
Why?
I
think they have a better roster.
I think a lot of teams. Yes, they have a better roster. Buffalo's got a very old roster, but Buffalo's got a better quarterback. That's just, I'll just go with that.
I think the only team that's slam dunk better than Houston right now in the AFC is Kansas City, and Baltimore. Like, I mean, they were with Baltimore for the first half. They end up getting beat down. That's in the second half, but you've got C.J. Stroud taking a presumed second-year leap. You got a legit game-wrecking pass rusher in Danielle Hunter. Will Anderson was that last year. You're talking about those two rushing. You add Stephon Diggs to the mix. I think Houston's very dangerous. There's a real case to be made that Houston has passed Baltimore this offseason.
I'll give Stroud the pass of being a rookie. He was bad on the road last year compared to being at home. Now, that could be just rookie versus, not. And that should change, so maybe he takes a leap. They got a first-place schedule. They've got a much more difficult schedule this year. They play Kansas City.
I mean, he threw one pick on the road all last year.
But the rest of it, like his CPOE was not as good on the road. A lot of his numbers weren't as good on the road. They play all the first-place teams. So they're playing Baltimore and Buffalo and Kansas City, while the Jags are – they also play the Cowboys. And the Jags get the Eagles.
Well, that's a dub for them.
They get the Browns and – the Raiders.
Very interested in this anti-Texans take. I like it.
It's a gambler in me. You just got to go against hype. If the public is all thinking, oh my God, the Texans are going to be great. The people is morons. We've always said this. It's a t-shirt. People is morons. Fade them. Fade the public.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline to hit us up on the home of the Cowboys and your Texas Rangers. Choppy was in the house for the Mavs win over the Hawks. Kyrie pays homage to Dirk, and this former NBA player, one of the craziest quotes out there, is going after Luka Doncic. Why? That's next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And we still have over 13 minutes to play. Nice catch by Kyrie. Came down, goes toward with the foul. Kyrie Irving, the Picasso of the paint.
Follow up with the call on Bally, and RJ Choppy was in the house for the Mavs win over the Atlanta Hawks.
The Luka for MVP signs are everywhere. Everywhere. On the Jumbotron, where the score is, on the side of the game. So instead of having the full Jumbotron available for the video, two big giant banners, Luka for MVP. Shirts in the building, Luka for MVP. There was a Corey Chase lookalike there.
Corey Chase?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Who's that?
She's an actress.
An actress that up until about a month ago you could have looked up, but probably not now.
Corey Chase. Oh. So you guys are sitting there and you're like, that looks like a porn star.
Yeah, Sarah didn't know who that was, and I said, well, I do. And she's an actress, not a porn star, Sean.
Oh, sorry. Was this her?
I don't think it was her. No, it wasn't her.
Dang it. Oh, Lord.
It looked just
I just clicked on the wrong link.
Or the right one.
Or the right one.
Oh.
It looked just like her, and I was like, ooh. But I didn't see a stepson near her. So it couldn't have been her.
Let me go into my history.
She also wasn't like stuck in a dishwasher.
Right. There was no dryer there.
Yeah.
Delete
Stepson.
History. 1 minute ago. Erase.
Oh, you're screwed. Rick Lou's already got his way down.
Oh, I don't care about Rick Lou. I care about my wife.
Care about Amanda Cherie?
This is my I don't give a crap about Rick Lou. This is my own personal computer, not the station web guy. I was gonna ask, is that like a couple hobby of you guys together?
No, we don't watch that.
Okay.
We don't watch that together. No, we have.
Where do you get your
time to do that?
No, your inspiration. Your what do they call those boards? Your idea board or what?
Vision board.
Yeah, where do you get where's your vision board?
Listen, there's a lot in the hopper. There's a lot up there that's a dangerous spot. You don't want to go in that spot.
Okay, so Luka MVP, I guess not everyone feels like he should be getting that type of consideration because Gilbert Arenas, who I covered in D.C.
and survived?
I was in Maryland. I wasn't in D.C. But old Gilbert talking on his podcast that Luka Doncic does not deserve some of this praise.
He's literally James Harden, right? A dude who scored a lot of points, don't play no defense, right? But we see what they did to James Harden, who didn't play defense. They let the world know he didn't play no defense. They let the world know he was a one-sided player. This is all he do. He's just a stat. Luka is considered the next Michael Jordan. The Michael Jordan who played defense and offense. And we have one-sided where we're like, oh, one-sided. Well, we know what that looks like. That's James Harden. Can he say he's better than James Harden at scoring? Can't even do that. They can't even you can't even argue that he's a better scorer than James Harden in that same category. But he's considered the next Michael Jordan. And I guarantee you, they wouldn't even put his ass in front of Larry Bird. Make the argument who's better, Larry Bird or Luka.
Nice job, Ryan, getting the video up. I just wrote down 6 different things off that short clip. What a stupid-ass take. Number one, no one talks about Luka Doncic and Michael Jordan in the same sentence. That comparison does not get made. That's number one. Number two, James Harden. Oh, number two, we do pick apart Luka Doncic's defense. Everybody makes fun of it. That's a thing. Mm-hmm. That's a thing. Now, for the James Harden criticism, why is it there? And has Luka done the same things? James Harden is known as a playoff choker. Luka Doncic is not. James Harden is known to frequent and live in strip clubs and not care a ton about basketball. That's not out there at this time when it comes to Luka. James Harden is regarded as a team killer. Luka Doncic, is he the most positive influence for the Dallas Mavericks? Maybe, maybe not, but he's not danced around the league. So those are all the different things I wrote down and picked apart with Gilbert Arenas' questioning of whatever he's trying to do with Luka.
I think James is the best comp for Luka, though.
I agree.
Yes. It is the best comp.
I agree.
There's no doubt about that.
I have no problem with that.
Does Luka get a pass for certain things? I mean, he hasn't done much in the playoffs either. He hasn't choked, but they also haven't really won.
Yep.
But he has put up like Herculean performances in the playoffs.
If it's game 6, game 7, we know that Harden is going to stink it up.
Yeah.
If it's game 6 or game 7, we know that Luka's going to drop 35.
We do. Now, the question is that...
But in terms of playoff advancement, yes, true.
And I believe that's a style of play thing that I agree. I can't remember who said the other day. I don't think you can necessarily win the way Luka plays, like consistently in the playoffs, where you're so ball dominant. It's just one guy. I don't know that you could do that in the postseason. So something has to change there. But the comp of James is like, he's not a team killer. He doesn't bounce around. He doesn't do it. He might. I mean, he might leave here in a year. We don't know. He might ask for a trade in 2 years. We have no idea.
But no one compares Luka Doncic to
Michael Jordan. No one's ever compared him to Michael Jordan.
Never been done. And I love that it's an insult from Gilbert Arenas. Compare this man to Larry Bird. Are you taking Larry Bird or Luka? It's like, okay, well, if you're even having that conversation, then you're acknowledging how great he is. That like this is the comparison that you're trying to make. And either way, like I mean, is he at the height of his game? James Harden was one of the best volume scorers in like modern NBA history.
Yeah.
But also like Luka does it more efficiently. That's for one. Like Luka's career shooting percentage is better than all but one season of Harden's career. And consistently throughout time, I think you see, like you said, Luka steps up in playoff games. Harden doesn't. Luka, we kill him for his defense. Luka is a better defender than Harden was. When Harden would just olay and just go right ahead.
Well, not if he's defending his own teammates.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
He closed out well. It was a good close out there.
It was.
But either way, I mean, it's a stupid. Was he this dumb when you covered him?
Oh, yes. I was about to say dumber, but this guy was the greatest recipient of being in a crappy NBA market on a crappy NBA team with some really questionable ownership. And they're like, here, we're giving you the max.
Yeah.
We're giving you the keys. And Gilbert Arenas never made anyone better. Gilbert Arenas was a gunner. Gilbert Arenas
literally.
Literally. He was a chucker. And that's all. I mean, he could drop 40 on you, no doubt about it, but the Wizards did nothing. Nothing. I think they had they had some run-ins with LeBron, where I think the Cavs owned them. I think the Wizards would make the playoffs like here and there, but Gilbert Arenas, I mean, he's not a loser, but like Gilbert Arenas, you never put on your team as a winner.
They had that one stretch. I mean, they should have beat Cleveland that year. And that was it. They had that one.
They had that little stretch where they were fairly competitive when it was like Gilbert, Caron Butler, Antoine Jameson. Like they were a good team.
The mistake the Wizards made, the Wizards are like, we're making you the face of the franchise, and that's something they misjudged. Like Gilbert Arenas could and should never be the face of your franchise, and they turned it over to him. So there you go. I was like, is this a race? He's trying to make this race related? He didn't take it there. I think he could find an out to be like, I didn't bring up race. You brought up race. But are you talking about that in terms of the coverage and the perspective and everything? How tight are you with Harden, by the way? How close are you with James? Is that playing any type of role? So that was Arenas going after Luka. And then,
that's also like, we talked about this before because Gilbert brought this up. I think he was the one that brought this up about.
And by the way, for the record, real quick, I love that Gilbert Arenas has a podcast.
Oh, it's great.
Because he's zany.
Yes, he is. But he also mentioned, like, he admitted.
Not as zany as Paul Pierce.
The quiet part. He said it out loud where he said that, Draymond, look, he's targeting Euros. Like we talked about that. We talked about that that's what he was. We played that clip months ago about Draymond. Like, he goes, look at this. I mean, he wants the league back. He goes, a lot of the American-born players want the league back. And
NBA All-Star Game set it up.
Yes, they absolutely should. It should be U.S. versus the world in the NBA All-Star Game because there's not the same, I don't believe, same angst in Major League Baseball or the NHL between American players and foreign-born players. In the NBA, I think it does exist. I think it absolutely exists. I think there's some resentment there because the way the NBA, the European players. I mean, look, Joker and Luka and Giannis. And, I mean, they're Embiid. There's your four best players in the league.
He had one more take that Bobby may think is worse than his Luka one. He said that the Joker, worst MVP of the last 40 years.
Jokic is probably statistically, when it comes to overall game, the worst MVP winner. He is the worst MVP winner in the last 40 years.
What?
When Jokic in 2021, Jokic's team was fifth. He averaged 26, 8, and 10. What was the historic part of that? There was no historic. Oh, the big man almost had a triple-double. Let's give it to him. That's what the narrative was. A big man almost, not did, almost won the triple-double, and they gave it to him when his team record was like that. His second MVP, his team was tied in 10th place. 10th best record in the NBA, 27, 8, and 13. What was historic about it?
Okay, so he was the first big man. When he did that in his first MVP run, he was the first 7-footer since Wilt Chamberlain to average 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists. And he did 25. Wilt never even averaged 25. When Wilt was dishing out the assists and stuff, he was down to 24 points a game. The only player ever in the history of the game, and it was that year with Jokic, the first year, to average at 7 feet, 25 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, is Jokic that one year. And then he did it last year too, I think.
Yeah.
And that's it. So there's plenty of history there. The history is you're talking about a unique big man who is completely changing the game of basketball.
Yeah, look, the biggest fraud of the MVP is not Joker. It's the Steve Nash 2006 one.
The Shaq year. The one Shaq cannot let go of.
Oh,
that's Dirk should have won the MVP that year.
I
think you may be thinking 05.
I think the year that Steve won it the second time, Shaq was furious and felt robbed.
He might have. I can't remember. I mean,
are you picking apart Nash's first or second one?
I mean, really both. I mean, 15 and let's see, what do you have? 18 and 10 and 15 and 11. Cool.
I think it obviously win shares is like a flawed statistic.
It is a little bit,
but
they're all flawed.
I think Steve Nash has in the history of the modern NBA, Steve Nash has the lowest win shares of any MVP ever. In the year that he won it. And so, look, I mean, he won the MVP that first year because he brought back fun and excitement and high scoring 7 seconds or less to the NBA that had been missing for so long. And he had made such a clear overnight difference for the Suns. That's why he won it. But yeah, Jokic has had better seasons than those were for Nash.
I know Arenas doesn't care about Joker's assists because Gilbert doesn't really know what those are, because he basically had 5 assists throughout his entire career as a point guard, because he was a gunner who in some seasons, oh my gosh, that was only 2 games. I saw 26% as the field goal percentage for a season. It was only 2 games, but I mean, he'd shoot 39, 43, about a 42% shooter, and those assist numbers never got north of 6. So there's Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah, Tim Hardaway Jr. without the range. That's Gilbert.
877-881-1053 is the Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney Hotline. In y'all's experience, do you think Tiger Woods could be back because he's given up these 3 letters and one of them ends with an X that RJ referred to earlier with his Mavs lookalike sighting last night at the AAC? Is Tiger back because of no SEX? Next. And of course, I created my own awkward segue to talk about Hurtado Barbecue. You know what was really awkward?
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Our final Texas Rangers ticket giveaway of the week is coming up during the Expressway. We say that multiple times this hour because you are the 6 a.m. club. You are the real MVP, and you are appreciated.
You're appreciated.
And we want you to win the 4-pack. So that's coming up. And we need to get some of the YouTube and Twitchers to go ahead and win this as well, because your viewership really putting us over the top in terms of those numbers and those ratings. So thank you for that. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt.
Got you down.
Little side conversation just for a second. As I decided tomorrow I was going to invite the morning show over to my new house and put this on the text.
Very nice.
And I'm like, you know what? I need to break it in with my crew. No other different people. Need to get the guys over. Go and get some fillets. Cook them up. Outside. Chill. Enjoy the new setup. Choppy said he had baseball. Bobby said he was going to be able to come with the girls. And then Peyton Russell.
Well,
I wanted to.
I'm invited.
He was invited.
He just welled himself.
And I'm considering getting Ryan in on this too. You know, I feel like Ryan deserves
You should.
to roll on over and enjoy.
And
So-
Carter.
Right, when's that flight going to have to leave, though, for him to get over there?
Hey, what was that you said?
We can invite Carter too. The webcam.
No.
Oh.
No. I don't feel like having a meeting about my own house party. Now, where does Ryan live?
Fort Worth.
Over towards him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you know that's I have guest rooms. There's been plenty of people. There's been plenty of people who worked at this station that sleep in my guest rooms. I still have a hole in the wall of my first house. I still have the old video saved of the alarm.com DFW security notification at like 3 a.m. with a couple going out to my pool naked. Decided to strip down.
We're sorry about that.
Yeah. I wouldn't have said anything to that last one because I didn't want to get cut. So I said, hey, want to invite you guys over. Go ahead and chill. And Peyton wrote back, Mackenzie and I are available. Yes.
Good.
We might only be able to stay about an hour because we're having some people over Saturday as well. But we're down to stop by. Thanks.
This is
I can't believe I'm getting blasted for this.
This is an awkward moment for me because I didn't get invited to his party.
There's a reason
it's
for that.
awkward moment for me too.
Yeah.
You didn't get invited?
I didn't get invited.
I don't have a text.
Well, I knew you had baseball this weekend, Chop.
Yeah, and a birthday party to go
That's
to.
right.
We got a lot.
Explain.
Look, you could look at this one or two ways. I could very easily have said, I'm busy, can't make it. But in the hour that I have, I want to come over to the house because you invited me. Because I could have said, I got to clean the place. Got people coming over, so I can't come. But I know, like, it's a big thing to you to invite us.
It's not gonna
You
make
should
my.
be grateful.
I'm gonna have a good amount of people there.
Well, I felt bad for turning down the last time you invited us over, or invited me over to your house for steaks and everything. So I was like, well, I
Did
can't.
I invite you to that?
Yeah, you did,
Okay.
because I couldn't, because I think Mackenzie was out of town or something.
Yeah.
I didn't want to.
Oh
be
yeah,
the
the
only-
couples thing.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, I still think you're missing the entire point. The entire point is you're having a gathering and none of us are included or invited. So it's like, it's just really awkward to be like, yeah, I'll stop by your thing, but I have a thing later with my friends for a get. And not like you're going to another party. Not like you're going to a dinner. Who's coming over your house?
Well, the
Harder.
Los Hombres.
Even better, like we should definitely be over there. So you want to include Choppy on like FaceTimes to give you and the Los Hombres tips on how to like game Vegas, but then you're gonna be like, sorry, you guys are excluded from our party.
It's like cool. Like I'll drop by your little shindig and then I'll go to my shindig.
Yeah.
Without you guys.
But we're not
there.
just staying at my house. We're going to the harbor in Rockwall. We're going to drink out there. So
we
it's
have
like
cars.
This whole evening.
So
plan.
it's even more of a reason. It's a public event now.
So who?
It's not even a private event.
So who is it? Los Hombres.
Yes.
And
Troy Hughes.
like how many people total?
Let's see. I think
Ryan.
I think 4 have confirmed so far. So me, McKenzie, plus 4, 6 so far.
Yeah, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to your.
When I invite y'all, it would just be y'all. It would just be the show
anyway.
and Ryan. It would just be y'all. I don't want to put y'all with my friend group. You know, you're collabing 2 different.
You think we wouldn't clash? I mean, you think we would clash?
I love
Yeah,
Nick.
we don't have a nickname.
Nick and I are boys. And
Well, Nick has a baby. You know, he's busy.
Yeah,
he's listening right now.
Oh my god.
We have a name. Famous. I mean, like your friends wouldn't be, you know, blown away and really impressed.
When I invite y'all, it'll be a couples thing, us 4 and our wives, fiancés, girlfriends, and then it'll be our thing.
Okay.
Okay.
I've thought this through. Trust me. We still have 9 months in the lease. You know, we're good. We got plenty of time.
I'll stop by for an hour, but then I'll have to leave because I'm gonna have a party at my place with Sean and RJ.
I've got a house party
different.
coming up somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
It's only been 7 years.
Along with a wedding and a honeymoon. ...
We're looking. We're trying to book it.
I love how you're not booking. One day, you allowed one of my paternity leave days to stop your dream trip and an awesome deal that you had.
Yeah. Should have booked it.
And why don't you go back and book it?
Price isn't available anymore.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Dude.
Boy, shots fired at Alec Medford. He just didn't trust that me and Alec could hold down the show while he was out.
That's right.
I trusted that. I know you guys can handle things. I have full faith in Alec, Peyton.
Yeah, just tell him.
Alec doesn't work mornings though. That's why he's never
Alec
covered
would
for
stop by for the whole party for sure.
Isn't it AM in the AM?
Yeah.
Or is it AM in the PM?
FM.
AM on the FM.
Oh, AM on the FM.
Which is
It's one of those.
It is a good segment name.
It is.
AM on the FM. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do. Right. You're more than welcome tomorrow to stop by if you'd like, but I'll get the Peyton. I guess I'll be appreciative for the Peyton pop in. I don't like people. I don't like those drive-bys either. So if it's gonna be like 30 minutes, don't come.
Well, I said an hour.
Yeah. What time is your gathering?
4.
That's really tight.
That's really what's yours is what,
2:30.
Exactly. So this is even a better situation. I'm trying to make the most of my time with the little that I have.
Okay, so you guys are like pre-gaming at your house and then going out and about.
Well, they have not seen the house yet, so it's going to be like this whole showing and everything, and then we'll go from my house to the harbor.
Yeah, he shows us his house when he wants us to talk about something to get him on the radio.
Yeah.
Like to fix a water heater,
No free shout out.
lawn, stuff like that. I didn't name any company. Okay. LT Gray could be back based upon what one of his friends said.
Yes, according to Nota Begay, longtime confidant.
Oh, I didn't realize like they put Nota's name on it.
Well, Nota's talked about a lot of things with Tiger. You know what? That's not even this. This other stuff that Nota's talked about with Tiger this week.
So Nota Begay did not say this.
Not as far as I know. Not as far as I know. I think I just put his name on it.
You did.
And I should have done that.
Okay.
Maybe he did. Maybe Nota is.
There we go. Go ahead, backtrack.
Maybe Nota is. But
slander him for you being right.
Over the last 20 or so years, if any news comes out on Tiger Woods, generally, Nota is the guy. But there are reports out there through a friend that the 48-year-old has eliminated hex prior to the Masters, which begins next week at Augusta National, where Mr. Meat Church, Matt Pittman, will be.
Is this another one of the Masters? Is this another one of the Masters just weird rules, or is this his own thing?
He is abstaining to get ready. He wants no distractions. So a guy who says he's had an addiction to this can all of a sudden just abstain whenever he wants to.
Yeah, the Masters even think they can stop black people from having sex.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Like, that's a rule. We're going to enact that.
But this isn't boxing here where they're going to weaken your legs. You're playing golf. It's not a distraction. I never thought for a second, man, let's just knock this thing out real quick. And my mind is gone for the rest of the day.
If anything, it could clear it.
Clears your head. Could clear your head.
Yeah.
Post macadamia clarity is a thing.
It is. It really, really is. So
maybe it's
all the drama he's talking about that could come with the sex.
Yeah, only if you could have done this, I don't know, 15 years ago, the whole thing would have been better.
So, like, when he's going on his major run, you're telling me when Tiger Woods became Tiger Woods, he was celibate. That's what this friend's trying to tell me.
When he won half of all the events that he entered between 99 and 2001, including 5 of 8 majors, and 4 straight, I'm pretty sure he was
sleeping with every strip mall.
Perkins waitress in the world.
Does this include, I'm going to say it delicately, does this include self-care?
I don't know. I don't know that.
Is this like
I
can't have that because it will distract? See, I don't think this would work. I think if I was trying to lock in on something, I would be so distracted by like that buildup that it would not be useful. I think this will have the reverse effect.
Yeah, I mean, I get it as a boxer, or like if you're like you need to be pent up. I get that. As a golfer, you want like all your nerves to be, and you want to be free.
Serenity now.
Yeah, you don't want to be like
good job, Bobby.
Like amped up or anything like that. Tensed. You don't want that at all. I don't know. I think you have to engage in some Corey chasing.
Is it? Do we think this is real, or do we think this is just something that's being said? Like it's a whole like this is something that it's similar to like the Michael Penix's drawn plays on his mirror. Is this just something that's being put out there to like?
It doesn't. That doesn't sound like a very good friend.
It doesn't.
I don't know how many friends are going to go to the press and be like, "Yeah, he's not knocking boots with anyone. He's taking it seriously."
Knocking boots.
Is that an old phrase?
Yes, that was an H-Town song 33 years ago. It's a great song, by the way.
All right, Tiger's former agent is also speaking. Is Nota Begay too? You want me to say this is from Nota?
I don't know. This is Nota Begay.
It's not. Hughes Norton has been dropping bombs while discussing his new tell-all book. And he, is like, I'm responsible for a lot of these Nike deals, and I felt betrayed after Tiger fired me. Quote, it was betrayal with a capital B. On a pro level, because I thought I'd done my job in spades, personal level, because it was such a rejection of a relationship that we had built together for 10 years. He said the day he was fired in September of 98 by an emotionless and zombie-like Woods was the last time he ever heard from him. Quote, the solace I can take, which doesn't provide much, he was an equal opportunity zombie with relationships, swing coaches, lawyer. The guy negotiated the IMG rep deal with caddies, same thing. When it's over, it's over. It's the way he terminates, whether it's girlfriends, whether it's his former coaches. It's ironic. In the way he's so good at confrontation on the course, he'll beat your brains out every time. But when it comes to confronting things like me and other people in his life, he has no social skills whatsoever. It's actually maddening.
Yeah. We've seen this before. Like there was that story in the documentary with the girlfriend where he just like had like the bellhop tell her or whatever.
They'll be like, hey, he's flying you out to this trip. Airport. Drop bag.
Yep.
Out of here.
Yeah, it's
change the keys,
like everything, and like that. So that was that one girl, and then the girl that back in college, where the parents were like, "You got to break up with her," and he didn't even give her an explanation as to why.
Did he write a note?
Yeah, he wrote a note, but it was just like, I'm not gonna, blah blah blah. And she is sitting here for 20 years, like I've never had an explanation, which has to be like one of the more difficult things to get over. Like, oh, just tell me why.
Chop and I talked about this the week you were out about Garth Brooks. Like, has Tiger Woods been famous for so long and just living such a radically different, like weird, famous life that he's forgotten how to be like socially normal? Is that a thing that like just ultra famous people deal with?
Well, yeah, but he was like that as a college kid though. Like
he's always been like. I mean, he was on TV like shooting putts at 4 years old.
There are so many people, right? Having awkward conversations is a very, very difficult thing.
I don't know. I mean, nobody likes to have them. I try to avoid them at all costs.
Yeah. I mean, I've texted a breakup before. Now I tried to do it in every other way, and then I'm like, I can't do this. I got to text the breakup.
Have you ever texted about a party you were going to throw and not invite your friends to?
But this is Tiger. I mean, if it wasn't Tiger Woods, I haven't heard many stories that would make me be like, oh, I want to hang out with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I guess when it comes to Barkley, Mike, and Tiger, when they were all apparently running around, you definitely want to hang out with Charles 1. Probably Mike 2, but he sounds like a jerk. And then definitely Tiger 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't
think... eats steaks medium well. I wouldn't even invite him to my party tomorrow if I make steaks because I'd have to overcook it.
But he'd show up for the whole party, I bet.
I don't know, would he? No, he'd leave without texting me goodbye. He just
Bobby, the joke's over.
I'm running this into the ground.
What is not over is our final Texas Rangers ticket giveaway of the week. It's coming up in the 7 o'clock expressway, and we got to go ahead and get you set up for the Rangers weekend as well, and the madness will resume next on Sean and RJ. But is the madness resuming at work? Are you sitting here saying, oh my gosh, I have to go another 8 hours and try to get through this? You don't have to be miserable. This miserable on a Friday. You can actually enjoy what you do.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is about to be the Expressway, where we kick out our final 4 tickets to go see the world champs here on your home of the Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell. And tonight at 6:30 with the pregame. First pitch at 7 o'clock. The armpit comes to town.
Kyle Tucker.
A rematch of the American League Championship Series. The Astros are in Arlington. Cannot wait for this. The Astros starting off their season with a record of 2-5. The Rangers and the Angels are 4-2. Bobby's Mariners are 3-4. And the Sacramento Athletics.
That's right.
Sacramento Athletics are 1-6.
Yeah, that is a story. The story about them going to Sacramento. That is pretty wild here.
Talk about it.
Well, so the A's obviously are moving to Vegas. But in the meantime, they've decided that we can no longer stay in Oakland beyond this year. This is their final year in Oakland. It's been 60 years almost that they've been in Oakland. They were in Kansas City before that. They were in Philadelphia before that. And now they're going to go to Sacramento for 3 years, and they're going to play it's going to be a very strange situation that they're in, because they're going to be playing in a minor league baseball stadium, and the owner's talking about, hey, you're going to go see Aaron Judge hit home runs here. A very weird thing to say. But,
yeah,
it's very weird. But they made it official, and you know what? Like, I don't feel bad for the Oakland fans. I don't.
Oh, I do.
Ooh, why
Okay.
not, Chop?
They've never supported this team, ever. They've never. They had 97 wins in 2018 and 2019. They were a playoff team. They were 10th and 13th out of 15 AL teams in attendance. So bottom third. When they were winning World Series, the only time they ever supported was like the Bash Brothers in the 80s. They won 3 straight World Series in the 70s, last in the league. They have not drawn more than 2.5 million fans since 1991.
Wow.
They've been in the top 10 in the AL in attendance 1 time since 2006. And they have been in a postseason series 7 times since then. And they've been in the top 10 in the American League in attendance 1 time. Meanwhile, the Rangers, who have, let's face it, 0 history.
Yeah.
0. They don't have a shred of the history as the Oakland A's. We agree on that one? Not a shred.
Yeah.
Compared to them. The Rangers have drawn over 2.5 million fans basically every year, regardless of how bad they are. They have finished in the bottom half of the attendance of the American League twice since 1990. Twice. And believe me, there's a lot of bad baseball out there that we saw in the early 2000s, in the latter part of this last decade. There was some bad baseball, and they still drew, and the A's didn't. The A's have never drawn. I get it. Their owner doesn't spend money. I understand that the stadium, whatever it is, what it is. They've never drawn.
Yeah, look, and that's why I think let me be clear with what I was saying. I feel bad for the A's fans. I do not feel bad for the city of Oakland. I don't feel bad for the residents of Oakland. I feel bad for those 3,000 fans or whatever that they've consistently been out there supporting that awful franchise with no money put back into it. And I've already seen the Raiders get taken away from them, which was one of the strongest fan bases in professional sports. That is what I have an issue with. I hate it for those fans, because I think they are one of the more devoted fan bases.
I thought the 3,000 you were talking about was for the Mets.
Oh no, that was probably not even 3,000. The Mets had a game. So the Mets have had nothing but rainouts. All right, Major League Baseball did a big disservice to the teams that are playing. There's 14 teams that are playing either in domes or the South that should basically be opening up their season at home for the first 3 weeks. Well, the Mets have been playing the Brewers and the Tigers. Well, they had 2 rainouts in a row. They finally get a game in, and Gary Cohen. Could you imagine how many local TV announcers would bring up the crowd and the record? Oh, not even a week in.
Nobody in the ballpark. 0-5. Hitless through 7. Feels like rock bottom.
There's 156 games left.
You imagine Dave Raymond saying that?
And no, Dave Raymond would not be working, There's 156 games left of the season after that one, and he's talking about rock bottom already. You would never see that.
Yeah.
You would never.
Props to him for saying it.
Props.
But man,
Look, good thing it doesn't work for the Orioles. They'd suspend him.
it's that bad in New York.
Oh yeah. Oh, I was doing my Beck You All podcast yesterday.
Well.
Our producer lives in New York, and he was saying, dude, like they're panicking here. They blew a big lead. They hadn't had a win, and they just blew a lead in that game. And he goes, I mean, the talk radio is panicking. Like everybody's panicking. All the Mets fans. It's glorious.
Wow. Top 3 moments from the ALCS last year, as I'm sure we're all going to be reliving it leading up to tonight and this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting. We were just talking about in the Rays series about was that intentional, whatever else. There was a lot of bad blood at the end of that series. Like that's what I'm going to be on the lookout for this week is just, I wonder if you're going to see any sort of like lingering effects from October that could occur during the series. But yeah, I mean, Adolis was great throughout that whole series. Evan Carter showing up the way that he did and just blowing him out basically in that game 7. It was perfect.
Game 2, ALCS, I think it was Nathan Eovaldi on the bump. It was the 5th inning, and it was bases loaded, nobody out. Rangers had a lead, and he got out of it without giving a run. That was a huge momentum shift, I thought.
Getting to Abreu, because nobody had gotten to him in the last month and a half of the season. That, to me, was like, I don't know if it was the turning point. There was no turning point. I mean, really, my song was the turning point.
What was the song?
It was the Neon
Stick
Moon.
Goes Boom.
Stick Goes Boom.
That's the viral one. That's his biggest hit.
Yeah, I got killed. I got killed for that because I did that after game 2 and they were up 2-0 and they lose 3 straight. And everyone keeps talking about the Padres, and then because they did a song and then they got after that they lost every game of the series. So I thought I was the jinx and I felt really really bad, but it was good to come back and get on top.
It's amazing how things turned because if they lose that game 6, let's say, it's easy to forget about it now. We were talking about that 9th inning home run from Altuve in Game 5 where they blow the lead.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be viewed as like one of the biggest disasters in the history of the franchise if they lose that series.
Text us the different memories of taking down the armpit at 877-881-1053. Franklin and Franco injury attorneys. What was Mattress Mac up to that you texted at like 5?
So The Rock obviously is everywhere in the news lately and back building his WWE brand. And because of that, he's got a new ad out where he's going, can you smell what the Mac is cooking? And he's like, we're going to kick your candy asses with our prices or whatever. I mean, it's just this aggressive... That guy needs to go away.
Speaking of The Rock, he was on stage in Philadelphia, and this went viral yesterday.
Are you booing because The Rock was supposed to be here at 4 o'clock? Is that why you're booing? You're booing because The Rock was a little late. Is that why you were booing? Why was The Rock late? You want to know? You want to know why The Rock was late? Are you sure? You want to know why The Rock was late? He was watching YouTube, watching Jalen Hurts lose in the playoffs again.
Dude, how good is he on the microphone?
Oh, he's fantastic. He's the best heel in all of sports. He's the best bad guy in the world.
Okay, so he's a bad guy now.
Yes, and he's loving every minute of it. He is loving every minute of it, man. He's a bad guy, but it's in the WWE world, bad guy is not like good evil anymore.
Fluid.
It's very very fluid. It's more like evil like LSU according to Kim Mulkey.
They're a little sick in Philly though. They like when somebody comes out there and I mean they spit it out, but Bill Burr has gone on, there's that famous clip of Bill Burr just going on an 8-minute rant when he was getting booed off the stage of how much he hates the city of Philadelphia. And by the end of it, they were giving him a standing ovation. So they love when people spit in their face like that.
I thought he was going to say, ask his mom why I was so late.
I thought that's the direction I thought he was going to.
That's what I thought. But, I mean, that's why he's on that level and we're here. That's way more clever.
And speaking of The Rock, you think, of course, of the different levels of football with him, XFL, whatever they call it. Is it the UFL? Is that the whole
UFL
thing?
now? Yep.
Yeah.
UFL moves made that we need to be copying on the top level.
Absolutely. First of all, why do we still use those stupid chains to measure a first down?
I don't know.
I don't know either. It's the year of our Lord 2024. No more guys with giant orange sticks. They have true line technology in the UFL. And it's basically like that thing in tennis.
Yeah.
Or the VAR in soccer with the goals. Or I think they could do offsides too on that one. But the technology itself, it has this machine learning the models. It springs into action, yada, yada, yada. It determines the ball's exact position on the field with all processing conducted in a cloud to ensure minimal on-site equipment is needed beyond the cameras that they use. These are state-of-the-art cameras. And they are using this in the XFL to determine, because this guy went out of bounds, and they determined when he went out of bounds exactly where the ball was when he crossed the line versus when out of bounds, stepped out. And they moved the ball back about 5 inches. This is technology that absolutely, I hope the NFL is looking at this and saying, all right, let's see how this goes for this year. We'll see how it works, and we'll try to implement it next year.
I mean,
so
what is
2 years away?
Is it? I would just assume it's the same sort of resistance that there has been for like the robo umps, where it's like, does it become overly precise or something? I would guess that's the only resistance to it. I can't think of another reason why you would still have it the way you do.
Yeah, I get it. I do believe that they've gotten too technical with a catch. What is a catch? What isn't a catch? But to me, something like that, if you gain the yards, you should gain the yards.
And then, with all the different kickoff rules, I got the odds sent to me from Bet Online, and I really was mad I missed the hip drop tackle topic that I know Choppy was in favor of. Are you against that as well, like I am?
I'm against it.
I
Yeah.
hate that they are outlawing it, and I don't think they'll be able to officiate it. No freaking way they'll be able to judge that live, in my opinion. But total number of kickoff return touchdowns in the upcoming regular season in the NFL. You want to guess what the over-under number is for special teams being taken away?
3.5.
6.
7.5.
Damn.
Over-under 7.5 for kickoff return touchdowns. Total hip drop tackle penalties in week 1.
20.
Over under. You think there's going to be 20?
They say there's more than one a game.
20 penalties in week 1.
Yeah, like while they're cleaning it up, I would assume they're going to flag it a ton the first one.
Over under's 3.
It's way over. They're going to go
I don't know,
way
man.
over.
These guys are good, man.
No, because that's what Sherman and other people have been pushing back against. They're like, we can't control this one. This is like, now the one they're talking about is if you're beat and you're wrapping and you drop on their legs. That's specifically what they're trying to eliminate. But the letter of the law is going to eliminate a lot of just like quick reaction plays. What?
That's how far off you were. He's buzzing.
Buzzing me that late.
20-3. 20,
Yeah.
like the amount of time he's coming to my house, 20 minutes. Or 3.
45.
Yeah, look, I get it. They've taken a lot.
Hey, you said an hour.
They've taken a lot of things away from the defensive players, and look,
Everything.
I just saw when this thing happened. I know that anybody can put a video together and make it look like this never happened, but like they're showing just Ray Lewis actually knew how to tackle where you didn't have to do that. And just learn how to tackle right.
Oh,
this
my.
is this a question? Is this? And this is my whole point. Is this do players get hurt at a far higher rate with this tackle than any other kind of tackle? And if the answer is yes, which I think it is, then yes, it's okay. They need to outlaw it.
Players get hurt at a far higher rate playing the sport of football.
Right, but it within that gladiator realm.
You're trying to say it's the most dangerous play in the sport right now.
Yes, and if it's by far the most dangerous play in the sport, and more people get hurt on that tackle with season-ending injuries or broken bones, then, I mean...
I just don't think they'll be able to officiate it. Because you have to determine body weight.
Totally agree.
You have to judge
Yes.
body weight live in the moment.
Totally agree. But, like, at its core, it's like, okay, like, do you want your players on the field? And then the answer is yes.
But they're basically treating this as the new horse collar.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
what it is.
Yeah.
All right, everything you need to know on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. What you need to know is we're about to be commercial free right after this, and it's our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week. You're going to see the champs against Sacramento if you win the 4 tickets for Turning It On and Leaving It On, and RJ Choppy's college basketball kegger for the Final Four this weekend. Next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
by the on-time experts.
Oh, it's happening now. I don't even want to talk about tonight or tomorrow night.
Of course, because the women are playing. You don't want to talk about tonight.
The women are playing tonight, Bobby.
They are
Your
7
favorite.
p.m. Keller versus Southlake softball.
No, not those women, but best of luck to them. So the Tolo team is Keller?
Yep. That's I'll be over on the first base side. So come on out tonight. If you're going to go see Keller versus Southlake softball, 7 p.m. tonight.
The Keller
I'll be out
what?
there. The Keller,
they're the
Keller
the
badasses.
Keller's the Indians. It depends on which Keller it is, though. Which is it, Keller High or Keller Central?
Keller Indians.
Okay, well done. The Keller badasses. That's a good cover-up right there.
So on ESPN at 6 tonight, it's NC State and South Carolina for the women's tournament.
Did you almost drive off the road when he said that the women's championship game would triple the men's?
No, this is the exact thing that I expected, was that you're gonna put this on national TV. You're gonna game the system, put Caitlin Clark in the final, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna put that up there. And you're gonna hide on TBS the other one so that you can hold it up as here. See, they listen to all the arguments we make on this radio show.
How happy will you be if Caitlin gets put out in the semis? Are you rooting for Iowa to lose?
No, she's fun. She's fun to watch. Like, I'm in favor. It's honestly, it is a good example. And this is one of the discussion points that's been centered around the women's tournament. It's a great example of, like, stars make basketball. Like, stars are like that's what draws people in. And when you have like a couple stars like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, that pulls people in. She's fun to watch. I enjoyed watching, with the 3-point shooting competition, I enjoy watching Sabrina Ionescu. I think she's really, really good. It's really fun to watch her shoot. So those,
and they're talking about Caitlin Clark versus Steph already for next year.
They are.
So and they're talking about putting Clay and Sabrina Ionescu in it, and so it'd be a team up. I don't know if it's like one.
Maybe Clay could hit a shot for once.
Good luck. Good luck.
But I'm in favor of all the entertainment value possible. So I don't want to see her get bounced. I don't have any issue with her.
By the way, just for tonight, Choppy, Bet Online sent me the exact championship outcome.
Well,
okay.
So who's going to beat who, according to Vegas?
Oh, it'll be South Carolina. So NC State is in both. They're in the men and women. So South Carolina will beat NC State. That's at 6:00. And then Iowa.
The championship outcome.
Oh, South Carolina. They're the favorites.
South Carolina over Iowa. That exact outcome is 8-5. And then you got the different spreads for the men. Now, this is from a couple days ago, and you'll do a degenerate later on, but Purdue -5 over Bama.
In terms of the possible outcomes.
Possible outcomes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Bama -5.5 over NC State. UConn -14 over NC State. UConn -5.5 over Purdue.
Yeah, and I there's these lines have shifted a little bit for tonight, for tomorrow's games, with the UConn over Alabama spread and the Purdue over NC State spread. They've shifted a little bit.
You got to talk about all the UConn stuff.
What?
I will.
So right there, what you just set up, though, the odds you just read, that means that they would UConn over Purdue in a potential matchup. It's the same spread as Purdue against NC State.
No, the same spread Purdue against Bama.
Oh, okay. But still, I mean, that speaks to just how good UConn
Purdue is I think a 9-point favorite over NC State right now, and
Okay.
UConn's a 12, which it should be a million right now. I feel so bad, and I've never said this before. I feel sorry for Alabama. I feel sorry for what's going to happen to them tomorrow night. I feel so bad. They don't deserve this. They do not. This is their first trip to the Final Four ever. They don't deserve what's going to happen to them. UConn, let's go back to this. This happened a couple days ago. UConn was supposed to fly to Arizona on Wednesday night at 6 p.m. They had a plane that was coming in from Kansas City. That was their charter flight. It was going to fly in from Kansas City, pick them up, and fly them to Arizona. There was a problem with the plane.
You're kidding.
Unbelievable. Some mechanical issue. So by the time they get to Hartford, the flight crew doesn't have enough hours left to legally be able to fly them.
Oh my gosh. When that happens, that is the worst. I've had that happen 2 times.
Yes. So they had to get a different.
What? He stops in a city and he's like, "I'm out. I'm walking off."
What they did is they They didn't even bother taking off like from Kansas City. So like UConn has to get a different plane. So they find a different plane. The problem is that plane they found
was a Boeing.
I don't know. And I don't know what the hell plane it was. It could not make it from Hartford to Phoenix without stopping to refuel. What year is this?
It's a puddle jumper.
What year is it? What kind of Buddy Holly plane is this thing that they're flying out there? And all of a sudden, now they're not leaving till midnight, so they don't get in till about 3 a.m. Dan Hurley is visibly shaken. He is head and hands on the airplane. They're supposed to be up to do like a 10 a.m. news conference the next day, and UConn's like, nope, not doing it. We'll figure it out when we get there, and we'll change this. So Hurley's upset.
When is he not upset?
He is always upset.
This guy, is Prozac the one that calms you down? What's the
Allegedly.
one that...
Allegedly, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
good gosh. Get
Now,
some of that.
They get to their rooms. Now, maybe it's because they got there so late, they got the last batch of rooms. But DJ Burns shows a photo of his room. It's a beautiful room with a king-size bed. And the UConn players are sleeping on double beds, sharing rooms. They're sleeping on twin-size beds in this hotel.
What?
They're sleeping. It's awful.
What's the hotel?
Whatever. They didn't announce. I didn't see what the hotel was. Now they're sleeping on bad beds. This is the NCAA. UConn thinks the NCAA is now trying to screw them because the NCAA is in charge of their travel. The NCAA was in charge of getting them with the plane, hiring the plane. NCAA was in charge. They're in charge of the hotel rooms. They're in charge of everything. UConn already has an us against the world mentality, and now you want to pull this? There is, I'm going to preview the agenda right now. There is not a number you could throw out. I would take UConn's backups by 12 right now over Alabama.
Why don't you take this as they're exhausted?
No.
That they're not into their normal comfort. Why aren't you taking it that way?
See, that's what the NCAA thinks is going to happen to mere mortals, but not to a team coached by a lunatic. This psycho is going to have this team so ready.
He's going to inject them with rabies in their sleep.
For once, I will say this.
That dark?
Mike
It's very
Greenberg.
dark.
Mike Greenberg's an idiot, and when he said that UConn, would they make the play-in tournament of the NBA if they were to play? That's the dumbest comment ever. But on Saturday night, they would win the NBA championship game 7. Okay? This team is so angry right now. I want no part of this. I feel bad for Alabama. I feel bad. Nate Oates, you should retire today and not even, you don't want your name associated with this game, with what's going to happen to you.
Have you already bet it?
Oh, yeah. I bet it a week ago or earlier this week. I might just re-up it. It's already gone up a little bit.
This made it better.
Matt Pittman will not let you hear the end of this if this is wrong. This will be a receipt segment. This is a good 3 minutes.
He doesn't care about Alabama basketball. He's just like every other Alabama football fan. He doesn't know what the freak. He doesn't even know the head
Matt?
coach. Huh?
You know about Pittman, right?
Pittman, yeah. He doesn't know. They don't know nothing about Bama basketball.
They don't know.
You got to have 3 teeth for me to give you.
Yeah.
If you want me to take you seriously, you got to really be from Alabama. 3 teeth. Pittman bandwagon.
DJ Burns has no interest in playing football. No, I listened to the audio. It was too loud with all the people around it, so I didn't even bother sending it. But he goes, media just has to have something to talk about.
Oh.
He has no interest in playing football. He played a little bit. He's just not for me.
He said 0. They're like, so any interest? He goes 0. And he goes 0 interest.
And what did Peter Schrager report?
Peter Schrager reported that if he held a workout, that he would be paid in all likelihood by teams to, like, there would be teams that would pay for him to conduct a workout after the Final Four, and that teams would attend it and watch.
Whoa.
Take a chance, man.
What, as a D tackle?
Offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle.
Because the idea is 6'7",
nimble.
Long
big
arms,
body,
yeah.
long arms, footwork. Okay. Like, it's a guy who you might be able to mold traits.
This is where a developmental league comes into play for somebody like him.
I mean, it's not the most unheard of thing ever. Like, Rico Gathers, got drafted after not playing football since, 8th grade. Obviously, we know the background of all these tight ends out there. Antonio Gates, Jimmy Graham, Tony Gonzalez, all these guys who played basketball.
The assumption is he would be a practice squad guy to start, right?
Yeah.
And then you got to ask yourself, would he make more? Because I don't think he's going to be in the NBA, but let's just say he plays in Europe. He'll make $30,000 a month in Turkey, playing. You don't make $30,000 a month as a practice squad guy, do you? In the NFL, you make a lot of money playing overseas.
It's pretty close, I think, to that actually. But I mean, it's obviously limited to just in season.
Right, yeah. So
college basketball kegger continuing during the Expressway. Our final Ranger ticket giveaway is coming up in just a second.
This is very cool. Lee Bryce, we had on the show, and Bobby, you went to see Lee Bryce.
I did. He was great. Thank you for the tickets.
Awesome dude.
Awesome dude. This will make you even happier for Lee Bryce. So they have a show in San Diego. Him and there's a handful of guys doing this concert, and Scotty McCreery is one of the people that is going to go on stage. Well, he's a big NC State fan. He was supposed to go on stage at 6 o'clock. Lee Bryce is going on stage after him at about 7:45. When NC State made the Final Four, now again, San Diego is where the concert is. They're playing in Phoenix, not very far. When they found out that NC State made the Final Four, Scotty McCreery went up to Lee Bryce and said, "Do you mind if we switch? And I'll do the 7:45 show and you can do the 6. And that way I can make it to Phoenix, go watch NC State play because they'll play at 3 o'clock Phoenix time, and I can still make it back for the show." And Lee said, "Absolutely."
Wow.
That's really, because he's a headliner. Lee Bryce is a headliner at this point.
Yeah. He is, but he's also I hate to say
fan?
it, he's a fake Clemson alum. If he's going to let somebody off to go watch NC State, I mean, Clemson NC State, that's a rivalry. That there's supposed to be bad blood there. I'm a little disappointed that he didn't draw a line in the sand.
Is Pittman going to watch Bama while at Augusta, sitting there cooking for everyone? Is that a diehard?
Do they allow color TVs at Augusta? They want to keep things, I know, as 1950s as possible.
There's just rabbit ears. And they got rid of they want it white and white, not black and white.
Black and white, just white and white. Good gosh. You want to do the Shaq stuff here with Angel Reese, or do you want to save that?
Save it.
Okay. So that's it for this weekend in terms of college basketball.
You got other stuff? Go ahead, do Shaq. Do Shaq.
All right, Shaq.
Why not have a good little 7:30 fight with Bobby here?
I think there needs to be maybe a drug test, maybe not.
Maybe I'll throw a curveball here. You never know.
This is Shaquille O'Neal talking on a podcast about Angel Reese. Now remember, Shaq went to LSU. Angel Reese went to LSU. Angel Reese is a great player. She's an all-time great in the pantheon of women's college basketball, or one of them
in college basketball. Period. Chop.
And if you listen to Shaq, yes, she is.
She's probably the greatest athlete ever to come out of LSU sports. You heard it here first. Man and female.
I love the competitive. Aspect. Male and female.
Did you hear what I just said? Male and female.
Best,
She's
yourself included.
Yes, because guess what? Boy. She delivered. She delivered that package. See, a lot of us got the package, and we still got the package in our truck. She delivered that package. So, it's a lot of names you could throw around, men and women, but she's probably the greatest athlete. Some people's going to exclude it to women athlete. I'm not doing that. She's the greatest athlete to ever come out of this because she got it done. Joe Burrow got it done a couple years ago, but she's way more athletic than he is. So, you heard it here first.
Oh, Joe Burrow, Pistol Pete, Jamar Chase,
Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq.
Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf.
All right, I'll say a couple.
Right? Chris Jackson. That was Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf.
I'll say a couple things. Shaq is very, very good at saying others are better than him, except for Barkley. Kobe was a better Laker. He's very good at the public game of giving the flowers.
Yeah.
Very good. Shaq also, he doesn't know anything about any other sports. He didn't even know who Mariano Rivera was a few years ago, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Paul Skeens.
Yeah. So he's just, he's been on this Angel Reese bandwagon of support for a little while now. But when Shaq talks, Shaq is very, very lucky that he runs and throws himself into Christmas trees. That's his bit. If Shaq and Candace Parker are on the same basketball set, I'm listening to what Candace Parker is saying about basketball. Shaq is up there to be funny, to talk about guys being soft. He will call out some stars, which I absolutely love, but Shaq doesn't know anything about sports. I'm sorry.
Angel Reese is not even the greatest female athlete to come out of LSU. That's Sha'Carri Richardson. And again, if you want to talk about getting it done, like Sha'Carri Richardson, other than getting kicked out of the Olympics or whatever else. But outside of that, one of the fastest women in history, by the age of 18 or whatever she was. And she's won a bunch of different world championships and stuff. I don't think there's a comparison here.
RJ Choppy with the college basketball kegger during the commercial-free expressway. Sometimes we wait to the very end, have you try to listen a little bit longer, but it's a Friday. Everyone in a great mood. Let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 will win a 4-pack of tickets to see your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Oakland Athletics April 10th. You'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 10,000 fans in the gate will also receive a World Series replica trophy presented by T-Mobile. And it's also $1 hot dog night at the ballpark. Get tickets and information now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Dirk and RJ Choppy were in the house last night for the Mavs win over the Hawks, and Kyrie Irving giving his props to one of them. Which one will it be? Find out at 8 o'clock this morning. Right now, it's time for the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
This is where we have some of the leftovers during the course of the week to try to entertain you and give you a laugh or a smile heading into the weekend. Marriage rates are up, divorce rates are down, and Gen Z is trying to date via Zoom. Who had the marriage up, divorce rate down?
That would be me. That is the latest report from, well, I'm not even going to say where it's from because I don't want people to be slanted potentially either way. But it's somebody was reporting on a recent study that was done by the U.S. Center. It's CNN. Everybody always freaks out whenever I say CNN or Fox, regardless which one I say. If they're referencing it, they go like, well, we can't trust this article now. So
news.
After the COVID-19 lockdowns, 2022 was a year of marriages, according to new data. The number of marriages took a dive around the start of the pandemic. No kidding. For the past 2 decades, the number of marriages stayed around 7 to 8 per 1,000 people, according to new data released by the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention. But in 2020, the marriage rate was down to 5.1 per 1,000 people, the data showed. The rate started to decline the next year, and by 2022, the number of marriages had reached 6.2. But what's interesting here is divorce rates are, for the first time in a long time, going down. So in 2022, the divorce rate was 2.4 per 1,000 people. Although that isn't the lowest it's ever been. The lowest it's ever been was in 2021 with 2.3. It continues an overall downward trend over the last 12 years or so after it had been a significant spike.
So did divorces go up during COVID, which I think would happen when you're stuck around each other nonstop?
But I guess you couldn't get to an attorney because you were locked inside the house or whatever.
And you couldn't cheat.
You were quiet quitting, I guess. But I do have a theory about this.
Quitting.
So I have a theory about why divorce rates are going down. So people live in social bubbles where they don't ever challenge their perspectives or thoughts. You don't typically see people with friends of differing perspectives as much as you did 20 years ago or whatever. So I think they end up in these dating echo chambers where there's less friction naturally, and it pairs up two people who are going to be completely like-minded on a number of issues, and it doesn't cause tension or problems. But I don't necessarily know that that's the healthiest thing for personal growth if you're never challenging your thought process. But it may just prevent you from becoming bitter and splitting up. That's my theory.
That sounded
might be true.
Very informative, deep.
Yeah.
Like that came from therapy or something.
Look, if you
certainly didn't. Thanks, Sandler.
If you think about it,
better help.
Yeah, because if you think about it, you can't just have fun every day for the rest of your life with you can't just drink every night, go to happy. You got to have sooner or later deep conversations. And if that deep conversation leads into something that you guys heavily disagree on, and it's going to lead to fights, and that's going to lead to a divorce eventually. So I guess that makes sense.
I knew a lot of people growing up. I knew a lot of friends, parents, and stuff who they were of different political parties, and I don't see that at all anymore, at all. And
because people are closed-minded.
No, that's what I mean. It creates this no friction. Just we're good. We've got our agreements in place, and then ultimately, it probably causes less fights, but you ultimately just don't grow because you never challenge what your thinking is,
and that's a problem. That's how people drift more to one side by just only dealing with people on that one side. That becomes a major issue.
Could you be married to someone totally opposite?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Pepe, you?
Sorry, what was the question again? I was doing giveaway.
He was doing the giveaway. That's he's got an excuse. He's got an excuse.
He's creating a Facebook group for his 4 p.m. party on Saturday.
We got Gen Z dating or
yes.
Gen Z?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Gen Z prefers first dates to be digital versus in real life. They're saying it's more efficient.
More efficient?
Yeah, so you don't have to get dressed up. You don't have to leave your house. You pop on Zoom You do a first little 15-minute date, and you see if you guys can get along and talk to each other and communicate, and then you decide if you want to do date number 2 or what I guess it would be date number 1.
That would be date number 1.
That would be date number. This is not a real date.
No.
This is a Zoom call. I don't know, man. This seems like. Have you ever tried to do? I mean, we've done this. Like, have you ever done an interview via Zoom? It's impossible. There's a delay. People are talking over each other. It's just like.
What have you been interviewing for behind our backs?
No. I don't mean like an interview.
You going to the Freak too?
No.
You'll be back in a month.
I'll be back in a month. I know, right? No. It's like any kind of like radio interview or like a podcast, but you do it over Zoom.
Yeah,
it's impossible.
It does cause a little bit of a delay. There is that.
But you think we can do our radio show like that?
We can. We absolutely can. We absolutely can. But it's when you don't know the person, it's much more difficult. And by the way, it is more difficult to do a radio show too. That's right. It's much more difficult. It's much easier in person.
Now, the best part about doing it on Zoom, you can end it quickly. Versus in person, right? If you sit down for dinner, you got to go through the whole.
That's why the coffee date, the drink, the individual drink is the way to go.
Look, I hate I don't want to be the kids these days type. And there's not, like, I don't think in a vacuum I can say everything Gen Z has brought to the table has been bad, because it hasn't. Like, I mean, in general, I think that they've got a lot of things that are working in their favor. But one of the areas where they are significantly lagging is this and COVID probably didn't help it, is just this complete aversion to social interaction, like normal human interaction. It's weird.
It's very weird. Like, everything is done like with a headset on now. It's like if it's not on a VR mask, then they don't want it to happen.
What do you have to say about this?
I don't know. The whole Zoom. I mean, to meet them for the first time over Zoom, it's awkward. It's an awkward 15 minutes. It just seems like it's not a good setup, I don't think.
Man, don't you want to feel like don't you want to possibly take them home? Like, don't you want to feel that's how you get the feels going.
Yeah.
In person.
Yeah.
You know, you're attracted to them. Like, sit there, have a few drinks. What are we doing? We're sucking the fun out of it.
Yeah, I mean,
just let me text you. We'll text, and then when we meet in person, that's our first time seeing each other.
Do you feel it? Do you feel the vibes? Yeah. Not do you feel the, cell signal, the cell tower?
Do you feel the buffering?
Do you feel the buffering?
Well, and I guess these people are doing Zoom because they have Samsungs, right? Androids, they can't, FaceTime.
You can FaceTime if you want to, but it's just like, I don't know. Like, I think there was something, like Sean's right, like there was something to seeing her for the first time. I'll never forget the first time I saw Sarah in person. I will never forget that. That is burned into my memory, what I wanted to wear as a hat.
Tell us about it.
I saw her from behind. Like, she was
well, that's how you want to wear it.
It was like she came outside the apartment to meet me, and she was walking her dog, and then because I had known what she looked like, so I know what she looked like, but I never saw her in person before, and I just whoa.
Did you say you're prettier than your pictures?
I did not.
Like you did to Bobby's wife.
I did not. I don't know what I said. I don't think I said anything.
All right.
I just mumbled something.
A Barstool poll question on bread.
Okay. This I think is a fascinating question. Do you eat the end slices of the bread?
Booty bread?
The butt bread.
They call the booty bread?
Yeah.
So my kid, when you go to like Chick-fil-A, the waffle fries, they got the fries that have the skin on them.
Yep.
My kids call them butt fries. They won't eat them.
Okay.
So every now and then I'll get like half of a fry, like half a package of fries for them because they refuse to eat the butt fries. But do you eat the butt bread? Is not eating the butt bread a sign that you're bougie, rich, whatever, and is eating the butt bread a sign that you're poor?
Or cheap.
I did not grow up rich. Grew up with 9 kids in a 3-bedroom house. And I never touched that, ever. And wouldn't. I would not eat that.
Why?
It's just, like, I mean, nobody, like, in general, nobody, like, loves the crust. Usually, I think as you grow older, like, it's part of the whole flavor experience, and it's fine. Like, I do like crust, like a good crust on a sandwich. But, especially, like, growing up, that's all crust. Like, people want the crust cut off. It's like, can you cut the crust off this? Well, no, that's just the whole slice of bread is crust. So, no, it's like, the crust is generally not the best flavor in bread. So, no, I don't eat it.
On like one of those, like, on French bread, like the baguette, like, I really like the end piece.
So I know a lot of people who would use that piece for, like, they would save them up and they would use them as, like, French toast.
I'll do it because I'm cheap. I can't throw anything away. I'm a food hoarder. But what I'll do is like, okay, if I want a snack and I'm not going to make like a full turkey sandwich.
Then you'll eat the butt.
Then I'll eat the butt. I'll sit there and take, 3 slices of turkey and half fold it. It's a little, it's not a full sandwich.
But without question, everybody's the same on this. That until the end, that is used exclusively to keep the other bread from getting stale.
Yeah, you hope that, well, you don't hope, but a lot of times you're thinking by the time you get to that end piece,
you've already bought a new loaf.
Yeah, it's going bad. Like the bread's going bad, moldy. It's old, it's stale. You get rid of it. Pepe, no way in your house.
No, never touched it. Never touched it. It's not even a full piece of bread. And the 214 is right. It's dry. It's dry. It doesn't taste the same. I throw it away.
Okay, so no one, man, everyone gets the butt.
Now, will you eat
buns? You can use it as a hot dog bun.
Will you use a piece of regular bread as a hot dog bun?
No, it's the texture's off.
So
I will. Well, if I don't have a hot dog bun.
Yeah, if I don't have a hot dog bun. I mean, because like, how different is it if you take a piece of Wonder Bread and just flip it up? How different is that than those like gourmet hot dog buns that you see like on lobster rolls?
Bobby would say a lot different.
I mean, like
brioche over here.
The actual hot dog buns are like much more dense than like bread.
Yeah,
like the bread, I mean, it like almost like melts into the hot dog. It's just it's not very good.
All right, they serve bread at BK, and Roberto in the junk drawer here on the Fan has a Burger King meltdown.
Oh yeah, so this was wild. So this was over in, I gotta see where the exact city was. This was
Ohio.
This was in Ohio.
That's a state, but.
And have you ever felt like I was recently really upset with my cable company, and I was trying to say, hey, I want to take this part off of it, and they said, well, if you add that part to it, it'll save you $30 a month. I'm like, okay, what's your catch though? Why is that saving me $30 a month? 13 months from now, is it still saving me $30 a month? Well, you'll have to call back and get the renewal price. So I always feel like you're trying to game me when you're offering me a savings. And apparently that is what happened to one gentleman in Ohio at Burger King. He just did not believe that he was getting a fair savings.
This man was captured on Burger King's surveillance cameras. You can see him get out of his car and pull out a gun. 38-year-old Howard Vernon was his target.
I was taking this guy's order, and he ordered like 2 sausage, egg, and cheese croissants and sausage biscuit and hash brown. The order came up to $8, and he actually thought he was like, my order can't be right. It should be like $11, and I'm like trying to explain to him that we had a promotion going on, and like it's cheaper. He started cussing and getting all loud, and I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know why you want to pay more money.
Vernon says after that, the customer sped off, but about a minute later, he pulled back around to the drive-thru window as he was helping another customer. That's when he pulled out a gun and threatened to kill him. Vernon says he also called him a racial slur.
The whole time I was just like, well, if you're gonna do it, do it. Like I'm not about to run. You don't scare me or anything like that. Just do what you gotta do. And he just kept blurting out racial slurs. It's crazy because it was a older woman that was like, his gun was on top of this older woman's car. He could have gave her a heart attack, anything.
So this guy threatened to kill somebody over, no, you are not going to give me a $3 savings. I'm going to pay $11. F your promotion. I don't know what, this is mental illness, right?
Yes.
Or does this guy just think drugs, mental illness, or
stupidity?
He just thinks like, what are you trying to sucker me into?
Or the story's not right.
Or the story's not right, yeah. Or this guy, this is...
I mean, the police have not found this guy yet. They are looking for him. And so they have not been able to find him yet. He was... I guess he's off the grid or something. He's not off the griddle. He's not easy to find, I guess. And I mean, you would think somebody who's threatening to kill you over trying to get you to save $3 is probably somebody who would live in the wind.
There's never been a person in the existence of the universe who has rejected the discount. Ever. It's never happened.
No.
I don't know if I believe this cat. I don't know if I believe this guy. I want to believe him.
They've apparently got the recordings from the they've got the security footage there, and then they
record. Every order is recorded like it's the air traffic control.
No, they've got apparently
911 tapes?
Apparently people were recording in the back like when he started threatening over it, and they've got that woman witness.
You will not give me savings.
You won't.
Give me.
That guy is clearly that guy does not strike me as he's lied. He's clearly like, I have no idea what this dude's problem was. I was trying to save money. Now it could be that he wasn't worked up about that. Maybe there was just confusion about what are you actually worked up about, and he just thought it was that.
Do you have self-checkout? Are we getting rid?
We did that already, right? We did that last week, the self-checkout.
Oh, yeah, because they're all trying to charge you plus. They're trying to charge you to go through self-checkout. Would you do that, Sean?
Would you pay for a fast
Would you
pass?
pay to go through self-checkout?
I
would pay never to go through it again.
I don't like self-checkout.
I hate it.
Because I always get the stupid alarm. I get locked.
Yeah.
Dude, we really
I
are.
always get locked.
We are really about to live in South Park. That South Park COVID special years into the future where everything was plus. Samsung Plus. Welcome to Burger King Plus. Like everything's
When are they going to get rid of all the lanes that no one is attending when you go to these stores?
And just make it all self-checkout?
Yeah, like why do we even have the 7 or 8 lanes in the middle and you're walking and they're all closed? Like that's like office space.
If you go to Walmart, like it's mostly self-checkout now, and they're talking about that with the Walmart one, the Walmart Plus, where you would pay and then you would pay to use self-checkout. Now you would get like a fast pass. So there could be like separate lanes where like you have to be a Walmart Plus user.
And
This is like him on
Chop,
travel.
Would Chop do this to us in the grocery store?
Yeah, and he'd like walk up to it just like bouncing and smirking like just like Cheshire Cat grin.
You'd be, I've already bagged my stuff. You guys
you
are
gotta
in
wait for
line.
us. You gotta wait for us.
I think you guys are talking to somebody else.
I got my Protes and my Tenactin before y'all even got your first one scanned.
Pepe, are you self-checkout?
No, I mean I do it, but if I have to pay for it, I'm cheap. I'm not going to do it. I'd rather wait in line.
Pay for it.
Yeah.
How much are they talking about charging?
They didn't say because they haven't rolled it out yet. So they were just talking.
Between this and Wendy's dynamic pricing, I'm getting fed up with how people are doing stuff.
Choppy and Dirk were in the house for the Mavs win, and Kyrie is praising one of them. Let's talk about it next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get your carpet.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
And we still have over 13 minutes to play. Nice catch by Kyrie. Came down, goes to Ward with the foul. Kyrie Irving, the Picasso of the paint.
Kyrie has 26. Luka overcomes a scoreless first quarter for 25. And the Mavericks beat the Hawks last night. Thank goodness at the AAC because there was no Trae Young. A little bit of a scare in this game. Atlanta was coming back, but the Mavericks hold on to the 5th spot in the Western Conference, and they would take on the Los Angeles Clippers if the playoffs started today. Any other Tolo sightings yesterday, or you were?
We got there too late. Thanks to the traffic. Didn't get there the dang near end of the second quarter. No, it was start of the second quarter we got there.
And you were too isolated in your suite.
Too isolated. It was, so Sarah got her whole team went through, through Hennessy, and they were sponsoring the suite. So it was, I didn't see many people. And then we hung around to try to stop and beat the traffic on the way home. Hung around for about 20 minutes, and that didn't work because it's a mess out there. If you, notice, if you are driving to the American Airlines Center for a Mavs or Stars game, leave 4 hours early. That's the best advice I can give you.
For the stadium or leaving?
For the stadium. Like, okay. It is, if you're coming from, like, the north side, so 35, you're going 35 south and you exit the Victory High Line, Oak Lawn exit, that is down to 1 of 4 lanes. It used to be 4 lanes, 2 on each side. Now it's just 1 lane total of the 4. You have to cross over to the other side under the bridge. It's a mess.
I hate going to games.
Yeah, take the train.
It's a beating.
Take the train.
Absolute beating. Unless you can give me Friday, Saturday. I'll rarely ever. Sandler's like, you want to go to a Ranger game this weekend, or you want to? I'm like, no. I have Peyton coming over for 25 minutes.
You got to really prep to make those 25 minutes worth it.
So I'm a little bit tied up right there. But Sunday, yeah, maybe, but no, probably not. Although going to the Globe, I mean, In-N-Out Ranger parking the easiest of the four.
In-N-Out Ranger. Yes. Yes.
Into the AAC is a total B. But yes. I find getting out of the AAC isn't so bad.
Once it took a while. We were in the parking garage and we were like kind of high because we got there late, so we were like near the top. Getting out, we didn't move for a good 10 minutes, and then once the wheels started to move, we did not stop. It felt like it flew. I don't know what happens.
It's getting out of the actual lot that's a problem. Once you're out of the lot and you're on the street, it's
very much a breeze.
Jason Kidd on how important it is that the Mavs are playing their best basketball right before the playoffs.
I understand playing your best basketball at this time of the year, March, April, May, June, it gives you a chance to win a championship. And that's what we're playing for. Now, going through different scenarios in January or December, that's what the season's for, is to figure out and find out who you are. And that's, what we've done. I think, understand who we are. Again, holding a team under 100 points is big, and it just shows that our defense is at a high level. And, again, we're creating the open shots. We just haven't made them. And so there is a theory. Once the playoff starts, we're going to make all those shots and continue to play that defense. So we'll see.
Yeah, Quinn Snyder was like praising the Mavs defense last night, and I was like, what world are we living in? He's like, yeah, good defensive team over there, and there's Jason Kidd talking about it in the post.
The last 14 games, when they really started to go on this run, they're allowing 104 points a game, which is way better than they had been. In fact, if you just look at the games previous, like leading up to this 14-game stretch where they've started playing really good defense, these are the totals they allowed. 137, 120, 138, 125, 121, 133, 113. You're talking about just getting absolutely gashed. And lately, they've been really solid defensively. They gave up 14 points in the fourth quarter last night. And that's the thing, is that it's been in a lot of these games. This is something we noticed last week, Chop and I, when we were taking a look at how they were playing defensively. It's a lot of times it's just these spurts at the beginning of games. Like in the first quarter, Dallas has given up a lot of points, and then you watch into the second, third, and fourth quarter, they start really tightening up, and they're playing really good defense in the second half of games.
What a wild NBA it is, though, that we're sitting here, and I just went so they've allowed 107 points or less in like 9 straight. Which there was a time where that was like a dang near shootout, and now it's like, oh, that's good defense. You only allowed 104 or 100 or 95 or 96 to Sacramento.
Robbie Loomis from Mr. Electric, who I had an awesome lunch with yesterday.
Yeah.
Dude, I see those trucks everywhere now.
Really?
They're everywhere around Dallas.
Power of advertising on the Fan. You're welcome.
Crushing it.
He said, ask Choppy if he watched the halftime show. And he's sending me a video from his seats. Looks like kind of like the Derek Holland seats. What is this? Are these chairs? What is this person doing?
Okay, so it's the Amazing Slottick is his name. The Amazing Slottick. And he's like he looks like he's 75 years old. He's an older guy. He's been doing this for 40 years. And I had never seen him before. And I was like, what is this old man doing? So he gets out there and he's pointing to the crowd. He's doing all kinds of showman stuff. He gets a chair out there and he stands on the chair. And then he gets another one, and he flips it upside down, and he lines it up, and he climbs up. And this guy must have stacked about 6 or 8 chairs on top of each other. Gets to the very top, does his little gymnast pirouette thing, or the arms out, like, oh, I nailed the double back handspring or whatever. And then he decides to get up and say, no, I'm not done with this. I'm going to take this chair, and I'm going to balance it just with the 2 end pieces. And then I'm going to flip myself up and do a handstand and a split. It's like a 70-year-old.
Wow.
Jeez.
So it was impressive.
Very impressive. I thought Red Panda was the best. Red Panda was always my favorite. The lady on the unicycle, and she's flipping the bowls up onto her head. This blows that away. blows that away. This was fantastic. The amazing Slottick.
So Robbie Loomis, Mr. Electric, RJ Choppy, and Dirk were all in the house last night. And for some reason, Kyrie Irving was asked after the Mavs win what Dirk means to this organization.
I think for Dallas in general, he created a culture of championship winning and MVP-like performances, a lot of game winners, playing with a lot of the legends in the league. You know, if you look at the names that are on the floor, you see a lot of legendary names that have come through Dallas and helped build this franchise to be where it is today. Although it's only one championship, a lot of franchises can't say the same that they've won a championship. So that means something. And in the basketball cultural world and in sports world, and just the respect that I have for him as a peer and as a little brother, right? So I look at Dirk as someone I could always go to if I need some resources or advice. And, you know, just hearing about the quality of human being he is and how much he influenced Luka and other guys that have come in through here, it's nothing but positive things. So he had his ups and downs just like every great pro. Won a lot of games, lost some games. But the respect and the love that I have for him is just unconditional. You know, he set the standard here, and he's built a large legacy that other guys want to follow.
And that will cause the Kyrie likability to go up even more.
Where is it? Where's this shoe? Where's it going to drop? There's something's going to drop eventually. This is not going to keep going the way it's going.
What has dropped is your energy level.
Yeah.
Can you not yawn for the 5 more times throughout the remainder of this segment? You're rubbing your eyes.
No, I'm rubbing my eyes because that's anxiety. That's rubbing my eyes anxiety because I'm wondering, when is this going to fall apart?
Yesterday,
it's coming.
We had another ALS test.
We did. He was tapping his phone.
Did you sleep last night?
About 3 hours.
Why?
I don't know. Gonna fall asleep. So
melatonin, man, 3 milligrams.
But then I oversleep, and then I'd get here at 8 instead of 6. So.
And are you drinking any coffee or your
yeah, I did have some coffee.
Okay.
Morning, so
all right, wearing down a little bit, and your energy level usually looks really, really good for how early you have to be in here.
Yeah, 3:15. Wake up every day. Now I usually am asleep by 10. So, but yeah, I get 5 hours.
He's been awake for 2 hours. That doesn't count.
What are your naps looking like these days? And does Mackenzie judge you for your naps? Like I get judged from my wife, or I used to. I haven't napped for like 2 weeks now.
No, because she's at work. So she knows I nap, but it's not like she's around the house trying to get stuff done, go do stuff, and I'm just napping. But it's 3 hours mainly.
Okay.
It's 1 to 4.
And you feel good? You feel good about your sleep
I feel
schedule?
great. Oh, yeah. Feel great.
Fantastic. Well done, Pepe. You figure out the moles?
No. Still holes still there. They're small holes. There's no tunneling, though. So I don't think they're moles.
Okay. All right, so that's the update on Peyton Russell's life. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. We'll keep it hoops related because Shaquille O'Neal telling a story on the big pod. Did he have Cousins on?
He had Kirk Cousins on.
There's no way he knew who Kirk Cousins played for before someone set this up.
So he is completely out on any other sport.
I think he's pretty clueless. Like when they reference Barkley knows everything. He's maybe a degenerate gambler. And
he might be.
Like, I don't know. If you listen to Shaq and Cousins and Shaq showed off the football knowledge, then I'll take that back. But here's Shaq talking to Cousins about throwing away his gold medal after the 96 Olympics.
In the gold medal game, Lenny Wilkins says, hey, this is probably Dave Robson's last game, so he's going to get more minutes. I said, cool, I wasn't playing, but he didn't play me at all till like the last 2 minutes.
Damn, you got put in with
yes, so I got put in the last 2 minutes. I was so pissed off after the ceremony, I drove home in my uniform, and I threw the goddamn medal out the window.
You say
75.
You still have the gold medal, right?
No, I threw it away on the highway. I really did.
Very different people.
No, I was so mad.
That gold medal would be
No, I threw it away.
in a very safe place in my house.
Kenny and Uncle Jerome. We was in the car. We went to the hotel. I'd go to him, get my. I still have my uniform on, and by the time I hit,
You still have the uniform at least.
It's somewhere around there.
So you're driving from where to where?
Atlanta to Orlando.
And on the road, somewhere on the highway,
like this.
there's an Olympic gold medal.
Yes, I just did like this and threw it.
Has it been found?
No, probably not.
I don't love that for you.
I was
You
so
regret
mad.
that?
No, I don't.
That's amazing.
Very Micah Parsons-esque.
That's amazing.
I didn't get my playing time. We won the championship and the gold. I'm going to throw it out the window.
Wow.
Somebody has to fact check this with Penny. Since he says Penny's in the card, somebody has to be like, did Shaq really throw his gold medal on the side of the road? Nobody's found this. Now, To be fair, there was a lot of things going on during the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta that were probably distracting. People weren't as worried about missing gold medals.
Hang on, what was it? Richard?
Yeah, in the Centennial Park.
What was his name?
Whatever it was. I don't remember.
Google.
But just in general, I can't imagine there's just a gold medal lying around Atlanta. Nobody finds it. Nobody says anything. It's not like a story. I feel like this is a lie. I think this is him just exaggerating for effect to show like, this is how mad I was that I didn't get my opportunity. This is how mad I was at Lenny Wilkins.
Letty, as Jerry would say.
Well, and he also felt like he had been snubbed from the 92 Dream Team.
He did. He did
so
feel like
he was
that,
mad about that.
Behind Leitner?
Yeah, but let's be fair. I mean,
Christian Leitner was the best basketball player in college.
He based on the college, what they accomplished, I mean, Leitner deserved it. And that sucks. But I understand. But then again, was that even, like, David Robinson was not, he had time left. I mean, he still played. I mean, shoot, he won a title 3 years later in the NBA.
He played like 7 more years.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it. So I don't know.
David Robinson is one of the most underrated greats of all time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure.
He was nasty.
Wasn't he already, because that was the year before, too. He was already mad at David Robinson. I think it was Shaq, where David Robinson put up that 71 on the last day of the year to win the scoring title by 5 points.
I think he also said that David Robinson was like one of his original snubs. Someone snubbed him. I think he could have been the Admiral, but he never forgave him. I'll have to go ahead and double check that. But I think it was David Robinson, which I haven't heard stories about David Robinson being a bad dude or anything like that.
But he's about to. He's in the news. He's about to be passed over by Zach Edey. Zach Edey gets a triple-double tomorrow. He passes David Robinson for the most consecutive. I'm sorry, double-double. Passes David Robinson for the most consecutive double-doubles in NCAA tournament
Yeah,
history.
well, David Robinson did it while serving our great country.
Yes, he did, sir.
So
here's the update. Shaq apologizes to David Robinson for making up rumor about autograph snub.
see, if he's already done that, he's definitely making up throwing a gold medal out the window. Somebody has to ask Penny Hardaway about this.
877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. What is the Rangers' watchability level? How fun is this team compared to others in Major League Baseball? And thankfully, we have a time traveler telling us 5 things that are about to happen in 2024 and beyond. Be prepared with your tinfoil hats. Next.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls.
of the R weight loss, that's soda, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
6:30 pregame, first pitch 7 o'clock. The American League Championship Series memories for the armpit will have to be relived as Rangers Astros taking place on this radio station tonight. In case you did not know, you're new to the show, new to the station. We are your home of the champs. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ. Actually, let's reorder that. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Got you down.
And the man who you tried to blame for the Texas Rangers maybe having that hiccup against the Astros, but you were wrong. The viral sensation singer, RJ Choppy, from last year's ALCS.
All right, Ranger fans, let's get up. ALCS Game 3, Texas style. We're World Series bound in this baseball town. Got Houston reeling, coming to the globe with the Rangers wear blue.
So good.
The bullpen's finally getting back on track, and the Dolis will send the Astros back where they'll be alone, man, at home and watching you. We'll spend October nights with winds inside when the stick goes boom. Everybody! Oh, when you lose to Native Aldi and Evan Carter drives home the Bombay, watch the Astro dreams die, section 133, and we'll be home soon.
Perfect vocals.
I think the Astro lovers are living in Big D can give their hearts to this Ranger team. Won't be on the end of that sweeping broom. See what I did there? We all know how many years we played here and tried, or how many times that we've cried to the baseball gods.
Yeah.
We'll be champs someday. Oh, these October nights, the series inside when the stick goes boom. One more time when you lose to Native Aldi and Evan Carter drives home Milwaukee. Oh, watch the Astro dreams die, section 133, and we'll be home soon. Oh, right there, baby. Yeah. Two-step my way to the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Let's go, Ranger.
Well done.
Like 3 takes, really.
Thank you.
Probably.
Was that the one that went the most viral?
Yeah, that's the one that got like 20,000 views on Facebook. Wow. So that's probably
candle reviews.
That is up there along with Super Freaky Girl for the Buccaneers playoff game.
Yeah.
Those two are my favorites of all time.
Do your candle reviews get 20,000 views?
When I did them on Facebook Live, and I was doing they would get like 10,000.
Yeah,
they would get a lot.
It's not 20.
No, it's not 20. It's not a fish video.
All right, some leftover Diamond Calves for the start of the Rangers and baseball season.
All right, so they first of all, scoring. This is a good thing. Scoring is up so far throughout a week or so of Major League Baseball.
Is it a good thing? Were we trying to lower scoring?
That's a good question.
That was just for the NBA.
That's a good question. So let me ask you this. So last year, through about a week, Major League Baseball was averaging 4.62 runs per game. This year, it's over 5.05. So a little bit, about a half a run.
Yeah,
per game.
What the 20 best pitchers in baseball are all hurt. So yeah, I would expect scoring would be up.
That's a really good point. Of the highest
point
of the highest paid pitchers
point.
in the sport, a majority of them are not available right now. Stolen bases are down slightly from about 3/4 of a stolen base a game till to 0.69. Nice per game. Batting average up 5 points. On base percentage up 7. Slugging percentage down a tick, but OPS is up overall across the sport through about a week of the season. So that's team. Oh, by the way, teams. Listen to this. In the first weekend of the season, teams hit 284 with runners in scoring position this year so far. That's remarkable.
Wow.
In an era where guys are striking out and you can't get guys over, and the ability to drive in a runner from third with less than 2 outs seems to be as lost of an art as bunting a guy over to second base, or the ability to drop one down, period. Leote. It seems like that is such a lost art. So is getting runners home from third. And so far this year, compared to last year, the same time last year, so this year 284 with runners in scoring position. Last year was 256. 256. So that's pretty big. Pretty big.
Stick goes boom.
Stick goes boom.
Rangers, Astros tonight, 6:30 pregame. First pitch, 7 o'clock on this radio station.
Now, how do you get into the game? MLB trying this out, this new ticketing thing.
Oh.
Now, they are not going to do this at the Globe yet. It's not available yet, but they have a couple of their stadiums.
Let me ask this question real quick about these tickets, right? So last year, and all the recent Ranger games that I've gone to, I've had to get this ballpark app.
Yeah, yep. Ballpark app.
What are 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds doing?
Great question.
Because you can't, like, just print out.
I think they've gone to paperless.
Can you print things out anymore? Like, what does that do? And I'm not insulting 60 and 70-year-olds. I'm not going to be up. I can barely get this crap to work. So, like, when I'm 65, I mean, I guess I'm not going back to a printer, but I'm going to be stuck in the technology that I know, when I'm 40, maybe even 50. So you're telling me that every 70-year-old that goes out there is like all up on the apps and scanning everything, getting in?
Yeah,
I wonder about that when I have to do this.
I do too, because the people who try to help you
I need to transfer my wallet over to you.
Right.
I can't do it. I got to get my wife to do it.
The people who are there, like at the ticket counter, or not the ticket counter, but like at the gate checking you in, they're 75 years old too half the time at a baseball game. Now, last night we tried to get in to the American Airlines Center. We walk up, and the 3 people that were in front of us all left the line. They couldn't get their tickets. They couldn't figure out their tickets, and they were young people. They were 25 years old. The lady at the front, she couldn't. We were like, "How do we do this?" Because the barcode wasn't showing up. She goes, "I have no idea." They don't even know. They don't even know how to help you.
See?
So I mean, yeah, I think you can still do print offs and print at home stuff, I believe. But yeah, I mean, the ballpark app is the default. Whenever we get tickets around here, like whenever we're doing Odyssey days or anything else, like I know it's like, hey, give us your email. We got to send you them through the app. That's the only way we can get them to you. I remember Bill Burr was talking about how he was performing in Atlanta one year, right after the Falcons Stadium opened. And he just bought a ticket on a whim because he wanted to go see the new Falcons Stadium. And he said that, like, at his age, he was, like, paranoid about, like, I don't have any idea how to use this app. And he had to go get somebody to help him. And then even still, he's like, I don't trust this is going to work. I think I've just wasted money on a ticket that I'm not even going to be able to get in there. And ultimately he did. But it's...
Then you're driving around the stadium when everyone's on the Wi-Fi. And, like, I'm trying to, like, hold my app open and keep it alive. So... I don't lose the accessibility to going back to it in case I can't get signal and download it all. And then I'm like, oh my God, if I screenshot it, is that going to work on the screenshot? Some tickets don't work on the screenshot.
Yeah, some of them don't. Some of them are like active. Like
they're active.
I sit there and I'm like tapping my screen like, don't go dark. Like I don't even want to risk this goes to lock.
Yes.
And I can't get it open again.
There's I mean, you can like obviously you download it to your wallet if you know how to do that, which is I figured that out finally. I know, but it's complicated. Now a lot of people on the Franklin injury attorneys fan text are saying like, come on, man, we're 60, we adapt. But there's plenty that
I'm
don't.
not trying to insult.
Yeah, there's plenty that don't.
My mother would have zero shot.
My mom
None.
would not have a clue.
None. My mother could not go to a game. I gave a family friend of ours Ranger tickets. I never heard back from her on whether she enjoyed the game or not because I think she got intimidated and just bailed.
My mom until last week didn't know.
You owe me for that, Teresa. I didn't forget. Wasted my tickets.
My mom didn't know of the existence of Discount Tire. She had to get a tire plug. She was going to go to a dealership 3 days later and wait. And I'm like, just go to the tire store. They'll be in and out there in 15 minutes. Ma, you can do that? Yeah, Ma, you can. You don't just go sit at a dealership to get your tire fixed.
Yeah,
Like,
my
they got
mom
more
doesn't.
important things to do.
My mom doesn't know about Discount Tire either.
So anyway,
Yes, she is with Jesus. You're right.
MLB is
Or Muhammad, according to Mike.
so if you go,
That's a Friday side thing with Bassick have a crosstalk coming up. I
So-
hope he's not listening because I don't want to revisit.
you know how if you go like to an airport and they have that clear, it's called clear. It's off to the side. It's
Yeah.
like a pre-check thing. You just put your eyes in there.
That's usually where we separate when you
Right.
leave us in the dust.
I leave-
Actually, I'm happy to report the last couple of times you've not dusted us. I beat you,
You
last
beat
time.
him through last night, and
Oh.
you were so happy.
I was so
You
happy.
felt that rush that Choppy feels every time.
Yeah,
And I
to
turned
me,
around.
it wasn't about the speed. Okay,
Oh, here we go.
wanted
Here
to
we
keep-
go.
It's the shoes. I kept my shoes on. That's what it is. I keep my shoes on with pre-check. But the clear thing, you just use your eyes.
No, it's really about the bags out of the bag.
Yeah, the bags out of the bag.
That
Yes,
is what it's all about.
you got to take your laptop out. All those things.
Yeah.
So they're testing this. Where do you draw the line? But MLB is looking to do a facial recognition entry into the ballpark, and it's a game changer for a lot of things. But people are like, "All right, is this drawing the line between like this is too much? This is too intrusive?"
Yes, it is. I don't like it. I don't even
What's
like
the point of doing the facial recognition?
Well, this way you don't need to get your tickets out like you're saying.
Well, that's it. Like I don't need anything.
Yeah, you just know you have tickets, right? You know where you're sitting, but to walk in the stadium, you just walk up to a screen, you put your face for the screen, does your eyes and everything, and then obviously you have to set this up somehow before.
This was the technology that Dolan was using to go after the lawyers that were suing MSG.
yeah,
It's
get
the
them
same
out.
facial recognition thing.
Which we talked about getting involved with this 10 years ago, getting the facial recognition.
Yes. Why is this too much for you, Bob?
Just in general, I don't like I don't even like the facial recognition stuff on the phone. I just don't like identifying through this.
That is
So
the
easy.
best.
Nope.
So easy.
That's the best. You don't do
ruined me
it?
for
Pattern.
passwords.
Do you not do it?
I'm a pattern guy. Pattern lock. So
Pepe, pattern, or why are you laughing?
Because I knew he'd be different than all of us. No, I'm a face guy.
don't
Gotta have
you
the
talk
face
about
guy.
being different than all of us. That's like your MO.
Ooh, tension. Is this from more
I'll
love
see
of
you
the
tomorrow.
love of the start?
For 40 minutes.
See you tomorrow. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, because I'm not going to be seeing him today because he was like, hey, you're going to have to record Love the Star on your own today.
Yeah, you want to tell him why?
I don't know why. What was it?
Yeah, no, let's not talk about it on it.
Oh. Does it have to do with you? Or
I don't
Bob?
remember why. He told me. I forgot already because that's what happens when Peyton talks. I just go. And then all of a sudden-
All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station.
Where do the Rangers rank on the watchability index?
That was the end of the segment, Chop.
Oh, damn it. I'm looking at the clock. I saw time. I saw time.
No, this is a little bit longer break.
All right. Peyton doesn't give me that information. Even when you're
Oh,
out.
sorry.
Even when you're out.
Oh,
when you're out, he doesn't provide the break times at all.
Nothing.
Even after we ask for him, he's like, nah, only Sean gets those.
oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
because you're my boss.
You know what? I'm gonna make you a steak tomorrow
Oh!
for the 30 minutes you're
Yeah,
there.
leave my name's on the show, too. That'd make me your boss.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Hey.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Things are about to get serious. Enough of this Friday fun. What would it take? This is Bobby's question. What would it take to pry Micah Parsons away from the Cowboys? Next in Below the Belt.
Let's get you over to
here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. What if Micah Parsons were to be traded? And what if
about to get us in trouble on a Friday and stir up the nest?
You wouldn't even get a first-round pick for him.
I'm not going to be a part of this discussion.
Let's talk about it. This is just a look. Here's where this comes from, and you guys can get mad and you can get worked up about this if you're big Micah Parsons fans. I understand that. Here's the reality of this: when the Cowboys are talking about, pie like they historically have done,
3.14.
Yeah, that's the one. When they're talking about pie and they're talking about, how up against it they are into the future, which they are. They flipped a lot of switches over the last 3 seasons, have set things up to where, you got to pay the piper here in about a year. And so it's going to be...
Who was the piper? I've heard that.
I don't know, but he picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Wasn't it the Pied Piper? He didn't get paid, so then he drew all the kids out of the town and took their kids away. Wasn't that the old the old story? But that's where it came from, I think. But it's something where tax day's coming. Like they're gonna have to just like me, they've got a big bill that they're gonna have to pay here very, very soon on tax day.
You guys haven't even filled out Super Bowl expenses. Forget taxes.
And if you look at it,
I'll be wait. What do I get my money back on first? Last year's tax refund or the expenses?
Did you do the expenses?
No.
Okay. Well,
I still haven't gotten last year's tax refund. It's always a year.
How can that be?
Somebody filed his expenses for him and tried to claim it, just like his taxes, and now he's.
You expecting a nice return?
Last year I was supposed to get like $2,000. Still sitting there. Now, what I've been told, they'll pay me interest, but I doubt it.
At least your family doesn't funnel your tax returns into another account. But I'm not bitter. Go ahead.
So
not bitter, running out of money at a precipitous rate.
You've got a situation set up where you may have to make some difficult decisions. Now, this is just an exercise. Does Micah Parsons have to be part of those difficult decisions for you to work things financially? I know a lot of people would like for Dak Prescott to be that. The reality is, Dak Prescott also is going to cost you $40 million to not be on your roster next year. And that's in addition to, that totals up to all the void year deals that are coming due in 2025. You're talking about $70 million sitting on your cap, and that's a number you can't really massage very easily. So if you're worked up about the idea of Dak Prescott's cap hit being $50 million, know that next year they've got essentially a $70 million cap hit on no one that's going to be hitting them next year. So with things a little tight, maybe they say, look, we need more draft capital. We need to just at least explore what could we possibly get for Micah Parsons. Now, I'll start with you, Sean, because you seem very eager to talk about this topic.
I'm not eager. I like to go into Friday smooth. I don't want the Cowboys mafia to sit there. Don't even name the people because I don't want to give them more attention. When I see them in person, I'll give them plenty of attention. Since they like to type and tweet so big and bad. If I ever see them, if they ever get credentialed to the things that we go to.
Whoa, a credential flex. Look at that.
What a flex. If they ever get facially recognized. Now,
do you have Joe Trahan's number?
But I don't want to.
Both of them.
I don't want to get. I don't want to get in trouble. But I'm about to.
What if you found out they said, hey, we're going to move on from Micah, we need the draft capital.
Yeah.
We're operating under the assumption where they go, we need cost-effective players, got to make a move. What is the return in general you have that you say, I want to get this back for Micah for me to say, okay, you at least got the value for him?
I got to get 2 1s or a 1 and 2 2s. Something like that. It's got to be 2 1s or a 1 and 2 2s. And I am the king of draft capital return on this show. None of these idiots.
You nailed Justin Fields.
I was
wrong.
I should have said Diggs. I don't understand why it was, oh my God, a ripoff. Stephon Diggs was never getting a first-round pick. But for me to feel okay about the compensation, 2 firsts, 1 and 2 2s, or something that would equate to that value on the chart.
Choppy, what is the value?
High. I need one of those second-round picks high up. Real high.
It's 2 1s. It's the Khalil Mack compensation.
I'm glad you brought that up the best comp you can find in recent history for what it would be like to move on from Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is 25.
Why aren't you doing this topic about CeeDee Lamb? Moving on.
I mean, we can absolutely do it. You're going to have to pay Micah Parsons more money. I think Micah Parsons is going to cost you more. If you're looking at cost efficiency, and look, if we're being honest, who do I think is a better locker room presence for them? It's CeeDee Lamb, and I don't think it's close. I think
here's the sentence I'll say: Web team, take off the rest of the segment. Don't listen.
Yeah, come on. Just pretend like you're on G-Bag for a little bit.
I have heard from way too many people this offseason. Way too many. I'm talking about at least 4 different people that Micah has worn thin there. Now, I don't know how much is true and how much it actually hurts. I don't know whether this is the behavior of a typical superstar. I don't know how damaging it is, but all I do know is this. I've heard from way too many people. If Micah Parsons was out of there, there'd be a decent amount of people inside the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco smiling or breathing a sigh of relief. That is my hot take statement that to me is really close to factual about just dealing with him. There you go. Web team, tune back in.
We don't have anything quite like Micah Parsons in terms of recent trade history. There's no instance of basically a 25-year-old who would have been traded before his 4th season who's this effective. The closest comps you can find in recent history, these are some of the deals that got done. I'll start with the Khalil Mack one. When he initially got traded away from the Raiders to the Bears. He was 27, so a couple years older than Micah. This was before his 5th season. Micah's about to enter his 4th.
Yeah, Micah's got 2 years of team control still.
And this was also on September 1st when this trade happened because he had been holding out and the Raiders were just like, gotta work this out. So there was a little bit of like different circumstance here. But Khalil Mack was traded with a 2nd round pick and a 7th round pick, and they got 2 firsts, a 3rd, and a 6th. So essentially, you look at it as they didn't quite think Khalil Mack for 2 first-round picks was fair, so they had to like create a little bit of a like balance with the later round picks.
Yeah, I got to retract a 1 and 2 2s. That's not enough. It's got to be 2 1s.
2 1s,
2
okay.
1s at least.
Now that's the only instance we have in recent history of a pass rusher getting 2 1s, and it was with you also had to throw in a 2nd and do some other things there.
But as the fan text points out, like, you know, the Cowboys first before they do this, they would have to slander Micah to lower his value.
They are. I just delivered the message.
Yeah,
I just carried the water.
Back in 2022, Bradley Chubb.
I got Jerry that check deposited, man. Thank you.
Bradley Chubb was traded when he was 26 years old in the middle of his 5th season. With a 5th round pick, and he was traded for Chase Edmonds, a 1st and a 4th rounder. So essentially it was Chubb for, you know, a 1st and a 4th, and then the 5th round pick was a swap for Chase Edmonds, you could call it. But a 1st and a 4th for Bradley Chubb, who was a highly regarded pass rusher who was 26 years old. We just saw Brian Burns. Brian Burns is 25. And Brian Burns is about to enter his 5th season, or he's about to turn 26. He'll be 26 in a month, and he's about to enter his 6th season. And Brian Burns was traded for a 2nd and a 5th. Now, again, you were in a little bit of a different circumstance because it was he had been franchise tagged. It was a deal where you had to work out a compensation package so he could sign somewhere else. And so it's a little different than what we're talking about with Micah. But you look at some of these other ones that have gotten done. Montez Sweat was traded in the middle of his 5th season for a 2nd round pick.
He ain't as good though, is it? I mean, I don't.
No, he's not. But I mean, he's a highly regarded young pass rusher.
Yeah, none of these guys so far is good.
Khalil Mack is the closest one.
Yeah. And look what he got.
And Brian Burns is considered a top 10 edge rusher. Like that's somebody who's close.
Yeah.
So wasn't Burns? Didn't they get offered 2 1s?
That was a rumor out there. I don't know that because initially the only thing I know they were offered was put DJ Moore or Brian Burns in the trade package to Chicago, and they chose DJ Moore. And so I know they didn't want to give him up for that, but they ultimately get a 2nd and a 5th for Burns. I think that if you were to trade Micah, I think you'd get a 1st. But
yeah, you would get a 1st.
You'd get a 1st, but I'm saying I don't think 2 1s is attainable without adding in other stuff and trying to balance it. I think that you're talking about a first and maybe a third, or a first and like you've got a second that could escalate to a first if he does X, Y, Z.
No, you're wrong.
Would you do 2 2s and 2 3s?
No, for Micah. No, absolutely not. I need a first round.
The text brought that up. 2
No.
2s, 2 3s.
Yeah, I need a first round pick
He's
for Micah.
24.
Now who? Yeah.
He's 24.
He's got like at least 8 tremendous years left.
Although,
Well, he said
look,
he was going to retire sooner rather than later.
And look, there are people within the Cowboys who 100% believe him when he says he's not playing past 30. There are people who are like, no, that's legitimate. Like he's not just saying that on TV. He legitimately wants to be done playing football by the time he's 30. So again, does somebody else, do like other people around the league know that, have that understanding, and is that how they approach it? I think that if you go into rebuild mode, if you're going to say goodbye to Dak, for instance, then I think you absolutely at least start looking into trading Micah, because you're tearing things down.
If you're saying goodbye to Dak, you have to trade Mike. You got to trade CD too.
Probably.
You don't need I should say you don't need him. You do need him, but like let's just say
It's like the Vikings.
Yeah, let's just say you could be
Jefferson.
Yeah, let's just say you could get 2 1s for Micah, just for the sake of argument.
Sure.
And you probably get 2 for CD as well. Then at that point, I mean, if you're going to go down that road, you might as well just trade Dak, get his 3 1s, and all of a sudden now you got 7 picks.
If he would play ball with you is the biggest problem. Because now let's say Dak doesn't have a no trade clause. Arrange for me, Choppy, I'll start with you since I put Sean on the spot.
Yeah, I'm
last
already
time.
answering tweets. Thanks, Bobby.
Chop, answer for me here. If Dak didn't have a no trade clause, right now, today, order how good the trade packages you think you'd get for Dak, CD, Micah. If they decided, let's just tear it down to the foundation.
Oh,
and start
Dak will get you the best trade value.
and then
he's
Micah,
close.
you think?
Yes.
Yeah, have wide receivers been traded for
Historically, we
2
haven't
1s?
seen
What did
receivers
Tyreek-
go for more than just a flat one.
What did Tyreek get?
It's a good question.
That's
Let me check that out.
Dak, Micah, Lamb. My other follow-up to that was, let's just say they traded him for 2 1s and whatever. Are we flipping out and going crazy on this show that you just...
A 1, 2, and a 4.
1, 2, and 4 for
Tyreek.
Are
for
we
Tyreek
flipping out on this show that they trade a generational pass rusher? Are we losing our minds if they got 2 1s and a 4? Like, how can you do that? You don't give these players away?
Well, I mean, let me ask you this. I mean, the Bears traded for Khalil. They gave him 2 1s. What did that do for them?
Oh,
now, another
they
team.
never had a quarterback.
They didn't, but they went to the Super Bowl without a quarterback once.
But would y'all flip out? I would understand it based upon everything I've heard. You're not going to match him. You're not going to match him. We're talking about maybe Lawrence Taylor 2.0, even though there's a little question about him fading in big moments. I'm trying to remember the reporter.
Jory Epstein. We interviewed her.
Jory Epstein. Well,
by the way, Jory told us, I forgot to mention this to you while we were up. Jory told us
I was there.
She did not think that CD was going to get a deal done this year. She thought that CD was going to end up getting tagged next year. And so, I mean, that would be...
Okay, well, let's answer the question. Would y'all flip out?
No. As long as the value in return was okay. Like as long as you're getting first plus, probably not.
Choppy? Stop dancing. Or are you texting?
No, I'm not texting.
Because you usually get rid of anyone for value in picks.
I will. I would get rid of... I mean, yes, if you offered me...
2 1s and a 4.
Yeah, I'll do it. Oh, yeah.
Here's what I think. I think you either need to push... You would need to move on from Micah or make the determination that he is your centerpiece and you're building around him. Like, included, like, talking about quarterback. Like, reset at quarterback and build around Micah. Like, that's the kind of structure I think you would have to do.
Below the bell, right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. It sounds like RJ Choppy has your degenerate lock of the year so far as he gets you set for the Final Four. The basketball degenerate to kick off the final hour of the week right after this. But let me go ahead and get you.
happening this weekend. The Final Four. Final hour. Fist pump time. 9 o'clock hour.
So you're right. We couldn't have brought it in.
Getting you to your weekend as fast as we can.
I was trying to microwave coffee, and bam, I heard the break. I nailed the break time. I don't know why I questioned myself.
Nice job.
And I came back perfectly. And Bob was like, we could have brought it in. And I was like, no, you could.
And we forgot to mention fist pump hour.
Couldn't have done
We
it.
did.
So
We
he was
forgot
right.
to mention it. We're a mess here. Both of these lines have moved a half point in the Final Four, and it is Final Four weekend in college basketball. Purdue, 9.5-point favorite over NC State. UConn, a 12-point favorite, Sean, over Alabama Crimson Tide.
With much to not be decided on the morning show with the bracket payoff because Bobby has clinched last place. So he will be playing all the golf
Mom, I'll see you soon.
that he's been running his mouth about for years.
We got to figure out where we're going to play, when we're going to play.
Filming.
We need a film crew.
I mean, I know you've got a tripod.
Yeah.
People want in on this. Like, I got people fighting to be in the foursome or whatever we're going to do.
Oh yeah, Bassick. I know Bassick has said before. He's like, he wants to be there. Jane wants to be there. Holland has gone like, I've got a film guy. I'm gonna film this. You're gonna like. He's been all over this the whole time.
Tolo Chris wants to put 5K on you not breaking 100. I'm sure Mike Adams maybe would want to play. I don't know. We just need a course.
We need a course. We need a day.
Yep.
And we need a block of tee time so nobody comes up on us because we need the Romo, 2 tee times at the front of me, 2 tee times at the back of me.
Yes.
Kind of thing. But we really need about 6 tee times behind us.
Which do you think would be the greater honor for Matt Pittman, cooking at Augusta, or like if he came out and grilled for my 67 that I'm gonna shoot? Like, because he could witness history.
Yeah, he could. He could witness that. That's one thing. But UConn's there, Sean. They're in Arizona. They had a flight delay because of all the plane issues that they came across. They got there at 3 a.m. instead of about 9 p.m. They delayed everything. They have crappy hotel rooms with twin-sized beds, while DJ Burns is in this palatial suite, it seems, at the team hotel. And I feel sorry for Alabama. You could not make this spread big enough. It's now only up to 12. UConn has covered now 10 straight NCAA tournament games.
Wow.
This is one of the most remarkable runs we've ever seen. I don't know what to say. It's on the level of Kentucky 96. It's on the level of UNLV before they lost to Duke. And the difference is that Duke team had Hurley and Leitner and Grant Hill, and there ain't no team in this league that's got that. I do think, though, I don't know, it's very, very difficult to guard Zach Edey. Now, UConn's got great players all other teams, so they can, kind of manage. Maybe they give up a lot, even though Klingen's going to be there, and Klingen can really help out. But they got so many other players that can beat you. I mean, let's be fair. One of the main reasons Tennessee didn't win is because nobody helped out Dalton Knecht. I mean, he was the only one making any shots. If one other guy plays to their level, Purdue's probably going home. But Zach Edey's such a force. There's no stopping him. He has got 5 straight double-doubles in tournament games, tying David Robinson for the record. He'll break it. I don't see how he doesn't get a double-double.
I got a question for you. From a TV ratings perspective, and from like what the NCAA would root for. You remember last year we were talking about like, oh my gosh, San Diego State, Florida Atlantic, like this is just a nightmare for the NCAA. Are NC State and Alabama, like just because they're not top teams, but are those fan bases they feel like, oh, we can tap into that? NC State's obviously got basketball history on their side, and Alabama is just a massive school program and people who support it, even if the basketball program hasn't been there. Do you think the NCAA is like, oh my gosh, we're dreading one of these teams getting there, or do you think they're okay?
I think they're scared to death of a UConn-NC State game. I think they're scared to death of that.
Oh, no.
Because I think they would fear a blowout.
Well, my question is NC State or Purdue more likable / the one you want to see for the story?
NC State, I think, is the most likable team left.
Yes. But like the matchup, right? UConn versus, now obviously they're going to play one day. Alabama to me is a clear 4. Get them out. I don't give a crap about seeing Alabama around.
Yeah, they are fun though because they just chuck threes.
Yeah, well,
that's what they do.
I want to see the big man or the Cinderella. Now, not if Cinderella is like TCU. Not if NC State is TCU.
I think the NCAA is scared that NC State UConn is that. I think they would much rather see Bama NC State than UConn NC State.
Ugh.
Only from the standpoint that UConn NC State, I think, could get Georgia TCU.
But Burns is the second biggest star left.
I mean, he is the biggest star left.
No, he's not. He's the second.
I'm set. Like I'm.
I know you're making a weight joke, but he's not.
That man's round.
He is definitely round. He is definitely round.
Is he way more than Zach?
That's a good question.
Is it no doubt?
That's a good question. I'll tell you.
Look at him. He's 275. How heavy is Edie?
He can't be 270. Well, he could.
He's 7'4".
Yeah.
I hate Purdue though. I can't. To me, there's nothing likable about them.
Zach Edie's 300 allegedly.
What?
So you're
That's
wrong.
what they say.
God.
And I was right.
What a unit.
No, not if we're talking circumference. I was still right.
But yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, this is to me, I don't remember seeing two spreads in the Final Four this big. We got a 12 and a 9.
Yeah.
And I'm taking the favorites in both.
With the points.
UConn minus 12. I mean, I got him at 11.5 at 8.5. I would still take him at 12 and 9. That extra half point gets a lot of people, but I would still take him at 12 and 9. UConn, I am done fading them. I am done counting against them. I feel sorry for Alabama. The NCAA screwed up their hotel and their flight, and UConn takes everything personally. UConn took.
Do you hate Dan Hurley?
Can't stand him. The Jersey tough guy attitude, that's fake. That's going to wear
He
thin.
fights with every fan.
He fights every fan. Now, if he was the head coach of your team, you absolutely love it. You absolutely love it.
Is he Sirianni?
Oh. Sirianni is far more likable.
Oh, God.
Wow.
That's your worst sports take that you have.
You like
That's
Sirianni.
your worst sports take. I don't know why. I don't know where. I don't know how.
Well,
maybe because he talks about flowers and you're a...
Because you said Sirianni.
Even Sirianni thinks he's a douche. Or Siri thinks he's a douche. It's your worst take.
Like, Sirianni's not angry like Hurley is, right? Hurley's just angry.
Yeah.
He's got a fake tough guy persona. Sirianni just seems like he's just like...
Coach the family. Scrappy.
Yeah.
They're scrappy.
Yeah, it is. It's just it's like his old man and his brother. I don't know what Bobby did to Dan as a kid. He bully him or something like that. Because there's no reason to be that angry. He is that angry. He is so mean. And
by the way, all those different matchups, UConn beats Purdue is the bet online favorite at minus 130. Purdue beats UConn is next at plus 325. UConn beats NC State plus 475. And NC State beating Bama is plus 5,000. The least likely outcome in Vegas.
It's not that's obviously like not something that anybody would bet. They're a massive underdog, and so is Alabama. So for both teams to even get there would be mega upsets.
You said you're done fading UConn, like you're not going to do it anymore. What did we miss? What have we missed for 4 straight rounds now on NC State? Because none of us picked them to get out of the first round. And I mean, we're talking about they've beaten Texas Tech, Marquette, and Duke by an average of like 11 points. They're not squeaking by.
No, this is okay. So we talked about this on the BetQL yesterday. This is the most improbable NCAA tournament run we've ever seen. This is more improbable than VCU, than George Mason, than Butler, for the reason that those were actually good teams throughout the course of the year. NC State was not a good team.
Yeah,
they were not a good team this year at all. Their coach is going to get fired. If for an 85% free throw shooter for Virginia missed 2 free throws at the end, NC State goes down and hits like a buzzer beater. They go to overtime. They win. If that didn't happen, none of this is happening.
The New York Giants.
The coach is fired. Yeah, the coach is fired. They're looking for a new guy. Burns. Nobody knows who DJ Burns is. Nobody knows anything about this team.
The NFL would know.
Yeah, NFL scouts know.
So. This is more improbable than VCU. At least VCU is a good team.
NC State's pre-tournament title odds. You want to guess? Will you get some coffee?
Yeah.
I can't stand it anymore. You've yawned 9 times.
What did you tell me, Chop? Yawning is not being tired. What is it?
It's a lack of oxygen.
I'm dying is what it is. I have no oxygen.
All right, keep yawning.
It was we'll say plus 15,000.
150 to 1. Which equated to an implied probability of less than 1% 0.07%. On March 4th, they were 500-1 to win the title. Today, they're 15-1. And I have some other odds, unless you have other things you'd like to get to in the degenerate.
No, I got. I mean, we could do college football if you want to. But, nope.
I got some college basketball prop bets.
Okay, let's do it.
Longest unanswered point run by any team for the final 4 games. Of course, UConn had their 30-0 run. The over-under is 11.5. Will UConn win the final 4?
Wait, 11.5 is the biggest run? The over?
Yes. So if a team goes on a 12-point run, you bet the over, you win.
Oh, I would take that one. I think someone's going to go on a 12-point run. I mean, that happens all the time.
Will UConn win the final 4 and championship game by double digits?
Let's see. They've won 10 straight tournament games by double digits. So
Yes.
I'll
They've
say
won
yes.
their last 10 by an average of 23. They've covered by an average of 13.8 points.
Yeah, I'll say yes.
I'll say that they say no.
Good job, Bob. Bobby. No is minus 250. Yes is plus 170. Choppy. Yes is plus 170. Will UConn trail at half in the Final Four or championship game?
No.
No is minus 140. Yes is plus 100. It seems like decent enough odds to wait a sec. No is minus 200. Yes is plus 150. Still not terrible to bet no.
No, you got to bet it's 1 to 2, so you have 200 to win 100. But still, I mean, if you think that UConn's just going to run away with this thing.
Will Zach Edey block a DJ Burns shot? Yes. Slightly no, minus 140. Yes is plus 100.
Too much wiggle. You got too much wiggle to get to the bucket.
I am taking the yes on that one.
Zach Edey points in Final Four game. Over under is 26.5.
Under.
How many free throws will he attempt? What's the over under? Ask your Vols.
In just this game or the rest of the tournament?
It just says Final Four.
Just
Final Four prop bets.
12.
Oh, I'll do the over on that one. I'll say 14.5.
11.
Boom.
So there you go. How many free throws?
No.
I got Edey rebounds. Who will be drafted first? Klingon, is it? Donovan Klingon or Edey?
I think Klingon will go first.
Heavy odds for that. Zach Edey draft position, over under 25.5.
So this over would be he's drafted later.
Later,
so
I
over.
think. I would say over, too.
Will DJ Burns get an NFL tryout?
Well, I mean, he just weighed in on
no,
it.
So
No is minus 500. Will UConn win both men's and women's national championships?
No.
The yes is 12-1. Will NC State win both? The yes is 250-1. And you guys can take a bow. I saved this for last.
Oh, no.
Yes, because
Okay.
the state of Texas is just as sexist as you guys are, because I got the Twitter X info map showing who's more popular, Caitlin Clark or LeBron James. LeBron James. And Texas is one of the 19 states who chose the king over the queen. So there it is. So there it is, Texas. You are as sexist. And ladies, I'm talking to you too, as Bobby and Choppy. And Bassett.
Give me just some quick clarification here, Deadspin Sean. I got to know. So when they say popular, does that mean just like mentions, like how often people talk about, or like favorability?
More popular than LeBron. That's it. Who's more popular?
Yeah, I mean, you can't juice those numbers. That's just facts.
LeBron, 19 states, and we are grouped in with Utah, Oregon, Oklahoma, Ohio, New York, Mexico, Jersey, Nevada, Mississippi, Louisiana, Hawaii, Georgia, Florida, who prefer LeBron James over Caitlin.
All right.
We're not usually grouped in with those states on a lot of things.
I know. Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, California, Lakers, Colorado, Florida, Georgia. So there you go.
Finally, we I guess bipartisan relationships are possible.
RJ is getting you set for the mega event on Monday. It has nothing to do with sports. And are you worried about the future? Don't worry. A time traveler has come back to warn us about these events. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with some better.
That's sewed in by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333, With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mike Bassett leads Crosstalk at 9:40. this morning with the KMC Masterpiece. Let's figure out where the Dallas Mavericks are now in the power rankings after the win that Choppy saw in person last night.
Here's Luka along the sideline. And hello, Winda! Another display of some Luka magic.
Scoreless first quarter, picked it up in the second, had 25. Kyrie with 26, and the Mavs win to secure, well, it's not locked in, but they're still in that number 5 spot in the Western Conference. Let's figure out where they are in the power rankings, Robert.
November 15th. Can you even remember that long ago? I mean, those were right around the time.
Before Thanksgiving.
6 days before my birthday.
It was right around the time Broadus was drunk dancing to Big X the Plug at the parade. That was also the last time. Says that this is Doncic has led Dallas in points, rebounds, and assists 35 times this season, the 4th most by a player in NBA history, according to Elias Sports Bureau. The 3 players who have topped that number: Russell Westbrook in 2017, Jokic in 22, Wilt Chamberlain in 1966, all won the NBA's Most Valuable Player award.
He ain't winning this year. Luka.
Well, it just goes to show that it's rigged.
I think he's got a shot. I don't know if they're going to just give it to Joker again. He's not blowing him away in standings. They're not locking up the 1 yet. It's back and forth with OKC and Minnesota, and Luka is running away with the scoring title.
Well, did you happen to see the NBA MVP straw poll, the final one from ESPN, Sean, where they took 100 riders.
No one pulls straws anymore.
100 NBA riders across the NBA landscape. ESPN polled them, and they've done this all season to kind of see where people are at.
Guess how many Joker got?
Well,
versus Luka.
Let's just go with first place votes. Okay, here's who got the most first place votes this week for MVP in their straw poll. Jokic received 85 of 100 votes.
Wow.
Shea received 10.
What?
Yeah.
Giannis received 2.
What?
Jason Tatum received 2. Luka Doncic received 1 vote.
What? Did you guys send this to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, my bad.
Ultimately, he finishes 3rd total. He finishes behind Shea in the straw poll overall.
He had a lot of second place votes.
He gets a lot of second, yeah. And so
out of 100 people, 1 person voted him for MVP?
There were more people that voted for Tatum, Giannis, and Shea.
Yeah, and listen, here you want more.
I guess I can see
Tatum.
There
were 4 people that left him out of their top 5.
Do you have their names?
No, I don't. There's
4 people left out
Butcher
of the...
Boy and Bonte probably.
McMahon probably.
Oh, baby.
McMahon probably. Wow.
Yeah.
4 out of their top 5?
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, if I was an ESPN exec like Norby Williamson, I would fire them.
He was former ESPN exec. He was fired today.
Oh! McAfee got him?
McAfee ran him out. He was the one that leaked the stuff about them, I guess. And
supposedly.
He is out at ESPN.
Wow.
So that's it. Yeah, so Luka got 1 first place vote, 31 second, 43 third, 15 fourth, 6 fifth. That's 96 total votes. So he was left off of 4 ballots. The only 2 that were on every ballot was Shea and Jokic in terms of the top 5.
This is just...
That's crazy. That's ridiculous. I'm not being a homer.
I know. This feels like Luka disrespect, and I don't know why. Because I've never felt like national writers were anti-Luka or anything else.
Yeah, they're not. I think what's happening is they don't like his game. What did Bill Simmons call it? Heliocentric, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah.
Either they don't like his style of play, or they look at Porzingis and they're like, all right, he obviously doesn't make players better. That's it. It's only Brunson. That's the only thing I can think of.
But why doesn't he then get credit for, he's one of the only superstars that can play with Kyrie without things popping off? Like he's somebody who can work hand in hand without Kyrie feeling insecure or going off the rails. Why is that not a bigger deal?
Yeah, or maybe they're taking Kyrie because maybe they think Kyrie is just great on his own, and they're taking, more mature, and they're taking that away from Luka. Because he's got a guy like Kyrie there. I don't know. I agree. He should. I don't know how you keep him outside your top 5.
Top 5. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorneys Hotline. All right, Choppy. Eclipse and time travel. Derek Holland will be very happy.
Yeah, he will be.
With the time travel stuff.
So how big is the eclipse?
Oh, man. Did I name drop Holland yesterday? Oh.
Yeah?
Oh, man. It made me feel good. I had some friends randomly stop by the house. And they're like, why didn't you answer? You didn't answer that we could stop by. And I was like, really? Like, well, I didn't want you to stop by, number one. But number two, I was on the phone. And they're knocking on the door. And they're like, hey, we're here. Why didn't you pick up? I said, I'm FaceTiming Derek Holland. I turned it right on him.
Look at that.
Yeah, it was so impressive.
Look at that.
Holland was FaceTiming for grill help, grill advice.
Wow.
So you'll use him for that, but you won't take a shot with him at the Mavericks games at halftime. I see how it is. Relationship with convenience.
That's not the only shot he won't take with Derek.
I feel like Derek doesn't drink and party anymore with his little CrossFit that he does.
He is, yeah. He got the sleeve and he's wearing tank tops everywhere
shredded.
now. And,
Yeah.
You know, he's like trying to get back in the league.
In the last outing that we had, I felt like he thought maybe it was just gonna be all dudes there when we all got together, and I felt like he wasn't feeling it. He didn't have a fun fan outing with
I'm not
us.
sure if he did.
All right.
But real quick, so we have these glasses. Have you still not taken a look at the Suns? We did, Bobby. Not
No.
Go do it.
You
It's
gotta
cool.
go do that.
Go do it real quick.
It's fun. It's fun. Just you don't even have to put them on. Just hold them up to your eyes. It's cool. Like,
My
and that's what
God,
you'll see.
those glasses look large in his hands.
Yeah. So
Dear
just hold them up to your
God.
eyes. You don't want to look at the sun. It's fun. Like, it's cool.
Yeah, it's a little. There you go. Yeah, see, it looks like a cheese wheel or something.
And that's what you're going to see with the eclipse. And you'll see a little ball come up, and it'll slowly crescent its way over, and it looks like a crescent moon to start, and it'll be like a crescent sun.
Just look like a little C ring, a little crescent ring around the thing.
So they have already declared states of emergencies in towns on the outskirts of DFW. The city of Dallas is expecting about 400,000 people to come into town just that day, right? And other places, they're already telling you, and like stay off of like 35 and 30 and 20, like in Fort Worth, like around the time. Stay off the road.
Dude, TxDOT is like hammering home to people. They're like getting releases out. They're putting signs up that just say like, do not stop on the interstate whenever this happens.
And then you get out to cities like, near Waco, and then east of Dallas, like near Greenville. I mean, there are cities that are expecting about 1 million people. Every hotel room is packed. Every Verbo or Airbnb is slammed. So it is getting way bigger than any of us expected.
Did you ever
This
look
is
into
massive.
it, Sean?
The
Doing the
Airbnb?
Airbnb with your house before you got rid of it?
No, I'm trying to sell this thing. Get this off my hands. Get this up out of here.
I mean, you may be able to get the same as the list price for how these Airbnbs are going.
I know. Well, that's what people were like. Are you going to rent or are you going to sell? You going to rent or are you going to sell? And I'm like, it's the hassle of following up with a mess or stuff that people break. I don't know. I'm already anal and paranoid enough. I got enough crap to deal with in my life.
So that's the eclipse. I'm excited about it. There's a lot of the outskirts of town. They're taking their kids. The school's closed. No kids in school.
Taking Laura out of school because they're not going to let her see it. She was upset about it.
How many? You're going to take her out of school just for
because
we're going
to take her out. Like she'll just be out for the rest of the day after that. We won't take her back in. But
what time is this happening?
1:40.
Oh.
So she'll miss like the last hour and a half of school.
Okay.
But like the idea, they don't want the second grade and under, they're not allowing to go outside because they don't want them staring into the sun.
So I was joking about my mother-in-law yesterday saying that Amanda should not be outside because it'll affect the baby. 2 other women hit me up and said it's true. You're supposed to put like a baby clip on like your stomach or something. There's something like that. Two other people hit me up.
God, now I know why they had witch trials.
Yeah.
Was one of them Eric? Did Eric hit you up and say?
I said women.
Oh, well, I mean the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also said rub eggs, rub eggs and get the Vicks on your feet.
There you go.
No, those are all the strategies.
Put the socks on with the Vicks on the feet.
Yep.
Time travel. We love Doc Brown. We love Back to the Future. Michael J. Fox, by the way, said he's willing to come back and act again. He's open to that.
Let's see if Peyton how long it takes for him to find music for this. If he knows what we're talking about. Let's see how long. Let's see if we can get it by the end of the
Let's
segment.
see if it's the right one.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's the right one. So a man who goes by the name of Radiant Time Traveler on TikTok
sounds legit.
Says he has claimed to be a time traveler for the future and warns of 5 major events that are still yet to come in 2024. So if you have things to do, if you got
so this is just for this year.
Just this year.
All right, let's go.
5 things. So be ready. You got about a month and a half before the first one happens. Okay. So if you have anything you got going on that you want to get done, taken care of, meet your maker, say your prayers, eat your vitamins. On May 27th, Civil War number 2 begins. In the U.S. when Texas secedes from the country.
Okay.
Other countries take sides, beginning World War III with nuclear, depending on who you voted for, takes place.
Good job, Peyton.
Weapons are used.
Is this the music you're thinking of? I was thinking of the car chase. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of it, but look, he got.
Yeah,
This is
Huey
good.
Lewis in the news.
Yeah,
Power
this is
Love.
good. I was thinking of that one that you were saying too, but this works. June 4th, the first ever human chimpanzee hybrid is made. It has fur, a tail, and can speak to humans and monkeys.
Boy, it's like 7 days after we secede from the Union, and they're already
And World War III and
morality just falls off the cliff. We're cloning monkey humans, and
yeah, it begins teaching other monkeys to speak, and they eventually become full members of society. On July 24th,
how quick is this process?
With
the monkey integration, where they're like they've all of a sudden got the thing.
Didn't say. July 24th, so about the time we go to training camp. The Yellowstone supervolcano erupts, covering almost the entire U.S. and Canada at Nash. It stretches 2/3 across the way of the U.S., creates a canyon 4 times larger than the Grand Canyon.
Okay.
We would all be dead, by the way.
I'm writing all these down. You got to pick your most and least likely that will.
Okay, well,
will
if I'll tell you what, the least likely is anything that happens after the supervolcano, because we'd all be dead.
Okay.
August 15th, I like this one, Bobby. Dragons are discovered in the Rocky Mountains.
Oh.
They can fly, breathe,
all these
fire.
things are happening this year.
All these things are happening basically by Labor Day. Then on September 15th, what is September? Hurricane season. The first hypercane hits with 500-mile-an-hour winds. It will hit the East Coast.
But
of the
here's
United States.
here's the problem in today's world.
Yeah.
You have lunatics who will prep for all these things.
Oh, yes.
You have Zuckerberg. Already has his Hawaii.
You just
compound.
FaceTime with one yesterday.
Yeah. You're saving your comedy for the final 30 minutes, just like Peyton does for after the show.
So what's the one we think is most likely?
Yes.
I mean, honestly, out of those, I don't know how close.
Hybrid monkeys, volcano, Texas seeding, dragons.
We can't even get gambling done. I don't think we're going to be able to secede in a month
and what was the last one?
Wait till November, okay?
Oh,
might
no.
secede in November.
Yes.
So I don't know what a hypercane is, but I would assume in September a hurricane will hit the East Coast.
Yeah, hypercane is a 500-mile-an-hour hurricane. Winds with 500 miles. I mean, they barely hit 200 miles an hour, right?
Mike Bassick leads.
Dragons are the most obviously that's the most likely that
Most likely to
happen.
happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bassick being prepared for cross is the most unlikely to happen. We crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece to close out the week next. But I know how
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, it's the Mike Bassett crosstalk. Kevin?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you what's coming up on the show, and what I'm hoping is you say we have 4 hours of a pregame series against the Houston Astros, that we do nothing else. We already know who the Cowboys are drafting in the first 3 rounds, offensive line, linebacker, running back. That's already done. We can just move on to May 1st with them until they do the, we go top golfing for practice. So, what's coming up on the show?
Well, I mean, we could decide to just replay our 1-hour show from yesterday at some point in the show. Have the Astros surpass the Eagles as your most hated Metroplex rival? I think yes. We'll do that at 12 o'clock.
That's a great question. What will be your answer to that, Bob?
Probably. I don't know. It's always cyclical. I do find that pretty consistently, whoever the chief baseball rival is at the time tends to really stick in my craw.
Are you okay?
So, what's wrong, Corey?
I don't know. I have a really sharp pain behind my eye.
Oh, dear.
Bobby, diagnose him.
Behind your eye is
cancer, typically is what that
Don't
is.
say that.
Sinus? He asked.
Probably
He told me to
sinus.
diagnose.
Probably sinus related.
Get over it.
Did you mow a lawn without a mask?
No, I don't mow lawns. I'm past that.
It's whoever the Rangers
kid.
rival is at
He
the
does
time.
it.
Like the Blue Jays. I've never hated anybody more than the Blue Jays a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I hate the Astros right now. I hated the Angels back in the day. I hated the Yankees. It's usually whoever is just most obstructing the Rangers has made me the most mad.
It is odd how our rivals in DFW kind of shift with who's the best team at the time.
Sure.
Except for the Mavs. The Mavs pretty much always the Spurs.
You think it's the Spurs now? It wasn't like the Suns?
People
the
hate
last couple of
Booker.
years, or the Clippers?
Yeah, but I think the Spurs still they'll default to that. If when the Suns are bad, they'll go away. The Spurs always kind of is the default, right? But
I don't think Reggie agrees with you.
Right, that's fine. Reggie likes women's basketball.
12.3 million viewers, can't be wrong.
For one game.
Oh, you want
one game.
You want to use that type of sentence for
No,
everything?
we went over all of that the other day. I think there's a lot of nuance lost in that conversation.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance in ratings. Would you say that I'm curious, are we certain it's the Eagles are the most hated right now for Cowboys fans even?
Ooh, who
Not
would be
San
your
Francisco?
alternative?
Or the Cowboys.
It's always San Francisco.
Yeah, the Cowboys are my most hated. That's a good point.
It's always been San Francisco for me. That's just a childhood thing that'll stick forever, especially since Dion pass interfered with Michael Irvin, and it should have been 4 straight.
You didn't hate the Giants when they won their rings?
Ooh, I hated that. When they were doing the we fly high celebration after every sack, the ball and jump shot, I hated that football team.
Yeah, the swipe was much better.
All right, so last night, Mavs played
He ended
great.
up playing for the Giants for a reason.
They liked one-legged players, too.
Oh, my God. He has
they
2
did have
legs.
JPP.
One that works.
One of them works.
It just doesn't fire as well.
Well, for an NFL player, he's
Yes.
a one-legged player. And we felt really great about that.
Between him and Jason
All right.
Pierre-Paul, you have a full player.
Last night,
dude,
Mavs play great. They are, I think, fatigued, and I totally get it with their schedule. But great win.
Luke is definitely tired.
Yeah.
All his shots are. I mean, I was at the no one first game in a while that I've gone to. You could tell his shots are short. On those
And then they
three
have to
balls.
play
And
again
it's legs.
tonight,
Yeah.
right?
It's all
And
legs.
a big game, because you look when they keep showing the standings. Because I was flipping over to TNT because Sacramento luckily lost, and then unfortunately I fell asleep. Clippers probably won. They were up by like 10 when I fell asleep.
Yeah, after they were down by like 20.
Yeah, well, that was to start the game. But that kind of stunk, right? And so you're looking at the standings and you're like, man, you can't sit out a game. You can't go, well, we can give this one up, because you might fall to the 9 seed if you have at this point, if you lose 2 in a row, you could find yourself from 5th place to 9th place with a 2-game losing streak. Probably not, because that would mean all the other teams win their next 2 games. But that's just how close everything is. You could be last night hurt the Mavericks for the 4 seed. The Clippers beating Denver hurt the Mavs possibly getting up to 4 because the Clippers also have the tiebreaker. So you have to have a better record than them. So most likely you're looking at 5 through 9. Probably not going to be 9, but you could if things go bad. So my question is to this. Derek Lively Jr. is only a rookie, and he's now the backup center. Can the Mavs win a playoff series if they have to play without Derek Lively for a 7-game series?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I think you can expose them there.
Who's the matchup? Clippers. So, what do they have inside?
Well, they usually, here's the great thing, they have to take out Zubac. We played him in 14 playoff games, and in almost every playoff game, they have to take him out after a while because Luka, whoever Zubac's guarding, they just bring him up and they go, you're going to be in this pick and roll situation, and you guys switch every time, and then Luka crushes you, and then they're like, crap, we can't play him.
Yeah.
So
they'll make Mason Plumlee look really good.
I think they can if it's the Clippers. I think they can win that series without Lively.
Yeah. So I worry about that, is that the Mavericks finally figured out 48 minutes of an athletic big with 2 guys. And it's just.
And that's last night was Jason Kidd was talking about how important you were saying, to win and be not in the play-in so that Lively has extra time to be able to make it to the playoffs, to have a little more health to them.
If you had to rank the players right now for the Mavericks, if they can't play in the playoffs, they're completely done. I'm just going to go off mine real quick, and then Kevin, you go off yours. Luka 1.
Yep.
What are you ranking?
Kyrie 2.
If they get hurt, we're done.
Most indispensable, essentially.
Gafford, then Lively?
I think so. What is that easy? Is it easy? Is that the 4 easy guys?
That's how I think I would go.
So.
Luka, Kyrie, Gafford, Lively split, or Gafford ahead of Lively?
I think I go Gafford ahead of Lively for now.
And then what? 5 being who? PJ, because of how they've played defensively since he got here.
PJ's having excellent. PJ's.
But the other day they didn't even play him the last 5 minutes. They played Tim Hardaway Jr. against Golden State. So then I thought, I know who the 5 are at the end, and then Kidd changed it.
Kidd said, he told us, he said, we're not winning the title without Timmy.
And the 2-on-4 is Luka, Kyrie, Gafford, Lively, PJ.
Okay.
PJ makes sense.
PJ's gone from shooting 16% to 44 from 3.
Hell yeah!
On a heater.
He's just, to me, I still don't believe it because he's been so inconsistent his whole career. I can't count on him. I can count on him playing very good defense. I can count on him rebounding. I can count on him taking the shot. I just can't count on him making the shot until he shows me more consistency. I'm happy he's in a good streak, and I hope he stays there. Obviously, to Danny Green, that's a horrible thing, is to shoot well going into the playoffs.
What did Danny Green say?
He said he always felt best going in the playoffs when he was shooting bad. And I was like, well, then Tim Hardaway Jr. is super ready for the playoffs.
Because he felt like he could get better as the playoffs went along.
Maxey kind of has done that. We're always talking about him being ice cold and horrible, and then he'll hit some big playoff threes.
Yeah, you said he gave up making threes for Lent one year.
That's what he does.
Lent's over, baby.
Lent's over, baby. We had Easter.
My son asked me last night, Kleba did he made a 3 and missed a 3. And I was like, man, if he just had a little more arc. And he's like, well, why doesn't he? And I'm like, he's such in general, I'm not trying to, this is taking a shot, but this is the honest to God truth. He's such a horrible shooter. Like when he came over to the NBA, like he couldn't make a 3-pointer to save his life. And Rick Carlisle, I know this from talking to people, said, you're going to have to figure out how to make a 3. If you don't, you're not going to be in this league. So just telling you, if you want to be in this league, we like things that you bring to the table, but you have 0 offensive game and you probably won't. But you have to be able to spread the court and make an open 3. And so for a guy that could never make an outside shot to save his life coming over from Germany, he's like, I have to figure out how to just pretty much make 1 out of 3. If I can do that, Rick Carlisle and the Mavericks are saying I can stay in the NBA and not go back overseas and just play a career overseas. And so he's doing his very best. God did not bless him with the ability to shoot a basketball. He has taken his ability to the max level. So I was telling my son, Jake, that's his max level. This is as good as God made him to make a 3-point shot. He can't do any better than this. He is trying his very best, just like Dwight Powell tried. If you remember, about 3-4 years ago, they're like, I think Dwight Powell can do it. And then after about 30 3-pointers, like, you can't. We see it.
To be fair, like the Mavericks have this, and I don't know, I'm sure it's something in their development or whatever else, but they've got a pretty good consistency of developing 3-point shots for guys that didn't have that. Or like even veterans coming here and shooting better than they ever have in their careers. Kid got here all of a sudden started shooting threes better. Rondo shot the three better in his little time here than he ever did in his career. Dinwiddie got here, started shooting better. They developed Dorian Finney-Smith. They developed Kleba a little bit late. Like they have figured that part of it out.
Free throw shooting coach from years ago, probably.
Well, and then I was told
Butch Harmon, yeah.
That wasn't Butch Harmon.
That
I thought maybe it was RJ.
it is one of the easiest things to improve. It doesn't make it easy to just make them, but you can literally wake up at 8 a.m. and go shoot literally 2,000 3-pointers. Like you shoot 500 from one corner, 500 from another corner, and then you just say, well, am I going to get more of my ones from the wing or am I going to get it from the top of the key? And then you shoot 500 from there. You're not going to get hurt doing it. It's like you're not going to get Tommy John surgery from shooting too much. You're not going to wear out your shoulder and have rotator cuff surgery from shooting too many threes.
I don't know, man. You're jacking it a lot there. That's a lot of shots.
But that's, I mean, if you talk to NBA basketball players.
Is that what you wanted to say?
If you talk to NBA basketball players, they're like, if you want to improve your shot, especially just kind of catch and shoot, it's an easy practice.
If you do it enough, it's wet.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
what I've heard.
How's your eye?
Do you think
the hell's the matter with you?
You need some of that for your eye?
I'm so proud of you guys.
All right, so yesterday
proud
we
of the
talked a
morning
little
show
bit
right now.
of Leclerc. I don't know if you guys talked Leclerc yesterday.
Yes.
Tonight, Rangers are winning 4-2. And let's just say,
are you doing this game?
No, it's Apple TV. Here's a question. I'll scratch that one. Do you have Apple TV?
No.
Yes.
Okay, so it's Apple TV tonight. It's Bally's tomorrow.
It's also right here
Then
on
it's
105 through the fan.
ESPN Sunday. You can't see it, but you can listen to it.
You can basically
And
see
then-
the way Nadell describes it.
And then Monday is Bally. So and then when they go to Atlanta, I think not the next weekend, but the weekend after, it's literally the same. Friday night is Apple TV, Saturday is Bally's, and Sunday is ESPN Game of the Night. So because our team won the championship,
We're on a lot
they've
more
been picked
national,
up
yeah.
for a lot of
What
games.
else is there to get Apple TV for?
Well, they get some
they've
really
got-
good shows.
They've got
They
some.
do?
Yeah.
What's
Severance.
that one where I'm watching
Shrinking.
the World War II guys that all of them died?
I just saw it.
Tom Hanks.
Arizona.
It's really
thing.
good. Masters of the Air. Is
I
that what
think
it's
that
called?
is correct.
It's
Tom
a-
Hanks?
He's a producer
Yeah.
or director,
And
but
Spielberg,
it's
him and Spielberg.
amazing. We're 5 episodes in. Masters of the Air, I think is
I
what it's
believe
called.
that is
And then
correct.
For All
It is
Mankind's
great.
pretty dope too. if
Apple
you
has
get a
some good
chance.
stuff.
Yeah, Apple has good shows, man.
Don't you have an Apple phone?
Yeah.
Don't you get 3 months or?
You should get a
discount or
free.
something?
Like, go to your settings. It'll say
He
like, you
used
get
it
a
up
free
to
trial.
pretend like he wanted to watch Messi a couple months ago.
Trial.
Oh no!
All right, your
He did
4
spend
hour
Messi.
pregame show
did spend
coming
Messi
up
too.
next. 4 hours to get you ready for the 4-game series in Arlington.
I hope you get heckled at softball tonight.
Bye.
Hey, miss anything? fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in a couple of different conversations. My conversation is going to be what has really been working for the Rangers the first week of the season. But Mike, I have a feeling that you have a different question that you would like to bring to the table.
If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube right now, you see you see Corey rocking the goggle glasses for the eclipse on Monday? How many people do you think are really going to go blind after Monday because they looked at the sun without those goggle glasses on?
Kid.
I definitely thought there was one a few years back.
My kid he's going to, because he keeps saying it. He's like, Dad, I want to see this without these glasses on. And I'm like, you're going to burn holes in your retinas.
I don't get it.
You don't get why you can't look at the sun?
You can look at the sun right now for a second or two and not go blind. How come when the moon gets in the way, it blinds you? For life?
I don't think you're supposed to be staring directly at the sun at any point, right?
I'm gonna find the sun and go stare at it while you guys start this segment off.
Yeah, you've never looked up at a fly
and you're
ball.
Also through a window, so that's not the same.
Never seen a fly ball and then you go like you're trying to shade and then you catch it and then you're like look around, you have the sun in your vision still.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
still have vision.
That's what I'm trying to keep from right now.
I can't find the sun.
I'm not. Look, I'm not saying you'll automatically lose your vision. I just think haven't we known for some time now you're not really supposed to stare at the sun?
Did Mike say he couldn't find the sun?
Yeah. I mean, just look straight up in the sky.
I just want to make sure I heard that right.
Just look straight up in the sky.
He thinks it's on the other side of the building.
Right? It's not noon a.p.m.
Well, noon p.m. is noon for the moon. That everybody knows that. So I understand what you're saying though.
That is incorrect.
It is a lot more difficult to see with these right now because like I'm looking into the lights, nothing's coming through, and so this is one of those things though, Kevin, where you got to be prepared. All right, like
you look kind of like Cyclops.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
When people say
right?
Stevie Wonder isn't blind, I think he is. But do you think that's kind of what he? Like, do you think it's worse vision than what you have on right now? I've never put those on before.
I can't see anything. I can't see you. I can see nothing right now.
Okay.
So it's kind of tough.
Have you heard that before? That Stevie Wonder?
Yeah, like when he catches the light while that was set up on the screen, and then he takes the video camera and looks through the camera viewer, and is like, why did he do that?
Hey, right now on MLB Network, we should get to the topic because they are like starting every show off with Astros
As
Rangers.
They should. Let's go and fire off cut number 6. What has really been working for the Rangers in the first week of this season?
Seager is 1 for 2. Swings and drives this one deep down the right field line. Palacios going back into the corner it goes, and into the people it goes. A home run down the right field line for Corey Seager. That's his first of the year. He gives Texas a 1-0 lead.
Corey, are you going to wear those glasses the entire show?
Kevin, I'm trying to prepare for Monday. All right. Trying to make sure that this thing over time, it builds, like the station took a long time to grow into what it is.
Take those off.
You want me to take these off?
Take these stupid glasses
These
off.
glasses.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, there's multiple glasses.
What the hell?
You want me to keep these
Are you
on?
like
another pair?
You're like a jockey. That's how jockeys do it.
Take those stupid glasses off. It's not Monday.
Hey.
That's why you couldn't see. You had double glasses on.
Well, actually, double glasses was smart. Kevin, I still can't see. Look at these. Look through these real quick, dude. Here, you try them out. You try out the glasses. See if you can see anything with the sun.
Hey,
this is dark.
Cannot.
This is dark.
They're blacked out.
That's why nobody's gonna see it on Monday.
Do you think you're gonna get better at radio with those glasses
Hundreds
on?
of millions of people are gonna be in DFW.
Corey,
it isn't a visual medium.
Yeah, waiting to look at the.
Do you think
we have Twitch and YouTube?
Do you think Hunter Brown pegs a Ranger, or do you think that they used Maton last week as the deception?
You do not think that some guy went to a new team, carried over his old grudge. You do not think that, do you?
No, those were unintentional.
That's what I think. thought.
What a strategy if they're like, we got him and they don't even know it.
I am kind of curious, like how Boch approaches that, because he did say last week or this week, whenever we talked to him, he was like, "Look, we're going to hit some guys too this year." And he was
unintentional.
Again, he did say unintentionally, I think, or like it's going to happen.
He did. You just block that out of your head like your sunglasses.
But I am kind of, man.
Do you have another pair of those? What the hell?
Dude, they're everywhere. Everywhere you go, people just have these. These are the Perot's. I got some from the city of Plano.
Can I get one of those?
Yeah, I got another pair. I got 3 right here for you. So, yes, I got you taken care of. Yeah, one Eclipse that we might not be able to see.
He might give them out to other people.
No, I'm just saying, that's a lot of making sunglasses for one Eclipse.
Isn't the Eclipse the best time to pull off a caper?
Isn't this the first time that we've had this eclipse in Texas since like the 70s?
And how long does the eclipse last if you're going to pull off a caper?
4 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes to get in there.
You do not have the skills to pull off an advanced caper.
But that's why I have your plan. You have a bank robbing plan.
We better hurry. What? How is the eclipse going to help you rob a bank?
It's dark. Nobody can see.
Everybody's park.
Everybody's
As
looking
we were
up the sun
talking,
with the glasses
I just got an email from the University of Texas. Everything you need to know about Monday's solar eclipse.
Boom! You know what? We should do that today. We should talk about, well, not on Monday. That's a dumb time to talk about it.
Okay.
It's already happened.
Okay.
I guess.
Can we mix in
Talk
some
Rangers. You want to talk Rangers?
What's going well?
Yes. What's going well? Because I have a few different things that I wanted to point out, but if you've got something, let me know.
I don't have numbers to back this up.
Okay.
But I would say clutch hitting.
Okay.
Now, game 1, that's obvious. Jankowski with the big game-tying home run, and then the Rangers being able to win the game there in extra innings. I can't remember what inning. There's just one extra inning, right?
Yes.
Thank you. But I feel like the Rangers, even in Tampa there, Nate Eovaldi's throwing a great game. I was listening to it on 105.3 The Fan while I was in the car, and Eric Nadel said about after 5 innings, he said, this reminds me a little bit of Game 5 of the World Series because Eovaldi's putting up zeros. The Rangers aren't really doing much at all offensively, but then the Rangers, as you got to the second part of the game, the last 4 innings, all of a sudden the Rangers came up very clutch, especially in the 9th inning because, let's be honest, we were all a little bit worried about a 1-run lead going into the bottom of the 9th, and when the Rangers got the 4-run lead, it felt a lot better, and that game felt reminiscent of the World Series clinching game. So I would say that so far the Rangers have come up pretty big offensively.
And I think we went to the numbers yesterday on that. I think it's going to stay that way. They're just the kind of team that scores just over or around 5 runs a game. Like that kind of happens. You can kind of rely on it. It's just, can the pitcher keep you in the game long enough? Can Eovaldi, we talked with Hamels on opening day, and he was like, yeah, man, that's where you learn to get out of jams and learn how to pitch at your best is whenever you're in those jams. And Eovaldi's an expert at it. I trust him completely when he's on the mound for those.
And there's something really encouraging happening for Eovaldi early on. In that last game, he threw more splitters than fastballs at nearly a 2-to-1 ratio. It was the second highest number of splitters he's thrown in a game. And guess what? It was successful. The second highest percentage that he'd used in a game and the second highest number of swings and misses. But for the entire game, he had a career high 23 swings and misses.
That's great. And Mike, Tampa's a really good fastball hitting team. And maybe that's part of the reason he went so much with the splitter. His splitter already looks like it anyway, but he knew he had good control over it.
Do you guys remember Eovaldi? I don't have his splits pulled up. He didn't get off to the best April start. It was after DeGrom got hurt at the end of April that then he had the great game against the Yankees and then took off in May and June. So this is a really good sign that Eovaldi's on top of his game. His first 2 starts have been tremendous.
And this, I was just going to say, both him and Dunning's swing and miss numbers early on have been top notch.
And Dunning's numbers did he give up 1 run through 6 or was it no runs?
It was no runs.
And then at that 7th inning, it made it look a little bit ugly, but it wasn't. He was dominant for his 6 innings. He completely ran out of gas in the 7th inning and gave up, obviously, the runs that he gave up. But Dunning, I wish Eovaldi was pitching in this series, but I'm great. I'm happy. His first 2 games, you've gotten 2 W's out of it. You got a no decision in the first one, but you've won both games. I can't remember what you said, Corey, to start the year. Did you say... you might have been exaggerating, or maybe I'm exaggerating about what you said, that every Eovaldi start needs to be a win. Did you say something like that? Or
I don't think I did.
And it's not. I mean, you're being too extreme there, but those Eovaldi games, especially before you get back Scherzer, and I think you're going to get back Mally. Now I'm getting confused because I've heard some people say it differently than Mally.
I'm pretty sure it's Mally.
We said Mally to his face in the clubhouse, and he didn't correct us. So either he's really nice or...
Is after the All-Star break, you're hoping to get him back, but Eovaldi starts in April and May are so important, and now you have Bradford and Gray opening up this series. Bradford, great first start. Gray, the opposite.
Yes.
And so it doesn't mean that they're going to keep pitching that way. But I'm already getting ready for Saturday's game. Not that I'm skipping this game, but I'm getting ready for Saturday's game. And John Gray just has to pitch with confidence. I don't know. It's so easy to say sitting in this chair. It's so easy to be sitting on your couch watching John Gray on the mound go,
do this, do that.
Believe in yourself. Yeah. Your stuff is way too good to not believe in yourself. And if you give up a hit or a home run, okay. We all make bad pitches. It happens. The greatest pitchers of all time made bad pitches. They gave up a run or two here and there. Still believe in yourself. Don't give up on yourself because things aren't going almost perfect. John Gray has one of these, I think, minds that it needs to be going pretty much perfect for him to keep like that complete and total confidence. And he doesn't. He just needs to keep believing in himself throughout the game.
And that's like, I feel confident that Dane Dunning believes it's going to work out over time.
Sure.
Like he's the guy that I'm like,
he's like one pitch at a time.
And I don't know enough about Cody Bradford yet to know. And that's what I'm concerned with a young pitcher like that. If it doesn't work, do they fall apart? If they get into a jam, if they learn how to pitch out of those jams kind of moments. And so that's where like I'm just uncertain about Cody Bradford's prospect at the moment.
One encouraging thing, I'm going to stick with pitchers. This is another thing that's worked great thus far. The combination of David Robertson and Kirby Yates. 6 total appearances. They have 4 holds and a win in that time. They've thrown 6 2/3, no earned runs given up. 4 hits versus 7 strikeouts. And so this is the combination that we've talked about, will you start to see a hodgepodge mix-up closing and everything like that? But early on, and I'm not saying all the innings have looked perfect, but you've gotten the effective results from Robertson and Yates, who are 2 of the bigger money or bigger names that you brought in, which still wasn't super high. But
I'm putting a lot on them now.
They've been working in that first week of the season.
Yesterday you asked the question, or maybe it was Mike that asked the question, who do you go to? And I said Robertson or Yates.
Robertson might be walking folks a little too much early on, or it might just be an isolated incident, but I think they've both been good.
Yeah, I'm putting a lot on them because of their veteran, like because of who they are.
Sure.
It's just where it is.
I could see that. And then Marcus Semien, I wanted to throw out because Marcus Semien had a really interesting specific item that he wants to work on this year. He wants to dominate full counts more. And so he faced full counts 92 times last year. He had a .478 on-base percentage with 33 walks versus 24 strikeouts. And everyone's like, oh, wow, good job. And he said, not good enough. And so early on in the season, through his first 4 full counts, he's already taken 3 walks. And so that's kind of, I think his ideal is, I need to walk or get on base in 75% of these positions of full count.
Corey's going to drive me in.
Yes, as opposed to half the time, which is still pretty dang good. He was like, no, I could do better.
Mike, by the way, not to jump off of this, but I wanted to jump onto the Corey conversation real quick. Mike, I was watching a pitching instructor on TikTok this morning. I'm sorry, not a hitting instructor.
All right.
And he was saying, and this sounds very Corey Seager approach. You have to make your mind up that you're swinging when you get in the box. You're getting into the box. You're not going to go, is this a strike? Is it a ball? You're getting in there and you're going, I'm crushing the ball as soon as I see it. And I'm kind of curious about this. Was it a dude in
blue jeans?
No, it was a young guy with a redheaded beard, and he looks like he's in a cage and everything. And he's like, your mindset, you get confused as a hitter if you get in there and you're going, I'm trying to work all this. He said, we can work on sequences and trying to figure that out, but you have to have your muscles ready to hit the ball as hard as you can. It's better to go 100% with your swing than you're going to have more flaws in your swing if you're just trying to make contact. So we need to work on, I'm hitting as soon as I see pitch. And that feels like the Corey Seager approach is, I'm going to hit the ball, and I've mentally told myself I'm going to do it. I'm going to miss, but I'm also, whenever I make contact, it's going to be good contact.
As long as we're not people listening right now aren't listening to you thinking this, because there's a stupid person that's on TikTok that Jeff Fry does make fun of, and he shows bad balls being hit by the greatest hitters.
No, yeah.
He's like, you swing, you decide to swing before they even pitch it. It doesn't even matter where it's at. And I'm like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And that's a person who's really never played at any type of high level of baseball at all. Is I don't want people to think what Corey Seager does is he plans to swing before the pitch is thrown, and he's swinging no matter where the pitch is. There's way more of an approach at a major league
Seager
level.
feels like they're trying to get ahead of me anyway, so they're probably throwing me a strike on first pitch.
When you see a person, for the most part, swing at a ball that hits home plate or in front of home plate, or like chin high or above, they might have gone up there. There's a good chance they were swinging before the pitch was even thrown. That's a pathetic, bad approach. That's pure luck if they throw the ball in your zone where you can hit it. But yes, you do want to go up there going, if they throw me a pitch that I can handle, I'm attacking this pitch. I'm going to be the attacker, not getting attacked. Pitcher's trying to do the same thing. He's trying to be the attacker and not getting attacked. That's the one-on-one battle. But you don't ever want to go up there and go, before he throws this pitch, I'm swinging no matter what.
Yeah.
That's, for an example, a long time ago, Ozzie Guillen, you could see that he would do that at times. At times it looked like Juan Gonzalez and Josh Hamilton were doing that.
Yeah,
those are two
that's very
MVPs.
true, yeah.
But at times you're like, did you just decide to swing before they even threw the pitch and you just got unlucky that they threw it, like head high or in the dirt 7 feet away from home plate? Like, that should have been at no point a commitment to swing. At no point was that ball looking like a strike.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday. If you want to get those shout-outs in, frankfirm.com. Thank you. Text line 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from you on the Twitch and the YouTube. Coming up next, though, let's talk about that Mavs win last night. And maybe look ahead to the Golden State rematch tonight. Next on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Luka along the sideline. And hello, Winda! Another display of some Luka magic.
I have Rangers fever so much right now. I thought he said hello wing column for just a second.
I thought the same thing.
Okay, good. Because you got Rangers Astros tonight right here on 105 through the Fan. By the way, G-Bag Nation going to be live out at Globe Life Field if you want to go check them out. It is also a shout out Friday. There are a lot. We'll get to them. From the 817, I want to shout out my coworker for giving me her shifts when she calls in hungover at least once a week.
Nice.
Because there are some jobs where somebody calls in and they're sick, it screws you over because you have more work to do. There are other jobs where it gives you an opportunity, perhaps, like I immediately think of like restaurant business, where it gives you an opportunity to maybe pick up an extra shift that you might be looking for.
Yes, that was my whole life whenever I was working it on the border and Pueblo and everything was somebody was like, hey, people would just show up and sit there and be like, do you want to work today? And you have that desire, like you're sitting there going, maybe I don't want to work today. I could go hang out at the pool at the apartment or something. And you're just like, all right. And then or you're that person that shows up because you're like, I need to make my rent payment today. So
That's what I always heard. The end of the month is cutthroat in terms of shifts
work doubles.
and stuff like that.
Got to work doubles.
From the 214, shout out to my son Brooks. It's his 3rd birthday. He already wakes up in the morning and wants to watch sports. Now, the next thing I need you to do is add on or listen to sports right here on the Fan, and we'll be golden. But Brooks sounds awesome. Also awesome last night, the Dallas Mavericks. This was a big spread against I'll say not very good Hawks team.
But playing well of late.
That's true. But this was not one of those things where you pulled away in the second half. Now, the first quarter made me nervous. The second quarter, you put the boots to them. It felt like in the second half, it was a done deal. I know the game kept going, but this was a win that you wanted the Mavericks to be able to get in potentially comfortable fashion since you got to get right back at it today.
Yes, and as the first half was happening, I was just thinking, man, our guys are tired. Fight through it. And I thought that Followell and Devin Harris and I think Skin was on there too. They did a good job of talking about how hard the team was working on defense throughout the game because offensively, once again, they didn't the second quarter they did.
Yes.
They had a great offensive second quarter.
They looked clunky.
But for most of the rest of the game, they did not look that efficient offensively, but their defense was there. After the first quarter, their defense was just really consistent throughout the game.
Can I ask you a question then that usually would be a bananas question? Did we see last night, and maybe we've seen a few other times, where not only does their defense look fine, they're winning games because of how well they're playing defensively?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
last night was a defensive win.
Yes, that's what I think, too.
The biggest factor on the defense for me is the amount of fast break points that it can turn into, especially now that Luka's looking up court. Guys are flying down court already.
He's Kevin Loving us.
Derek Jones Jr. Yeah, Derek Jones Jr. is, hey guys, I'll be on the other end of the court if y'all need me. Tim Hardaway's making efforts to get up court and get open down there. And Kyrie and Luka, both, as soon as they get the ball in their hand, they look up and they're like, can I make a big pass? Can I Mahomes this sucker right now? And then all of a sudden it's a dunk, and now the opponent's in there going, man, it just continues to go to their defense sets up all the other things that they can do well. Their offense just eats off of it because now you have to stress about getting back on defense to cover those guys. And then it allows guys to set up and see what they're doing too. And when we were just we have to hit 3-pointers team, we were a bad team. I mean, you could say you could win games like that, but you're really a bad team whenever you're not mixing and matching. Just like a good pitcher is able to do it all.
They're getting contributions maybe not exactly from the same people every night, but they're getting consistent contributions from the role players too.
Is that, if you're describing role players, do you ever think that that's better than, like, I know you want like people that you can always get consistent contributions from, but when you're talking about the role players, don't you like the idea of a group of 5 and you're like, I don't know who, but like 2 or 3 of these people are going to show up night to night?
Yes, because it makes it more difficult on the defense. We know in the playoffs they're going to leave Maxi Kleber absolutely wide open. We've seen it. There's been enough Maverick playoff games with Maxi Kleber that he's going to play 15 to 25 minutes in a playoff game. He's going to get 5 to 8, like wide open.
Right.
We're not covering you. Take the 3-pointer. We don't care. We're not closing out shots. Dante Exum's probably going to get the same treatment in the playoffs. I don't know if PJ Washington's going to get that treatment because he can be at times a really good offensive player, at times not a good offensive player. But the Mavericks last night got 39 points from their other 3 starters. And halfway through this season, I thought if the Mavs are going to do anything in a game against a good team, you're going to have to get 70 points minimum from Luka and Kyrie. Is that fair? That's not really fair to be like, hey, one guy get 40, the other guy get 30 if we have any chance of winning this game. And now last night, and it wasn't against a great team, like you said, they got 31 points, and they were not efficient shooting the basketball, those 2 guys combined. Obviously, Kyrie was better last night than Luka shooting, but I look at it now and go, maybe we don't need 70 on a consistent basis from these guys. Maybe, I don't know if it's 50. Maybe it's in between.
Because it was 51. I think you might have said 31. It was 51 last night.
51, 26 and 25. But I think now I look at it in the playoffs and go, if those guys get 60 combined, which in a way kind of is 35 and 25, they're just hitting their averages. They don't have to play over their averages. They need to be obviously efficient. But now I'm like, can I count on, here's my question to you guys, can I count on PJ Washington, Jones, and Gafford? I'm going to lower it from what they got last night, 39. Can they give us consistently in the playoffs 30 points a game?
I think so.
That's 10 apiece. I know that they're not exactly going to get 10 apiece, but
I really do. And I don't think that's, too optimistic way of looking at it.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think Derek Jones Jr. is going to give me a consistent 12 or 14 or whatever, but I think one night I'll get 22 from him and one night I'll get 6.
From Derek Jones Jr.?
Derek Jones Jr. That's 22? What I feel. I think he can score 22 on a night, especially if nobody's covering him. Higher?
No, lower.
I want you to go lower.
I think that 22 is too high for a max, but I think like 18?
Okay.
Like that might be because that would be as great as.
But that's what I'm saying is I feel like it's going to be a kind of a roller coaster with him, kind of like it was with Reggie Bullock on certain nights.
Yeah.
It's not all, but with him, Reggie Bullock, it was, if I don't have a 3, I'm passing. With Derek Jones Jr., I don't have a 3 on my first move. I'm pump faking and going around to the basket, and I might pass, but I also could finish. So he does have that ability to give you a little bit extra.
Could I see in a game where he's super hot and just playing great, could I see that PJ Washington has by himself a 30-point game in a random playoff game?
Yes, I could.
Now, could the next game he score 2 points on 10 shots? I could also see that too from PJ Washington. I love it. And he's going to get the minutes. Like PJ Washington last night, 36 minutes. I think in the playoffs, he's going to get 25 to 36 minutes a game. Maybe I might be low on the 25 and maybe even low on the 36. He might be. We've seen it before. When you got into the playoffs, I think this team is deeper than the 21 team, but Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock were both playing 40 to 44 minutes a game. Like that's just where you were at. You had no bench, no depth.
Unsustainable.
And I don't think you want to give PJ Washington 40 minutes a night in the playoffs. But
I agree.
Maybe 25 is way too low. I'm just looking at this now from a playoff perspective, this team, when I'm watching them, I'm saying, and then that's why I watched Denver and LA last night. If Denver doesn't have a healthy Murray, they're going to get upset and lose in the playoffs. They are not going to make it to the NBA Finals. They're not good enough. I love Jokic. He's freaking unbelievable, and Caldwell Pope got off to a great start last night, and Michael Porter Jr. looks really good. But if they do not have Jamal Murray, they could lose in the first round. They could lose if the Mavericks play Denver Nuggets and Jamal Murray's not healthy and ready to go. The Mavericks will beat the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs.
Whew, that would be a very interesting series. I also wanted to point this out. I know we talked a lot about the defense. This is another really encouraging thing. it feels like, although I probably should have done the research before making this statement, it feels like the Mavericks don't get destroyed on the boards anymore. Like, if you're just looking at it last night, Clint Capella, he was putting in his work. He's probably talking about getting traded to the Mavericks for like the 8th time. And Jalen Johnson, I believe, out of Duke, was putting in work on the glass as well. But you looked at the game.
He quit Duke, right?
Yes.
Was he there for like 10 days and said, I quit?
And it took him a while to really get going in the NBA. This looks like a game where you would feel like, oh, here we go again. But it didn't feel like that. I know those two in particular had good individual nights on the glass, but I thought the rebounds were pretty darn even for most of the night. And that's something that you wouldn't see from Mavericks team.
Yeah, even if it's creating the space for Luka to get his rebounds, the big guys are doing what they can do.
I think that the Mavs, I don't know how it flipped. I have no clue how it flipped. That they sacrificed for one another, that they crashed the boards for one another, because we watched all last season and they did not like each other for the most part, and they were not sacrificing for each other. And this year, I had heard that things had changed. This team really does care for each other, but they still weren't sacrificing for one another. They were not sacrificing defensively for one another. They were not sacrificing for the rebounds for one another. And maybe it was just the talent they couldn't. Maybe that was it. Like, they just weren't good enough to really rebound the basketball. But last night, Daniel Gafford got in foul trouble. And I will give Dwight Powell, even though in the box score it doesn't look like he had 10 rebounds, but I will give in his short minutes for Dwight Powell and for Maxi Kleba, and Dante Exum didn't make a shot, but I will give all of these guys credit off the bench going, we're going to figure out how to help this team.
Yeah.
And there's this sacrifice. I don't know how it happened. I literally don't know. But all of a sudden, after that 5 out of 6 game losing streak, they all decided, you know what? I'm going to sacrifice myself for the team. And that has not happened. Probably the playoffs of 21. Like, literally, they went all of last year and half of this season, more than half of the season, going, we do not sacrifice for one another. It's about my money and my game. And then all of a sudden, it's flipped, and it's awesome to watch.
It was, I think, Kevin, they probably went to a team building getaway camp, for like a weekend.
True.
Or maybe did more trust falls around the office.
I'm trying to figure out when that would have happened. I'm looking at the schedule.
Shortly after the trade.
Yeah.
They had to get used to each other for a minute. They went through, it was the spell where they went through the losing slump for a second after their long win streak. And then Jason Kidd said, all right, guys, Gafford, get up there. We're going to trust fall.
Mavericks have won 12 of 14. Couple of injury notes for you. Josh Green, Jason Kidd said, hopefully next week is the target when we can get him on the floor. Derek Lively thing, still vague, less potentially optimistic.
Very vague.
Quote, we can only hope that age is a factor, that he heals quickly. That's probably not what you want to hear. But
he's using hope as his method.
Yeah,
hope.
and young as your hope. But another good thing is, if the Mavericks do finish in the top 6, that inherently builds you another set of an extra few days to hopefully get things going. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 432. Shout-out to Whataburger. I just found out they give you Eclipse glasses with every single order. And then from the 469, shout-out to my 6-year-old that wants to listen to The Fan. In your face, 3-year-old.
That's what
All
I'm
right,
talking
look,
about.
we need to be encouraging one
Kick
another.
that 3-year-old out of the car.
No, 3-year-old, that's pretty impressive.
For what?
To already be into sports? And
No, the 6-year-old's into sports. The 3-year-old's just sitting there.
No. The 3-year-old is watching sports.
Oh.
Just the 6-year-old's also
listening to the fan. Well, the
So-
3-year-old better get after it, man. What's he doing? Standing around the corner?
You didn't change your bonus
Baby.
structure? Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, it's Rangers Astros, and the Astros seem to be going solo this year. Next.
Next, G-Bag Nation, it is a Friday show live at the Globe. Pregame at 6:30. We're silver booting. Nation starts at 2 o'clock on the Fan.
Feels like you get an extra $20 in your pocket.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they're #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Disclaimer, based on a new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
I just got one thing to say, everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In your face, Houston. Also, here's a double-edged shout out from the 469. You'll trust me. Shout out to my mom, Lena. She will be 53 on Sunday. P.S. Sorry, Mom, about saying your house smelled like death yesterday. I didn't know your dog just died. Sincerely, your favorite son, Jeff.
Why'd the house smell?
It smelled like a dead dog.
Because it had been sitting there for a few days?
Yeah.
When did you clean it? I mean,
I don't. We'll get back to that.
How long do you let the dog be dead?
Not long.
Because you let sleeping dogs lie, right?
Okay, but you don't leave it in the house.
Yeah,
I think.
true. Yeah.
So if you just think it's asleep, don't you let a sleeping dog lie?
Yes, but he's not asleep. He's dead. So then you don't let that.
I mean, it's just like a really deep sleep,
Yeah, it's
isn't
the
it?
long sleep is what they call it.
I just need some time to lay next to my dog so we can be sad and then go from
You're going to do that?
Now, Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Baseball Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views, and I recommend Twin Peaks that you have Apple TV tonight, because if there's Ranger fans that are at your place, it will be on Apple TV tonight. It won't be on DirecTV. It won't be on your Fubo. It will be on Apple TV tonight, then on Bally's on Saturday and Monday, and on ESPN on Sunday. So this is what happens when your team wins a championship. They start putting you as the national product. All right, real quick, Michael Lorenzen. He will not be pitching in this series, but good news. Last night at El Paso, that's where Jerry Jones does his free agency. He's told us that for 30 years. That
El Paso.
He's in El Paso on free agency. We are all in when it comes to spring break. 4 innings pitched for Michael Lorenzen, 3 hits, 1 run, 1 hit batter, just to let him know who owns the inside part of the plate. 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. So good start from Michael Lorenzen. He pitched 2 2/3 on March 30th. I'm assuming this. I don't know this. I'm assuming that was his last rehab minor league start. I'm assuming he comes back. I'm throwing this out there. We don't know what's going to happen. Some aerial person was on MLB Network a second ago. Really
Ariel
dogging
was
on
her name.
The girl with the red hair?
She had blonde hair.
Okay.
She's in the freezing cold.
Oh, yeah.
You don't even know.
She's tiny.
We have great weather here. She's at the freezing cold weather at Yankees, whatever, stadium.
Stadium was the word that was difficult for you?
Yeah, surely that.
She might have not been at Yankee Stadium. It's just a really freezing cold place. You could tell.
Because there's a snowstorm, a spring
She had
snowstorm
on a
up north.
scarf and a big jacket and
Nobody's doing that this
leather
summer.
gloves. We don't have leather gloves here. It's springtime in Texas. We have leather gloves, just not like you shouldn't be wearing them now. It'd be
Fair.
silly.
That's very
Maybe you're
fair.
riding a motorcycle. But okay,
Stay focused.
Let's get to the point, guys. She was dogging on Cody Bradford.
What?
She was saying Cody Bradford bet on under 3.5 Ks tonight.
Just for the record, you just saw that graphic. You couldn't hear anything that she said, but you've made the determination. Just because she said under 3.5 Ks, she was dogging on
They
him.
showed Bradford backing up bases in the highlights. Screw you. Show him getting somebody out. Like, I'm picking under.
Strikeout.
Yeah, under strikeouts doesn't mean he's going to be backing up bases. Maybe he gets a lot of ground ball
Pop
outs.
flies.
Show him getting outs on the ground.
Long
Don't
fly
show him
ball.
backing up third base.
Yeah. Long outs.
So, what if Bradford has a good game tonight? What if Bradford goes, let's say
never
5
losing
innings,
a game.
2 runs? That gives you a great chance to win. That's not like the best start in the world, but it gives you a good chance to win. What do you do with Cody Bradford after this if Michael Lorenzen is ready to join your rotation?
Trade him.
No, well,
No, please don't.
His value will be high.
I was going to say 17 games in 17 days. This feels like the time to go 6-man on the rotation.
I agree.
Okay, and the Rangers have hinted at that could be the case. So if Bradford doesn't have a great start,
Is
then-
there anything, Mike, to like for younger pitchers that going longer than 5 days between starts is a problem?
I don't think anymore because you have the off day on Monday in the
Yeah.
minor league. So you're not pitching much every 5th day. You really don't even. A lot of times they've had to send. I remember Taj Bradley last year. He's a pitcher for Tampa Bay. He's an okay pitcher, but high hopes for him. A high prospect in Tampa Bay's organization. They had to send him down after a few starts in the major leagues because they're like, he's not prepared and ready for every 5th day. And unfortunately here, we don't have an off day every Monday, which pretty much means you're pitching once a week. You're pitching every 5th day in the major leagues because we don't have the depth isn't there. It's kind of like offensive linemen in football if you're not much of a baseball fan. Hey, yes, there are 3 backup offensive linemen on the team,
Right.
but for some reason, as good as those guys are, they're in the NFL. They are way less than usually your 5 starting guys on your offensive line. Same thing in baseball. It's like you have 5 starting pitchers. You might have 1 or 2 that you're not in love with. But to have depth to say, oh man, we got 2 or 3 other really good ones in our pen right now, or one of them that's in the minors that's doing great. Usually not. So they had to take Taj Bradley and go, and this has happened to other guys too. He just comes to mind because he's on my fantasy team last year. Is they're like, let's send him down because he doesn't even know how to yet throw every 5th day. And we got to now teach him over about a month to have him learn how to throw every 5th day in the minor league. So guys aren't even prepared to throw every 5th day.
Bradford last year was he it was mostly emergency time, or to get you. It was a bridge, like he was a bridge pitcher to get you to something else. But now it's, hey, let's get some more opportunities.
Okay, so that's your pitching for right now. Bradford tonight. Michael Lorenzen pitched yesterday and should be ready to join the team after this Astros series. It'll be interesting how Bochy does this. Now, the Astros going solo. I'm going to give you home runs by each player for the Astros, and then I'm going to give you the number of RBIs they have this year. Leading the team in home runs right now for the Astros, Jose Altuve, 3 home runs. How many RBIs do you think Jose Altuve has?
10.
3.
Oh.
Your face.
Yordan Alvarez has 2 home runs this year. He has 3 RBIs. Kyle Tucker has 2 home runs this year. He has the robust 5 RBIs off of 2 home runs. Yanir Diaz, if I'm saying his first name right, I should. He's on my fantasy team, and I'm stupidly not playing him. He's the best hitting catcher in all of baseball by far to start the year. He is having a tremendous start to the season, batting .462. I wish they'd bring back Candy Maldonado so we have the 162.
Wasn't that the concern? Was that Diaz was going to be the better hitter, but Maldonado called a better game, or was it?
Yeah, I mean, thank God that they decided that, because then we had a pretty much a free out for unless he leaned into a pitch or whatever.
Yeah.
But he is batting .462. He has 2 home runs. He only has 4 RBIs. Alex Bregman doesn't have a home run, and so that means he only has 1 RBI. So you just start looking at their best hitters, and you're like, the home runs are there. They're hitting the ball out of the park to start the year, and there's 7 games played. Their main guys are hitting home runs, but nobody's on base. And maybe when guys are on base, they're not having the best at bats. So this is the thing that you have to hope for. It won't stay this way, but if the Astros are going to hit home runs in this series, that it only causes 1 run.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing right now is Yordan Alvarez did have 2 home runs the other day. He got off to a slow start until then. He's the one that I'm still scared to death of. I think that they have other great hitters. It's a great lineup, but I am still really scared of Yordan Alvarez. So my key, one of the keys in this series is once you get past the 5th inning, you do not throw him pitches that he can win the game on or tie the game up on in the 6th through the 9th inning. I'm going to pass, and I'm going to say, all right, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Diaz, McCormick, whoever it is that hits after Yordan Alvarez. Altuve will hit in front of him because he's the leadoff hitter. I just go, if they beat us, they beat us. We're going to have to make good pitches against them too. Those are good players, but I just don't want, just like they probably don't want to be pitching to Corey Seager. As great as Garcia was in the playoffs last year, I'm sure if you have the scouting report from Houston, they will say with the game on the line, we will pass from Seager, and this is where another key to this series is going to happen. Evan Carter's got to get hot, because if these are close games, they're not going to pitch to Seager. And if Evan Carter is batting 3rd in the majority of these games, I'm guessing against the game on Monday, Valdez, Framber, I'm assuming he'll bat 8th or not in the lineup.
And right now, getting hot for Evan Carter would be getting a hit, right?
All right, go to break.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Evan Carter. There's Evan Carter.
I'm kidding.
Jumping too early.
I can't decide, Mike. I really can't decide if I should be on your side or Kevin's on this one. I kind of want to dig with him.
I never get to win these things.
I'm kind of feeling like I want Evan Carter to get hit
5-game hitless streak. It's over.
All right. Actually, Mike, here, I'm going to change this.
Do something,
I'm going to change this tease up for you. The Mets announcer, New York City Marathon haters.
Oh, no, you had Evan Carter in this?
And me. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys are on mic. It is time for
Nobody's on me.
Forgiveness Friday. It is also...
His name's Mike, Kevin. His name is Mike.
You're stupid. That was stupid.
Remember, he is the Mike in DFW?
Yeah.
He's going to be here longer than Mike McCarthy?
I will admit, one of my favorite I don't know about that anymore. Yeah. One of my favorite commercials was we said something about a mic and we transitioned in this commercial and go, hey, here's a mic you can talk about, or something like that. I thought it was spectacular.
It's way better than you just did.
You know what? You're probably right. That's a fair point. It is also a shout out Friday from the 561. Shout out to my wife of 6 months. We just bought our first home together. Close on the 15th. That is outstanding. I know how stressful. I think we all know how stressful that process can be.
Yeah, Sharif.
And from the 682, good point.
Boy, he's been in a bad mood.
Yeah, that is fair.
Everything.
This is like a couple months now of him just being like,
Sean, figure it out, man. Take a happy
close to
pill.
the end for that. Shout out to Body and Mind Fitness in Midlothian, who will be at the Midlothian High School Boys Swim Team Car Show tomorrow. Whoa! And the Wine Festival. It's a swim team, car show, and wine festival? That sounds amazing in Midlothian.
I got two things to shout out, Kevin.
Okay.
Yes, car festivals and wine festivals at the same time, but they're drinking and driving all over the place.
What are you doing right now?
Yeah, that's not...
You just said they're having it sounds amazing. They're having a car and wine festival.
But in the car festival, you look at the cars. You're not driving around in the cars.
Oh, they don't do like the lowriders thing where everybody drives by and shows off the car? While they're hanging their wine bottles out the car?
I don't believe so.
All right, shout out to Adriana, who turned 12 yesterday, and I said that she could not have a shout out yesterday because it was not Shout Out Friday.
So rude.
And as the ruler of Shout Out Friday, I think that's very important. I don't know. I want to say dictator. I feel like that's a bad word.
Sure. Arbiter.
So,
You're the arbiter.
Arbiter. Yeah, I'm the arbitrator of it. So,
Close
and then
enough.
also to this, shout out to the Rangers.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
They won the World Series.
The roof is going to be open tonight.
Oh, I actually did not. When you said it couldn't happen, I actually did think it couldn't happen.
I was thinking that they might go all year without opening the roof too. That's awesome.
I guess the dew point's at the right place.
I love when the roof is open. I get that it needs to be closed for the majority of the season, but it is special when that roof is open.
Agreed. From the 817, shout out to Kevin for ribbing Mike about Evan Carter on behalf of all Cowboys fans. I never get to be on the winning end of these things, so I do.
Like Cowboy fans. Get it? Here we go. Well, you know what? There's always next year.
That's the spirit.
That is a cocky Rangers fan.
Yeah,
right there.
I love it. And I love the Rangers, and I love Evan Carter, too. By the way, we got to follow up. It is two separate events. Sorry. We're not drinking and driving. Definitely not.
Well, that makes me feel better.
From the 940, ooh, can I get a shout out to my father? After 30 years, he's hit 30 days without a sip of alcohol. I love sobriety for his journey. We talk about this all the time. Every day is a new day, new opportunity if you want to change something. And that is outstanding. Very, very difficult. Well done right there. You want to do some Forgiveness Friday?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's what I need to decide on this, Corey. We have a sequence of audio for you.
All right.
We're going to start with cut number 13. This is the Utah Jazz. They're doing, you know how they do halftime games or like timeout games? You can do all kinds of different things.
The Jazz?
Or all sports, pretty
yeah.
much.
I've seen CA do that with the Whataburger French fry.
This one for the Jazz, it was a promotion to win a car. We're going to pick
Not
it up.
a game, because they're on like an 11-game losing streak.
Exactly.
Whatever,
That's why they have to give away a car. And so, because they can't get a win. He's got one more three-point shot he needs to make as the clock clicks down to try to win a car. I'll let you listen to the audience to decide if he gets it. He made it. He's going to win the car until we go to cut number 14. And just imagine this is CA, because this is Utah CA going to break the bad news.
Talk to the judges. It was after the buzzer. It was
that arena is not happy.
And so it's weird because it worked. That game worked against the actual rules of basketball, where he clearly got the shot off before the buzzer,
but it went in after
the buzzer, and they're like, "Nope, doesn't count."
Yeah, that's at a hockey match.
Is this the Will Ferrell movie?
Yes. Comparisons.
Where Steve Nash made that one.
Comparisons were made to semi-pro. Luckily, I believe the Jazz and the car company, and I don't know, everyone involved realized this was going to be the worst PR stunt ever. So I take you back to cut number 15. Utah Chris Arnold trying to make it right.
Here's the deal. We're back here, and after further review from Ken Mark, you, my friend, are taking home the call.
By giving away the car.
Did he get a chant going too at the end there? That was nice.
By giving away the car, did the Jazz, the car dealership, and fake Chris Arnold earn forgiveness?
I will forgive him, yes.
Okay.
I think that's a good forgiveness.
All right, excellent.
Is there any chance that this was like a full stunt to get even more juice in the building? You know what I mean?
I mean, you have to have a lot. That it could be. You have to have a lot of faith in that dude and his 3-point shooting ability. Be like, hey, you need you to miss these, but then get a shot off before the buzzer that goes in after the buzzer, and he goes, no problem.
From the 214, you guys need forgiveness because everyone that runs the board for y'all ends up leaving. It seems like y'all are the problem.
Except for me. I've been here for a while.
Yeah, but even you tried to leave.
You leave sometimes.
Not successfully, though.
Mm-hmm. It's like, what is it?
We want you to succeed.
Once I think I'm out,
Yes.
they pull me back in. I can't explain why it happens because I'm not legally allowed to explain it.
Hold on. Wait. Well, does the fact that a lot of them like got promoted or got other jobs that they loved help? Like Reggie, some of the times gets to host his own show. Parker became the king of radio.
Yep.
Joey became a hockey announcer.
Yeah, and he's just like running the sales department for
Yeah.
a hockey club.
Yeah, he can't text me back. But does it help?
Rigo's going to Laredo
Yeah, to be a TV
to wear a
anchor.
cowboy hat.
Does that help? That they got another.
Sean Hudgens left for Love.
That's true.
DJ is back, but not with us on here.
He's doing other stuff.
You think
Waddle.
Pudgy regrets it?
Reggie?
No.
Yeah.
As far as he can get away from Sharif, he supports that.
Oh, they don't like each other?
Oh, no. Did I have kept that to myself?
You don't like Sean? Makes sense.
No, he
Sean
said
doesn't
Hudgens.
like. Yeah,
Oh,
Hudgens.
Hudgens. Okay.
Sean doesn't like
You said
Sean
Reggie,
and
okay.
vice versa.
Yeah,
I do
no, that
believe.
makes a lot of sense. What happened there?
I'll talk to you about it off air. Let's go to cut number 12.
You brought it up on the air.
That's a fair point. Hey, shut up. Let's go to cut number 12. This is Gary Cohen. I can't stress this enough. This is game 6 of the season. Does he need forgiveness for already painting a dire picture of where they are?
Nobody in the ballpark. 0-5. Hitless through 7. Feels like rock bottom.
It's game 6.
Oh, that was such
And
a great
he's like,
line.
What team was that again?
that was the Mets. Now.
It was yesterday's game, Mike, that we were watching.
And they came back to win.
Oh, Pete Alonso.
Did you see? Was that?
How did he hit that out of the park?
No. Did you see Angel Hernandez's called strike that the dude did not swing?
Oh my God, yeah. That
And
was terrible.
It's like, why is this guy even allowed to be an umpire still?
The check swing, what did his wrist turn? Like 6 inches?
The bat
maybe?
was pointed back towards the
4
press
inches?
box.
It was, he's the worst
He's
umpire.
terrible.
But
And there's nothing you can do about it.
yeah,
There's no there's a lot of guys in the minors that want to be major league umpires,
Yeah.
but
He's like a Supreme Court justice.
yeah, there's no way to get him out until he retires.
Or dies.
Either one. That's honestly
Supreme
the only
Court
two
justice?
ways.
Yeah,
that
Supreme
is
Court does the
weird.
same
Like
thing.
you have job security as a Supreme Court justice, baseball umpire, same basic thing. From the
People get upset about some of your calls.
yes, they do. They have signs and stuff.
Some
to let
people
you know
buy
about
you
it.
beers if you call right for them.
From the 575, shout out to my wife Tracy. Went out to California last week for our daughter's baby shower. Helped out tremendously. Did some cooking. Had a great time. Even helped set up for my son-in-law's birthday party from Alan and Keller. Getting work Done. Outstanding right there. Now, I have a complicated Forgiveness Friday for you because I'm not sure where I fall on this. I kind of see both points. You know how the New York City Marathon is a thing?
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
The Metropolitan Transportation Authority is demanding, I tell you.
In New York?
That, yes.
Okay.
That the New York Roadrunners, which is I swear, is the organizer of the event.
Guarantee there's not a single road runner in New York.
They pay $750,000 for the marathon and use of the toll roads because, look.
No way.
Do I want to say it's because that's the tolls? Yes. But in real life, it's the amount of traffic that can't cross.
Okay.
They're saying that's the amount of money they lose. So they want the marathon people to pay the $750,000 for the loss of the tolls to the taxpayers.
I get it. The marathon, I don't know how much the marathon raise. It seems like the marathon should raise way more than that.
It's a good question.
For entries alone.
Well, the organization noted that their marathon since 2019 has generated $427 million for the city.
See?
So they're like, shouldn't have to pay jack.
I think that's valid too. So I think it would be better. Here's what I suggest, Kevin. Tell all the runners you need to carry 48 cents in your pouch. And as you run through the toll, just drop it in the thing.
Do they still have toll?
I don't know.
Booth workers?
Not a clue. I've never
way, right?
driven in New York.
I would assume not, but I'm not sure.
You know what's irritating though? At let's say the airport. You ever get stuck behind the person that didn't read the sign that says toll tag only?
My toll tag doesn't work there.
It doesn't?
I don't know why. It will not pick it up.
Gosh.
So I've had this
authority.
situation before.
Call the authorities.
I also hate that they said
911.
the toll authorities, the North Texas Toll Authority.
I'm glad he's specified.
I also hate that they're like, you're costing the taxpayers, as if we pretend like these roads still have money owed to them, when in reality, these toll roads got paid off long ago, and they're like, hey, but we need that money.
I was driving on the Dallas Tollway the other day as we were leaving one of our ventures that we were doing down at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yeah, off Lemon, and I was driving up the toll road, and I was like, "Where are the tolls on this road?" I didn't get to one until I got to George Bush, and I was like, "Did we pay off all the tolls on this?" But I didn't exit off Dallas Tollway, so maybe that's what it was. But I never drove through a toll. I guess down at Keller Springs, maybe. But you're right; they're still charging us for a road that's done. And what are they doing with that money? Throwing parties, buying golden hammers,
supposedly fixing up the roads. But
with what?
Yeah.
No.
Supposedly. Guys, does Nike deserve forgiveness? They said they're going back to the drawing board and testing different options as they have admitted their MLB uniforms have visible sweat issues. Now,
I noticed that with Aaron Judge the other day. I was like, that's a weird looking gray color.
The Yankees one is particularly bad, and multiple players are like, hey, can we just go back to the old ones? Did nobody at Nike test this out?
They were like, don't sweat in it. Nobody's going to sweat in these.
Yeah.
Or maybe they like the sweat look. Maybe they're like, that's a cool look. It lets you know the guys are really working hard out there.
Well, the Vapor Pro uniforms, as they're called, doesn't really feel like...
Is it because guys are wearing like t-shirts underneath them, and so that's collecting the wetness?
You should, because most guys do. Obviously, Rudy Odor like going 3 unbuttoned, so he can really show off the chest. But
and belly button.
Almost everybody wears an undershirt because where the lettering is on your jersey, I know this is going to sound bad again, but I'm just being honest. It's right on your nipples. And so that does not feel good. So you definitely wear an undershirt, like a dry fit Nike shirt, so that material isn't up against the thing that bugs people the most would be that part hitting your nipple.
You heard it.
That
makes sense. I was thinking about the placement on the jersey. That honestly,
that's how chafing works.
Yes.
That's why you got to wear tape over them.
Kind of ties into the marathon discussion.
Or pasties, yeah.
From the
right, Mike? In Vegas, that's why they wear the pasties, so those chafing.
I believe that is a different reason.
Yeah, there's nothing chafing there. That's the only thing they have on is 2 stickers, and they're like, I am completely covered.
The air can dry them out.
Like 2 inches of your boob is covered right now.
From the 214, shout out to my wife, Michelle, with 2 L's, who got a job and starts a week from Monday. Hey, they specified in there. It says 2 L's. I'm trying to
Nobody can know by you reading it, though.
Like Philip.
I just told you.
But they do. All right, listen, if you're going to text in, pronouncers are fine. We don't need to know there's 2 L's.
What if that sets his wife apart?
You know what? I'm sorry.
How do you know when L's make sounds and they don't?
I've been going after the texters today.
Are you saying like if it's a Yano versus a
Philip?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be Philip? If you have an L, it makes a noise, but if you have 2 L's, it silences the first L. I think that's what they teach in English.
All right.
Isn't that right?
Your counter.
Speaking of L's, how many of those have you lit up, Mike?
You have to have letters after it, I guess, because pull, you have the L's and pull that make. But if you're talking about swimming pool, they just have 1 L. But if you're talking about pull the rope.
Mm-hmm. It seems like you could just have 1 L there too, though. You know, it seems excessive to have an extra L.
You're just like throwing it. Why not be pull?
How many words are there where you think the double L's are necessary? I feel like is where we're eventually going with all of this. Okay, from the 945. Hey, Kevin, shout out to you. The wedding was amazing. Amazing gift. I sent them a wedding gift because I couldn't go to the actual wedding.
Just a random person?
They're a fan of the show and the station. I got invited to their wedding. I felt bad.
All right.
Coming up next. You want to talk a little bit of stars?
Yes.
All right. But also what is sure to be Reggie's favorite segment of the day. You might be a wrestling fan if. We've got WrestleMania this weekend. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Heiskanen back into the Edmonton zone. Heiskanen tied up by Kulak. Puck sent back out by Robertson for Hintz, then the return. Heiskanen across,
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got WrestleMania coming up this weekend. Pretty much all of the Pat McAfee show is in Philadelphia, just doing WWE stuff all day long.
Did I hear they got fired? Pat McAfee? Did I hear that right on the morning show?
I mean,
ESPN let him.
I mean, they're on right now.
He's live right now.
No, I know, but maybe his contract's not being renewed or something?
I do not know the answer to your question.
All right, keep going.
But
Okay.
I did hear that AJ Styles and British Knights got into a fight
LA
together.
Knight. So
Love his shoes, man.
We're gonna
LA
try
gear.
a segment. You might be a wrestling fan if you've ever done preposterous nonsense because you're a wrestling fan. But
don't you have to do that in like a Jeff Foxworthy voice?
I mean, I might be.
Here's your
able to.
sign.
In the meantime, new power rankings out today.
Kind of makes a guy wonder.
From The Athletic. New power rankings out today from ESPN for hockey. ESPN power rankings. The number one team in all of the land. Your Dallas Stars. The Athletic. Number one team in all of the land. Your 8-game franchise winning streak record, Dallas Stars. Number one there as well.
Reggie, I just want to point out that the points percentage for them getting the first place voting was 69.08%.
Oh, that's so nice.
Appreciate you being here.
That is nice.
ESPN executive Norby Williamson, who Pat McAfee called out, done after nearly 40 years.
Oh.
So it's not Pat McAfee. It's
The people calling him out.
Yeah, an ESPN executive is done.
Okay. Well, there you go.
That's what I misheard.
There was some sort of feud between them. Something happened. So, yeah, I just can't remember what.
So the Mac Attack's still on at WrestleMania.
Yes.
And the Stars, as long as they don't play in the playoffs, they win it all. I do think they have a chance to play in the playoffs, but they are number one in the power rankings.
They have already clinched the playoff spot. They have a 100% chance of playing in the playoffs.
So
they might not show up.
Chance, right?
Fair.
Yeah.
That's valid.
So they're going to play in the playoffs, most likely.
I hope they would beat Colorado this weekend.
This is like bad news, right? You guys told me you don't want to be the president.
I didn't say that. I said historically people don't like that. The only 2 times the Stars have ever gotten it, Western Conference Finals, won the Stanley Cup. I don't think you should be afraid of the President's Trophy.
You should get the Hart
Cup.
Trophy.
I don't know if we'll have somebody who wins that, but I hope you're right.
We can't win the John Hart Trophy?
It's not the John Hart Trophy.
It's the Hitman Hart.
See, he's got it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you might be a wrestling fan if. I was talking with Spittle about this yesterday, and the thing that I immediately thought of, and this is probably...
Would you want to do a show where they are right now?
Hell
at WrestleFest?
Yes. Shut up. Yes, I would.
Where is WrestleMania this
Philadelphia.
year? Oh, your city.
What?
Yeah, the city's colors are blue and gold, I'm sure, based on the Philadelphia Phillies
the new jerseys
jerseys.
they got. I'm going to get you a Bryce Harper, whatever that thing's called, City Connect.
Do you think that would feel as like energetic as Super Bowl week feels?
I mean, right now it looks way more energetic, but that's also because they let fans in.
Yeah.
So if fans could just crowd around all the stations and stuff.
It's probably smart that they don't do that for us.
Probably.
Just because security purposes, like, WWE, they're like, who cares about security? You know
I mean,
what
they got a barrier up there. Plus, I kind of feel like with some of the wrestlers, they're like, go ahead. If you've ever seen, I'll tell you something.
Was it Stone Cold or Triple H? Triple H.
I've seen both of them do that before. If you've ever seen some Nimrod run into the ring in the middle of a match, you're going to get some real shots on you.
I don't know. I feel like the ticket has to say on the back of it, it has to say something along the lines of, hey, if you do something dumb, the wrestlers will kick your ass and you can't sue them for it.
It's like when a bat gets thrown into the stands by accident.
Yeah, you just got to be paying attention.
But I always appreciate that the wrestlers this is our ring. You don't belong in here. We didn't invite you in here. You just came in here. You're not allowed to do this. I really do appreciate that they're like, you aren't allowed to do this, and I'm going to show you why. And then I'm going to hand you off to security, and they're probably going to kick your ass too.
Now, the thing that I do, because I love wrestling, and I'm curious if other people have weird things that they do, is now I've got Noah in on this. Noah will build up a head of steam and run towards me. I will lift up my left leg and pretend like I'm going to kick him in the face and slap my leg at the time I would connect with his face. He thinks it is hilarious.
Does he fall?
No, we haven't gotten...
Do you actually kick him?
No.
Has he accidentally run into it yet?
No.
Okay.
I think that he's told his pediatrician when he turns 3, he's ready for the live action.
As soon as I actually kick him, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the end of the game. But that's the next thing, is teaching him to fall and really sell it. But
do you kick Brandon?
When
he runs at you for a hug?
No, he's too big now.
He just pushes him away.
He's too big to kick him? He seems like the right size.
Does he not run at you for hugs
probably
anymore?
No.
After
he'll
classes,
give me a hug, but no, when I see Noah when I come home, he freaks out every day. He drops whatever he's doing and he runs to me. Brandon's like, hey, I'm going to go out with my friends.
Right now.
My wife just found a ping pong table at a garage sale, and we've been having a blast ping ponging it. But I feel like if...
That feels wrong. I don't know why, but it feels wrong.
Your
what
palm.
you just said.
I know what he's saying.
I feel like the dream come true for you is if your wife found a wrestling ring.
Oh my God, yes.
At a garage sale, and then she set it up in your backyard, and then you could just
that would be awesome.
She's like, hey,
run off the ropes. I don't know, what do you call it?
Kevin, go get that.
Bounce,
go get that
bounce.
Undertaker hat. Get on out there.
Oh, and your black undies. Does he wear? No, he doesn't wear black undies. He wears pants, right?
He does wear pants.
That is
Stone Cold just wears the black undies.
He does.
My favorite thing is after school, Lucy sees me and arms wide open sprints to me and gives me a big hug. Carter's still after school. I go pick him up and he walks a little farther, but he runs to the car. It's my favorite thing about being a dad right now.
Now, I disagree with this one, and I texted them back. They said, you might be a wrestling fan if Finish the Story makes you cringe. Disagree. Main event this weekend, night 2, Cody Rhodes against Roman Reigns. Finish the story, baby. I'm excited.
Didn't Cody get whooped by The Rock the other night?
He's gotten whooped by The Rock a couple of different times. But that's a good thing if you're a fan of Cody, because what wrestling likes to do...
Spanked him with a belt or something?
He did. He bloodied him up. And he goes, I'm going to give this to your mom. That's what he said.
Didn't his wife tweet something like...
Was his mom at
"Let
the
me get
event?
that
That'd be nice.
No, not yet. She'll be at WrestleMania.
She has to be because of the storyline.
I mean, maybe. I also just think she'll be there.
How many parents go to their son's wrestling event like in this?
Actually, quite a bit. Especially if
my
something
parents
big's
would
gonna
make a
happen for
big
them.
trip, to come see me pitch at some point during the season. I'm like, I need to go see you wrestle, son or daughter.
Yeah, from the 469.
But do you tell them beforehand? Do you say, I'm going to lose this one?
I would not tell them because I'd be like, I don't know. I have 4 kids. Hopefully they can figure it out. Like,
you only have 2.
That is true. This person has 4 kids, ranging from 2 to 8, and there hasn't been a day in their life where at least one of them hasn't been body slammed on the bed. You know what my version was? Whenever I'd go to wrestling shows, if somebody ever had a belt with them, what I always wanted to do is walk up behind them and hit them with a chair. And then my friend takes his shirt off and has a referee shirt on. And I pin the guy and we just count to 3 in the middle of the building. And then I get to take his belt.
Do people get to do that to you after you've taken the belt?
I have to be on my toes after that. But also I think
you've been hit with a chair before.
I have.
I've seen it.
It does not feel good.
I think it was twice.
Yes, because he thought it was hilarious.
I thought it was
Colby
great,
thought it was
too.
hilarious the first time and decided to do it again.
That was a
But
generational hilariousness right there.
I think you go to jail or get brought up
For
on
hitting
assault
people?
charges for that. I believe.
And where are you getting a chair from anyway?
I mean, it's an
Everywhere.
arena. There's chairs everywhere.
Oh, in the arena. I thought you were outside. I was thinking you were outside.
At one point in his career, Deion Sanders lifted up a whole stadium of chairs. I think.
We were told that, yeah. I do recall hearing about that.
and then it was just the bench that you showed us the video, and you're like, Deion Sanders lifted up.
I said bleacher, and it is a bleacher style bench, is what it was. I didn't. Okay, that was me.
He mind freaked the thing like Wolverine's enemy guy did.
From the
mind guy.
Do you mean Magneto?
Yeah, Magneto.
Yes. For the 817. You're probably a wrestling fan if you've done the people's elbow to a pillow on the bed. But
what about to the swimming pool?
Oh man,
I love wrestling moves into the swimming pool. I just love it.
I agree.
Okay.
Do you ever see like all those videos of people doing like RKOs on people into the swimming pool?
Yes, I do it.
What is an RKO?
I do. You run up behind them and then get in front of them and grab them by the head and then pull them down with you. And as you go down, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I did it to the kids all the time. It was fun.
You're only your boys. You didn't do it to your daughter.
Yep. Nope.
Oh, I think he did.
Lucy, just like Kevin with Noah, she's having fun. We're having a good time.
Yeah. Noah thinks it's hilarious.
Yeah, she does too. She's like RKO.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it stands for though.
What does Noah not like?
Real knockout?
What does he think is not hilarious?
Man, if he's watching Danny go or Miss Rachel and you take it away from him, he does not think that is hilarious.
Miss Rachel's
all.
great.
He gets really, really mad. Like, really mad. Hey,
the sun's shining.
We're the KNC. No. I went and looked at that video. I know what you're talking about. We're not getting into that. Bobby tried to trick me into that.
If you've seen the Miss Rachel picture. There you go.
She doesn't have those. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which NFL division would be most entertaining on Hard Knocks? 877-881-1053, FranklinFirm.com. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Next, G-Bag Nation. It is a Friday show live at the Globe. Pregame at 6:30. We're silver booting. Nation starts at 2 o'clock on The Fan.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. If you
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
O'Connell dribbling through traffic, throws it ahead to Burns. Burns on the left side, puts it up over Stewart. Good and one.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to let everybody know. It's Frankel and Frankel, principal office, Dallas, Texas. I don't know why. I said principaloffice.com, and Reggie looked it up and found out that principaloffice.com is available. If you would like
How many
to
websites do we own at this point because of this kind of thing? Like, it feels like we've bought a lot of websites.
Did we ever get Ruben Sierra's horse?
.com
I don't think we
/net.
did.
I'm going to look. I'll go look.
But yeah, principal office, Dallas, Texas. Now, Mike, stick with it because you're going to be interested in this first story. I know we played a basketball highlight. Well, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with DJ Burns from North Carolina State.
Did I call it? Are NFL teams interested?
They are, but here's the thing. His interest in playing football when the season is over, 0.
I get it.
He said he used to play football until he got his first basketball scholarship, and then he immediately quit, and he does not want to play football.
Makes sense.
Sorry to break your heart.
Is he a senior?
I think he is.
So
super senior, in fact.
Oh.
So most likely, I don't know. I'm serious. I don't know how 6'9", 300-pound guys do overseas.
Right.
But if he doesn't have a job overseas, then whether it's Saturday or Monday, that'll be the last basketball game he ever plays.
Yes. I think you're onto something there for sure. Let's go from that to, I'm curious, is there a division, because we talked about this, I don't know, maybe last week, that Hard Knocks in season might go entire division to make
We did 2 segments on it.
I know we talked about it. I don't know if we did 2 segments about it. Is there a division that jumps to mind that y'all would most want to see, that you think would be the most entertaining division?
I mean, after watching quarterback, Mahomes is very difficult to take your eyes off of. He's just entertaining. He's got all the pizzazz and everything. So that division, Joe Burrow would be fun to follow in their division. But that's boring football, but they do have some characters up there.
Does the NFC North do anything for you? Because you get all things Detroit. You're going to get Caleb Williams now, one would assume. You get to see Jordan Love and how that continues to go. I think that would be an interesting division.
That is really cold.
Okay, but you don't have to feel cold.
It means they're
while
going to do
you're
a lot of
watching
stuff.
the
It means they're
show.
going to do a lot of stuff indoors. You know,
Do you feel cold while you're watching cold things?
I do.
Is that right?
That is yes, that is a thing for
And
me.
you get Caleb Williams.
Yes, as I
That's
said,
true, Mike.
That is true.
Thanks.
Actually,
And
thanks for
Jordan-
bringing that up, Mike. I don't think I realized that.
You know, Jordan Love, he's a good quarterback too.
Matt LaFleur is a handsome man.
And
so.
the Lions made the NFC Championship game.
All right, there you go. That's the one.
I started with that.
Dan Campbell, and he I don't know how entertaining you think he is, Kevin.
And he's already done his magazine.
Dave Campbell's Texas football.
And
I got it.
Green Bay. There's not much in Minnesota. Justin Jefferson.
Oh, that would be fun, yeah.
Who's their quarterback?
They might trade up. I think there's a lot of
Yes.
people think that they might trade up for a
I am
quarterback,
one
too.
of those people who thinks they're going to trade up for a quarterback.
As long as they get the North Carolina quarterback, everything will be just
I
fine.
think they might get J.J. McCarthy, actually.
Minnesota's going to be a good team if they can figure out their quarterback.
Like, man, that
situation.
worked out well for New England. Let's get the next Mac Jones.
That's what New England's going to do. They're going to take Drake May.
That's the next Chicago Bears. Who is the failure in 17?
Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah, they just got Mitchell Trubisky'd.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes.
I'm thinking about the NFC East, and like the Giants just don't do it for me. Washington, I guess with Dan Quinn would be entertaining because Dan Quinn's pretty entertaining.
That's fair.
Philadelphia.
Are they trying to trade out? Or are they you guys going to take the LSU guy?
I mean, based on
I
what
think they're
happened
gonna
last
take
week,
the LSU
whenever Brian Kelly was like, oh yeah, he's going. He's going there.
I think they're going to take Daniels.
And Schefter on his podcast was talking about, I believe yesterday, and he said that he believes that they're leaning towards Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Correct.
A lot of really good talent from him.
Did I just take a gridiron grade?
Oh, no, that's okay. That's totally fine. Let's actually stick in the quarterback space, though, since you brought that up.
Caleb Williams.
Yes.
He's a quarterback.
He'd be in the NFC North.
That is true. I was going to throw this out there. J.J. McCarthy is a heavy favorite to go in the top 5.
Yeah.
So we've talked about the potential. It seems like a lot of folks seem to think it's going to go Caleb, Jaden, Drake May, Harrison, and then I guess McCarthy at 5 because he's a minus 275 to go in the top 5 now.
Is he? Does it feel more like de facto, or that
Yes.
people are excited about
This
it?
feels like a Ryan Tannehill deal all over again.
And Ryan Tannehill shot up out of nowhere. Like JJ McCarthy, at least he was. You could see the name a lot. Tannehill came out of nowhere. You're like that the receiver. But like that was the real vibe there. I feel like he's gonna be one of those guys that if he goes to a good running team for a while, they could be boring. And then I'm very curious about asking him to win games for you with his arm.
Yeah.
Just because I don't see it enough from him. Although he won a lot of games, so whatever they were calling, he did it right.
Now, let's say you do have 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 5 picks. What then happens with Bo Nix and Michael Penix? Yesterday, Ian Rappaport said he believes it is, quote, pretty likely that Michael Penix will come off the board in round 1 as well.
Late or like mid-20s?
He said
high 20s?
Perhaps in the top
Did you just say
half
his age?
of the round.
High 20s.
Yes. But he said perhaps even as high as the top half of the round.
Okay.
If that were to happen, then I wonder if Bo Nix also gets taken in the first round. And now you're up to 6 quarterbacks in the first round. But Rappaport believes that Penix will go in the first
round. And then Spencer Rattler's in like that second tier.
Yeah, I guess so.
The second round tier.
Because I had originally thought Penix and Bo Nix would maybe be early second round picks. But I guess now if we're just moving everybody up.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Mike.
If San Francisco wanted to do this, and it doesn't sound like it, but if they're just going to use Brock Purdy for 2 more years on his league minimum deal, who would be would Michael Penix be a guy that would sit behind him for 2 years and then take over for 3 years on a rookie deal? So now you have a quarterback, he'd be making approximate, and not league minimum because he'd be a late first round pick, is I don't know, like who's the quarterback?
Okay. I feel like Penix is too much of a gunslinger to be in the Shanahan.
I think Penix and Bo Nix, just because they played so much in college, might be better suited as opposed to like J.J. McCarthy. McCarthy is the guy that I would think would sit, but I realize if you take him in the top 5, that might not be a particularly viable option.
Here's my opinion real quick based off of yesterday's show. Corey, you were talking about kind of we were making fun of Mitch Trubisky and then Pat Mahomes. I was being sarcastic, but you make a point of maybe if Mitch Trubisky gets drafted by Kansas City, not that he turns into Pat Mahomes, but he doesn't
a better chance.
Exit the NFL within 5 years. Would you rather, if you are New England, you made a major mistake with Mac Jones. It's impossible. We went over the odds. It's impossible to have almost impossible to have 3 franchise quarterbacks in one draft. It's almost impossible.
Yes.
Happened in 04,
right.
And then 83.
Yeah, it's so most likely one guy's going to make it out of this draft, and the odds are it'd be Caleb Williams. And maybe there's another guy who makes it out of this draft and has like a 10-year starting career, maybe a little bit longer than that. Wouldn't you rather take that 3rd pick and trade it to Minnesota for 4 first-round picks, and then not 4 first-round picks, but 2 first-round picks and 2 really good other picks?
I would.
And then just go, hey, in pick 22, take Bo Nix or take Michael Penix or whatever, and we have 3 to 4 extra picks to try to help this guy out.
I'm all about making sure your team's good. But if you believe that Caleb Williams is generational and the next idea of Pat Mahomes, and you believe that the only way to compete in a Super Bowl, Mike, is to have a top 3 quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, then you have to take the guy. I don't like being the third pick and going, I have to get a quarterback here.
Right.
Trade down.
If
you're like, I don't like the guy, then trade away from it.
If for some reason you thought Drake May was going to be the generational guy, and you're like, no, I've watched it all, I don't care what anybody else says, then obviously you go with him. But I think Corey's right. I think that you're going to be sitting at 3, whether it sticks with the Patriots or not, and be like, well, we have to get one of the 3 quarterbacks.
And then people talk themselves into falling in love with the quarterback.
I agree.
It's just like whenever you date a girl that you're like, I don't know, man. It's just, would you see the way she treated the kids? You know, did you see the way she treated that old person? You're like, yeah, but she's hot, and I need a girlfriend. And you're like,
she already
okay.
has kids too.
Well,
That's
it wasn't
an
her
issue.
kids. It was some other.
It was
the kids you were coaching on the t-ball team. You know, not her kids or your kids. But then you're like, but I need it, and then you talk yourself into it, and then you break up with them in a few years or months.
Okay, do you want
Makes
to tell us
complete
a
sense.
story or anything? Okay, let's go from that to Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs paid Jimmy Ward about $100,000 to get his number, not a day.
For a number?
For a number. However,
he's got money.
And he's about to get more money because as an added incentive, you've probably heard about this by now, of the Stephon Diggs trade, the Texans wiped out the final 3 years on Diggs' contract. So he has the opportunity to become a free agent after this year. The Texans also took the $3.5 million of guaranteed money on next season and moved it into this season, assuring him $22.5 million in guaranteed money and the opportunity to become a free agent after the season's over.
Wow. Very smart move there.
Because you think that means they're going to get best Stephon Diggs if you're Houston?
You get him the best out of 1 year for him. And then again, like I said yesterday, then your 2 younger receivers, if you want, if you're like, hey, look, we got Stroud to work with this guy. Now Tank Dell and Nico Collins, they're ready to rock. Like if you think they're ready to go, you're good there. And then Diggs can go on and do something else, and you don't have to worry about the upset years of Stephon Diggs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, have the Astros surpassed the Eagles as your most hated DFW sports rival? Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Have the Astros surpassed the Eagles as your most hated DFW sports rival? If so,
yes. Next segment.
I was going to say we tweeted out the link, or it's now out there on Twitter, of our special from last night, the ALCS game special. All kinds of fun talk, all kinds of highlights. If you want to check that out, you can hit your radio rewind on the Odyssey app back to 7 o'clock yesterday, or it has been tweeted out now if you want to go check that out. I think that it has, because it feels more important to me, and I swear I'm not going to use this as like a segment to dump on the Cowboys. But whoever wins, Dallas and Philly, maybe it's for something, but what game can you point to be like, the winner of that went to the Super Bowl? Not anytime recently, but
Eagles went to the Super Bowl too, last year, but the year before.
But not because they beat the Cowboys.
They lost that Super Bowl too.
That's true. I can point to Rangers Astros and say, I just saw
it was for all the marbles,
where this was for everything to make it to the World Series. This is the highest level competition that they can have against one another in the championship series. And so I think that's what's brought Houston up to the top for me.
I think the other thing that's brought Houston up to the top is, for the longest time, they were the little brother while the Rangers were in the World Series, and they were going through their what felt like 50-year of desert, right? Where they were just bad. And because their ownership said, we have to be bad in order to be good. Otherwise, we can never be good. And during that time, they still talked a lot of S. Even while they were bad, they were still talking trash to us. And obviously, we didn't win in 10 and 11, so that really hurt, our chances. And then they win, and you're like, oh, crap. And then you find out they cheated, and you're like, see, this is a bad mark for the state of Texas, all right? This is a bad look for our state that you had to cheat to win a World Series. And so the Rangers said, all right, we're going to have to go win one ourselves. And through all of this, there was a lot of trash talk, a lot of heat coming off of it. The banister is what really, that era was really what got it going. It started and it's boiled and it stayed that way. And the silver boot actually feels like it means something. And then, Kevin, it was the ultimate climax whenever this apex, if you will.
You want to go to cut number 10?
Whenever this series happened.
Cut number 10. I think this is the apex as you grab the bottle of lotion that you were talking about.
The goalies in each of the last 4 games has a hit and an RBI. Now 11 RBIs for the postseason, and the pitch hit him. The goalie starts jawing at Maldonado, and here come the benches as the goalies and Maldonado are separated by the home plate umpire, and there are players streaming from both sides. The bullpens are emptying right now, and as we look down there, I don't see any punches currently being thrown, but people are restraining the combatants, Adolis Garcia and Martin Maldonado.
I really like that call. They're restraining the combatants. From the 817, the Astros are now my most hated by a mile. They made it personal and cheated. The only good thing about Houston is their rap. Oh, fair point. From the 580, no, because Eagles-Cowboys is generational. And I do understand that. If your parents are like, oh, I remember all the battles, I hate the Eagles, you should too. Whereas it doesn't feel like, well, when the Astros were in a different league, it doesn't feel like you carry that same animosity generation over generation.
I totally get that. And I'll be honest, I always felt like it was more Washington that was the bigger rival for the Cowboys than it was Philly. Now,
because that's who you had to get past in the 90s.
Now,
at the beginning.
The Bounty Bowl, like that added some juice to it for sure. When they're trying to take out your kicker and Troy Aikman and everything like that added to it. But over this time, it just kind of felt like, okay, it's exciting that we get to play Philly this week, in whatever way you feel exciting is the right word there. But man, whenever it's Houston now, I get ramped up because they are a good baseball team.
Yep.
Like, you are a really good baseball team, too. And this is one that isn't just I guess it's now to the point because the Cowboys are always on the national scale.
They are.
The Rangers and Astros are on the national radar right now.
Yes.
And that's the
And the
other
Astros
factor.
have been there for a while.
Oh, yes.
I'll
yeah, but
concede
no,
that.
but the discussion between the two.
Yes.
As we've been seeing on MLB Network, the discussion between the two is, hey, hold on, let's look across the landscape of baseball right now. What's the most interesting one? And Mike, we were discussing a couple weeks ago when Kevin was out, the most interesting rivalry is, according to everybody across the nation right now, these two teams. Yeah, man, I don't like them. There's bad blood between the two teams, and it's going to boil over, and Adolis is helping making it a lot more fun.
It does seem like they have all of the basic elements. You have, though not always necessary, you have proximity. You have high-level important matchups. Plus,
the ability to back it up on each side.
And these teams don't like each other.
Well, and that's
some of the players don't like each other.
We were sitting on the beach in Oxnard whenever the Simeon thing happened last year, right? Like that was whenever they had their.
I wasn't on the beach with you.
Well, I was then. You were out there. But it was that not whenever all that boiled over when Simeon, not in the playoffs, whenever they had their regular season.
Oh, you're talking about
Simeon
in Houston,
stomps
not
on
here.
home plate. Yeah, we were out of town, and so we were kind of watching it from afar when all that went down. But that's when this new iteration of it really started to ramp up.
Because old Candy Maldonado.
Yeah, he called. I can't remember who he hit or anything, but Simeon hits a home run.
And they threw out Simeon.
Yeah.
It was a big response from the Rangers that day game. I wonder about these 4 games here. Candyman's not here. He's in Chicago letting wild pitches happen and hitting 143 or whatever. But I wish he was still here because Diaz is crushing it behind the plate, and I wish that they would make the horrible decision to have Maldonado back there still. But I look at it and I go, I wonder if anything's going to happen in these 4 games. This rivalry, what Corey's talking about, I forgot about that. The Houston one that then they came here, kicked our butts, and we know what happened in game 5. And I wonder with Maldonado not being behind the dish, he's a major instigator.
That takes a little heat off.
That he's not there. Dusty Baker's not the manager anymore. And I think Dusty Baker, a little bit old school, that he understands if I hit Garcia could lose his emotions, push the catcher, push the pitcher, or jog out to the mound, or maybe sprint out to the mound. And now he's not in the series because he'll get suspended for that. So I don't know about Seager, as in I don't think Seager likes the Astros at all. He made that very clear at the parade.
Yes.
That he wanted to get back at the Astros for saying what they said on that Sunday afternoon when Bregman said the thing about winning the division. So I know that these two teams don't like each other. I don't think they're going to hit Seager. I don't know if they're going to hit Garcia. The Rangers got the last laugh. Not only did they win the series, but then Chapman smoked Chaz with a 102-mile-an-hour fastball. So it's now, if there's payback, in a way, I hate saying this, but it would be on the Astros side to pay back the Rangers right now. The Rangers have, in a way, no reason to go after anybody right now. But all it's going to take in this series, I don't think the Astros are going to go after anybody tonight, but all it takes is one moment. I'll give you. Let's just say my man Evan Carter finds a way to get on base with a base hit, Kevin, in your face in the first inning. And Adolis Garcia, we don't have the lineup yet, but let's just say Carter's batting third and Garcia's batting fourth. Garcia smokes one off of Hunter Brown, home run, and he celebrates. And the Astros are like, screw this guy.
Yeah.
He's killing us again, and he's over-celebrating. And so later in the game, they decide to hit Garcia. I think now that sparks it again. But I think right now, I don't feel like with a new manager, I just don't feel like anything is going to happen where kind of old school baseball will happen. So I think that it's going to be a pretty clean series, but all it takes is one moment. All it takes is a little bit of a slide into second base that somebody doesn't like, or a play at
Adolis
home.
hits a home run and then it kind of takes his time around the bases.
Yes, that was the example that he had just given.
I like it. Or Bregman on the other side. I don't think many people like Bregman's one of those guys I think that you're like, I hate him. 29 teams hate Alex Bregman. One team loves him. And I think that'll be his career. I think that was who said that about Will Clark? What team? Dean Palmer said that about Will Clark. Remember when Dean Palmer said, man, when Will Clark's on the other team, you're like, I can't stand this guy. And when he's on your team, you're like, what? He might be the best teammate I ever had. Bregman might be that type of person. And so I could see where Bregman could spark something. Now, you look at Kirby Yates. You look at David Robertson. You look at kind of the back end of your boat. They didn't have anything to do with it. Leclerc doesn't do stuff like that. Like it or not, he's not a guy who's going to pay anybody back. He's going to try to get the guy out. That's not his mentality, his thinking. I don't know Spores well enough to know if he's like, screw it, let's go get somebody here. We know Chapman. Chapman's like, I love hitting people in these situations, and he did it.
Indeed, he does.
So it's going to be interesting this series because I think the hate not only is there for us, and not only there for Astros fans, but I do believe there's enough people that hate each other, that Rangers, the players, hate some of the Astros players. And I think some of the Astros players hate some of the Rangers players.
I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised by the feedback from the 254. Hell freaking yes, I hate the Trastros more than filthy now. People don't forget. I thought there would be some Houston people who were like, yeah, the Astros are the worst, but then the Eagles people would overcome it. That is not the case at all.
I was going to save this for Mike Likes It, but I feel like it's right here, right now. Corey, how many Astro fans are going to be there tonight?
30%.
Okay. That's not bad. That would be better than what it's been over the last 3 to 5 years.
I think it's too much, but I think they're still going to get 30%.
Is there an acceptable, would 10%?
I mean, Mike's right. It's felt like a 70% at times. So 30%'s good. Yeah, I would like 0% Astros fans, Kevin. That's acceptable to me.
Okay.
All right? Rangers fans, fill up your stadium and don't let the Astros in there, okay? That's the way that it should be. Be tough. If you see them, you don't have to be mean. You don't have to hurt them. But if you see them, let them know that they aren't going to be happy tonight.
Serious question.
Because Adolis is going to hit one and then take his time around the bases.
That. Serious question, Corey, because I think you've described this, not for you, but this experience before. Do you think the Rangers winning and have that elevated profile makes it more financially attractive for some Rangers fans to sell their tickets? Because they're like, this is a humongous series, and I'm not saying they should.
My buddy when the Mavs and Spurs were in their heyday, because I know you think the Spurs are still our biggest rival.
I did not.
Or Choppy does. But whenever they were in their heyday, he had season tickets, and then he had playoff tickets, and he sold his tickets to Game 6 in San Antonio. He sold them like one of the games early in the series.
Games, yeah.
And he paid for the entire playoff suite, the whole package.
Man.
So he was like, it was worth it for me to sell him to a Spurs fan because I knew I was paying for the whole package. So yes.
Did you tell him you did not approve?
I did tell him I did not approve.
I think the next 2 nights.
And now he started listening to the fan, and he's a much happier person.
Are either sold out or close to sold out. Friday and Saturday.
As they should.
I do think Monday there's good seats still available. Now, I'm not saying there's 20,000 good seats available, but I do think if you want to go to a game right now, you didn't prepare for this, and you're like, dang it, I forgot about Astros Rangers. I want to go.
Get the Game Time app and then get your tickets.
There you go.
Good point.
Use code TOLO for 20% off or $20 off your first purchase.
But I do think Monday you can go, and I will say this. You're going to have to get there super early if you want this. The first 10,000 fans get the Evan Carter unnecessary jump at the ball. I think it says on the back.
The bobblehead.
I think it quotes Kevin Hagelin, unnecessary.
I told you. He explained it to us, and I was like, that's a good
But
that's a good answer.
That's one of the premium bobbleheads.
Oh, yeah. This is a great bobblehead series this year. They're really exciting. I do want to add this, though. I'm very curious if we're really getting this much of an influx in people coming here for Monday for the eclipse. If there are really people coming here, Airbnb, are they saying, hey, while I'm in Texas, I want to take in some of what's going on? If you just arrived here in Love Field or at DFW Airport, and you're in an Uber right now, and you're like, oh, I like this station, it's fun. Hey, go check out the game this weekend. Try some Hurtado barbecue. You'll love it. It's going to be a great adventure for you and your friends this weekend. And then there won't be any seats available for when Adolis hits his home run and takes his time around the bases.
But don't you only want them to go if they're going to cheer for the Rangers?
Cheer for the Rangers, yeah. Why would you do anything else?
I love this from the 214. I wanted to say thank you to you guys. 2 years ago, y'all started to get me interested in baseball when Juan Soto was crushing it with Washington. I began learning about baseball solely from the help of you guys and catching games on TV and listening to the Rangers. This Friday, I'm going to my first Major League Baseball game.
Is it a Rangers game?
This Friday, like tonight Friday?
Yeah, is it tonight's game?
I assume.
Or are they just going to a random
because
baseball
next
game?
Friday, they're on the road against the Astros. You know what? But if they're going to root for the Rangers in Houston,
that's okay.
You support that too,
I
right?
absolutely do. And Mike, don't forget this either. Tonight is the night that Whataburger officially opens at the
I
Guild.
know where it's at. It's over. They had it like all boxed off when I was
Ruben
there.
just sent me pictures of it, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, it's a pretty big Whataburger too.
Whataburger.
So
yeah, they're gonna be pumping out burgers
I
fast.
have no doubt about
Fast
that.
burgers in your hands.
do you think it'll be like an airport Whataburger? Does that if that makes sense?
With a more
like
limited menu,
yeah.
perhaps? Yeah.
Like, man, I was at Whataburger this morning and they had some sort of like maybe steakhouse burger.
But
or
you can
something?
still out Whataburger people, right?
Oh, for sure.
Like you're not going to be sitting there going, "Oh, I can only get this one." You can you got to out Whataburger people.
Plus, you need to use those products you got to create the bigger and better burger. Is that how you out Whataburger?
I know they wouldn't do this, but
Add
what
jalapenos.
if you're an
Out
Astros
Whataburger.
fan with Astros gear and the Whataburger line and the burger? I have no clue what it is. I'm just throwing out $10, and they're like, "Yeah, that'll be $20."
Hold on, that guy just paid 10 for the same thing.
Yeah, you're wearing the wrong jersey.
Yeah, put on a good
So
jersey.
you would be like in their face about it too.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in their face. I just say you're wearing the wrong jersey. Everything's 2 times.
And when you make them like a Dr. Pepper shake or whatever, you just pour out half of it in front of them and then hand it to them.
See, this is the reason why I think it would be great if Mike was in charge of the business affairs at the pediatrician's office, because he'd be like, "Oh, where's your medical degree? Do you think you could fix this on yourself? $85. We have insurance. Yeah. That's why it's only $85. You're
been
welcome."
more.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know how much my wife paid for her medical degree? Like every time I want something just like
Here's
that.
a PSA. Pay your bills, people. The insurance company gets zillions of dollars.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the combo platter. It's Bell Bottoms Day. So give us a sports opinion, and then...
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. What clothing did you used to wear that now you might find embarrassing? 877-881-1053, franklinfirm.com text line. We want to hear from you next right here on the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by On Time Experts.
Here comes Brown. And that ball was hit high and deep down the right field line. Tucker looking. It is gone! Inside the right field foul pole. An opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. The home run streak stretches to 4. The Rangers lead 4-1.
I bet they're going to win.
Hey, say thanks to the Tolos.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday. I'm going to rattle off some of these shout-outs because they've been coming in all day, and they are fantastic. From the 214, shout out to my wife. Found out we finally got pregnant after trying for 2 years. We were told it was a girl until we did the anatomy scan, and nope, they messed up our paperwork. It's a boy. Also, screw the Astros.
I like it.
See, that I figured that would be your favorite kind of shout out right there. And then from the 817, I dropped my glass coffee pot and ran late to work this morning without coffee. But on my way to work, I remembered that there would be Masterpiece of the Week today, and I was happy. That's from Samuel in Arlington. And we want to say...
A lot of pressure on Reggie.
True. And he's going to be like, that's if we even get Masterpiece of the Week. And I just want to say, I want to say thank you very much. We want to say thank you very much to our terrestrial listeners, to the Twitch, the folks on the YouTube and everything. Y'all are helping us kick so much ass right now.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It
Number
is
one
historical.
midday show in DFW.
That is a damn fact.
Because of you.
For sure. All right. Now, Corey, you disputed this, but today...
No, I've always said we're the number one midday show.
No, you didn't dispute that part. You dispute that it's Bell Bottoms Day. Today, April 5th, is Bell Bottoms Day. So it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then...
I've never worn bell bottoms.
Well, it doesn't have to be about bell bottoms. Was there ever an article of clothing that you could look back on and you were a little embarrassed? Like, did you ever wear shirts that changed colors and you thought it was the coolest thing that had ever been?
Still think it's awesome.
Do you have any shirts now that
How
change
cool
colors?
was to put your
What were
hand
those
on
called? I had one that was purple and pink.
color change
They
shirts?
Massimos?
I don't know, but it was weird
Ocean
because
Pacific.
guess what gets the most warmest on your body while you wear your pits? And so that one was always like, oh man, like, so those shirts, they needed to like not color change in certain areas.
I didn't think about that.
Corey, your response?
Well, I always saw those shirts like Wet and Wild over in Garland. So when we were wearing them, people were already wet and whatever. So it was just heat. So yeah. But you can't just text in Jinkos. All right. Most people are going to text in Jinkos. Most of the text will be that.
Is it because you had the chain on
We
there?
have
too?
to have a sports opinion.
Okay. All right. Okay.
That being said, here's a little funny story, Kevin. Avery is now into big clothes.
Sure.
He is a fit guy. All right. He looks
Sure.
fantastic, but he's like, Dad, I just got this 4X shirt from the thrift store. I'm like, why?
Awesome.
And he's like, because it's dope. I'm like, oh. And so he came home the other day with a very large pair of pants.
Mhm.
And I was looking at him and I went, those are my old pants, dude. And there is like distinct stuff on these pants. And I was like, yes, those are, he won't believe me, but he has a pair of my old pants that he's been wearing all the time. And he's like,
Hold
"I
on,
got
did he
these
buy it from the thrift
from
shop?
the thrift store.
What?
Yeah. We donated them to Goodwill. And I guess somehow they navigated from Goodwill to thrift store. And there you go.
That is amazing. From the 325.
Do you tell him you don't wear underwear?
He knows.
Crap.
Come on.
No, I know.
Not
I
like-
have questions too, Mike, but we should just leave it. From the 325, 2
What are your questions?
bench clearing brawls this weekend
Why
in
would
the
you ever question
Rangers
that?
Astros series.
Ooh, two? 2? I'll take it.
And they said camo denim shorts was what they wore. That was embarrassing.
Camo denim shorts?
Shorts, just shorts. My apologies. From the 214, the Astros win both series with the Rangers this week and next week and plunk Wyatt Langford. And I used to wear a flat top haircut and those Hawaiian shorts called jams with a Z. Do you think looking back now wearing Zubaz pants or anything like that was embarrassing? Or are you like, no?
At the time, They were all the rage.
They were.
When I was in junior high, 7th, 8th grade, we used to tight roll our jeans.
Oh, yeah.
Like Jabos.
Yes.
And so, like, that's stupid.
Your Cavaricis.
But that's what the style was. And guess what? Girls are wearing grandma jeans.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's where this would go.
At some point, we're going to see kids start tying up their jeans. You fold them and then you roll them once or twice. You roll them twice, I believe. And now all of a sudden, you have your tight roll jeans. That's going to happen again. And they're stupid.
I remember doing that.
Yeah.
I remember it was work to get it sometimes.
Yeah.
You had to very specifically do that.
Because if you didn't get it tight enough, it would fall apart. And then if you got it too tight, you're like, I don't know if blood's going to get to my feet today.
From the 817.
And then they made them like, oh, let's really change it up. Let's make jeans with elastic on the bottom, like sweats almost. So then you don't have to tight roll them. And by the time jean companies decided that, then we're like, this is kind of dumb.
We're done.
Then we went to baggy jeans.
For the 817, I'm fearful, despite the Mavs' crazy run that have pissed off Kawhi and the Clippers, that makes me beyond nervous in the playoffs. And they used to wear this purple tank top that their friends called the Hottie Snatcher, but no hotties were snatched with that shirt. That's unfortunate.
The Hottie Snatcher?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
That feels like definitely from a specific era. So, yes, thank you very much.
Why? What era is that?
I mean, you wouldn't hear somebody walking around now, right?
Oh, I know
like,
he's
this
talking
is
about.
shirt's the hot.
He's talking about WrestleMania, Scotty Too Hottie.
No, that is a person. But you wouldn't see somebody right now roll up and be like, I'm going on a date. This is my Hottie Snatcher shirt. Would you?
I mean, you might not. I feel like there's definitely people out there who exist in such a way where they would say such things.
It's fair. I guess that
My
is a
favorite
fair point.
shirt, I can't say it on air, and I really want to, but I saw
What, an
this,
A shirt?
It was a shirt that this guy, he was in a heavy metal tribute band, and he comes out and he's got the like purple leopard print pants on, and he's got a tank top with the wig and everything, and the shirt said something that I can't repeat, but it was so funny, and everybody thought it was funny too. And anyway,
From the 469, this is just downright heartwarming. You guys deserve all the accolades. Truly a collaboration of immense knowledge and wonderful personality. Seriously, thank you. By the way, when I say terrestrial radio, that's like if you're in your car or at home or whatever.
with a boombox.
I mean, maybe.
Being followed by a T-Rex.
As opposed to no.
Absolutely.
No. As opposed to on YouTube or the Twitch or anything like that, because people had questions about if there's extraterrestrial. Hypercolor. There we go. Lots of people texted that in. I fell behind the hypercolor shirts. Let me ask you a question about this. From the 817, the Rangers are going to sweep the Astros, and I wore hammer pants in 5th grade and never heard the end of it. Let me ask you a question. If you have a baby who turns 2 in August and is obsessed with MC Hammer songs, and you wanted to put together a birthday party that was the Too Legit to Quit party, do you support that idea?
1000%.
Okay.
He also should
Why
dress
don't you
as
just
MC
do one
Hammer for
called the
Halloween.
Please Don't Hurt Him?
Because that doesn't fit with his age.
What if?
Hypothetically,
Yeah.
right?
I
I mean,
mean, why don't you call it the Turn This Mother Out?
Oh, wow. That's good. That's good in a way that I don't think you realize.
They do what they do. They say what they say. They live how they want to live. Play how they play.
That's when it kind of ended for him.
From the 682, the Stars will win the cup. And I had a turquoise blazer with a pink t-shirt because I watched too much Miami Vice. Please tell me you also rolled up the sleeves
Oh, yeah, you
or
did.
like pushed them up.
Oh, yeah. You
So you could be Don
You
Johnson.
drove around in a boat, and you're like, this is Lake Ray Hubbard. Why am I driving this boat
Hey,
around with a
it could be whatever
blazer
lake
on?
in your mind. I feel like, Corey, you would support that. You could be on Miami Beach and Lake Ray Hubbard. You just got to imagine
I can imagine.
From the 405, in high school, I had a bunch of Hawaiian shirts and I thought they were awesome. Wyatt Langford will hit 45 plus home runs this year. Woo!
All right, my sports prediction.
Better start hitting home runs.
Is the Rangers go on the offensive first tonight. All right. They hit an Astro first. Okay. And it's going to be
Bradford likes throwing into righties. Just if you're trying to pick, I would maybe
6th inning as Bradford's getting ready to leave. He's going to hit Bregman. All right. And he's going to pop open his jersey and he's going to have a shirt underneath that says Maton deserves to be done or something like that.
I think that's a creative shirt.
That shirt really faded, though.
Maton deserves to be done. Which way do you want him to be done?
The other one was
because this is going to be an interesting shirt.
One will get you thrown in jail, I believe.
In the back of a Volkswagen, something like that. But the
holy moly,
not really uncomfortable spot.
I feel like I'm going to go to a local T-shirt shop and get you this shirt.
What will you put on there?
Maton deserves to be done.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to put on the shirt because he just made it.
I like it.
All right.
So that's my sports
People
opinion.
are going to go, I don't get this shirt at all.
But you will.
Yeah,
me and you will be laughing about it, and everybody, Kevin will be like, I don't know.
See, I want y'all to just go to a Rangers game together, both wearing that shirt, and people are like, oh, dude, where did y'all
get those shirts? And we're like, oh, this is the new craze. It's all the craze. Then the thing, Kevin, there are two things.
Mm-hmm.
I did in high school. I threw a puka shell necklace on for like a month.
Oh no! Did you have frosted tips too?
So I was 16. I did. But you bleached the whole thing and then it grew out and you cut it, and that's how you got I didn't frost the tips. You just bleached the whole hair. So it's in my driver's license photo. I have that puka shell necklace on. My mom and dad were like, "Oh yeah, we had those in the 70s." So I thought I was just like pleasing them as like their kid or whatever. But it was the thing that I'm kind of embarrassed about the most is I had this like matching shirt and short set that was Miami Hurricanes colors, and on the front of it, it had all of like it had Tasmanian Devil and Bugs Bunny, and they were all a team, and they were all wearing Miami Hurricanes stuff.
Okay.
And it was cloth that I'm pretty sure we got at like some random, those random places on Harry Hines.
Okay, yeah. At first I thought you were going to say Joanne Fabrics, but now
it feels like it was
I see where you're
was
going.
at Big Town Mall.
Yeah,
it was one of those places, and it was just weird looking, and I was very embarrassed by it.
But
somehow I wore it all the time.
From the 817, the Stars will win the Stanley Cup, and Pavelski is then going to retire. And then I had hats that were roughly cut into visors with hair bleached tips. So
they intentionally made a hat a visor.
Definitely sounds like it. That's a Lane Kiffin right there, if I've ever heard one.
They cut the top off of it, yeah.
From the 214, Dwight Powell will have a double-double tonight, and Jinkos are what embarrassed them. That has come up a lot.
You will make $1 million if you go bet that right now on your MGM app or whatever. I don't know where you're living. It doesn't work here. But if you really think that...
What other websites don't work here recently?
In fact... I don't know. I've heard people say porn websites don't work here anymore.
Principaloffice.com doesn't work here.
Shut up, Reggie! But I did make that mistake.
We can buy it.
Yeah, let me know if you buy principaloffice.com.
From the 469 Stars, it says stats win the cup, but Stars win the cup is what I think. And then overall shorts was there.
All shorts?
That's you.
Overall shorts.
Oh, yes.
And you had, if you were going to wear overalls back then, it was usually one strap off.
I hated it.
One strap on. And then it became, was it crisscross that they wore them backwards and also both straps were off?
Yeah, because they wanted to make you jump.
So they wouldn't miss the bus.
Are you sure? But I think they were one strap.
I can't remember. I feel like they're at some point. I don't think
overalls work if both straps are off.
They're just pants at that point.
No, I think they fall down.
It depends on if they're tight on the bottom.
I don't think so. I don't think they're cinched. I mean, I guess you wear a tight belt, I guess if you want, but most people who wear overalls are not wearing a belt.
That would be super weird if somebody's just walking around with overalls with both the straps
The
down.
reason there's overalls is so you don't have to wear a belt. Your belt is putting it over your shoulder. The strap's over your shoulder.
After a long day working, Mike, you get done and you get home and you want to take your strap off and then you sit down.
Stop it!
And
Stop right
have a
there!
cold beer.
Stop right there!
Play your rebounds. I'm going to this. I'm trying to see how much of the $1 zillion you can make. He's not even on the board. So I can't even bet on Dwight Powell to have an over-under rebound count. Just to give you an idea,
triple-double.
Luka's 9.5 for his over-under rebounds. Gafford's 7.5. The lowest person on the board are Klay Thompson and Derek Jones Jr. Their over-under is 3.5. So you can't even bet on Dwight Powell in this game.
From the 2-1-4, the Rangers take the series over the Astros 3-1 in parachute pants. Yeah, I'm 48. Mike, do you have a sports opinion and perhaps a stupid item of clothing you used to wear? Or do you want to talk more about mom jeans being gone? Oh, you said the tight roll jeans.
I had to ask Adrian. She said they're just comfortable, and that's why. She's like, it's more about comfort. I don't care about attracting anybody anymore.
This is, I don't know if it's a sports opinion, but Marcus Stroman irritates me. And I don't think he should.
Okay.
I can't believe the Yankees allowed this. I just thought he's not going to be able to do this with the Yankees. He was warming up in the outfield with his jersey untucked, and he's
I did
like,
see that.
and I'm not exaggerating. He's only like 5'8" or 5'9", and so his length of his jersey is super long. It looks like a woman wearing a dress, pretty much. He obviously has on his baseball pants, but I was just like, I just can't believe that the Yankees allowed him, with all of their rules that you can have a mustache and that's the only facial hair you can have, is that they allowed him to warm up in the outfield with his jersey untucked. It just, to me, there's no point in it except to show people, I want to show people that I'm a rule breaker.
Rebel.
It's like, it doesn't, you're going to pitch with your jersey tucked in. Like, they don't allow it in the game. They don't allow you to have your jersey untucked. I don't know what. I understand hitting wise it's a rule, because if it hits your jersey, it's considered hit by pitch. So they don't allow you to have your jersey untucked to possibly get kind of a fake hit by pitch. But he just
bugs you?
He bugs me because I don't think it's authentic. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I think he's just doing it to be like,
that makes sense.
I'm doing it.
Yeah,
okay.
makes sense.
So, and then I've never worn bell bottoms. I don't think men, well, I won't
You
say.
don't have to be. It can be any number of things. Is it the tight roll jeans?
I've never
for
worn
you
bell
then?
bottoms before either.
I don't think men, unless you were part of the Brady Bunch in the 70s, I've ever seen really wear a lot of bell bottoms. I feel like bell bottoms for men in the 70s did happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
my
I think-
dad wore some.
But I think when bell bottoms came back, if I'm right about this, in the 90s, bell bottoms for women came back.
And
But I don't think
flares.
bell bottoms for men came back.
Yeah.
Okay. From the 2-1-4, Rangers repeat as World Series champions in different colored corduroy jeans is what they wore that embarrasses them. From the 2-1-4, Adolis will continue to own the Astros this weekend, and jorts is what they wore that were embarrassing.
Jean shorts?
Jean shorts.
So I still don't know why they're so bad. I won't wear them because they have such a bad rap.
But you think
I
they
wore
should
them
be
in high
fine.
school? Like everybody wore them in the 90s in high
Bring
school.
them back, dude. Bring them back.
I might.
Do it yourself. Be
I,
like,
I
I'm
don't
the
think they're
one.
that bad. And you know what? Tucking in your structure shirt into them ain't that bad either.
Do you tuck in your shirt at the gym?
I don't go to the gym.
Okay.
I don't tuck in my shirt
it's time for
when
Mike
I'm wearing
Lyson now.
when I'm doing my Peloton.
Okay, you do?
No, I don't.
You don't?
I'm wearing bike shorts too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So
do you wear underwear with your bike shorts?
you're not supposed to.
But you do?
Sometimes I do, but usually I don't. It's when I have on the short shorts that not like really short, but the ones that are
Wear
shorts.
shorts.
So you have different. So I have ones. I have the bike shorts that are just the spandex, you know, like, and they work great on a bike, and they're padded. You have the big butt pad because you're sitting on a somewhat uncomfortable seat there for anywhere from however long you're riding, 10 minutes to let's say an hour. So I have, I don't know, 5 or 6 pair of bike shorts. Some of them are real shorts, and then some of them are just the spandex tight ones. Sometimes when I put on the bike shorts, I don't take my underwear off. So that's how I Peloton.
Is this the start of Mike Likes It? Or?
I don't know. He asked me a question. Hit the music, man. Let's get the sponsors in for Mike Likes It.
I don't think there is a sponsor.
Would you wear the underwear on the outside of the bike shorts?
No, there's no reason.
Like a superhero?
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
extra. I like that music here. Sounds like what's that song?
Give it to me, baby. That's what
Okay,
the song
yeah.
is.
Okay, good. All right, so
I want you to give us
Is
my
that the
likes,
song
yeah.
you were referencing? Or
no, it sounded like Seven Nation for a second.
Seven Nation Army? Gotcha.
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun.
yeah.
So, but then it kicked into
the one they
more.
use in every stadium all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Mike likes it. I've been looking at recently Phoenix and New Orleans. Last night, watching the Mavericks, and it was a close game, and luckily in the fourth quarter, you pretty much pulled away for the most part, where you felt a little threatened, but not much. And then a great job. The last 5 minutes of the game, the Mavericks really put it away, where you didn't have to worry the last 3 minutes of the game that they were going to blow it. One thing that just hit me. Hey, Luka's really improved his free throw shooting. We haven't talked about it all year. We are at the end of the season, and he's close to 80%.
Oh.
And he's really been around a 70% free throw shooter. So San Francisco, I was on radio with them earlier in the week when the Mavs were in San Francisco against the Warriors, and they said, well, what has Luka improved on this year? And I said, one, he's Kevin Loving it. You do have to watch out for this, is there's guys that are sneaking out and outletting.
Yeah.
And he did it yesterday for Tim Hardaway Jr. And sometimes it's not an 80-foot pass. Sometimes it is, but he's done that. But I said, you know what? One thing that's not really noticeable, because let's face it, LeBron James did not care at all to improve his free throw shooting. I mean, he lost in NBA Finals. If you go rewatch the NBA Finals against the Mavs, they lost the NBA Finals because LeBron can't make free throws on a consistent basis. If LeBron can make free throws, the Mavs have no championship. But because he's such an inconsistent free throw shooter and never improved on it, literally LeBron lives around 70% for his whole life. He'll have games where he's 10 for 10. I'm not saying he won't have good free throw games. But I thought Luka's hero is LeBron. I get it. Most players around his age or younger, their hero is going to be LeBron James. And it was like, is Luka going to be a LeBron James free throw shooter? And I'm not telling you he's not Steve Nash. He's not Dirk Nowitzki. But to improve your free throw percentage 7 or 8% from about 71% to 78%. I don't have it pulled up, but I remember looking at it recently.
His rookie year is 71. After that, 76, 73, 74, 74, now 78.
That's a nice increase.
Yeah.
So it makes you feel better. Late in games, I used to go, oh my God, if we have to shoot free throws,
we're in trouble.
There's a good chance he's going to miss them. And now there's not. So that was just off the top of my head. Phoenix Suns. You are one game ahead of the Phoenix Suns. They freaking keep winning, right? They beat Cleveland. They beat New Orleans. Beating New Orleans helped. They beat Denver recently. So Phoenix all of a sudden is kind of playing pretty good basketball. And you're a loss away and a win away from them from being tied. And I'm sorry, I don't know who has the tiebreaker between us and Phoenix. I'm hoping it's us.
Does it make you feel any better that while this is also going on, New Orleans has kind of started to struggle?
Yeah, I'm going to get to New Orleans in a second. Okay. Thanks for ruining my likes. All right, so
I was going to look at the tiebreaker.
Listen, go ahead and look it up, but listen to Phoenix's schedule. If they get the 5 seed, my gosh, watch out for them possibly making the NBA Finals.
I think the Mavs have the tiebreaker. It
Good.
Looks like they won 2-1 for the season series.
I won't tell you where these games are at because it's 3-3 home and road. Minnesota, New Orleans, LA Clippers, Sacramento, Minnesota. Those are their last games.
Yeah.
That's what's left on their schedule. We've kind of talked about it. We are to the point that they've had a very tough schedule, but they've won 3 of 4 in their last their last games. Denver, Oklahoma City, New Orleans, all on the road, and then home against Cleveland, and they went 3-1 in those games. So I give you that schedule, but it scares me that the Mavs have this Phoenix Suns team on right behind them, and they seem to be winning all of these very tough games. Now I go to New Orleans. New Orleans has a much easier schedule than the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns obviously have the toughest schedule left in the NBA, but Zion Williamson's finger is hurt. So he's day-to-day, and I don't know how he hurt it. I just saw that he's day-to-day and a kind of a 50-50 go.
He hurt it on a block, in fact, where he kind of hurt it off of the backboard, funny enough.
Okay.
And Ingram is still out. I know they're hoping end of the regular season maybe, even though that can be, kind of a vague time.
So it's going to be interesting who you root for and root against in that Phoenix-New Orleans game on Sunday. But they have their next 3 games, home against San Antonio. Should be an easy win, and I'll tell you what, San Antonio needs to intentionally lose out. They're tied for the third worst record right now. And remember, if you finish first, second, or third with worse record, it's the same. But if you finish fourth, you get less odds.
Yeah.
So in a weird way, they tried to take out tanking, but right now, San Antonio needs to tank out so that they have the same odds as having the worst record in the NBA. Then they play at Phoenix, at Portland. So the at Phoenix is obviously a tough game, but at Portland's one of the easiest games in the NBA. So 2 of their next 3 for New Orleans seem to be very easy, winnable games. But they're playing really bad right now. They've blown their chance for the 4th seed, and they're just hoping that they can maybe hold on to a 5 or 6 spot. But their last 5 games, lost to Oklahoma City, beat Milwaukee, then lost to Boston, lost to Phoenix, lost to Orlando. They get a little bit of a break in their schedule the next 2 out of 3, and then they finish their last 3 at Sacramento, at Golden State, and home against the Lakers. I don't know what will be on the line for Sacramento, Golden State, and LA, but I'm assuming a lot for Sacramento because there'll still be 3 games left for most teams that you won't know. The Golden State LA game could be for home court advantage in the 9-10 matchup. So I don't think those are going to be easy games. So the Mavericks need to win tonight.
Because they'll be favored in 4 of their last 6, don't you think? With the exception of Miami and OKC.
Yes.
So I agree with you. Back-to-back or no, they need to win this game.
Okay, so I'm already thinking about Saturday with John Gray. I've been thinking a lot about it. And there's no reason to take him out of the rotation. I'm not saying that at all. But I really need a good start from John Gray. Me as a fan of the Texas Rangers, I need to see him pitch well in this situation.
He has a short leash from Boch, doesn't he?
I think so. Now, it matters
Boch wants him to be good.
It matters how short and how Bradford does, right? You did have the day off yesterday. Bradford, so your bullpen is well rested.
Tough.
But if Bradford only goes 3 1/3, your bullpen is going to need a dude to step up and go 5+ innings. But it's just...
And then Bochy's stuck in the situation where if Gray doesn't have a good game, sorry, man, you have to go as many innings as you can, even if it's a blowout, because our bullpen was used.
Why does he has a short leash? Because I think you're right. Do you think it's because of that first start?
Because of history.
Okay. Because I think Boch had him last year, and he was inconsistent. He'd have great stretches. He'd have not great stretches. Yeah. And then it seems like if he gives up early runs, he loses confidence in himself. It doesn't mean he's going to have a bad game, but it seems like to me, John Gray starts questioning himself in the second inning.
If I said that John Gray, perhaps his emotions run too high and low for what you would want from a pitcher, do you think that's fair?
I think it's fair. I don't know if they run too high, though.
Okay.
You don't really hear him maybe compliment himself a lot, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Like where you're like, I think for a lot of LeBron James's career, his Cleveland Cavaliers first stint with Cleveland, he ran way too high and too low.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, everybody take pictures of me. I'm on the side doing all those things. And then when things would start going bad, LeBron would be like, and I'm like, dude, you can't. There's more games left in this series. There's more games left in the season. This game isn't over. And I loved LeBron James. I'll be honest. I had a couple t-shirts that I bought of him, not jerseys, but I loved LeBron James his first time through Cleveland. I obviously did not like when he went to the Miami Heat and hated that he went to the Lakers because the Lakers are the team I hate the most in probably professional sports. And so I just looked at LeBron and always thought, dude, you can't be this high and this low and be the ultimate leader of a team and ultimately lead teams to championships. And he did learn. I think he learned his lesson that you can't be that emotionally high when things are going well and that emotionally low when things aren't going your way.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 214, Dakota from Rowlett, war veteran. Big shout-out to y'all for keeping it rolling here. My mental health is improved daily from you guys, Tolo.
You're welcome.
That's nice to hear.
Is that the right thing to say?
Yes.
They said thank you.
Yes.
I feel like
absolutely.
That wasn't a braggy, you're welcome.
Yeah. Oh, shout out to my brother, Scott Fahey. He's the head coach of Duncanville Baseball. He's listening to the show.
Nice. What up, Scott?
Yeah. His dad was the third base coach for the Giants when they had the earthquake.
Oh,
in '89. He also is a former Texas Ranger.
If he gets away with a robbery, he gets away scot-free.
I guess so. If everybody's named Scott gets away scot-free. Yeah, that's right.
Coming up next.
Thank you, Mike.
There's nothing you can do to stop it because it's time for the C Block.
Do people have last names of Doe? Because that means they're unknown.
The ducks in my backyard, and I'm announcing my high school baseball lineup today.
Oh,
next on the Fan.
Langford tearing for third. Here's the.
Shout out Friday from the 561. Shout out to Reggie. He keeps things rolling no matter how much Kevin tries to send the show off the rails.
Yeah, thanks for nothing, Kevin.
That is hurtful. Just kidding. I took a little break the past few months while going through some stuff, but I've been back about a week, and y'all have been great as always. Keep it up. And then from the 817, Corey, you can answer this. Did y'all already shout out my daughter, Adriana? I'm on the Odyssey app, so I can rewind if possible.
Yes, it was, I believe, in the 10 o'clock hour. We gave her the shout out as we told you we would
birthday?
yesterday. What's that?
12th birthday,
Yeah, 12
right?
years old. Congratulations to her. And for one time only, I will make this distinction. Shout out to Adriana on her 12th birthday.
Whoa!
Yesterday. Yeah, I don't usually do double shout out.
Double shout out from the Arbiter.
Adriana!
Nope.
We did it!
2 different names.
He can do whatever he wants because now it's time for the C block.
Adrian
Corey
hates that, by the way.
I know, that's why I did it.
Adriana?
She's like, it's no the whole.
Oh.
She's like, it's not very original. I mean, everybody says it. Her name's been Adrian her whole life. So
That's fair. But Rocky came first. So,
excuse me?
That is true.
He
Chronologically,
existed.
yeah.
He had grown up
Okay.
on this show.
Kevin,
We need it.
I need an answer from people out there
Okay.
who are either pool people or duck people.
I don't know what either
Did
of
you
those
say
things
duck people? What's a duck person?
Do you know anything about ducks? So here's the deal. Yesterday, I was in my house, and I looked out into the backyard area, and Adrian was in our bedroom, and I was like, "Oh, there are some ducks in the pool," and there were 3 ducks in the pool. And I think it is mating season too, so it's a little weird. But there were 2. Which one's the one with the green head? Is a woman or a male?
Male.
Male. Thank you.
Do you actually know that? Or
Yes.
you, okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other ones.
Because here's how I find it. I think women are prettier than men, and it's weird that ducks, the prettier duck is the male duck.
I agree. Okay, so there were.
That's how I remember.
There was 2 female ducks and 3 dudes.
Okay.
Hanging out in the back in the pool, and Adrian said, "We need to get them out of the pool because their poop leaves some kind of oil in the bottom of the pool that destroys the bottoms of your pool."
I heard one of them might be a bad influence too because they were addicted to quack.
All right.
So, all right, time out. Time out. So you've had this joke. Like, has it been, you went full time in 2013 here.
It's been about 3 minutes because I already did talk back to Reggie and I go, you're going to hate this joke so much.
Wait, what joke?
How long have you known this joke?
Just about 3 minutes.
No, that's impossible.
What do you mean?
You
that's
looked
impossible?
up duck jokes? Like you knew he was going to talk about ducks?
I thought of it because my alternate one, because Corey said it's mating season, I was going to say, you know how you get the mates to come over, show a little quack. But then I wasn't sure which one to go with, so.
Show a little, because let's change it into the real word.
Crack.
So you think that people like get attracted to Corey when he gets up out of airplane
I do.
seats because
I
they
do.
see his crack?
I do.
It's the opposite.
That's because he's a guy.
From the 940, this is Pat from Golke Pools in Denton. We've been in business since 1953 and our top-rated service in the nation. You can get duck off and add it to your pool. It makes the water uncomfortable for the ducks. I'm a pool guy. Get those ducks away from the pool. They will run your water and ruin your water and filter. Yeah, I do think that there has been some. I'm concerned about the filter a little bit. It's fine, but anything that my Polaris picks up or my, all that stuff, I don't want any gunk in there.
Yeah.
So I got to get rid of these birds. But I was okay. I appreciate this. Thank you very much, everybody. And Adrian was like, I like the ducks. I like having the ducks back there and everything. And I was like, if it's a problem though, I don't want a bunch of ducks quacking off in my pool all the time. You know?
All right. Okay.
I get that. That's good. You can't say the regular part of that.
Today I'm going to be going to Bryan Adams High School.
You know how to cook duck? Why don't you kill him?
I have never eaten duck.
Ooh, I cooked something with duck fat last week.
Okay, I've eaten duck fat, so I guess I've eaten duck. But I don't think I've ever had like a duck breast. And everybody says that it's really good.
It's fattier would be maybe the best way to explain it.
Okay.
But I'm like Blythe Beck, who might be listening right now, she might be able to explain it a lot better than I can.
All right, I will try duck. If those ducks come back,
okay,
we're taking them down.
Oh.
We're going to take them down. Them and their little web feet.
Okay.
How are they going to get away from me?
Uh-huh.
Probably fly.
That is how they got away yesterday.
Ducks can fly.
Yesterday I went out there and they flew away very fast. So I'll catch them though. Did you have a butt, Mike?
Go buy an owl.
I would hope so.
What?
They killed that's their dinner.
But what about now? I got to get rid of the owl.
Who says?
They don't kill people. They kill ducks.
But I don't want that thing being around.
My father-in-law bought like 6 ducks for a pond on his land in Glenrose, and every night a duck would disappear.
Because an owl would get him?
Because they saw the owl, and they're like, yep, the owl's like, pretty much what I did is I gave that owl 6 nights worth of dinner.
Will Chambers just texted me and said, my number one favorite food.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's talking about duck here, Kevin, because we were just momentarily talking about duck.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next topic. Tonight, Mike.
Hopefully the Rangers have a lot of ducks.
Is finally the payoff.
On the pond.
Yes, because that would be bases loaded. Runners on base.
Yep.
And they quack them in.
I'm going to my high school.
I'm not sure that one
I
works.
was asked by
Whack.
Coach.
I went with quack and whack. Okay, Mike, you're asking me a question?
Nick Enriquez is the head coach at Bryan Adams, the
All
baseball
right.
coach.
BA.
Yeah, and he asked me to come announce the high school lineup tonight. And he is a Tolo, by the way. So I wanted to give him a shout out, too, for being a Tolo. Really appreciate that. And Kevin, I can't decide. This is when I asked Mike said, just be yourself.
Okay.
I can't, but whenever I started doing, I started practicing announcing last night, I guess I kept doing it in Chuck Morgan voice because that's all I know.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, that's all I know. He's the best, right? Is he goated? Is that the right way to?
He's in the Hall of Fame.
That
Is he in the Hall of Fame? He's in the Rangers Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he might have. They put a plaque up there for the 3,000 games.
We use GOAT too often, but do we think Chuck is in that realm?
He's pretty awesome.
I love Chuck Morgan.
Yeah.
Reggie, your thoughts on Chuck Morgan?
Seems really good to me.
See? If he gets Reggie's approval, we've done something right. Because usually Reggie would be like, I don't know. There are lots of announcers in stadium announcers.
That depends on what you mean by good. Yeah.
You get really mad when the Rangers hit a double, and then he gets more excited about the moment because he's riding off the momentum.
What do you want me to say to that, Mike?
Say what you believe.
I don't know that that's good for air.
All right.
Now hitting.
But that's what I'm feeling is I'm
Wyatt Langford, great. We got momentum on our side right now. Mr. Mo.
I don't have any positions for these guys, so I just have their batting order or their lineup.
Are you going to make up positions?
Do it like Will Ferrell did in
just like
his semi-pro.
Number 2.
Spiritually.
Edgar Rubio. Number 3. Luis Garcia. Number 17. Justino Chavarria. Like, you think that'll be all right for a high school baseball game tonight?
Yeah.
That sounds good.
I thought you did a great job.
Thank you very much. Speaking of school and sports.
They have a press box at Bryan Adams?
No.
Yeah. I guess East Dallas doesn't believe in press boxes for baseball.
You know how
programs.
that thing's built. It's right on PV Road.
Yeah.
It falls onto PV Road essentially. So it's gonna be
down the
tough one.
left field line, right? Third base line.
That would be behind home plate. Third base goes into a creek.
Okay.
And then first base goes towards the
you
school.
You have batting cages over there on the left
third
side.
base line.
Yeah.
Yeah. First base goes to the parking lot in the school.
Yeah. Don't park. Your car has a good chance.
I know where to park. I was there for years. These guys they're gonna foul ball off and crush my windshield. I know it. I'll let my buddy drive instead. Deion Sanders has ripped his football team, Kevin.
Oh, because they lost all those games down the stretch last year?
Yeah, all 8 of them.
Because they aren't. He got a letter from an email from one of the teachers at Colorado.
Okay.
That said his students aren't paying attention.
Oh, no.
And here's a little highlight from his conversation with them. He said, "You present, but you ain't really there. You on the field, but you ain't really doing nothing. You in a relationship, but you ain't got no love. You at the mall, but you ain't got no money. Got a lot of ability, but no darn talent because you don't think."
Dang.
Mike, what would be your advice to athletes in school? Would you say pay attention in class?
Yes. I mean, I'm on my middle child. My daughter is amazing at school. School is something that she is very good at.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, she got valedictorian of her school, so she's really good at it. My other son, well, I shouldn't say my other son. My middle child seems to do just enough to pass and get decent grades. I wish that he would do a lot more, but I was not good at school. I didn't enjoy school. I didn't find it exhilarating, or I just didn't like it. So I do think it's really tough when you don't like something to be good or great at it.
I always think it's weirder too in college. Like in high school, I get it. Like that's part of the no pass, no play.
Right.
In college, it's like you're so on your own. And I don't know, if you fail a grade in school, do you not get to play on that day, on Saturday
That's
or
what
whatever?
I thought there was an issue with.
Okay.
You don't have to worry at all. As long as you passed from football, as long as you have your credits going into the season, it's impossible not to play. You might you might not be able to play in your bowl game.
Okay.
Because that's the next time you get grades.
Yeah.
So you have to have the credits.
Okay,
going
I get what
into
you're saying.
like let's just say you're going into your junior year. You have to have the amount of credits you need to be
there's not
eligible
like a 6-week or a 9-week grade. or
Byron
whatever.
Hansbard, for example, people will forget who he was, but he was a Heisman Trophy candidate out of DeSoto, and he decided he wanted to be, I believe, a pastor, I think. And I don't know if that's what he's doing now or not, but his junior year, he decided, I don't really care about this education. I'm not going to go to class anymore. It doesn't matter because I'm going to be eligible for all my football games. I had the credits needed to play this semester, and then I'm done with being here. As soon as this is over, I'm going to go train for the NFL draft.
Right.
So you just have to have the credits. Now, the problem is if something goes wrong and you get hurt or something, and then they're like, you just got 0 credits and you need approximately 24 hours to be able to play your senior year or your junior year. You become in pretty big trouble there to accomplish that goal.
All right, real quickly, Kevin, before we turn things over to Masterpiece of the Week. From the 410, this is Box. He's a Tolo. His wife is one of the VPs at Bryan Adams. Her name's Shawnette Bryant.
Ooh.
Give her a shout out, please. Shout out done. And then from Constable Scott, Corey, it's only good if in the background you're playing Welcome to the Jungle and you do announcements. Trust me, I carried it for years in Big Reno, Texas. So have a great weekend.
Do you
guys.
have music planned for your background?
I guess I need to go ahead and rock some Welcome to the Jungle, right?
I do feel like that would
Or some
work.
Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Maybe.
I see bad moon rising. There's a bathroom on the right.
Do you have lights at Bryan Adams?
I don't. That used to be a joke we would pull on the freshmen back in the day. We would tell them to go to the opposing dugout and turn on the light switch, and they'd run over there, and they'd just be sitting there moving bags during the other team sitting there like, what is this guy doing in our dugout over here? And then they'd come back and they're like, I can't find the switch. And we'd be like, look around, buddy. But I don't know. They've updated the field since. We didn't have lights back in the day, Kevin. We were in DISD school.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next is a big weekend for both the Red Hot Stars and Mavs. Let's talk about that and bring you some Masterpiece of the Week jam-packed segment. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Have you lost your quack? Well, if you're a duck,
Reggie.
Hello, Reginald.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, buddy. I was just watching Stroman.
That's fair.
Come on, don't swing at that, Vladdy Daddy. And then he's dancing off the mound. All right, good job.
0-0 there, if you're
It's
inclined.
a good game.
It has been a good game. I've been watching that while also engaging in this show, but I had to get ready for Masterpiece of the Week, which is a segment that we do on the KNC Masterpiece every week, in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this very program.
So good at it, dude. He's so good at it.
What do you mean?
He loves the way you say
I love the
that.
way you do that.
Thanks, man. I mean, really, as much as people are excited for me to do this, the Masterpiece of the Week is all about you guys. It's all about what you guys bring to it. And I guess we'll begin here with Corey Majors. I know that you complimented me. I don't know if this is a compliment to you, but the things that you guys say, sometimes, I mean, you say the darndest things.
But also, I for some dumb reason thought that maybe it vibrated near the front of your head and then near the back of your. I don't know why I thought it vibrated on you.
Pitch calm.
That's true. I thought the pitch calm.
So it goes zzz, and you're like, oh, fastball. But it goes zzz, zzz,
Oh, curveball.
zzz, 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 zzz.
That's fine. That's still my
Splitter.
leader. That was also the first.
What if I throw a changeup?
That's
four. It's wiggles.
4. Oh yeah. So yeah, I always thought that, but now that I know it doesn't vibrate, it actually goes change up.
That's right.
Quick story. I found out my freshman son doesn't know how to mix up signs because they were playing Prestonwood Christian, which is a high IQ baseball school.
Uh-huh.
And they're just, the dude at second base is standing there and he's not doing it this way. He's just right in between his fingers. Like he's the catcher. And I have to yell from the stands, step off. I'm like, they're relaying their signs. And I'm like,
did people look at you when you yelled that?
Yeah, but I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Like, they're a good team. They're stealing signs, and they're going to crush you if they know every time you're throwing a fastball and a curveball. And so then I asked my son about signs, and I was like, dude, it's still got to be more difficult than that. If you just go second sign off of 3 signs and it's 2-1-3 and you throw a fastball, guess what the highly educated kid at second base is going to go? Duh! It's the fastball, second sign. It might be sign after 2, but then he just has to watch the next one, and then he's totally picked you again.
So shout out to Mike for that, and also shout out to one of our Tolo's daughters, Trinity. She's becoming a teenager today, turning 13. Happy birthday to the princess. I believe that is what her father texted in.
Oh,
back to you,
lovely.
Reggie.
Thanks, man. Fine broadcasting done here on the KNC Masterpiece, as evidenced by the finest broadcaster, Mike Bassick.
So this is an insurance company where they will take insurance. I know I didn't say that sentence right, Kevin. You don't have to look at me that way, okay? But they will take insurance. They have insurance for testosterone replacement therapy. Probably said it wrong again. Don't worry about it. You get it. 972-GO Men's T. That's the number to call and say, hey, this guy Mike Bassick was on the fan. He gave me some information. Some of it sounded a little bit wonky, but some of it sounded really good. Okay?
I love the word wonky, by the way.
Yeah.
Adrian used to use it all the time, and I was like, I don't know. I never really heard it until she started using it, but I like that word. Good use of it, Mike.
Yeah, people get it. That's the point.
I mean, technically correct.
Yeah.
Insurance is taken at Men's T Clinic.
Yeah.
That is
They
true.
don't have insurance for you. That's kind of what I said. That was stupid of me.
And that's why I looked at you.
All right, I want to move this around. So, Kevin, you're next up. Would you want what's behind door number 1 or door number 2?
Well, I'll take door number 2.
All right, door number 2 is this.
It was the just intensity
He loved
in
it.
which he was
He loved giving you pepper.
pumping that pepper mill that was something. He was
Pumping away.
the guy in the cooking class.
He probably likes flavor. You were probably like half turning it and going, "Oh my god!"
He
that was
saw a
lot
little.
I did think he put too much pepper on there.
Yeah.
You're right.
Do you think
love
it's spicy?
pepper.
Do you think pepper's spicy? Is that why you're? Oh, it's too hot.
I don't think it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
To the level he was doing it.
Okay.
Because he was like, this is too much.
What was that sound again?
Okay.
I love pepper.
I do
Like
too.
I like extra pepper.
And then I'll probably put some sort of pepper sauce on things.
Pepper sauce.
Hot
Great.
sauce, salsa, just anything with a little extra flavor, man.
I always think a rundown in baseball is neat. No matter what is happening, I always think it's fun.
That's another thing 9th graders need to learn. God almighty, our kids love getting in rundowns. I'm like, this isn't 4th grade. You get in a rundown, you're out.
They think they're the fastest alive.
Yeah, and they're like, oh crap, it's 90 feet, not 70 feet anymore. Yeah, it's a longer way to get to the next base. Here's the other thing. They're not in 5th grade. They can play catch with each other.
That's not going out in the left field.
Mike, you got to remember, distances can be difficult, as evidenced by our friend Eric Chiafalo.
The first 12 inches or so of that was fantastic. I loved it. It was delightful. And then it started to become a little bit more challenging.
Right?
That's going to be my answer, because I remember when he said that in crosstalk, I thought that was amazing.
Don't be too hasty.
Oh.
I think Corey gave us another valuable candidate here.
On Facebook, he posted it. It takes up almost his whole hand. It takes up 2 knuckles. It's gigantic.
And that's the way they all are now. Rings. Championship rings.
That's a gigantic ring.
It's a tough call. Do we have more, or is that it?
There's a lot more. You guys had a guest that I was not privy to, but apparently y'all had fun talking to them because they gave you this.
And Dick Such, actually, I don't know if you remember Dick.
That's my winner.
Tom Hankey, man. Hankey was awesome.
Great, dude.
Don't you make fun of Tom Hankey.
I'm not making
thought he
fun of
was
him.
awesome.
I'm appreciating him.
That man wore regular glasses that you'd read with and struck you out doing it.
Yeah, he's a hero.
He would split finger you to death.
Sounds like it.
I don't know if you remember.
Give me the next one, because man, that's
my winner.
This is tough.
Kevin with a very important statement that he made.
Quit proving my point about your whiteness, Kevin.
I'm definitely white. If that, I will not argue against. I won't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad.
I am white.
Thanks for reiterating. And finally,
Is that a drop?
No, he just said that again. Let's go ahead and end with this. Mike Bassick.
I feel like you'd pull my finger off. It looks so big. Like eventually you just your finger would get really long.
Hold on. So you're
stretch it out.
Huh. Okay.
The ring weighs so much.
I don't think that's how fingers work.
Like
though.
your finger is a thing of Laffy Taffy, and it's just going to eventually.
What are you, a Stretch Armstrong right here?
I think so. That's why they made that thing where you hang upside down. See if you can get taller.
You use that, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Have you gotten taller?
I think I'm going to measure myself in the morning, and then I'm going to
get over the top or underneath.
Like height-wise. And so I'm going to see how tall I am when I wake up because my back's really stiff. And I then go hang in my garage. And then I want to see if I grow like half an inch.
I love the idea that at your house you have a mic chart and it's just the same mark over each other year after year. It's like, nope.
I think I get taller. I think I do. I think my spine stretches out.
I am going to vote for
hang time.
Corey. I'm going to go with Corey. I'm going to vote for Tom Hankey.
I'm voting for Tom Hankey
that was
too.
Tremendous.
And Dick Such, actually, I don't know if you remember Dick.
I do, because he was my dad's pitching coach, and then he was the pitching coach for the Minnesota Twins in the 80s and 90s. And so he was the pitching coach for the Twins when they won in 87 and 91. So I do remember Dick Such.
Mike, would you like to vote?
Sounds like you're describing it in the very fanciest. Yes, and then he took off his pants and you saw his, well, you know.
This show's so dumb.
It is. It's amazing
how popular it is.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, but my first ever major league pitching coach was Dick Pohl, and he was with Cleveland.
So your vote is what?
I don't know. You guys are winning.
Why do you act like you've never heard this segment?
Reggie, I forget all of them. What are you voting for? Because maybe I'll vote for that.
I'm voting for your fantastic broadcasting skills and selling stuff.
This guy Mike Bassick was on the Fan. He gave me some information. Some of it sounded a little bit wonky, but some of it sounded really good. Okay?
Like you're looking for validation from the commercial.
Somebody help me out. 972-GO-MENS. Like, I just heard a commercial. I'm not sure I got it right here. Do you guys have insurance?
It's like going to be like, what's it from Mike Bassick?
Yeah,
we know what to do.
We have testosterone replacement therapy. We do take insurance, stuff like that.
You got to vote for Tom.
I'll vote for the Tom Hankey. He was an awesome interview.
Yes.
He drank beer.
Great
He did.
point. That's a great point.
And that's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
From the 817, shout out Friday. Kevin, my Disney princess Marissa debuted this week at Disney Tokyo. She is Cinderella and Aurora.
Dude, that's awesome.
That is awesome. Coming up next, we'll get in more of your shout outs. Plus, we will go to the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Globe Life Field, getting you ready for Rangers, Astros right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You broke my knob.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers, Astros, Final Four, plus the red-hot Mavs and Stars. It's a Monday morning to recap the weekend right here on The Fan.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the spot to go.
Chevy dealer in the world. They have more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. We take you out to Globe Life Field for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Heggy, we are rolling. How the heck are you?
I am doing fantastic. I do admit I am envious of you guys right now. I know we still got some time till the game, but what is y'all's hype level for the game and being out at the ballpark as the pre-game show leading into the game?
Man, it can't get any better. It's almost surreal. You got to pinch yourself with such meaningful baseball early on in the season right now. I would say hype level could be a little bit higher based on the pitching matchup. So I'm going to give it like a 9.2.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But man, it's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening tonight. Does Houston look for immediate payback? Do they wait till late in the game? But this has become, it's the best rivalry in Major League Baseball. I am curious to see how many Astros fans actually show up tonight. I hope the Ranger fans just block them out. I hope it's just nothing but Rangers World Series gear that we see coming at, 5 o'clock, 5:30, whenever the doors open. But
what would be your guess for
epic,
that,
man.
though? Like percentage of Astros fans?
I'll tell you what, we've done a lot of games out here, and I know this was actually regular season ones. I always felt like the Astro fans showed up. I'm gonna give them about a 30% show up rate.
Yeah, I was thinking at least 25.
Yeah.
I don't think you get ALCS rings when you win the World Series. Like, I think the Diamondbacks get NLCS rings. Like, I think Derek Holland has 2 AL championship rings. I would just like to make those and just have an impromptu bring out the stage again right in the middle of the field before the game and then just hand out ALCS rings so the Astros have to watch. Like, what the crap's going on? Aren't we about to play in 10 minutes? Like, nope. We're celebrating winning the ALCS in your face.
Drop a banner.
Banner drop.
A
I
new
think would
banner
be good too. Yeah,
Just
we had practice opening day. Let's kind of like, we made some mistakes along the way. Let's kind of figure it out and run it back and maybe have a little bit of a cleaner one.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Dunk on them.
Yeah.
Corey Seager, by the way, in 32 games against Houston has hit 7 home runs. He bats .290 against them, so he's going to crush today and tomorrow and Sunday. Monday.
You guys have do you guys have predictions for the 4-game series? I know you got to take it one game at a time, but
3-1.
3-1 Rangers?
Rangers.
Nice.
You know,
nice stuff.
It is hard to say. I don't know if the Rangers, we could pick them to dominate this series. Let's face what happened last year in the ALCS with Houston taking all 3 here. So I want to believe that this is the moment. These are the days where, we firmly establish dominance and put our foot down here, but they're not going to go away lightly. And like Rudy Tomjanovich, coach of the Rockets, once said, you never underestimate the heart of the champion. So I'm going to say split 2-2.
Yeah, and he also got punched in the face. I think we need to do the same thing.
Side of the head. More the side of the head.
Kermit Alexander, him.
Washington.
Kermit Washington, one of those dudes.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today, and where can people find you if they want to see you?
One of the greatest punches in sports history.
Yeah.
Hit him so hard.
Was Kermit more of a common name until the Frog took it? And they're like, we can't call people Kermit anymore. Like, that's not a good name.
I didn't even know humans. I didn't know there was ever a
I worked
human
with a
being
coach named Kermit Davis that was a basketball
coach. A couple of guys back in the day. But I don't know if it was common even back then. Maybe one of our more crustier listeners can advise us on that. But, yeah, I read the book. Guy could taste spinal fluid in the back of his mouth when he came to in the locker room because his skull had detached from his jaw.
Crushed his face.
It was leaking into his mouth. What? Yeah, just unbelievable that he was able to survive a hit like that. We do have Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. What you drinking? What you thinking at 5:20?
All right, roll home or go see the G-Bag Nation out at Globe Life Field, and just to get you a little bit more hyped for Rangers Astros, we're going to play you the end of our ALCS show from last night. So cut number 16, let KNC take you home, and then we'll be back on Monday, 10-2, right here on The Fan. Mike, your final thoughts on what surely will go down as one of the most glorious games in Texas Rangers history.
It's the greatest baseball ride I've ever been on as a fan, and I want to do it again.
Corey, that sounds like something
Dude.
you would say, or Bochy's granddaughter would say, right?
You know, last 36 hours, I've been asked, hey, does this ever get old? It doesn't get old, trust me, no. Not when you get to watch these guys with their deep determination, their resilience, and the heart that brought them together and play as one to do what they did. These guys put aside their individual action to become collective power.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number 1. It is day 1 of the 2024 Silver Boot. Welcome in, fools. I pity the fool. I am Gavin Dawson. Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, #1 influencer on Cowboy social media, is here. Chris Strong is at Master Control, filling in for Lucius Alexander for a final day admirably. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo reunited as Nosebleed Brothers. Welcome back, Zachary.
Thank you, sir.
He's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Back and better than ever, boys. Couldn't miss the Silver Boot start, man. This is going to be an absolute blast out here. And, of course, I'm sure the Rangers looking to erase some bad memories at home. Some great memories on the road. But let's get this thing started off the right way and just kick their ass tonight in Game 1.
Yes, Corey Bradford's going to be up to the task, man. In a game like this, that's exactly the guy you want on the mound to go get the job done.
Right on. I like your confidence. Of course, you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Ruben Portillo, remote engineering here. As you can find us just inside the center field entrance here in the Comerica backyard. It should be an enchanted and magical 4.5 hours of broadcasting as our lives as, North Texans in the golden era of DFW sports. We're really just getting started, guys. Things are really looking up, Brian. I know you love it.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And I you know what? It's funny that I always just enjoy every Friday. I'm excited for like when they have home series of coming out here. It's the atmosphere of it all. I know when they open.
Don't you apologize for that?
No, I know. I'm not apologizing for the Tito's bottles I see there in the Comerica backyard area.
I saw you eyeballing those Tito's.
Did you notice
bottles?
that? I wasn't really paying attention. Dawson always does this eloquent opening of the show, and my vision was focused. I just saw this.
There's that reflection of the light in the
over
Tito's.
There. Yeah, and in fact, that they've got and I'm just excited to see that now. I could stumble over there if I had to, right?
You will.
Yeah.
Heck, they could throw it over. We could catch one.
We absolutely could catch one or two. But no, it's just great to be out here. It's kind of something you look forward to. It's like remotes are great. This is a special remote to me.
Be honest though, this time last year, did it feel the same?
You know what? I think what felt different was I've done remotes, and I know you have too. Maybe you guys as well at the old ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not 980 degrees yet outside, and it always felt like, oh God, I got to go to the old ballpark, And I know a lot of people have special memories of this place or that place. This place is different, man. It's just got a different vibe to it. The fact of where we broadcast from.
Yeah, it's a house of champions.
The crowd comes in. I just it's different because of the championship stuff. But I feel like that we were here as part of it, early on, and we kind of saw the momentum that they were getting. And then at the end, those I'll never forget broadcasting out here and, playoff game time, World Series time, stuff like that. That was special. Those were special nights.
Last year was all about what could be, and now it's about what is. And we're the damn champs, and it feels like you're playing with nothing but confidence, and it's our time now. We're taking that silver boot away from you, Houston, and now we're about to dominate this thing.
Going through experiences like that changes, who you are as a sports fan and what the places mean to you.
Right.
And now this place right here is where I watched Adolis Garcia hit the game winner. Right. Right down there with my mom and dad is where I watched Corey Seager hit the home run.
Yeah.
So it, and that place had great memories as well, where you watched Nefty strike out A-Rod to go.
Right.
All those kind of great things. But now this yard, like Chief said, is a house of champions.
It is.
And, that's going to forever change the vibe.
No doubt. And you see the commissioner's trophy, right as you're walking into the building. It's incredible. I mean, it's a unique. The last time, Game 5, when we left here in that ALCS, and the Astros ripped our hearts out, I'm thinking, crap. Is that it? And then you go and you win those two games, Game 6 and 7 there. They do have a history, though, the Astros do in this park. That's something that the Rangers need to go ahead and erase this year.
Yeah.
And this year's Silver Boot Series. They need to take that back. It's awesome. Right? Adolis Garcia is the mayor of Houston. He crushes it there at Minute Maid. Can you find a way to make Jose Altuve not as successful here at Globe Life Field? Because that dude certainly wrecked you last year. I'm excited to get this thing started because the Astros, they have I mean, credit to them. 8 straight ALCSs. It's time for the Rangers to go on that run.
You know, if you look at the Astros, a little bit of a slow start to their season. The Rangers have been playing pretty well. This is an opportunity in these 4 games to just, I'm not saying send a message, but put a little distance.
Yeah.
You know, put a little distance. You know, you got the A's coming in next, and then you go to Houston, which you mentioned the Rangers have played very well. Just create as much distance as you can, and I know it's a long, long time, but man, I don't want this thing to be neck and neck the whole year.
No.
Anytime that Houston can play poorly and Rangers can potentially play well and put distance, you know, count me in for that.
Yeah, you got to keep chipping away at it because it feels like no lead is safe at some point in the division. You know, like you're never going to feel like you lock it up.
It came down to the last day of the season last year.
And then you have the Mariners there. I mean, it's going to be a 3-team race all the way. And it's also your first time that you can get the new Whataburger out here. Shout out to our guy, Jim Cochran. He sent over the menu. I know we all got to see it walking by, but it's basically the numbers 1, 2, and 3. You can get the single, the double, or the triple Whataburger, fries, onion ring shakes. They've got beer over there, soda or water. So none of the the specialty items like the sweet and spicy.
It's still
bacon
a
burgers,
Whataburger,
patty
man.
melt. But
you go in there.
It's cool that you have the option,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Walking in and seeing it,
Yeah.
it looks badass. So for those of you coming out tonight, the Whataburger will be open.
Just the optics of it, you know. I told you when we did
It's a
that
great
remote over there,
setup,
like
yeah.
Whataburger's whole brand, the whole thing it's great.
Yeah.
You know, just seeing it is like, oh yeah, I'm in a Texas ballpark.
it's
I
cool.
feel more at home right now. I love the orange and white and everything. That go. Is there some Micah Parsons stuff up on your screen there? Is that just chatter or what's going on?
Yeah, well, Sean earlier was talking on the morning
Sean bring
show.
a can of gas to the fire today?
Yeah, I mean he kind of shared some of the whispers that we've heard, and that there are some people over there that might just kind of be frustrated or fed up with maybe some of the attitude or things that Micah does. I don't know if it has to do with necessarily the podcast, but Sean was kind of shedding light to that. So now all the aggregators are kind of collecting it, and it's blowing up on social media.
Ooh, okay.
Sean's getting aggregated right now. Good for him, man.
That's fun.
That's got to be good for the mentions, I would imagine. But that is, I don't know, the Micah Parsons thing, man. I don't know. Is this them trying to drive the contract down a little bit? That is somewhat looming. You know, are they trying to squeeze every last dollar out of this thing, drive the price down? I mean, I don't understand why you let that out if you're in that building.
It's an interesting thought.
I mean, you get smoked by Green Bay and everything's on the table.
I just think
there's nothing Micah Parsons is doing that is if you beat Green Bay or you don't get embarrassed by Green Bay, like how much of this is happening. If you're consistent, if you're winning, there's nothing Micah Parsons is doing that is a disturbance to you.
I mean, I think there's people that are saying, listen, you guys hammered Dak Prescott pretty strong. Don't forget on the other side over here what's going on too with Micah Parsons. You know, you guys keep hammering Dak, but wait, look over here. You know, does it do you any good? No. I think it's just people being really honest. I mean, he is going to be the highest paid player, non-quarterback, when this thing's all said and done. And you have to look at that as, okay, do the Cowboys benefit from giving him that kind of contract? Are you going to see a harder worker? Are you going to see a guy that's not going to work as hard? You don't know what direction he might go.
But letting this out is because if
I don't think they're trying to kill contract negotiations here.
Well, they're definitely killing any trade leverage you got.
Well, that's true.
Because if you feel that way, keep that a secret and let everybody know that the only thing you need to know about Micah Parsons is he is the most dominant player defensively, and if you want him, and it's going to take all the picks. And I'd be fine with that. I got no problem with that. One defensive player, I don't care how great you are, there's a price, baby.
Yeah.
I'll there's something I'll say yes to. But you let this out, and then it's like, okay, now if you want to trade him at some point, now all of a sudden I'm on the phone with Jerry going, well, what's the issue?
Yeah, this
what's
is stuff we had heard prior to the Green Bay game. Like, this is stuff that we had heard during the season last year. It's not necessarily new information, some of the frustrations there, but it doesn't change the fact that he's your best player. And absolutely, I think the only level of thinking is, to me, would be if indeed you do move into a rebuild, let's say you do move on from the quarterback, I think he's your best trade piece. He is the one guy that could get you a Herschel Walker-esque haul. But yeah, I mean, maybe some other teams would hear that and say, ooh, maybe I need to dive in and do my homework. I think the guy's so damn good and he plays a position that is so challenging to find studs at. None of the trade leverage to me is lost in that. If a team wants him, they're going to want him. But I do think it is interesting, right? Because the timing of it is a little bit, well, yeah. But I think it's stuff that we had kind of heard prior. We just didn't come out and voice it.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they did trade him. That's just not in the Cowboys' MO.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Is it a good idea to do it if you know you're rebuilding? You know, with his age and his position, I know he's going to be great for the next 2 years. How about years 3, 4, and 5?
That's the question you have to ask yourself.
That's when you're going to reopen the championship window for real. Yeah. You might sneak into the playoffs one of these next 2 years, but you're not a real contender until you can rebuild your depth and spend a little bit of money. And so, yeah, I just don't think the Cowboys would do it, though. And I think he's awesome. You know, I don't think you should be doing it. It's just, you know, a matter of building the kind of defense that isn't one-dimensional, you know, and Shanahan and LaFleur both were very adept at making that happen in 3 straight playoff games. You know, I think that is the reality of, you know, when you look at Micah Parsons, what happens is when the offense is one-dimensional, he looks like an MVP candidate. When they're able to run the ball on you because your defensive tackles are below average and your linebackers are safeties, then he wasn't great as a stand-up linebacker getting after the run. Obviously, he's not going to do that as an edge. He's just not that kind of player. So, again, I'm looking at the rest of the defense and the front office, you know, more than I'm looking at the star player in this situation. I mean, is Micah a better edge than anybody else is good at their position on the team? Your only comp is CeeDee Lamb, right? You got Deron Bland out there who manages to pick the ball off a lot, but isn't a great cover dude. And Stephon Gilmore's old. You know, dude battles, stays in position, fights his ass off, but still can be a vulnerability. And you're asking Micah to rush the passer in this situation. I think no wonder he only has 13 or 14. Am I letting him off the hook there?
I do think, and that's why I asked Marcus Ware, who has a good relationship with him when we had him on at the Super Bowl, is it fair to want more from your best player in Micah Parsons in big games? Because I think, what does he have, 1 sack in 4 playoff games? So to your point, yeah, we're all going to crush the quarterback. We'll all crush the head coach, the defensive coordinator. I do think that it is fair to give criticism in big games and big moments. And look, it's not like Micah hasn't done it. He won the Seattle game for you. He closed that one out with a big play. But you would like to see him, just like you want to see it from Dak in playoff time.
Sure.
You'd like to see it from him as well.
If you're going to be critical of Dak and other, you need to be critical of Michael Parsons, though, too. You know, I mean, he does not need to skate on this one. And the fact that you wonder if Micah Parsons doesn't want to play off-ball linebacker. Too much work.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy, and I'm saying easy. It's easier to rush the passer with the skill he has. Playing off-ball linebacker, he's got to learn drops. He's got to learn coverages. He's got to learn switches.
A lot more film study.
Yeah, there's a lot. How much does he really want to put into this?
Mm-hmm.
You know, rushing the passer for him seems something very natural.
Yes,
and I agree with that angle. I mean, I've heard it in enough places. Like, his attitude isn't the best, his work rate isn't the best when it comes to practice and stuff like that. But you can't conflate that with he's anything other than a total 10 out of 10 when it comes to pass rushing.
When it comes to pass rushing, he is one of the best in the league.
He is.
You know, and you know, if you want to pay him as one of the best pass rushers in the league, then by all means do that. But the fact that we're starting to hear whispers and things like that, I don't think this is anything new.
Yeah.
I don't think this is anything new. It's now, you know, I had questions after the Giants game when Phillips, the backup tackle, blocked him, you know, throughout the game and kept him off the stat sheet. How does that happen? How do you let a backup tackle block you all game long? You know, so when you bring up questions like, hey, you know, go at your own risk here, but we're starting to hear it a lot more than we did like during the season when I brought it up. I know
the guys that work on their game constantly in the off season and pay attention to all that stuff are the ones that have the best chance of making it into their 30s and still being good. So if you're talking about a long-term contract, I wouldn't hate it. You know, I prefer Micah Parsons on the Cowboys, though. Nice win for the Mavs over the Hawks, but they're right back at it with the Dubs in town tonight. Kid hoping Josh Green and Lively can return before the regular season ends. Stars visit a horrible Chicago team tomorrow afternoon. That's going to be a 2:30 start for you hockey fans.
Make it 9 in a row, boys. Let's do it.
Sounds like a plan. Okay, we're live at the Globe. It is it's Proper Sports Friday here. A What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. We're coming back with a proper baseball man. Carl Ravitch joins us next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our fan shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
Excuses, excuses. It'll take too long. I'm too busy. I'll do it tomorrow. How is that working for you? Still carrying around the extra fat that makes it harder and harder to live your life. No more excuses. Get healthy.
he's hitting better. I think they had to move on from Maldonado behind the plate. And Yainer is a really good offensive player. Now, I don't. I think bringing Altuve back for 5 years was good. Alvarez is an animal. I think Texas just elevated themselves to where Houston is. I don't see a big Houston pullback. And it's funny. Josh Hader could have easily ended up with Texas, and instead he ends up with Houston. So I don't necessarily see them taking a step back. What I do see is Texas and Seattle moving up and being more competitive with Houston as opposed to the other way around.
Hey, Carl, as an LSU man, I appreciate all your work with the College World Series. It's great to watch you call those games. I wanted to ask you, though, about when you were here in opening day, does this staff, the pitching staff, have enough to get it to the point where they get those other pitchers back? Do you think this group currently can carry them to that point?
It's a good question. If you look around Major League Baseball now, the impact, at least early, and again, you got to caveat everything with it's early, but Texas has a terrific pitching coach. You look in Boston, all of a sudden, Andrew Bailey has the Red Sox throwing up zeros and ones, and some of that was against Seattle, some was against Oakland. So again, there's your hold on a second moment. But I don't know how good Heaney's going to be. Bradford was really good last year in the playoffs. Is that something that can continue? But my goodness, the reinforcements are incredible if they can get there, and if DeGrom is healthy. I certainly sit here and think that Max Scherzer is going to pitch and pitch well. Having not seen Jacob for so long, I think it's a legitimate and fair question to wonder how good, if not great, can he be when he comes back? Because if he's vintage DeGrom, the staff is incredible. I mean, Nathan Eovaldi has been so special for you guys the last couple of years, and certainly in the postseason last year, and he's proven himself. So if you can add those guys and tread water until they get here, Texas becomes as much a favorite in that division as anybody. It would be no surprise to me if the Rangers went back to back. They have the talent. They have an incredible mix of young and old. But your point's well taken. The question's going to be, can the pitching keep them afloat until those guys get back? And I think Max comes back a little sooner than originally expected.
The great Carl Ravitch with us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned the mix of young and old. One of those is Wyatt Langford, who, of course, you did get to cover during the College World Series. What are some of the things that stand out to you about Wyatt and how he has been able to transition so rapidly at the MLB level?
Yeah, both. I mean, last year we got exposed to Evan, and his maturity in the batter's box, his knowledge of the strike zone, his ability to square up balls in the zone, not to swing at pitches outside was incredible. Langford's the same way. I asked, you keep talking about the World Series in Omaha. Kevin O'Sullivan, I reached out to him prior to us doing that game when I knew Wyatt was going to be in the lineup. I said, give me some things on Wyatt. And he said, well, I can give you one you can use and one you probably shouldn't use. One that we did use was this idea that he remembered a series in which Wyatt decided to swing at the first pitch in each at-bat of a game, and he ended up hitting the ball to the pitcher's eye in center field. 3 pitches, first pitch, 3 homers. I then asked Wyatt, I said, you remember that? And typical Wyatt, he said, no, I don't remember that one, which is, Wyatt's understated, man. He's a kid that grew up right outside of Gainesville, and it was funny. I got on the rent-a-car bus to go from the terminal to the rent-a-cars in Dallas, and I walked on, and a couple said to me, "Are you doing the game?" I said, "Yes," and they said, "We're Wyatt Langford's in-laws," and I said, "That's strange," because I had just read about his wife and how she broke her ankle, and they pointed to a very young girl in the front of the bus with crutches and says, "There she is." So that was kind of an odd, funny moment for me. But yeah, he's just mature. He's poised. He's unique. He's special. You'll enjoy him for many years. And there is a Mike Trout. There's an Alex Bregman component to it. He sounds loud and strong when he's running, and he smashes baseballs. He's cool. And I think most people looked at that draft last year with Skeens and Cruz. There was a whole bunch of people who thought Langford should have gone, if the Pirates weren't needing pitching so badly, number one. That's how much people hold Langford in baseball, regard.
Holy cow, Carl, you're getting people so excited here on your home of the Rangers. We're talking with Carl Ravitch. Now, is there anything especially difficult about repeating, or is it just kind of a coincidence that hasn't happened for a couple decades?
Yeah, that's a really good one. You could be on Sunday Night Baseball. All these questions were asked to these, managers, and you go back and ask Torrey how the Yankees did it, and then are there any reasons that you don't? The extra 6 weeks of baseball is one thing. The kind of concept that you get everybody's best shot. A lot of teams stand pat on what helped them win it. Clearly, the Rangers didn't do that by virtue of Langford kind of blowing the door up and saying, I'm here and I'm going to be in the middle of this lineup. I think there's a combination of things. And look, my philosophy, having done this for 30-some-odd years at ESPN and covered baseball, the three things you need to win and win a World Series: you need good players, you need good health, and you need good luck. One of which you control, one you don't, and the health you just hope like hell they stay on the field. Because if not, and you don't have all three of those, the team that generally does is going to win. And that doesn't mean you can't have injuries like Young during the season, because you had it last year and you won the series. But you need a combination of those three things in order to be, in the banquet at the end. And if they can do that and get their guys back, they have every reason to think they can. But look, Boch won 3 World Series. He obviously never repeated, and the years after those weren't great.
Carl, can you take me inside the challenges of trying to interview a player while the player is playing the game of baseball? And how often do you ask these guys and they turn down the opportunity and you got to mic somebody else up?
How often do they turn it down? It happens. I think it's a comfort level for sure with certain players. The challenge is not necessarily when to ask or what. It's really a question of the comfort level of a player. Josh Young, when he threw the microphone on, we got to know him last year pretty well, but we had no idea he was going to go out on the field and quickly enter the wired up microphone Hall of Fame. I mean, he was tremendous, but he just kept going. He kept talking. So ideally, you find somebody who's incredibly comfortable, who, like Josh, has 2 baseballs hit at him during the microphone inning, makes the plays very effortlessly, and he walks off and says, "Thanks for having me, fellas." I mean, he couldn't have been better with Young. There have been other times where the inning drags on, and you're starting to run out of material, and the guy's like, "Can we just end this? What are we doing here?" But it's all about the player. Thankfully, Eduardo and Coney, and I hope me have the wherewithal and the experience not to ask in the middle of a pitch, a shortstop a question. We kind of let it go, and thankfully most of them say yes, because I think there's a trust factor there, which is important.
Well, thank you so much for being generous with your time, and have a great time in Texas. We look forward to watching on Sunday night.
We always do. Thanks for having us. We look forward to seeing you guys Sunday.
Salute. There he goes, the great Carl Ravitch here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now, live from the Globe, for the G-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Chris Strong.
Dude, hearing that voice on these airwaves, that was pretty sick, guys.
It was pretty awesome, man.
He's a top 5 Carl for me personally ever.
Yeah. Carl Ravitch is a stud.
Carl
Buddick. Him giving us some time.
He was at number 6 on mine.
Really?
Yeah, dude, just missed the
wonder where he came in there.
Guys, this is G-Bag of the Day for Friday, April 5th, 2024. I've been blessed to fill in for Lucius while he's out. He returns on Monday. Our one-time winner is a guy who brings a beer to a company Zoom call, and he says, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
What are the proposed budget for Q2?
Brian. Yeah, wait, hold on, Kate. Sorry. Oh, Amanda, you go.
Brian, what is in your coffee cup?
It's just my iced coffee. No, Brian, we can clearly see there's a beer can in there with just a straw in it. Okay, well, it's after hours, right? I mean, I don't Not after hours. It's our workday ends at 5, and it's currently 3 o'clock. So I put it on my calendar. I'm on the West Coast this week, and that would make it worse. That would make it noon where you are. Okay, well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I mean, I don't know what...
Either way, you cannot drink on a company call. This is on company time.
All right, well, then I'll just add that to the list, you know?
Okay, you made it abundantly clear that you lack corporate common sense.
All right, well, maybe Matt can just send me to an HR training. I don't know.
You're literally slurring your words right now, Brian. And stop drinking.
Stop drinking, Brian.
Stop drinking. So I have been pointed in the direction. Apparently, there's an entire TikTok dedicated to coming up with these bits. I don't know how real this actually is. I've been fooled again by the internet.
Did we get ball sacked here?
I think some Tolos have pointed me in the right direction.
I liked it. Can't ball sack the willing.
Yeah, I mean they did nail it.
Yeah, I
mean,
voted against this every time. I don't know what you guys were
You
doing.
voted against it?
I voted against this every single time.
To be fair, I think I voted for the Orlovsky alleged
No, I
fart
think I voted
yesterday.
for this.
I can't take any credit for this.
It was well produced. At
Yeah.
least. It
Yeah,
was.
they nailed it.
Good
So
comedy
funny.
skit.
Yeah, guys, I love it, butt crack or not. Last night, I don't know if you've listened to it yet, but J. Cole released a diss track of Kendrick Lamar. I'm just going to say, To Pimp a Butterfly is not a sleepy album. I mean, come on. Come on.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
The Rock, let's go to our next clip. The Rock was in Philly. He's been a really good heel lately. And he came to Philadelphia, and he told some Eagles fans why he was late.
Are you booing because The Rock was supposed to be here at 4 o'clock? Is that why you're booing? You're booing because The Rock was a little late. Is that why you were booing? Why was The Rock late? You want to know? You want to know why The Rock was late? Are you sure? You want to know why The Rock was late? He was watching YouTube, watching Jalen Hurts lose in the playoffs again.
Bring him up, Rock.
Well done.
Yes, The Rock.
That is strong.
Now that's real, right? It's not like an AI rock
No,
or anything.
that's
real
real
rock.
Real
That's
right
real
there.
rock. Yeah, that's real rock.
But
it's
I'm like, he
wrestling.
might have been cracking him a little bit.
yeah,
You wanna
potentially.
know? Well, the Rock.
He was probably pre-gaming.
Yeah, I mean he's in Philly.
Terramana, he's got his own tequila. I mean, if you have your own branded tequila, I imagine you stay.
There's a bottle on you at all times.
Yeah.
I mean, Conor McGregor definitely has some proper 12.
Oh my gosh, he's got more than that.
Guys, this was earlier in the week. Derrick Henry had a fantastic story of Nick Saban getting on the guys for celebrating a bit too hard.
One time we was in the meetings, because Saban, he old school, couldn't stand if anybody scored and wanted to celebrate afterwards. So we in the meeting one day after the game, forgot who he played, and he pulling up film. He's showing everybody that he talking about, and you guys, you stop doing all that showboating, doing all that praying hands and act like you thanking God. And then later on that night, 12 o'clock, you down there, got Black and Miles, got liquor, you chasing. He was like, oh, get all that. That's just wisdom. We were crying. We couldn't do nothing but laugh because he was right. It's like, you gotta do your prayer hand, you get on one knee. Then 12 o'clock comes, you down there smoking Black and Miles in the corner, drinking liquor, chasing girls. That shit, man, that shit was so funny. But I was like, bro, he was tired of y'all. Yeah, he was tired of y'all. He was out of us, bro.
He was not having it, man.
Well, your parents' friends are watching you on TV.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot of people back home.
And you're smoking Black and Miles.
Yeah. So you're trying to put your best foot forward.
I feel like, he had to call him out there, and that was classic Nick Saban. I've been wanting to get this last clip in here all week. Stars, fantastic. It's a great time to be a hockey fan in Dallas. The Philadelphia Flyers head coach, John Tortorella, he's known for being
best.
a hardo. And earlier in the week, he got on everyone on the team except for the goalie. Listen to this right here.
You guys had all the momentum, and things kind of came to a stop. What was your assessment of where things were? Soft. One guy played, the goalie.
Just the goalie?
And he's the only damn player that played in the second period.
Are you concerned at all that tonight it kind of lingered again, that you just said it was a soft game per se?
There are certain people that they don't have a clue how to play, or just don't have it in them to play in these type of situations. We have to figure things out as far as what we're going to become as a team here. That was embarrassing in the second period for the Philadelphia Flyer uniform, the way we played. Embarrassing.
Dude, for the entire uniform. That's crazy.
I love it, man. Give him hell, Johnny.
He had one the other day. Did you see, though, Chris, where he got kicked out of the game and he wouldn't leave the bench?
Yeah, he got 2 whole minutes.
Yeah, it's like a $50,000 fine.
Yeah.
And he's like MF and they're trying to send him off. He's like, F you, I'm not going. And literally, they stopped the game. He just stood there the whole time, and then finally he just kind of walked off. But he's legendary for getting after the media.
Hey.
That's his bit, man.
Can you imagine if he was a baseball manager right now with some of the umping that's been going on?
Oh my goodness.
Man, he wouldn't be.
He'd blow a gasket.
He'd be kicked out a lot of games.
Is it John Tortorella destroying his team for not having the heart to play in these situations? Is it Derrick Henry telling a great coaching story? The Rock booed for being late. Guy brought his beer to a Zoom call. Really good champ and multiple challengers here. I'll go with The Rock.
I'm going to go Tortorella.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, guys.
Tied to 1. Bully?
Yeah, I'm going to go with The Rock. Anytime you're trolling Philly, I'm in on that.
Yeah, Rock's good.
My score 3-1-1. And your new G-Bag Today champion, it is Dwayne The Rock Johnson. All right, Brian, where are we going?
Yeah, in Krusty's Corner today, it's Friday. You know me. I'm always going to have a game for my guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers, Astros, Final Four, plus the red-hot Mavs and Stars. It's a Monday morning to recap the weekend right here on The Fan.
Excuses. It'll take too long. I'm too busy. I'll do it tomorrow. How is that working for you? Still carrying around the extra fat that makes it harder and harder to live your life. No more excuses. Get healthy. Let go of the weight for good and get started right this minute at Soda Weight Loss, SodaWeightLoss.com. Mike Bassick here, and with Soda, you'll have your own personal nutritionist to help you. Trying to navigate the grocery store? Figuring out a menu? On a trip and need advice? They are a text away with real solutions to help you stay on track. I was able to lose 30 plus pounds, and there's people just like you at SodaWeightLoss.com who are able to take off 30 pounds, even over 100 pounds, and they had the excuses just like you do right now. They took the step. They went to SodaWeightLoss.com and they got to their desired goal. Soda, S-O-T-A. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com or give them a call at 1-800-555-6521. It's not a soft drink. It's state-of-the-art.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader. Like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
How would you like to earn some extra cash while contributing to a good cause? Fortrea Clinical Trials is currently seeking healthy men ages 18 to 55. You must be available for one stay of 8 nights plus 7 follow-up visits. Compensation of up to $7,354 may be provided for time and participation. Call Fortrea today, 469-914-8330, or find out more at FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
Are you a healthy adult with a higher body mass index? Right now, Fortrea is seeking overweight adults for clinical research studies. Fortrea offers a variety of studies that you may qualify for. Compensation could be up to $18,802 for time and participation.
Brooks and Dunn walk the red carpet and enjoy cocktail hour and dinner on the playing surface of Globe Life Field. It's going to be an amazing night for a great cause. For tickets, go to Rangers.com/Pex Gala.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Chris Strong in for Lucius Alexander all week long. We're live at the Comerica backyard. A lot of these security ladies wear the same perfume that my mom does these days, and it's cool. It's cool. Hey, I just wanted to give a shout out to my mom. Hope you're having a great day. Great day up there. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, Reliant. Appreciate you guys being with us today. My man Ruben, they're taking batting practice right now.
You got a ball?
And yeah, they hit one over the fence that happened to end up, and Ruben saw it where it landed, and went down there and went and got it.
So Ruby,
as Gavin's holding right now a batting practice ball that was Astro. It was hit by an Astro, so we wanted to toss that thing back.
Should we go take it to the bathroom?
Throw that thing to the over the
then
railing.
Throw it back.
Throw it back.
Then throw it back.
Then throw it back. Yeah.
The wipe and throw.
And maybe somebody will pick it up. One of their dudes picks it up.
That's legendary.
Throws it back in. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, Dawson's standing up like he wants to throw it.
No. I mean, I look athletic and ready for baseball at any time. So that's kind of natural, but I had no intent.
It looked like you were gonna toss that thing.
Who do you think looks the funniest throwing a ball on
Me
our
with
show?
my right shoulder.
With
my right shoulder. I'm standing 10 feet from him. I rolled it to him.
Oh, because
I can't do anything over the top. Throwing the ball and stuff like that. No way.
I had a hose at third base. Back in my day, very few errors.
Right.
Very few.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were playing,
making all the errors later.
Charge a bunt, I did make an error in the first place tournament, the county tournament.
Did you?
Open up the game. We had a disastrous top of the first inning.
Oh, really?
Against Salmon Creek. Had to make a furious comeback.
Good for you guys.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, by the way, Love of the Star podcast just went up. Listen to it after our show today. That would be great. That's really all that's going on right now.
But you got the Rangers and Astros are on tonight. I'm probably gonna be listening to that, Broadus. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying though. I mean, I just want to let people know.
When I go on my midnight walk in my new yellow long sleeve,
I'm just busting.
I'll make sure I pop that on for you.
You know what?
But otherwise, we got a date against the Trash Throws tonight, bro.
I looked at you. I looked at you like, go to F yourself.
I'd fire it up tomorrow.
We're just trying to salvage the piss poor segment, dude.
We got Will Chambers. Tomorrow we got Will Chambers flying solo from.
I know. I volunteered for two segments.
2 segments. You volunteered
for.
You got more stamina than me. I said I'll do one anytime between noon and 2.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. I told him I'd do 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I said I got half a segment.
Player you are.
When you're trying to rally around 3 girls. 5 minutes. I'm glad you can carve that out, dude. That's a hell of a
All right, okay, new bit. So Broadus doesn't get upset. Next time, every time he promotes Love of the Star, we're going to mention that there's other things that we have to listen to, and we're sorry about that.
I tell you to listen to Love of the Star after our show goes off.
Here's what we'll do. The next hour, we'll actually just play Love of the Star, and we'll just be around out here.
You know what? The numbers will be incredible, I'm sure.
I bet, dude. Ratings
There's
galore.
a lot of ratings gold there. All right, my game today. I'm going to give you guys a name, as I always do. You got to tell me if this is a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Oh, yes. Let's do this.
Oh,
this sounds awesome.
This is definitely
Hockey Hall of Fame.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep.
Dawson, I'll start with you. And Chris, since you're a hockey guy, you get to play along too, so get ready, all right? Here we go. Dawson, Bobby Clark.
Oh, yeah.
Hockey Hall of Fame or not?
Yeah.
Wooly Bully.
More of a Bobby Orr guy myself, so I'm going to say not.
Chieftain.
That's just it's too straightforward. I don't think Bobby Clark's probably getting it done on the diamond. I don't think he's getting it done on the ice.
Is that Flyers legend Bobby Clark?
That's Flyers legend
Damn it,
Bobby
Chris,
Clark.
Chris
go first. Chris is going to come up in
has
here.
taken over Joey Erickson's role as our hockey guy.
Gavin's old enough to remember Bobby Clark from the Flyers, though, too.
Chris is a real puck boy.
He is.
Puck boy.
All right, Wooly Bully.
Yep.
Dick Duff.
Dick Duff, Chris. Where are we going with this
Duff.
I thought it was Dick Such.
There's a Dick Such. But is Dick Duff
a
member of the NHL Hall of Fame?
I'm more of a Dick Pole guy. I'm going to say that this is not a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame.
How about you there, Chieftain?
I'm going to agree. I actually think that's one of the fun facts about the Hockey Hall of Fame is there's no dicks in it. So I'm going fart on that.
Okay. True Richard.
Chris.
Dude, no clue who that is.
Damn it.
Okay, hockey man.
Yeah, not.
No, Dick Duff is a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame.
I think you got ball sacked on the
Nope,
Duffs.
I looked it up myself. Nope.
Exactly why you got ball sacked.
Duff? When did what was Duff's era?
Was he a Red Wing? A Maple Leaf?
It was a long
time ago.
He was part of the original six.
It was, yeah.
He was your favorite player growing up.
Yeah. All right, Chieftain.
Yes, sir.
Doc Carlson. Doc Carlson, member of the Hockey Hall of Fame?
I don't think so. It sounds athletic.
Doc Carlson.
Not tough enough to be a hockey player.
Chris.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
The General.
Doc Carlson from the famous Carlson clan out of Sweden. 60s and 70s epic Hall of Famer.
Yeah, the Carlson last name is a hockey name.
Oh.
And Doc Emmerich. I mean, so now we're combining two great hockey lords here.
You're connecting dots.
Which is exactly why you're trying to ball sack us again, and this is not a Hockey Hall of Famer.
Doc Carlson's a member of the NBA Hall of Fame.
Yeah!
Oh, yes.
I'm on the board.
Power forward.
All right, here we
Wow,
go.
dude, the NBA with how many docs they have between Rivers and obviously all the other ones.
Doc,
Yeah, at least two.
Chris.
Dr. Duncanstein.
That was good, Chris.
Chris, here we go. Herbert Quackenbush.
What?
Absolutely no way.
Herbert Quackenbush. General.
No, sir. Affleck.
Quackenbush.
Herbert Quackenbush.
This is a hockey player. In fact, the Mighty Ducks are based off of the Quackenbush.
Yeah, this is one of the better Dutch players and in the 90s, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, I'm going to go Quackenbush as he's a puck boy just like Chris is.
Member of the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Yeah! We're on a roll, baby. We're on a roll.
Feels like we're heating up, boys.
All right, here we go. Gavin.
Yeah.
Guy Rogers. Guy Rogers.
Yeah, absolutely Hall of Famer. Part of the original six, actually, Maple Leafs, I believe.
Yeah, he's a guy's guy. Dawson's on it.
Chieftain.
Yeah, that's a HOFer if I've ever heard one.
There's some guys in the Hockey Hall of Fame, but I'm gonna go no on this guy.
I like where you're at. I
believe it was pronounced Guy, though.
Yeah,
Guy,
most of the hockey guys are Gees. So because this isn't like a Guy Carbonell, I think I'm gonna go with not in the Hall of Fame.
Guy Rogers is an NBA Hall of Famer.
Bastard.
Come on.
See, if I would have said Guy, might have thrown you off a little
Yeah,
bit. You might have
true.
said,
Well done, Brian.
Might have said Hockey Hall of Fame, but not this time. General.
Yeah.
Larry Robinson.
Nah, it's a football name.
Larry Robinson. Hockey Hall of Fame or not?
I think that's a Hall of Fame coach.
For hockey.
Would be my guess. I know. I like immediately Larry. I'm thinking there's no way.
No.
They're not having Larrys in hockey. So my gut is saying no, but because of that, I'm going against my gut here, and I'm going to go with yes.
Wow.
That's a Hockey Hall of Fame.
Ever since Soda, Walchuk just hasn't been able to trust his gut the same
I don't know.
way.
I'm so thrown off.
Either way, you're right in this instance. I like the way you played that. You set it up perfectly. That's not a hockey player or a Hall of Famer. Brian Broaddus.
Chris.
I'm a bit thrown off because it's such a typical name, and hockey players usually like Jyrki Jokipaka. They're crazy names like that, but I'm gonna go Hall of Famer.
It's a Hall of Famer from the Montreal Canadiens.
There we go.
Larry
Jeez,
Robinson.
man.
All right, final one.
Yeah.
Chieftain.
Hoosier.
He keeps out smartness, man. Broaddus, you're in your bag.
Tony Canadeo.
Ooh.
Tony Canadeo.
Can I get an origin?
Spelling, please.
Could you use that name in a sentence?
Tony Canadeo did this at one time. Is he a Hockey Hall of Famer?
Yes, he is. Of course he is. Broaddus, gosh dang it. Now
Chris.
I feel disrespected.
Sure,
It's the most obvious one ever.
I'll join the Chief on this one.
Gavin.
Put him in the hall. Yes.
Yeah, that's a Hockey Hall of Famer.
Only an idiot wouldn't know that,
Nope.
Broadus.
That's not a Hockey Hall of Famer. Actually, it's a member of the Pro Football Hall of Famer from the Green Bay Packers.
You should fact check
Tony
that one.
Cannadeo.
Was he on your Super Bowl team?
I met him before.
You met him?
I met him.
Handshake or fist bump?
Handshake.
Nice.
Met him in Green Bay.
Firm grip?
All right. Yeah,
Got
firm
you.
grip. Firm grip. All right.
Nice grip.
This is the final one. Final one here.
All right.
Rob Blake.
Oh, I know Rob Blake. That's a hockey player.
Rob Blake, hockey player or not?
Yeah, it's a hockey player. Thank you.
100%.
I needed this one. Get my confidence back up.
All hockeys?
Yeah, I know Rob Blake. That one's the name I know.
Rob Blake is a Hall of Famer.
Easy mode.
Yep.
Easy money.
Gentlemen, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you playing along with me today.
Thank you, Broadus.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Broadus every day at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. That's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant. Okay, we're live at the Globe. Comerica backyard here. Sweet little hangout just inside the center field entrance. And if you're coming out to the game, do say hi. Maybe get a cold beer or something with Tito's in it. You know,
Yeah,
Brian. It's past noon, so you know he's got that twitch in him.
He's got the shakes. And
Have
the
you
sweats.
know? Okay, I'm sorry. Am I shaking on again? I'm sorry about that.
Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
Let's do some NFL news of the day. Why Kirk Cousins isn't wearing number 8, and Tom Brady called it. That's next.
All right, it is spring cleaning time at Window Nation, though. If your windows are cracked, leaking, won't open or stay open, now is the time to call Window Nation. It's buy two, get two. Pay nothing for 24 months. That's 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments with Window Nation. You know, we have great weather right now. I guess they're even going to have the roof open tonight at the baseball game, so it's going to be amazing. But it's not going to be too long before it's too hot. And then it'll be perfect for a few weeks, and then it'll be too cold. You know how it goes in Texas, and not complaining. You know, I don't mind the climate at all, one bit. We just got to be prepared for it, and that involves, before too long, replacing windows as your home ages, because your home is your number one defense. It's the first line of defense against the elements, and once they lose their ability to help insulate your home, all heck can break loose on those energy bills. Take it from me. Got out of hand last summer. Go to windownation.com, and for the first 2 weeks of the month here in North Texas, you set an appointment before April 15th for your chance to win 2 free VIP passes to the Cowboys draft day party at the Star in Frisco. Visit windownation.com/Cowboys. Take advantage of this deal. Lifetime warranty. They can install your new windows in 1 day or less. Buy two, get two. Pay nothing for 24 months. windownation.com. Salute.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We are live at the Globe thanks to the Texas Rangers for having us out on one of the most anticipated days of the year. Ever since Game 7 of last year, even before the World Series, we were talking about anticipating Game 1 of the 2024 Silver Boot Series, brought to you by the Texas Lottery, and we are right here, right now, just 4 hours away from the first pitch. Okay, it's an honor and a privilege to be broadcasting here with you. If you're heading out to the yard, please do say hi. And, get Brian a cold beer. If you see him, beer him. It's time now for your NFL news of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. We've got some spiciness going on with the Chiefs and the Royals right now and them possibly leaving Kansas City. I talked about this on Hump Day with Mayor Eric Johnson of Dallas, saying, yeah, we'd welcome the Chiefs. Come back on home. Come back to Dallas. He thinks that we can go ahead and have 2 professional football teams here in the great DFW Metroplex. But you had the wife of the Royals owner come out with a statement, and it's Marnie Sherman. That's the wife of the Kansas City Chiefs owner, John Sherman. And she was talking about their team, the Royals and the Chiefs, and said, quote, the lack of leadership has lost the city 2 treasured assets. I mean, if you don't support the Chiefs after 3 Super Bowl wins, why would they stay? We will be lucky if both teams wind up in Kansas, at least still in the area. And this all happens after they lost a vote, 58 to 42%, for a sales tax that would have helped the Chiefs in Arrowhead Stadium, and then the Royals and their stadium get renovations. But the voters decided, no, we don't want any part of that. Well, lashing out and saying, man, you guys can't come out and support your 3-time world champs, the Chiefs, the dynasty that is. They're going for the 3-peat. Why the hell should anyone stay here?
It is interesting because the Kansas City Chiefs fans are supposed to be some of the most renowned fans for their passion and their love for their team. Arrowhead is known for being one of the loudest environments in all of football. Yeah. And so but I don't know how these votes come down. You know what I mean?
I think what you have probably is middle America, and while there's a lot of Chiefs fans that are stoked, there's a lot of people that aren't in the best of economic times, and you're like, hold the bleep on, dude. Yeah. You know, you're making so much money, your valuation has tripled in the last 5 years, and you're asking us for money. Now's not the time, bro.
Rising on us.
Have you seen inflation? Yeah. And the problem is it's become the norm. So I don't think they're actually going to leave. You know,
I don't either.
Yeah,
right?
But this has to get sorted. Like in a new economy for the fans, the owners have become very used to asking and receiving, and there's been a great relationship between the Arlington and the Rangers and everybody involved. You know, it's been great. Jerry was one of the last to actually put up a huge amount of money to build his own crib, and since then, it's become the norm that the taxpayers pick up the tab happily. But maybe it's going to change in some cities. You know, I thought when the Sonics left Seattle, everybody would be terrified to not approve one of these in votes. But, you know, there's a tipping point for everybody.
Yeah, I think the problem is that these voters see the billions of dollars that these teams take in. Or they see that their franchise is worth, you know, and why, if you were a billionaire, why should we subsidize you wanting to build a stadium on our behalf? I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Jerry's created it in a way where you have other events, you know, the boxing or any other things, the soccer matches. You know, you're getting a World Cup match or several of them because of that stadium. So you got to kind of think about it that way too.
There's incredible value for the fan.
There is value for the fan if in fact the stadium is used to get you other international events.
And you're a sports fan.
And you're a sports
fan. Or a concert fan or something.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a lot of people out there like, why do I need to give Clark Hunt more money when he's already a billionaire?
Mm-hmm.
That's
you
the
could
problem.
figure out a way to renovate this yourself. You don't need us.
Yeah.
And the economy is funneling all the money to billionaires. So there's people paying attention to that, and maybe they're doing okay, but out of principle, they're saying no. We're not going to have an economy that makes the rich collectively richer, like by a power of 2 or 3 every 5 years, and also pay for their stadiums and pay the $300 for the ticket. I think there's a lot of reasons that just fundamentally people could be turned off by this idea right now.
Well, apparently the Bills, when they were trying to make their trade for Stephon Diggs, and they eventually traded him to the Texans a couple days ago, the one team that they said we are not trading with was the Kansas City Chiefs. That was the one team banned from being able to negotiate a trade for Stephon Diggs. In fact, this was pretty interesting. I've seen this video resurface. It was the match when it was Brady and Manning, I think, playing against Allen and Mahomes.
Yes.
And here is Tom Brady basically calling this 2 years ago that eventually there would be a divorce here between Diggs and Josh Allen.
I got my boy Mike there ready to catch. I don't even know who caught Aaron. Devontae left him, and Tyreek left you, Patrick. Josh, don't worry, someone's going to leave you too. I love you. My boy Mike never left me, I'll tell you that. But anyway, we're on the same team, Aaron. Josh and Patrick aren't going to get any, so you ready?
Eventually, somebody's going to leave you, Josh, and now it's happened. And now we're starting to hear all kinds of stories, like The Athletic has a piece out after the first game of the season where the Bills lost to the Jets. Diggs goes up, and I guess Josh Allen went off on him and said, dude, it's one effing game, and the rest of the team's trying to rally around Josh Allen and lift his spirits, and him and Diggs kind of got into it. So I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more stuff that went on behind the scenes about some friction there with Diggs and Allen.
I don't know if I wanted to trade him to Houston either. Kind of see Houston as a team on the rise. They figured out the quarterback, it looks like. They got the head coach. They're going out. Their draft picks have been good. That might be a team that you just now gave them a little more of that to get them over the hump. I don't know if I would have necessarily traded with the Houston Texans either.
I'm with you. I think Houston's doing a
Send him somewhere where he does absolutely no damage to you.
Like out of the conference at least, if you had an opportunity.
Yeah.
It's interesting that when these teams enter a little bit of a rebuild or their cycle is up and they're in cap hell, they're thinking about, let's get rid of our star wide receiver. Isn't that odd?
Well,
it
seems like they make the most money, though, right? That's a $23 million a year thing, $25 million
Well, and as weird as it is, because it is a valuable position, don't get me wrong, but in some ways, I wonder if it's going to start being thought of as the running back in some sort of way as we look at the draft classes every year, specifically this year, and it's so damn deep, you're feeling like I can go and draft me another really good receiver.
Yeah.
Heck, that's what the Vikings did. They ship out Stephon Diggs. Let's draft Justin Jefferson. He ends up being better. Yeah. So I do think these teams are looking at, okay, maybe these receivers are becoming more replaceable because we've got so many guys that are just hitting the ground running when they get drafted out of college.
The way the college football is nowadays, the way that teams are throwing the ball, the quarterback development, the offensive line development hasn't been great, but these receivers, these drafts are starting to stretch further and further. Instead of, say, a 3-round wide receiver draft, a 4-round wide receiver draft, now you're looking at maybe 5 rounds.
Crazy.
And they're only drafted 7 rounds. If you get quality receivers going into the 5th round that can play at a high level, I mean, maybe you don't need a $25 million wide receiver.
Well, and the restructure that the Texans made with Diggs' deal, basically he's playing on a contract year now. So they're hoping to try and get the best with all those added incentives for Stephon Diggs there in Houston. I love what the Texans are doing right now. Tyreek Hill, and I can throw this over to our AFC East Miami expert, Eric Chiafalo, but Tyreek Hill put on his Instagram that OBJ is coming to Miami. I don't think anything's been official from the Dolphins standpoint, but Tyreek Hill seems to be at least trying to report that OBJ is going to be joining him as a Miami Dolphin.
Well, it was a couple weeks ago. He had the official visit there. The Dolphins made an actual offer, and the sides were apparently super interested in it, but they didn't get the deal done that day. But I think many presumed that they would end up getting the deal done, so perhaps that's something that they're at the doorstep on, and Tyreek Hill's trying to get in front and break the news. I mean, Tyreek Hill has been one of those guys. The Dolphins had a lot of players leave the building in free agency, and especially in that first day, and then he's tweeting about hey, don't worry, trust me, everything's going to be fine here. And then you saw a flood of players get signed to replace all those guys that walked out of the door. So Tyreek Hill might actually be in the loop quite a bit on this one.
Could be. Okay, so this was funny. Kirk Cousins, he's not going to be wearing number 8 with the Falcons. He's going to be wearing number 18, but he did have a deal worked out with Kyle Pitts to take number 8 there. He was talking with Shaq on his podcast.
He's going to give him some bats, a couple of hats.
Exactly, yeah. Why is Kyle Pitts going to still wear number 8? Why aren't you wearing number 8? We thought this was worked out.
It's hilarious. Yeah, so he wanted to switch numbers anyways. So it was like a perfect fit. He's like, I want to switch numbers. You want number 8. This is perfect. I was like, great. And then the league spoke into it. They're like, well, Kyle Pitts has a lot of jerseys that are number 8 with Pitts on the back. You would have to buy every single one.
To you or to Kyle?
Both of us would have to just write the check.
How big?
It was several $100,000.
Oh, yeah, no, we're not writing that check.
So I was like, I'm good with 18. And Kyle's like, I'm good with 8. So we're going with 8 and 18.
That kind of sucks, though, that the NFL can tell you what number you can wear. Like, that's on you for printing all those jerseys, man. That's a you problem, not a me problem. Why do I have to pay for that?
Honestly, they should make Arthur Smith pay for that. Maybe they'd be sold more.
Honestly,
they got Kyle Pitts the ball.
They should make the city of Kansas City pay for that. To be
I
quite
agree
honest
too.
with you.
Yeah.
Taxpayers. Yeah.
They'll say, all right, we're not going to go ahead and pay for the stadium, but we'll pay for the Kyle Pitts jerseys.
No, we are.
It's a
like,
win for us.
Good call by Trey Evans on Twitter saying, like all those Chiefs fans, they lost limbs for this. Like, you know what I mean? They literally put their lives and their bodies on the line to support their team, and now you're trying to get more money out of their pockets. It is a bunch of
don't make so much damn sense, bro. I mean, that is true.
That's crazy.
It's
crazy. And if your only benefit is, okay, now we get to like host cool sporting events that I still have to pay a buttload of money for that I honestly probably can't even afford once the event comes here. Like, I'm so excited. We got World Cup games here. Probably won't be able to afford
Probably
it.
can't pay to go.
Like, okay,
Absolutely.
that's great news.
Maybe
Cool.
I'll turn around
What does that
Texas
actually
You go to
do
a
for
World
me?
Cup game. I bet you go. And it's
If it's a credentialed situation, I mean,
you know how much those tickets. I don't know if
somebody
we
will
can fork
invite
over
you,
the
man.
price.
You got a
Oh, my
lot of
goodness.
people out there. You got friends.
Oh well,
Somebody
okay.
will invite you to go to
but
a game.
I'm speaking as me, the general me, not just run of the mill dude.
Is there
like,
an event that you would pay for at AT&T Stadium if it was there?
It depends on the price of what what the prices are.
Is there an event you would pay for?
Like you'd be like, okay, that's worth it.
That's worth it to me. Is there? It's an event.
Yeah, I think something like if they were doing like a national championship game or like a giant the giant college football games that they do.
Sure.
I mean,
North Texas is in it.
Yeah, obviously like a UNT game at AT&T Stadium would be huge, probably too expensive. I mean, the World Cup is something that I would love to experience.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Sure.
And we'll see if we get that opportunity. But I can understand.
But you would only pay for a national championship game in football, right? $500.
$500 is heavy lifting, dude. $500 is extremely heavy.
What you're really passing that for is you just don't want to lose your team. That's the value. It's worth a lot of money to not lose the team. So they're kind of strong-arming you. Like, I don't want to lose the Chiefs, bro. Right. I mean, I'd rather keep the Chiefs if I'm in Kansas City than anything.
I would tell the Royals.
Might be more important than my truck.
I'd tell the Royals to pound sand.
Yeah.
Like,
Royals can
listen. Hey, by the way, Royals, we're gonna vote yes for Kansas City Chiefs. You guys can go pound sand.
Yeah. Why don't you kick in? With your big player salaries on your way out the door?
Hey, we got Bobby Witt Jr. boys. All right, we're the next ones.
Yeah, they just gave him
they gave him a lot of money.
They gave him
but it's
like
a big contract, 10 years.
$4,000.
You got the World Series in 2015. It's not happening again, guys.
It's not happening. Okay, Justin Fields is going to wear number 2 with the Steelers.
He's going to wear number 8.
He can't wear number 1. Brian, this is an NFL football guy of the day question. Who's the last Steeler that wore number 1 in a game? Because they don't allow anybody to wear it.
Oh my gosh,
this is tough.
Okay, is this a 1970s player?
1980s. In fact, this person wore it for 13 seasons from 82 to 94. And I will be stunned if you get this.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, Gary Anderson?
Yes. It's Gary Anderson, the kicker. He is the Steelers' all-time leading scorer with 1,343 points.
Bravo.
And they have not given anybody else number 1 ever since he left in 1994. So that's the last time it was worn. Football guy of the day, Brian Broaddus. That is absolutely badass.
Well, thank you for giving me the years, because that's what set it over for me.
But I mean, I thought that was a tough question.
Kicker having his jersey number retired with a franchise.
I don't know if it's one of those where like it's retired like the Cowboys.
But like it goes unsaid.
It is. It's kind of like we're not going to give it to anybody else.
I think Morton Anderson might have his jersey retired with the
Is it with Minnesota, or because he played for a couple of teams?
Yeah, he played Atlanta. He wore number 7.
Yeah.
So Saints and
he's the one with
Falcons.
the one bar.
Visor. Yeah,
that thing was
bar.
badass.
Justin Tucker will probably get his.
Yeah, Tucker probably will. Last two things, draft nuggets. Michael Penix Jr. is going to have a private workout with the Atlanta Falcons. And according to NFL Network, Caleb Williams is not visiting with any other team besides the Bears. He says he wants to play for the Bears, and they will be selecting him with the first overall.
Don't try and trade it for him, I guess, because we don't know.
Nobody knows any medicals on him.
We don't have his medical.
I think he's got that opposite. I'll work out for anybody but the Bears would be my advice if I was the agent.
He's now besties with Keenan Allen, so I guess, I don't know. Maybe they sold him. There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, sir. We're live at the Globe here, Comerica Backyard. If you're coming in and you're scooting through the center field entrance, you'll see us right here. Come say hi, and we'll do some fellowship. And big weekend planned with.
Wow, we're up on the board.
The Astros in town. What's that?
We're up on the board.
Oh,
the
cool.
TV screens.
Listen to your world champions right here on our 105 through the Fan Odyssey app. That's outstanding.
There
can
you
listen
go.
to the app now.
Yeah, thank
Great
you.
job.
Thank you.
Everybody getting that together. Biggest L, biggest dubs coming up at 3:40. Proper round tripper next. Let's get some baseball going, Zach. What do you got?
Yeah, we've got the lineup. It is open, and it is ready for your Texas Rangers as they get ready to take on the Astros. That's next on the Fan.
I got an excellent lineup of new vehicles waiting for you at D&M Leasing. If you want one, just give them a call and tell them what it is. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV, you're going to love D&M Leasing. I like to say they respect your weekend, and their track record confirms that. You know, you're heading into a Friday afternoon, Friday evening, want to have a great time with the buddies, or, you know, maybe you live a solo lifestyle. You know, I'm not quite sure exactly, but I know that you want to do what you want to do. Maybe it's hanging out with the family, the kids, going to games. Well, D&M Leasing will let you do whatever you want, and you can still get a great deal on a brand new vehicle at the same time. Yeah, give them a call, tell them what you want, then go do your weekend. Yeah, just do your life however it is. D&M Leasing is going to bring that new vehicle to you wherever you are when it is ready. And again, any make, any model. Now, it gets better. There's nothing down, nothing due for 60 days right now at D&M Leasing. Nothing down, nothing due for 60 days. And with high interest rates like this, people are fleeing to the lease. So come on over to the most consumer-friendly lease in the market, the D&M Easy Lease, award-winning. Every year they're stacking dubs right and left, and you'll see why. I have 3 easy leases in my driveway every night. Once you have a once through, it'll be the only way you get new vehicles in North Texas as well. 972-817-35 lease, dmautololeasing.com.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Mike Bassick here. Need new windows? Well, I've got a home run deal for you. I'm here with Dax Kurtz, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Mike. Boy, do I have a deal for the Tolos. 10 single-hung windows for only $59.50. It's a deal you won't find anywhere else.
Before the heat is in full swing, start saving today and get Best Buy Window lifetime warranty.
That's right, Mike. We offer a lifetime warranty on all our windows.
Call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy.
Go to Attorneys for Car and Truck Wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Now here he is, Zach Wolchuk, to help us trip our balls off, if you will, with a round tripper. Here's Zach.
Thank you so much, and shout out to Uber Eats, of course, for sponsoring Around the Bases. We love you, Uber Eats. If you're hungry and you need some help, or, hey, maybe even groceries, Uber Eats is really doing it all these days. It's a great place to hit up and get whatever you might fancy. But we do have your lineup out for the first game of the Silver Boot Series against the Astros. Rangers will be going with Marcus Semien, leading off, of course, playing second. Corey Seager batting second at short. Wyatt Langford will be DHing. He's in the 3-hole. Adolis Garcia in cleanup at right field. Evan Carter batting fifth at left field. Jared Walsh in at first base batting sixth. Jonah Heim batting seventh, and he is catching. Josh Smith will be playing third base and batting eighth. And then you have Leody Taveras in center field batting ninth. Of course, Cody Bradford, the lefty, getting the start for your World Series champion Texas Rangers tonight. And the roof is scheduled to be open for tonight's game at 7:05. First pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan, but the roof is going to be open, so that's going to be beautiful.
That is shocking. Yes, that is beautiful. It's a perfect day for some outdoor baseball. We need to open this bad boy up. I was thinking about that on the way over, but
Did
I thought
they figure out that maybe the ball won't fly as far for the Astros?
Just for Altuve or Alvarez?
It seems like every time they come in this place, they're hitting home runs.
Altuve does, man. I mean, Adolis Garcia does it at Minute Maid Park or here. I mean, he owns the Astros. But for whatever reason, Jose Altuve loves hitting at this park. We know a lot of people do. Maybe it's the backdrop. It's a good hitter's eye. But Jose Altuve does do a number on the Rangers here. He might be a guy you look at. I don't know. We'll see with Boch and Mad Dog how they want to handle him. Alvarez, I think that was also one of the biggest reasons I would have loved to have brought Jordan Montgomery back. He was one of the few pitchers that just had a knack for being able to get Yordan Alvarez out. But how they handle those two guys over the course of these 4-game series over the weekend will be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's like the top 5 things I don't want to see this weekend, and most of them involve those two gentlemen.
Yeah, bleep them both.
Terrifying.
Now, the Rangers are not going to be wearing their City Connect uniforms tonight. Saw this from a variety of Rangers beat reporters, but shout out to Kennedy Landry. I'm going off of her on this one. They have not received the City Connect uniforms yet, so the Rangers are going to wear their regular home whites. The other 5 uniform sets are in those. So the Powder Blue Sunday will be in full swing if you're coming out to the ballpark on Sunday. Rangers will wear their powder blues. The Rangers have 6 uniforms, including the championship golds. The City Connects are expected to be in prior to next Friday's home game, the next Friday home game, which will be April 26th. Against the Reds, which I think that's over draft weekend. I think that'll be Friday night, night 2 of the NFL draft.
Yep.
So that, I think, will be the first Friday that you'll get to see the City Connect uniforms unveiled, and we'll enjoy those.
Has there been more of a problem with uniforms this year?
Yeah, no, there is.
Is it something?
Fanatics, dude.
Fanatics.
So Nike's testing different options.
Struggling getting these things out? What are we doing?
Nike's testing different options to fix the new MLB uniforms as player visibility sweat through the jerseys, and you can kind of see them.
Yeah.
So the Players Association head Tony Clark said that the criticism has been directed towards the gray road uniform specifically, how the players' sweat soaks through the tops, turning them a darker shade than the pants. I mean, we got to see that with Evaldi during his last outing at Tampa Bay. It's like, what the hell?
It just looks so cheap.
You're gonna be able to see right through it.
So these are Fanatic jerseys that are getting soaked through, but Nike's going to come to the rescue?
Nike might be the answer here, because this is Nike issuing a statement to The Athletic, but in part that they're testing different options to lessen the moisture-related aesthetic color difference. Bad news is that it's unclear if they'll be able to make meaningful changes that can correct the problem for this year.
It's an embarrassment to the game. You know, Rob Manfred has done some embarrassing things, but allowing this deal with Fanatics to go through, you know, I see it like maybe you have 4 choices: the big 3 plus Reebok, plus Under Armour, maybe, you know. But having that swoosh or those 3 stripes, it gives you an element of credibility with your fans. Like, they only rock the best stuff. You put that Fanatic stuff on, I'm sorry, they've made some cool fan gear. Doesn't belong in between the lines still. Step your game up, Fanatics. Step your game up, MLB.
Amen, man.
Yes, dude. You can see it. You can see the
Fanatic
difference.
shirt, and you can see the fade already, just in the coloring. Like, when I bought it, I went, I think it was 2 days after the Rangers won the World Series. This thing was like popping. The blue was popping on this shirt. and I've worn it, quite a lot since then because it's like my favorite shirt I own. But just the wear from the wash, it's already fading. And then I got a Luka Doncic one that now the Doncic on the back is completely gone.
Oh, my God. They're cutting costs.
So it's just like a number?
Yeah, it's just a 77. In fact, there's only one 7. The other 7's faded, too. I can't wear it.
You Dwight Powell?
I'm Dwight Powelling it.
Oh, no.
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah.
Are you embarrassed?
Well,
yeah, I am.
You should be every time you wear it, but that's not you to blame. You don't look in the mirror
Does
and
that
blame
thing
yourself
have no
for that. You look at
sleeves?
Fanatics.
Are you like is it
No,
the Luka has no sleeves?
it's got some,
if
maybe
you
I
wear
should.
that, I would be even more impressed.
You know me, dude. You don't want to take your shirt off in public. I'm not going sleeveless in public. I don't need people to make fun of my
If the
tweet
Rangers and the Rangers back in the day had a sleeveless, like the Michael Young teams had the sleeveless.
Oh, yeah.
Wooly, would you wear one of those without an undershirt?
No, not by choice.
Oh, but watching Adolis Garcia.
Just like hair, all kinds of hair.
Yeah.
Especially after we did the back waxing, and it was just like all sorts of craziness
He
back
shows
there.
up and it's just like that vest looking,
I always
maybe as a bet payoff, I would do that for you, but otherwise, I'm not doing
do
that.
a
by
whole
choice.
show in the
cutoff.
In the cutoff, yeah.
I mean, he did an entire show on remote in a Speedo.
He did. I did do that.
Surely did.
And then I wore the diaper, but that wasn't quite as good of a payoff because once we got into the Buffalo Wild Wings, we're like, dude, you probably need to keep your pants on.
Yeah, you gotta keep your pants on there.
Yeah, that was ill-fated a little
Yeah,
bit.
it was. It didn't work as well as we wanted to.
Yeah, it was a good
but
payoff for you, though.
It was, and honestly, the diaper was comfortable. It really wasn't too bad.
Yeah, you said
the Speedo wasn't though.
No,
right?
the Speedo was not comfortable. I couldn't wait to get out of that thing.
But you said the diaper and the nipple tassels are the two things that you would actually consider dipping back into.
Surprisingly, yeah. Yeah, in fact, I can't tell you how many times Maya's wanted to try and milk me.
Yeah.
She's like, can I put this on you and see how you feel? I'm like, man,
The
that
pumper?
might be. If I've told, the pumper. Yeah, I've told her, I'm like, if we do it, I need you to get roll on it so we can play it for the show.
Definitely.
So maybe there might be one night I'll just say, screw it, let's do this thing. If I'm feeling, in the mood.
Dude, that would be absolutely epic. Yes, 512, we do have the roof open tonight. What a party.
Roof will be open. Now, the Marlins and Yankees, their start time is going to be pushed back because of the solar eclipse. In fact, I think there was an earthquake that happened there.
Oh, there
Yankee
was,
Stadium.
yes.
That thing was freaking nuts.
What?
But the
Yeah.
scheduled start time for Monday's game, because the eclipse is going to be on Monday, is going to change. So initially it was set to be 2:05 Eastern, 1:05 our time, but now they're going to move it to 6:05 p.m. after reconsidering the challenges of playing through Monday's solar eclipse, including potential in-game delays. Major League Baseball and the Yankees have decided it's best to just push that time back. So that's now going to be a night game for the Yankees and the Mariners.
Are you guys super fired up? Just solar eclipse?
Honestly, I didn't know it was happening.
Yeah, Monday it's supposed to happen.
I didn't know.
I was actually thinking about asking you guys if you wouldn't mind me taking crosstalk off so I could get on top of the parking garage.
Yeah.
And just vibe with it.
Okay.
If you want to, go for it.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
dude.
I mean,
Is that the thing you're not supposed to look into?
Yeah, you need some special glasses or a tricked out box or something.
Didn't we have they brought us special glasses for another, was it the Red Moon or something that happened a while back?
The Blood Moon?
The Blood Moon, was that what it was?
I think so.
And I think it ended up being disappointing. I'm hoping this is a good payoff.
Yeah, hopefully we get good, clear skies and, you can experience the whole deal.
Guarantee you're going to get an email from Brunoff. He'll tell you.
Oh, Brunoff will let us know.
Every 5
100%
minutes
he
you
will.
might get one.
Oh,
He's on
absolutely
point,
will.
man.
The A's officially are leaving Oakland after this season. They're going to play in Sacramento through 2027 until their Vegas stadium is ready. They're going to go to Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, which can seat around 14,000.
That's a Giants AAA, the Sacramento River Cats?
Yes.
So, no, I don't think they'll have many more fans than they had in Oakland.
Man, that is crazy. I didn't think about that, bro. It's just like the whole organization, everybody that
you got to
works for them
drive.
has
You're going to have to be 3 years in Sacramento.
Oh,
and then turn around and move.
I was thinking about the fans. God.
Yeah, but
definitely
the team
sucks for
itself.
Yeah, I was thinking of the staff.
Ruben's saying it's an hour and 30-minute drive from Oakland to Sacramento.
So it's like driving to Waco every day.
Yeah, basically.
I think you do that, right?
I mean, not.
You could live. You could live in where you're living in Oakland, and still drive over there 90 miles.
You've probably been looking
every
for any
day.
excuse. I don't know.
By the end of 3 years, you're going to
miles
just
a
be
day
you're gonna be
doing
hating
that.
it.
Cost of living is going to be so much cheaper out there. I think you just pack up and, either go rent a spot or actually the market's a little down right now. You might be able to flip it in 3 years and make a killing.
Last thing here as we go around the bases, this is Bert Kreischer, and Bert's doing a podcast, and on the podcast happens to be a Major League Baseball Hall of Famer. Now, Bert is
judge that.
Starting to talk about a guy that he hated going up against in high school when he was playing in high school, and we got Biggest L, Biggest Dub coming up. Did this end up being a dub here for Bert Kreischer when he had no idea of this situation?
You know what's so funny? I played baseball with a guy named Danny Graves growing up in Tampa. Here's the deal, Danny. I'll tell you this.
Wait, that is the Danny Graves right here.
I'm from Tampa. I went to Brandon High School.
Buddy, I used to bat off you.
What school did you go to?
Jesuit.
You went to Jesuit? You were there with Brad Radke?
Brad Radke. I was his catcher. Danny Graves? Are you freaking kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
Danny Graves threw heat. Let me tell you something. This was what happened? Did you go to college and play?
He's a Reds Hall of Famer, Bert.
I did.
He is in the Reds Hall of Fame.
But you went on to play pro?
Yeah.
I did. Are you lying? You're lying right now.
I swear to God.
He literally was just inducted.
Graves.
Yep, into
Danny
the Reds Hall of Fame.
Graves.
Yeah, I grew up.
Give him
This
some
is
tips
crazy.
because I think he was a little shy.
Guys. Danny Graves and Bert Kreischer back together again.
I know.
Is it crazy that I remember? That's how good of a baseball player you were when we were kids. Is that I have always remembered your name.
Well, damn right. He ends up being a Reds Hall of Famer. Like, how would you not follow along with some of those guys that you used to play against? That's what a hilarious exchange.
Yeah, that's true, dude. He was going on Russian missions that had him involved with the Russian mob or whatever.
He had other things to worry about.
Damn,
I thought
Bert's
that was
just
amazing.
a legend, dude.
He is.
What an absolute force.
He is. He's
right
the
on.
best.
Thank you, Bully. I love it. A proper round tripper brought to you by your friends at Uber Eats. Every day here in the G-Bag Nation. Time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub, Chief. Where are we heading?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? We'll do that next right here in the Nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers, Astros, Final Four, plus the red-hot Mavs and Stars. It's a Monday morning to recap the weekend right here on The Fan.
Kroger always gives you savings and rewards on top of our lower-than-low prices. And when you download the Kroger app, you can enjoy over $500 in savings every week with digital coupons. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, bone-in pork shoulder roasts are on sale for only 97 cents a pound with your card. Limit 2. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Wooly Bully back with you to tell you about my friends over at the Operators Club. If you're going out to the AAC tonight, watching some Mavs action, or if you'll be there over the weekend, or heck, anytime, just to make a trip out to the West End, the Operators Club is the place you need to go. It is in the heart of the city, and you can immerse yourself in the buzz of Dallas sports while savoring delectable bites. Operators Club has the cheapest drink specials in downtown Dallas, and they offer a happy hour every day, 3 to 7 p.m. on the weekdays, 2 to 5 on the weekends. They're also offering weekend brunch, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The brunch menu is absolutely outstanding. I will draw your attention to their What the Flock on their brunch menu. It is 2 pepper jack-filled waffles used as the sandwich to house a chicken fried chicken, then topped with 7 strips of maple thick-cut bacon, and topped with Havarti cheese, melting with a special Cholula aioli. WTF is right. But you can't go wrong with anything that they've got. Their barrel nachos are amazing. I love their Wagyu sliders. They might be the best sliders I've ever had in my life. And then, of course, there's the Pasta Zepp. Garlic Zeppelin bread, your choice of fettuccine Alfredo or spaghetti with marinara that is stuffed into the hollowed-out Zeppelin bread. They've also got fried chicken piccata. They've got New York strip, braised short rib, you name it. And then for dessert, their Happy Endings menu, the Sinful Buns, Jumbo Cinnamon Roll, Henry's Lavender Cream, and berries. They're amazing. Go check them out. OperatorsClub.com. That's OperatorsClub.com, home of the Pasta Zeppelin. Best happy hour in downtown Dallas. It's an elevated sports bar, and our food doesn't suck like other sports bars.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Switch for Power Mop.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on Carol. She's more focused on hitting a high note than the car in front of her. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate.
Not available in Alaska or California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors, which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Generally, safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Odyssey presents a joint venture with Hulu's High Hopes.
Yo, what's up? This is Jared from the Dirty Heads.
A secret 420 Dirty Head show. Win a trip for two to LA. Enter now for your chance to win at Odyssey.com/highhopes. This month, reality TV hits a new high. High Hopes premieres 420, streaming only on Hulu.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, Texas fans! Celebrate your reigning Big League champs with a new gold collection at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shop the iconic jerseys, tees, and caps in-store or order online at academy.com. And hurry, limited stock available.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you
as much.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's tough, dude. Slipping around the house. I went through a stretch earlier, probably in the last year, where it felt like every day I was stubbing my toe on something.
Ooh.
You know?
Yeah, stepping on Legos.
Yeah, there's Legos. There's all these different booby traps on the floor, and some of them hurt more than others. But it's just a disaster waiting to happen. There's something you're going to slip on, whatever it is.
Yeah,
I feel your pain, dude.
What's been your strategy with wall writing and little ones? You have two possible ways you can do it. Just say whatever, clean it up as best you can. We're going to repaint them when they turn 6.
Mm-hmm.
Or obsess over every little thing. Got to be repainted, got to be cleaned.
Yeah, no, there's been no obsession. I think my wife initially wanted to be obsessed over that stuff, but then she just let it ride. We have like one little playroom area that is just kind of like, you know what? We know we're going to revamp this thing at some point.
Graffiti corner.
But right now, there's no point, because if I fix it in 2 seconds, it's going to get back anyways.
Yeah.
So you just let it go.
They
And
have no self-control.
Yeah, they have no self-control.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're doing. They have no idea. And if you make something a big deal, then they want to do it more. Like the fact that we've been laxed on the wall coloring, they haven't even done it lately. You know what I mean?
Go.
Like they had a nice little run with it, cool, and now it's like, we're done with this
That's
now.
3D chess, dude. You're
It
in the
is.
zone.
Ooh, shout out to the 421, 425, Big Dub. Just had lunch at Hurtado Barbecue. Always a winner. That's our
Yes.
guy, Tim.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I
Gosh,
cannot
dang
wait.
it, Tim.
I've been smelling it all day.
You might have the biggest dub of the week. That's fantastic. That Oaxaca dog, I can smell it from here. I really can.
Yeah, the Oaxaca dog's outstanding.
Okay, we got a lot of good stuff to get to here. The first L, and potentially the biggest L. This is gut-wrenching. This starts as a huge dub. This is a former Major League Baseball pitcher, Chasen Bradford. First name Chasen, last name Bradford. He was drafted by the New York Mets in 2011. He's 34 years old. He's no longer a baseball player. He graduated from Henderson Police Department Academy.
Congrats.
He just
Nevada?
became a police officer. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Not a bad backup plan.
And unfortunately for him, according to an arrest report,
Oh, he wasn't built for it.
officers were dispatched to the particular area around 10:23 p.m. following reports of a possible intoxicated driver who was, quote, hitting medians and driving up on a curb. The vehicle was a gray Ford pickup, and it was stopped. Bradford gets out of the vehicle, and he does the series of standardized field sobriety tests. And unfortunately, this dude was hammered as all hell. He says he had like 1 or 2 beers, then it goes to 5 or 6, then he blows a .094, and then he follows it up with a .098 on his second.
He got drunker.
Yeah.
He was arrested by the same police department that he had just graduated from the night before.
Oh, jeez.
So they let him off the hook?
I don't believe so.
If
Nah,
you
he's
were
screwed.
if you're in that situation, would you just say, they ask you how many beers you've had, would you say just 18 just to see what the reaction would be?
Yeah.
How many beers have you had?
I do
18.
feel like just be honest.
You know, and then like, everybody always says 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just try and blow them away if
What
you're
about
already
20?
just hammered?
I think so. Honesty's the best policy.
Yeah, I've had 18 beers and a bottle of Tito's.
Yeah.
You know, just kind of like
And
totally
yeah.
make them feel like, whoa.
The whole bottle.
Yeah, yeah. I drank it straight out of a paper bag.
They're probably like, hey, man, remember that part in Police Academy when we were saying if we pull you over and you show us your ID, it'll be cool? You know, we'll just be like, hey, professional courtesy. We didn't mean this, man.
Right.
We didn't mean that. You're taking a little too far, bro.
Yeah.
We'll get you out of a run-of-the-mill speeding ticket from time to time. But you can't blow a .098 and think you're going to be in good shape here. But yeah, he was with the Mets for a couple of years. He was a Tommy John surgery kind of guy. He's been out of the league for a few years now. Graduates from the police academy, and the next day that same police department pulls him
Did
over.
you get fired, or you're just on report?
I believe he did.
He's
Disqualified.
probably Ganning.
Yeah, you got to move over to the next county. Try to be a cop over there.
Yeah, dude. Oh, that's a heartbreak. You're celebrating, you're excited. You just graduated the police academy. Everything's cool.
Yeah.
Not cool. 817 though, biggest up, 3 years sober and counting as of yesterday.
Congrats.
LFG, dude. That's over 1,000 days.
They're looking for a police officer in Nevada.
Yeah,
if you
if you're
want a
interested,
job.
there's no job opening.
I'm coming up on year 9 here, going for the decade. Should have things cleared up by then. Be able to go full send. Right around the time Abby graduates.
There you go. 817 said
When do you go
biggest
full
dub.
send? Did we say there was a parade that you would do this at?
I don't know. I think
Was it a
Cowboys.
Cowboys?
Super
I
Bowl.
think Cowboys.
I thought Cowboys
Yeah.
Super Bowl was a full send.
You'll
Don't
never
worry
have
about
another
that,
send.
bro. You'll be
No.
my age by that time that
Yeah,
happens.
you'll be okay on
I wanted
that.
something nice and safe. The Joneses sell the team, I'll get nervous.
Shout out to the 817 biggest dub. My daughter's turning 13 today, and because of that, I've got to invest in more shotgun shells.
Ooh,
I think that's I'd probably feel the same way.
You probably have to leaven up the arsenal at 13, and then again probably at 16 once she starts driving around. And then again at 18, just to reestablish dominance as she's an adult.
Right.
But you know still who daddy is.
And we're going to insert dominance quickly.
Once she leaves the house, that's when you need to enhance your rifle collection. Scopes, long distance
stuff, yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's
hey,
right.
I'm taking a dub. Eliza's got 2 full bottles down in a row now today.
Yes, sir.
So we're on the clock.
Yes,
we're on the clock.
sir.
If she continues this streak, we might be able to bring her home.
Hashtag get Eliza home. That is what we are doing right now. I do have my fatherversary, otherwise known as my daughter's birthday, on Sunday.
Well, happy birthday, man.
So 4-year fatherversary.
Oh, dude, 4 might be the best year.
Yeah, she's really coming into her own. She's blossoming, the athleticism, the desire to just, get after it, work out, jump around, doing cool
little
stuff,
independence.
Climbing trees.
Nice.
Dude, check this out. She's up in the tree.
Nice.
I'm like, you look like Mowgli, dude. You're crushing it right now.
Oh, I broke my arm.
Is it Mowgli?
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's like, why do you call me Mowgli? I'm like, well, I mean, because her hair is like that length, and she's bouncing around. I'm like, dude, we just watched the Jungle Book the other day. How can you tell me you don't look like Mowgli running through here
That's
right
awesome.
now?
Is that the
Thought you
one
would
Blue
love
the
that.
Bear?
Yeah.
Blue?
Yeah, Blue,
okay.
absolutely. Okay, let's see here. We also have a giant L for a particular school bus driver who decided that they wanted to do a
donut
hard stop brake check on the bleep hole kids that had been in his bus.
From row 26 to row 12?
Yeah, and kids went flying around. They got like the security or like the camera in the bus.
That's actually really
And, and this bus driver's just going off on these kids. He's so ticked at them, but they're not going to listen because, of course, they're not going to listen. And he gets to the point, which is rational, which is thinking crazy things in that moment, like crazy things you want to do, but unfortunately he actually did it. And in this case, he just slammed the brakes, and these kids go flying around. And now
dental work.
Oh
broken
my gosh.
noses.
Yeah,
the
dude.
back of those seats are hard. I don't know if they're full metal.
There's
like
a
they were
metal bar
Yeah.
over the top of them there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love to have seen
You should
that.
actually have to wear a mouth guard to ride the school bus.
Definitely, dude. And there's no seatbelts on these things.
No, hell
so
no.
it's
Not the
just
way I remember it.
It's crazy, and these kids got thrown around, and it was definitely
Turbulence on the school bus.
And these kids have cell phones now. They can't wait to pull the cell phone out and call mom and dad and tell them how bad the bus driver is. Or get off the bus and immediately tell mom and dad. So
Any
this
amount of
dude-
money that you would be a bus driver?
No.
A school bus driver?
No.
Unless I was just jobless and I had no other choice.
Yeah, it's
I would.
definitely.
Yeah.
It would hurt.
It would not mess with me one bit.
Dawson, as they're
Yeah.
getting on the bus, just staring them down as they're walking to the back.
No crap today, boys. Right?
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
I think this dude's up for he's got
Father of the Year?
some kind of misdemeanor charge for every kid that was on that bus.
Ooh.
So he's got
Yeah.
30 that
Child
are,
endangerment
that are
thing?
sitting on him right now.
Is that is something like that?
Yeah, that's not going to be. And he was apparently like a fill-in bus driver too, so he wasn't qualified.
Bub the
Definitely
sub.
wasn't qualified, and kids got thrown around. It was definitely a
What
video
city
that
are
would
we
make
in?
you laugh.
Do we know what city we're in?
I would have to go back and look
Okay,
at it,
sorry.
but I just want to shout out the 208. Biggest L laid off last Thursday. Biggest dub job offer today.
Nice.
There you go.
That's how
For
you bounce back, right there, my
traded up.
friend.
Yeah.
Nice work.
It's a blessing. Call your old boss and say, thanks, bruh.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Chief.
Seriously, dude. Blessing in disguise. Happens all the time.
Box up my
Yeah.
stuff and send it here.
817 biggest dub. My daughter set the school record for the 1600 meter at our district meet last night.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow. Some
Moving.
serious athleticism right there, dude. Okay, and one more 817 dub for me. Played a golf tournament today and won a raffle for a round at Tamaron in South Lake.
There you go. Nice
so
course, yeah.
hitting the links, rocking and rolling, and hopefully the Rangers bring home the dub tonight. And we look forward to seeing you when you get out here to Globe Life Field.
Love it, Chief. Thank you so much. Okay, we're live just inside the center field entrance here. It's the Comerica Backyards, the spot. It's a place to be. It's a great pregame hangout. And when these doors open here in the next 30 minutes or so, if you see Brian, you want to pick him up a cold beer, something like that, something with some Tito's in it. I don't think he'll turn you down. I, of course, will be heading down here before too long to pick out some delicious food they have at the ballpark. And salute to our friends at Delaware North and all of our other friends here that might be on your way into the yard. We'd love to have you swing by, say hi. Okay, top 10's coming up at 4:20. A rim sesh next, though, Chief. What kind of hooping do we have to do?
The biggest blooper in Westbrook's career, and potentially unfortunate news about Luka tonight, next here in the nation.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I know you can hear it if you're in Southern California. If you stick your head out the window, you can hear it. That sound is the Muss Bus. My dude Eric Musselman is officially the new head basketball coach at USC. And what an amazing day it is for USC basketball, and what a depressing day it is for you, Razorback Nation.
piling up on him.
What's bringing it
A
here?
little overcompensation from the previous injury. Might be time to shut him down.
This is kind of the way it goes this time of the year when you got that many minutes and that much usage and whatnot. Second nights of back-to-backs can get a little bit tough on you.
They're coming off a back-to-back too. Golden State.
They are, yeah. They just
that helps.
Probably sit like Steph
That
and
helps.
Draymond, and, just to be safe. I mean, they're not playing for anything, right? It's just the play-in, like their lives.
They're pretty much locked into the play-in is what they are. Golden State, they're just probably trying to get into as much of a rhythm as possible at this point because they just ended the Rockets' opportunity at trying to surpass the Warriors to get into the play-in. So now the Warriors are pretty much locked in there play-in wise, so they don't have to go crazy. It's not necessarily a must-win situation. And same goes for the Mavs. They've been they've played so well as of late that just one game isn't going to be crazy losing it. But the Mavs have been on a really, really nice run right now. Not having Luka tonight, though, diminishes the chances, I would say, in a large way.
Yeah, and the Clippers beat Denver last night. So they're inching closer. You lose a game, you're in a tie. I think you look at the final 5 games of the season, and you will have the Rockets and Thunder, but the other 3 pretty dang winnable. I don't know. This might be where I go to Luka and say, man, we're toughing through it. But it's clear they're not taking that approach. They're taking an approach of, okay, we're in. We're going to avoid the play-in. Let's see where this thing goes. But the idea of falling to 7, and then now we're in the play-in and maybe have to go against Denver in round 1, I'm battling to avoid that if I'm Luka. So I feel like there's got to be swelling or something significant that they need to get down and they can't play around with.
Especially in the heat of an MVP race.
I kind of feel like, though, that every time that we felt like that Luka wasn't going to play, he shows up and plays.
I don't know, like it's doubtful.
Yeah, like I remember reaching out to people over there and like, man, Luka, and they're like, man, we don't know game time. And next thing you know, Luka's in the lineup. And it's like he feels bad during the day, and then when it comes time to putting on the uniform, all of a sudden it's like, I can play today. So hopefully that's what we're getting tonight. But
sometimes with an ankle and whatnot, you can be like, you know what, we iced it. Now I'm loose and I'm feeling all right. I got my game. But like a knee and doubtful, I'd be shocked.
4-point swing. The Mavs favored by 6. Now they're favored by 2.
Still favored? I'll take it.
Yeah, still favored.
So there's Warriors sitting out for sure?
I haven't gotten anything on the Warriors side of things yet. I can do some homework on that.
Yeah, let's look at their injury report, see how they're doing on the second night of a back-to-back. But, I mean, the Mavs are definitely a team now that, it used to be if Luka's out or Luka is on the bench or Luka is having an off night.
There's no way in hell they'd have won that game last night.
Right.
The team before the trade would have not have won that game last night. They played defense at the end. Luka didn't have the second, was it the first or second? He didn't have a basket.
Yeah, no, the first and fourth quarters were bad for Luka.
Yeah, exactly.
But the second and third were fantastic.
Exactly.
It was a very weird Luka game last night.
It was, but him and Kyrie together, I don't know if you saw this, but they're averaging combined 59.2 points per game. Second most for any teammate since the merger. The NBA ABA merger. That might be our first since merger NBA stat.
I do.
Usually it's NFL merger.
I love a good since the merger stat, especially when it involves Luka and Kyrie. Well, Chuck, keep tickling me like that.
Oh, I knew you'd like that one.
That's beautiful. Well, how about this? I'll try and one-up you here because the Mavericks, what they've been doing defensively, they're 12-2 in their last 14. They lead the NBA in defensive rating during that span, and they're actually only trailing the Celtics in net rating during that span as well. So what the Mavericks have been doing defensively, last night was a great example of it against a poor team in Atlanta. Totally understand that. No Trae Young for sure, but you see the elements of a defense that can definitely get it done. And what you have in Derrick Jones Jr. and Dante Exum defensively, where these two guys can look your backcourt in the eyes and say, I'm gonna erase you from this situation, or Steph Curry, I'm going to make this much more difficult for you. Good luck getting into the paint and to the rim here. So there's definitely a lot to appreciate what the Mavs got going on, but it doesn't look like Luka's going to play tonight versus the Warriors. That's
they're 100%, and you got to include Lively and Green in there. I see a team that plays defense that can win you a championship, and I know maybe the numbers don't absolutely back that up, and maybe it's just trending into a pretty good defense, but when they're really going, dude, this can fuel you. And what I mean by that is the ability to get stops in big moments, secure the rebound, but also get in transition throughout the game and get those 6 to 8 points off layups that are just from heads-up anticipation plays getting in passing lanes and stuff.
I'm with you, and honestly, even the numbers like the defensive rating over the last 14 games where they're 12-2 and you're best in the sport, and some of it is about the level of competition and things that you're playing. Small sample size, no question, but yes, they are playing championship level defense for sure, and that's helping them in a huge way. That's the difference maker right now of what can give you confidence that the Mavs, if healthy, could do something special here come postseason time. Now, we do need to go ahead and get to the Russell Westbrook play from last night. This is maybe the biggest Russ brick ever, and it's Clippers versus Nuggets, and he's driving into the paint. This is the highlight. Like, just listen to the play-by-play guys call this for you. Here's the West brick.
What his future was going to be with multiple back injuries. Westbrook, late clock, and throws it up and over the backboard. That's a Shackton candidate.
Shackton a fool right there.
Ooh. Reggie
that-
Miller
that's
just got
how you
off
know
his
it's
Christmas
bad.
card list. Yeah, that's tough, and I know he's sensitive about that, so send the well wishes to Russell Westbrook. He's probably having a tough afternoon.
That hurts, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, the confidence to keep hacking away, and keep being willing to put up shots like that in front of tons of people. Like
That's heart.
That's heart. That's confidence. That's
I mean, that chased
potentially a
Ben
lack
Simmons.
of self-awareness.
Yes.
Lack of self-awareness.
It's all those things. Yes. It's a lot of courage. And yeah, man. I think lesser men for sure would just retire or come up with something that they didn't have to play as much. That's bad. When I saw it at first, I was like, wait, did he throw it behind the backboard or over the backboard? It was over.
It was completely over.
Yeah.
If the shot clock had a rim on it, he would have been closer to that rim than the actual one.
Now, growing up as a Trailblazers fan, one of my favorite things in the NBA over the last 10 years has been Lillard ridiculing him mid-game, daring him to shoot, and then burying 40-foot threes in his face. You're like, what, dude? It's not that hard. God, he just killed him.
Yeah, it's a different level. It's a different level with some of these guys, dude. Now we also got to address Bronny. I mean, Bronny's
the transfer portal.
He's doing the thing where he's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
like
he's
you
still in the
declaring,
portal.
so you can kind of get a feel for who might be interested in you, where you might go, but then you can also go back. Yeah, I mean it's smart, I guess. You're leaving all your options
You declare
open.
and you have a buffer here between the pre-draft process where you can bail if you're not getting good feedback from the scouts.
Right. So the other day it was Bronny's going to get in the portal and he's going to go somewhere else. A lot of people are thinking Ohio State. Obviously makes all the sense in the world. But then today we find out that he's going to be in the portal. And then he's also declaring for the draft. And so as you guys mentioned, at some point there will be a deadline where if you want to retract your name from the NBA draft, you have to go about doing that, in which case he'll still be in the portal and he'll pick a university. Or he'll go for it for the draft, and that'll be the most probably it'll take away the shine of what's usually talked about with who's going to go number one, who's going in the top couple, and everybody's going to be talking about where's Bronny going, even though it might not even be in the top 10. I don't know where he ends up.
No, I think this is a deal where nobody else is really dying to pick him, so everybody's going to pass and let the Lakers take him in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, what, he averaged 5 points a game at USC? How is that guy a first rounder? He's not.
If he spent 4 years in college, he might, grow into a late first round pick, like best case scenario. But right now, if you take him in the second round, worse things have been done with second round picks.
Yeah.
We do have some sound of Ime Udoka, who is the Rockets head coach, and the Warriors beat and ended basically the Rockets season last night. Here was Udoka after the game calling out his youngsters.
It looked like the moment was too big for a lot of players out there. Saw it look like deer in headlights a little bit. Either look soft or scared. One or the other, and that's two bad things for a lot of our guys to have, and didn't rise up to the moment like I thought we would.
Yeah, and that's to be expected. I think with a younger team, those are the kind of moments they'll learn from and get ticked off from and embarrassed. I mean, what did D'Angelo Russell call it? A public humiliation earlier in his career turned him into a stone-cold killer.
Yeah.
So that's part of the process for a lot of sports, but I think it's bigger in the NBA. But also is being on the court with Golden State and that championship intensity they're showing right now. They might not be able to execute like champions on both ends of the court as far as per possession efficiency, but they're bringing the energy, and it can be overwhelming. I would be intimidated trying to play against Draymond Green right now. When he looks like Mike Singletary, the great Bears linebacker. When you look into his eyes, you see an absolute desperation to win and a man willing to do whatever it takes.
He will choke you out.
Yes.
He will kick you where it hurts.
Yes.
He will do whatever it takes, as you mentioned.
He might actually lose it and snap, But at the same time, he also is doing everything that the game demands of him with 110% energy. And the way that it galvanizes them and brings everybody to that level, I think, is very impressive. It sucks that you had to wait until now to have to play the Warriors twice this week.
It does. The timing's back because now they're locked in.
Yeah. Then they believe.
They absolutely do. And I believe that my Mavericks and my Rangers are going to get a Friday night double dose of victory.
Come on. Sports Paradise, DFW.
That's where
get a 9-game win streak from the Stars tomorrow. Let's do it,
boys.
That's
where my heart's at.
It's an early one tomorrow, by the way, Stars fans. I'm sure you're aware. You're dialed in if you're a big hockey guy. But I think 2:30 in Chicago. I love when you get the spring good weather and you can have like a little bit of a barbecue, maybe with your guys or your buddies or just by yourself. You're showing up to the barn or you're showing up to the arena in the middle of a day for a playoff game when the sun's out. Oh, it lets you know that you're about to have an awesome sports time. Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Bully, what's the subject matter today?
Well, we are renewing the Astros-Rangers rivalry tonight. The top 10 greatest rivalries in sports. What are some of your favorites? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get on over to Platinum Ford, though, ladies and gentlemen. How about getting a huge dub on a Friday, sending you into your weekend the best way possible? That's by going and hanging out with General Manager Adam Vinci and his team at Platinum Ford in Terrell. This is Gilchrist Automotive, once again bringing it strong. It's between I-20 and Highway 80. It's just minutes from the Metroplex, and trust me, it is worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more if you're looking for that brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. You should not be buying your Ford anywhere else. I was in the car business for a couple of years. I guarantee you the best buying experience you've ever had when you come see the all-new Platinum Ford and you're greeted by General Manager Adam Vinci and his squad. Now, Adam's a big-time Tolo.
Texas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business, call Blue Nail Roofing. They'll find the damage that other roofers and the insurance companies often miss, which means you'll get a complete repair of your property and a larger claim check, too. BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. You know what time it is, and we are live at the Globe. It is time for a special Silver Boot edition of Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today. carsforkids.org. Now, without further ado, here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. What are the top 10 greatest rivalries in sports history? 877-881-1053. Of course, we are getting ready for the Silver Boot Series tonight. Rangers, Astros. Rangers got the last laugh with that victory. Game 7, ALCS. Chaz McCormick and certainly Aroldis Chapman, leaving him a remember me mark. It'll be interesting to see what happens tonight between two teams that really, really do not like each other. I think for me, as a DFW sports fan, the number one most hated team for me, so my top rivalry will always be Cowboys-Eagles. I can't stand the Eagles, but I think number two and creeping up with two teams that are now really, really good and how high the stakes have been, it is Astros-Rangers for me. Now, that would be number two. And then we could probably get into some of the other Cowboy ones. Maybe you want to go Mavs Spurs, the Stars. They've got a couple certainly that have happened within the last few years. Minnesota, who knew? The Wild. I mean, they were talking a lot of crap last year in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But I think that we are spoiled with a ton of great rivalries. But I think for me, my two most hated teams, Eagles, Astros, in that order.
Can't disagree whatsoever there. And the Astros fans are making it even more challenging because they're infiltrated. You know, it's not every day that you're bumping into Eagles fans necessarily, but with Houston, I mean, I can't tell you how many Houston license plates, like Astro license plates or decals or whatever, where they're like, you know, they're loud and proud about their squad, and obviously so for what, you know, the run they've been on, so to speak, for the last a better part of a decade. So, I mean, I get it, but that makes it more difficult. Like the amount of orange that we expect to probably see in here tonight, you know, that adds to it for sure. And they've been so cocky and in your face a little bit, it feels like, over the last half decade, that it's like, I can't wait to bury them and bury this era of Astros baseball. So that's right up there. I'm starting to feel like Jonah Heim versus the umpires, though, is a brewing rivalry here to start this Rangers season. Because there's been some horse bleep situations going on with my guy Jonah.
Two big ones.
I really don't like refs. If there was a ref team that I could dislike, they would be really high up there on my rankings. But, you know, to me, Philadelphia is a cut above anything else because I just don't respect them. You know, they glorify and personify a level of degenerate behavior that I just can't support in any way.
I'm with you 100%. Chris, back in the Pimp Cup, where are you at with your sports hatred, sports rivalries?
I'm thinking of some like international play. USA-Mexico in soccer has been crazy lately. USA-Russia in hockey is always a big deal. Think of all that.
I like that. Those are some good ones. Keep those texts flowing in, 877-881-1053, before we dive into the list. There's a couple of things that I saw food-wise. Apparently, Krispy Kreme is releasing a total solar eclipse donut in celebration of this eclipse on April 8th.
Ooh,
so it is
a total eclipse of my heart.
So you're going to love this. This donut is dipped in black chocolate icing.
There you go.
And silver sprinkles, piped with a buttercream made with Oreo pieces and topped with a whole Oreo cookie in the center.
Oh,
it looks pretty damn delicious.
I needed just a half cup of milk there to take that Oreo off and dunk it and then put it back on top.
That's pretty great.
All of a sudden, I'm pretty fired up about this whole eclipse.
Yeah, I'm excited about the eclipse. This eclipse is going to be great. We need to get ourselves a bunch of donuts.
They reeled me back in here.
And then McDonald's has revealed a remix menu where they mix ingredients from different items. So some of these items, we've got a surf and turf burger, which looks like a double cheeseburger that has a filet-o-fish patty on there. We got a chicken cheeseburger, which is like a McChicken patty and a burger patty.
That's the McGangbang.
Can I get a McSpicy chicken cheeseburger? They used to have a nice chicken or a nice spicy chicken at McDonald's. I don't know if they have that anymore.
Yes. They do the spicy McChickens.
Okay,
so you can get
and they do a regular one, I think.
And they do the regular, and both of them are
the
fire.
hot spicy McChicken's pretty damn good.
I think the spicy McNuggets are back as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think I've seen that advertised.
Dude, but the fact that they're going all in on this, where you got the fried chicken breast on the cheeseburger. They really are doing the McGangbang.
Yeah, you just need to add mac sauce, and you'll be good to go.
Add the mac sauce.
Sweet chili junior chicken burger, and then an apple pie McFlurry.
Dude, how about McDonald's just never just settling, you know, and never just saying like, this is who we are, this is what we do. They're constantly trying to reinvent themselves. Here's the Cosmics, you know. We're gonna throw something against the wall, see if it sticks. Maybe
American
we're doing
ingenuity.
All day breakfast. Maybe we're not. Now we got the remix menu. Like this is ridiculous, man. You can't even keep up with these guys.
Yeah.
303 says McGangbang in the Astros tonight. Whataburger vs. In-N-Out is the best rivalry from the 945. Whataburger will be open tonight. 214 is going Texas and OU. OU and Oklahoma State.
Is that really a battle, though, In-N-Out versus Whataburger?
For us, it's not.
Right?
Dude, for California, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
I mean, which states is it considered like an actual rivalry? Just California? Everywhere else, they're like, oh, yeah. We know who Daddy is.
Yeah, we know.
I think, I think most, like, California claims In-N-Out the same way we do with Whataburger.
And understandably.
And I have respect for the way In-N-Out conducts themselves. You know, like they're
they're kind of right there.
Chick-fil-A-esque with their customer service.
With the customer service and the way they go about try to keeping the quality as high as possible.
Get the line moving.
Unfortunately, you just can't match what Whataburger's bringing to the table.
No, Whataburger has so many more options.
The wide variety is insane.
Absolutely. The breakfast.
Yeah.
The breakfast.
In-N-Out does not have that or honey butter last time I checked.
No, they don't.
Game, set,
Boom.
match.
I mean, you're not going to the grocery store and seeing In-N-Out items that you can buy for home. That's what you're doing with Whataburger. They've established a dominance now. Every time you turn around, you see the beautiful orange W.
We got some good ones. We've got Steelers Ravens being texted in.
Where's Army Navy?
Army Navy will be in the top 10. So here is some of the honorable mentions that didn't quite make it.
I love Ravens Steelers though, dude.
Ravens Steelers is a good one. That's an honorable mention.
A Sunday night game where it's just a battle of physicality. That's what that is.
I think Ravens Steelers gave us CTESPN, actually.
You are so right. Dude.
Steelers Ravens is an honorable mention. It is. We've also got Cubs Cardinals. We have, of course, Cowboys Eagles, Auburn Alabama in the Iron Bowl.
Iron Bowl.
Packers Bears.
The Iron Bowl.
Packers Bears is a good one.
Nadal versus Federer. Number 10, though, is Brady and Manning, which, of course, was an iconic rivalry. We're looking for, what's the next one? Is it Allen and Mahomes? Is it Burrow and Mahomes? What's he going to end up
Burrow needs to stay healthy.
If it was, and maybe C.J. Stroud can get his name.
Stroud and Mahomes, bro. That's the one.
Could be. We've got Yankees Red Sox
good
at
one.
9. Celtics Lakers at 8.
It's an old school one.
Pretty classic. I do think Astros Rangers is going to put themselves in the mix here. Army Navy comes in at 7.
There you go.
And that's one where, I think that I've heard that that's probably the game that you got to go to. That's a bucket list game. You've got to attend.
I've done that one before, and it's absolutely a bucket list game.
We got some texts, Cowboys, Commanders, Johnny Football versus himself, Texas versus California, Walmart versus Amazon.
The Cowboys versus the conference title game.
Yeah, just in general. Well, Jerry and Jimmy got texted in.
Heated.
Cowboys versus themselves. Top 5, or number 6, I should say, is Ali Frazier.
Kumbaya.
Pretty classic.
Through the years.
Cowboys Steelers in the 70s from the 214. 254 is saying In-N-Out is exponentially better than Whataburger. Since Whataburger sold out to that Chicago company, it's not as good anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't personally tasted the difference.
I haven't
but everybody's palate's a little bit different here, so I can understand if
maybe
that's,
there is.
if that's going to be the case. I mean, honestly, one of my hottest fast food takes, not that it's the best fries, comparatively, but I thoroughly do enjoy the In-N-Out fries. Like, when I stumble upon them, I'm game for them.
Yeah. I you know what? That's one place where I would appreciate it a little bit more of a well done. So I like to hit them back in the air fryer when I get home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super.
But
crisp.
I don't mind them.
Yeah.
I don't mind them maybe like some other people do. I don't think they're the best thing to do though.
Yeah, I think they might be the worst.
I know. So many people feel like the In-N-Out fries.
But you get the animal style fries and they're good. Like you have to doll them up.
Yeah, you
but
cheese
just
them
the plain fry. I mean, it's been a long time since I've had them though too. So maybe I need to circle back.
Give them another shot.
Top 5. Number 5 is Ohio State, Michigan.
There you go.
Shout out to Dutch. And it seems like the last few years that's been, all right, whoever wins that game, you're going to the college football
Michigan
playoff.
Last 3 years.
Yeah,
for sure.
Michigan's had their number lately. North Carolina Duke, number 4.
Good one.
It is.
UCLA and USC is a good one.
UCLA, USC is good. USC Notre Dame comes to mind as well. Number 3, we go to soccer, Barcelona and Spain.
Barcelona and Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
Yeah, Real Madrid, excuse me. We also have Man City and Man U. That's an honorable mention on here.
Yeah, I can see that.
Deserves some love.
A little bit one-sided.
Number 2. This is an old classic. Magic versus Bird. I mean, it changed.
Yeah, I think you go Lakers, Celtics, because the Jerry West, Bill Russell thing was insane,
That's
too.
true.
Yeah.
I do love the individual, rivalry. Like people texting in.
Yeah.
Now we have like Seager versus Bregman. Like yes, you have the bigger. It's Silver Boot. It's Texas. It's Houston. But then it boils down even more than that. And now you have the Seager Bregman thing. Like I want to see Seager making a play in the infield. Starting a double play situation, getting out Bregman. I want to see that 5 times tonight.
Got the refs versus Micah from the 972. Diddy and the FBI.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
We got Cowboys and free agency.
Very.
Rambling and Southern football.
There you go.
The bands, of course. Bayou Classic gets that. We got some hate for In-N-Out being texted in as well. Shout out to you guys. In-N-Out fries are cardboard, but everybody does love the animal style, and I agree with you. Oh, Luka versus Devin Booker. That's become quite a good rivalry as well.
It has, yes. Ooh, yeah.
But number one, voted the best rivalry in history. Our guy, Chris, nailed it back there. We go back to the Olympics. The United States versus Russia, or the Soviet Union. I mean, probably the greatest moment in U.S. sports, 1980, Lake Placid. They knock them off in the Winter Olympics. That was unbelievable. So there's some of the best all-time rivalries. Got Liv versus PGA being texted in. Messi versus Ronaldo.
Yeah,
that's a good one as well. So many that are being texted in, but keep them flowing. We can sprinkle them in throughout the show. But there's your top 10 for the day.
Do you believe in miracles?
Yes.
575 says, Eric, terrible take for sure. In-N-Out fries are dog ass.
I mean, they're still fries.
They're fries.
And they salt the hell out of them.
And I know your love for fries, so it's like there's not a bad one.
But I think where they go wrong is just like slicing real potatoes and then frying them.
Yeah, they just have a plain
they have like a damn barrel of potatoes, and they're just like, whoop, there it is, through the machine, put them in the fryer.
But you are in your natural kick, so like those are natural. Like you know what you're getting. Like that's the real deal.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay, we got about 2 hours to go, and about 2 hours to go here in the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Sports Hodgepodge is coming up at 5 o'clock, but we're live at the Globe. There's a controversy making its way through the hallways. Does it bother you that this iconic piece of Rangers nostalgia will no longer be part of the game day presentation that's coming up next in the nation? I tell you what, though, you go to Men's Tea Clinic if you want to get your edge back. I love them. 5 DFW locations open on the weekends. They have very affordable cash and insurance options. And if you're suffering from the symptoms of low testosterone, relief is just one phone call away. You know, you can be putting on some extra pounds. The muscle mass is no longer there. You don't have the drive, the energy. Men's Tea Clinic can get that fixed in a big way, getting you your edge back. But they also offer regenerative therapies for joint pain, weekend warrior injuries, sexual wellness, hair vitality for thousands less compared to the competition. Help men get back to being you, back to moving again at the gym, maybe swinging a club, in the bedroom, in the boardroom, wherever it is, without downtime or surgery. And with expert care that you get from the leaders in men's total wellness. That's Men's Tea Clinic, mensteaclinic.com. And, you know, we've been loving them for a long time, over a decade here at the Fan. But in the course of that decade, they have brought on board the latest and greatest scientific discoveries to help the modern man perform in every way possible, okay?
RLD.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Thank you very much, Chris Strong in for Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're live at the Globe. And if you're arriving at the Globe, one thing you are going to notice is what you might be hearing in the background right now. What is that you hear? It's remixed techno jams. Okay, this happens to be a Britney Spears. What you won't hear quite as much is the old school flavor that maybe you came to know and associate. You know, songs like The Ring of Fire, Deep in the Heart of Texas, and perhaps even a seventh inning rousting of Cotton Eye Joe. Okay. Story this morning in the papers. You might have been hearing about this already, noticed it yourself, maybe in the opening day series. Cotton Eye Joe is no mo. Now, big deal? No. But how much does it bother you? It's enough that it is a point of conversation. I think sports nostalgia is important, and some of those songs that you associate with your team can become pretty important to people, and people naturally resist change. So for me, I would love it if they find a way to still give that portion of the fan base that vibe when they come here. It doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. What do you guys say?
I think we'll find out. I know John Blake was talking about, they do care about the fans, and they're listening, and their voices have been heard. So they could bring it back as soon as tonight. I mean, we'll find out. But I do think that when you talk with others around Major League Baseball, it was time for a little bit of a change to the in-game feel and environment. I think that even the players would probably notice when they go out of town, there would be a difference in the music and kind of just the game day vibe and atmosphere. So I also think when you win a World Series, and now you're going to start to get new families and new fans that are going to come in and start to make new memories, yeah, let's go ahead and change and evolve a little bit and try and create maybe new traditions like we're having with Section 133. I think it's great. I love what the Rangers are doing. I think when we were here for opening night, the vibe was fantastic. Everything that I heard from people that I knew coming to the game, yes, they noticed some of the differences, but I think that they enjoyed them. I think that DJ Seastat's doing an excellent job out here. This wasn't a him decision. I know he got a lot of bad grief for this, but there are people that hate it. I wouldn't mind bringing back some Cotton Eye Joe action. I get why some people loved it, but I don't think the changes are bad. I think it's cool.
No, it's a very baseball thing to be upset about. You know what I mean? We're trying to get the game as young as possible. We're trying to go younger here. This is a game that skews old, and of course, the old folks are going to love some Cotton Eye Joe, but the young generation coming in here is not going to hear Cotton Eye Joe the same way. And I don't think it doesn't resonate with them. And how many people could you just walk around and ask them, hey, is Cotton Eye Joe synonymous with the Rangers for you, or like Rangers experiences for you? And I would venture to say majority of them, especially like 30 years and younger, 35 years and younger, would be like, nah, not for me.
No, I think there's a very specific age, like 6 to 10 loves Cotton Eye Joe, and maybe 45 plus likes Cotton Eye Joe.
I kind of feel like, because I've asked this question about Sweet Caroline at Fenway Park, and there's people that will tell you that if the Red Sox are getting blown out in a game, they will stay till they hear Sweet Caroline, and then they'll leave.
Part of the game day experience there.
Yeah.
And that resonates with the fans.
And
Nobody's
I wonder,
doing that for Cotton Eye Joe's game.
In Chicago, it's Harry carried the tradition of singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," We don't do that anymore. We play God Bless America and other things like that.
Get Bill Murray here to start singing Cotton Eye Joe. That might bring a little life to it.
How about some Creed? You know, I do think these things are cool, and I'll say one other thing. Like, it's part of what makes Texas unique, I think, to play those songs.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't think you necessarily have to try to match what other markets are doing for your game day experience. Just because it's good for them doesn't necessarily mean it's good for us.
And
I mean, we don't have a lot of techno bros here.
Right.
You know,
Like, we
this
don't
is
have to
not
do the
Texas
techno
at all.
deal.
Sorry.
Yes. I'm with you on that. And I don't think that they're necessarily like copying what other ballparks are doing, but I do think maybe a little bit of juice, maybe some fresh ideas.
Oh, gin and juice.
I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, but
it never is.
If I wouldn't be surprised if maybe some of the fans that were upset about the Cotton Eye Joe, maybe you get a little sprinkle of it here and there.
That was impressive. Walchuk was just doing the thing like Chris Young did. Remember when we had CY at spring training, and he's taking notes, he's scouting the game that we're watching while answering questions in an interview?
Sure.
Walchuk was just making his prize pick selections for a Friday night extravaganza, getting in on the action while discussing Cotton Eye Joe with us. That
I'm
was
locked
awesome.
in here. I'm so upset because
watching that sausage thumb just scroll.
I'm on one of these
scroll.
streaks where like I'm hitting every pick but one. Like I'm doing 6 picks and 5 of the 6 are hitting, or I'll do a 4 pick and 3 of the 4 hit. And so it's really hurting me from getting the ultimate satisfaction of victory here.
Okay.
Tonight's the night.
Well, I need your full focus here because the 214 says, y'all are wrong, the new stuff is terrible, and I grew up with all this tradition.
I would like to know how old you are.
Probably my age.
Why does that matter? He's a Rangers fan. He's got a vote.
Yeah, he does have a vote, and your vote's been heard. But
Yeah.
honestly, I think that the change is good right now. I think people are enjoying it. It's fun.
I'll be an advocate for you, 214. Here's another thing I'd love to get your guys' thoughts on. You know, I think internally you're at work, right? In this building, you're working, right? And you do this somewhere around 81 to 95 times a year, depending on how far you make it and how many preseason games they have here after spring training before opening day. And I think maybe for you, like, hearing that every time drives you crazy. Like an FM DJ, right? Right along the time that the popular hit song is going off, the DJ's like, oh my God, I got to play this song again. I want to blow my brains out. You know, not literally, but, you know, it's starting to really annoy them. I think for the fan that heard Cotton Eye Joe 14 years ago with the Globe, when they were watching Josh Hamilton and them try to take down the Yankees.
It goes all the way back to the old stadium.
Yeah, and now they show up here, and Cotton Eye Joe hits. It brings all those memories up. They ain't heard it in 14 years, but damn it, it reminds them of standing there with their dad.
Yeah.
Who do you?
That might be the
If you
compromise.
had to
Maybe you bring it
say,
back.
if you had to guess, the demographic of the age of the season ticket holder in this ballpark, what would you say it is? If you had to guess, I don't know the answer.
Average age?
Yeah, the average
46.
Yeah, I was
There you
thinking
go.
something like 40s.
There you go.
Maybe 38
See,
to 45.
This is where their demographic. If you said 46 years old, there's this group of people out there that like they don't understand the techno music.
Yeah, I
you know
get
they
that.
don't understand that. But your paying customers every night are the 46-year-olds that are coming to the games every day. They're the people with the money. It's not the young people with the money. I mean, now we get young people that are successful and, you know, they buy and they go and all that. But if you look at your fans, the ones that are here every night are probably not the ones that they're into the techno music.
Yeah. I mean, most of the text is kind of coming in right now in agreement more so with Dawson, and I think you've convinced me to some extent. Like, you don't have to do away with everything. You know, you can still keep some of these
compromise.
things around, and that seems to be most of the feedback I see here on the text.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a full transition. I guess it is an interesting topic, though, and it kind of, you know, stretches beyond the lines of 940 says, fellas, tonight is the first Section 133 takeover of the year, so be ready for that.
It's right below us here.
That's the kind of stuff they need to be looking at, like how do we change the environment?
There's your young
Yeah.
fans.
Yeah.
That's the group of young fans that you're trying to get that are going to become the fans that go from buying outfield tickets to buying tickets behind home plate.
Yeah. That's your chance
that's
to
how they
change the
make their
environment.
money.
Yeah.
The home plate fans and those people, you can look down at the game and those people sitting in those suite level. It ain't young people sitting down in those suite levels.
Yeah.
It's older people. Those are the fans that are going to pay your bills. And those are really, honestly, those are the fans you kind of need to worry about.
That's
but you try and get your 133ers into the main seats over here.
Yeah, some of them got to grow up and be rich.
Yeah.
And that'll happen. But I tell you what, even if the people that are that age now end up, not ever making it big and getting into the expensive seats, what they will do is they'll create a ballpark atmosphere of excitement and enthusiasm, and that's the new that you need.
That's huge. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, I'm sure if they do a poll and the majority want Cotton Eye Joe back, bring it back. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. So I don't know if the win is worth it. Maybe.
See, the Cotton Eye Joe goes all the way back to the stadium in the 70s.
Yeah.
Before the stadium across the street.
Maybe you don't do it every game, but maybe you do it for matinees.
It was a seventh inning thing. It was instead of singing
Sunday Blue.
Instead of singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," it was Cotton Eye Joe because it was specific to Texas.
Yeah. I just think it's a shame you millennials and Gen Zers and whatever, you don't get a smile on your face when you hear that come in with the. I mean, it is a little bit silly. It is a unique hit song. It's like, what the hell is going on here? But there's something that gets my knee bouncing just a little bit, my shoulders, when that damn Cotton Eye Joe comes on. Okay, we got 3 down, 1.5 to go. Pre-game's coming up in an hour and 5 minutes with Sands the Man. What are we doing next, Chief?
We got a little hodgepodge here. Let's get your baseballs tingly with a Rangers and Astros hype video, plus some Shohei chatter and a G-Bag Nation. You make the call next year in the Nation.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Wooly Bully back with you to tell you about my friends at State of the Art Weight Loss. That stands for SOTA. I just went in yesterday, actually, met with my Plano location. I love their staff. They're brilliant. They're there to help with you for any of your concerns. When you go into SOTA, first off, I'll tell you, it's absolutely free to get a consultation done. Then they will schedule a plan that works around your daily life, whatever it might be. I know a lot of you out there, like me, have struggled with weight your entire adult life, and you don't have to worry about that and do it on your own. All these fad diets that come out, maybe you stick on it, it works for
like over a second in this 4x100 a week and a half ago. In the same race, Duncanville's team beat the previous record by like a half second. But these dudes destroyed it. There's a video of Mike Leslie, WFAA, covering it that like went viral on Instagram or TikTok or whatever we were watching. But they are so damn fast. They just destroyed. I guess the main kid who anchored it and is just a blur flying across the screen is a running back going to some SEC school.
Oh, man.
But just a sight to behold. And they're only like a 3/4 of a second slower than the USA team ran at whatever event was last summer.
Oh, my
So the Texas
God.
relays are coming up, and they're thinking that maybe they could get within like a half second of the best time that USA's putting out there right now. Pretty impressive.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, usually it's like I got one guy that might be a freak show legend, but to have an entire team that is record breaking, my goodness, dude, I would love to see that.
Yeah, back in '88, O.D. Wyatt ran 39.76. Duncanville put up 39.65. So they must have been like, holy crap, dude, we almost broke a 30-year record. But then in comes Atascocita with this just unbelievable time of 38.92.
Jeez.
Yeah, I guess this is their like elite generation. There's a video going back to 2018 when these people were like 9 to 10 years old.
Oh, really?
And
so they've been doing this. They've been setting records every year.
They've been ready for them to step up to the big high school level here. And my goodness gracious, Duncanville's got some speed too.
I mean, the guy that runs the last leg, it feels like he's still speeding up as he comes through the damn finish line.
Yeah. Would you rather be the fastest guy or the strongest guy?
Give me speed.
Yeah, I've never been fast, really. So I would love the speed. But
Chief, you know you want the muscle.
I was strong as hell in like kindergarten.
Yeah.
Give me strength.
I've never. Give you strength?
Give me
Broadus
strength.
wants the strength?
Give me
Yeah.
strength.
Honestly, I think, gosh dang it. Being the fastest dude like that is just really, really cool. I think being fast would be
I mean, you could be strong and just not have anything you could do with it other than weightlifting. If
Yeah.
I'm the fastest dude, I know I'm going to be like Carl Lewis level celebrity.
As much as I've had to move in my life, being strong would have been helpful.
Yeah,
you
you're
know,
pretty damn
carrying
strong.
things and stuff. Being fast did me no good. But I'll tell you, watching Carl Lewis run live back in the 80s, that's I told you, I was standing at LSU. He's running the 55 meters. The gun goes off. I'm standing by the start-finish line. The gun goes off, and the next thing I know, he's literally crossing in front of me.
Brian, I got breaking news. Both the Duncanville and the Atascocita anchor going to LSU.
I didn't want to throw that out there. I thought we had a running back that was part of this. Yeah,
Yeah, that Duncanville runner is awesome.
LSU's got a good track team too, as well. So he might be doing both.
And breaking news for me, the Texas relays already happened. Back to you, Chief.
Yes, sir. All right, Chris, let's get the people what they want. The Ranger Astros Silver Boot Game 1 hype video. Take it away.
He struck him out swinging. A grand slam for Marcus Semien.
There's so many storylines with this series. This is a heavyweight battle coming up.
And now in this rivalry where the blood has boiled, the intensity is built, they faced off again.
For the second, they got him. Highway robbery. He got him swinging.
They're your opponent. I don't think it should be a love fest out there, do you?
Two-run home run. Adolis Garcia's tear continues. He owns Houston. Got him swinging. Jose Leclerc. The Rangers have won the pennant.
Tonight it starts here, a 4-game series. It's the Rangers and the Astros.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dallas, Texas TV, for putting that one out. We just had a Tolo bring a beer by to Broadus, and I guess Broadus just passed the baton to me.
Yeah.
Broadus is going dry tonight? What has gotten into you?
I have a feeling there'll be some other opportunities, so I just wanted you to get started.
Taking care of your guys. Look at that. That's what Broadus does.
Very nice, Brian.
Thank you, Broadus. That's very, very kind of you. I know you're going to beeline it to the China buffet as soon as this broadcast
How did you
ends.
know? Parking spot 5.
Bing.
There we
you
go.
got your Odyssey app up. You're listening to Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, and Jared Sandler call Game 1 of the Silver Boot because you're not going to be watching it unless you have
You're
Apple
listening.
Plus.
right? I don't think there's any way to watch this game. I mean, and listening is always the better experience anyways when it's Eric Nadel. And
it's an Apple TV game tonight, so it's definitely a listen on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, a lot of folks are going to be trying to figure out how to watch the game, Unfortunately, unless you have Apple TV Plus or whatever it is, there is not going to be
Dawson,
really
do we
an
have
opportunity.
that on our package thing?
You got it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We're good to go.
All right, back to you, Eric.
You could probably watch.
Your package
you
has
could
got it.
probably watch either.
I was
team's
watching
broadcast.
minor league hockey one night.
The only thing I've had a problem with is that Paramount Plus that the USA game was on. I had to watch that in Spanish, which was fine.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Actually more entertaining.
Well, looking forward to some great baseball tonight. Going to be absolutely fantastic. Eric Nadel joins us here in a few minutes, leading into what you're drinking, what you're thinking. Got a couple of baseball things for you. The first of which is Shohei Ohtani. We got to update what happened because he hits his first Dodger dong ball. And he ends up, remember, we discussed yesterday, getting the ball back. The fan granted him his wish of getting that baseball back. And they said, hey, they gifted the fan who gave the ball back a signed bat and a red, just a generic ball, 2 signed hats, a slight bump after the opening offer to 2 signed hats. So initially it wasn't even going to be the 2 signed hats, but then they negotiated a little bit. But now the girl who caught the ball is coming out and explaining.
Got a little pressure, huh?
Yeah, she got pressured
got a little
into
pressure,
this one.
strong-armed her.
Yeah, she got basically taken away from where her husband was. She got cornered by the security staff or whatever, and they were trying to get this ball back for Shohei. They were strong-arming her for sure.
Wasn't she supposed to be able to meet him?
Yes, and that was the thing. The other part of this yesterday was it was reported that she also got to meet Shohei Ohtani. You imagine maybe watch him autograph the bat, maybe take the picture with him, maybe give him an attaboy rear end slap.
Cool.
Congrats on that first Dodger dong ball, sir.
Maybe betting tips.
Yeah, cash in on all those bets, man.
Betting tips, I think would have been important for him.
Unfortunately, though, apparently, because Ohtani said via his new interpreter that he had met with the fan who caught the ball. He the quote was from through the interpreter. I was able to talk to the fan and was able to get the ball back. But the girl, Amber24 on Twitter says, "Okay, let's make this clear. He didn't meet me," and she tagged the Dodgers in it. So she didn't actually get to meet Ohtani. And apparently, this dong ball, according to an auction house representative, told The Athletic that this first home run ball for Shohei in a Dodger uniform would go for $100,000. So this girl basically handed over $100,000 to not meet Shohei Ohtani and get a couple of autographs on a hat and a random bat. I don't believe it used bat either. So she got dominated on this one, man.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. I mean, these things you have to be. And you never know. I mean, she had no idea she was going to be catching a ball that night. But, this is equipping us now. When you step into a ballpark and you get that amazing moment to snag an important ball, you go get that thing. You find the authenticators. And I don't know where you go to find the authenticators, but you do it. You can't leave the building.
They have them in stadiums now.
No, they have them in the building. I'm sure the authenticators are coming to find you, perhaps. But, hey, you're not saying yes to anything here. You're taking it, you're authenticating it, getting out of here, and doing your due diligence on how much value this particular item has.
We're going to find
the
out.
judge ball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to remind yourself of the story in Kansas City and keep in mind that these business owners will actually hold you up to get you to buy them a stadium, or they will take your team from you. You owe absolutely nothing to the team. And, hey, the player might be your favorite, but guess what? Chances are they're never going to think about you again. That is the unfortunate reality. We all have these magical moments with our favorite players, but guess what? They had magical moments with about 6 of you today. There's just no possible way they can remember you. Okay, so if you're rich and you want to do somebody a solid, or you just love them so much, you're doing a solid, but you're going to regret that.
100% you're going to regret that, dude. That's really, really disappointing.
If they offered 2 season tickets for 10 years,
deal.
Would you take that?
Yeah.
Would you feel better about that instead of
lower
the
bowl
signed stuff?
Yeah. If they're incredible
2
tickets.
Dodger tickets, season tickets, 10 years.
Yeah.
You got the ball.
If they're great seats.
You're in the lower area.
Yeah, that'd probably be worth it.
You're going to make your
that
money
signed
back.
stuff, man, that can be passed down from generation to generation.
The bat might be worth something here. The Shohei bat.
I'd feel good about either, to be honest with you.
I would say game used bat signed. Maybe the bat you hit it
It's
with.
all got to be signed.
Yeah, and we're selling that immediately.
Gotta
We're
be
not
signed.
hanging onto it to hand down generation to generation. We can make mortgage payments or a down payment on a house with this bad boy. And Ohtani's hot right now. He's in the headlines. You want to get your money's worth as soon as possible with that kind of deal. But this is an opportunity. Every time you go to the yard, you're a chance to be a part of something historic. And if you are, and you're fortunate enough that the ball comes to you, take advantage of that. They're going to take advantage of you at every turn. The cable companies will steal the broadcast rights from the league contractually midseason and just keep airing their games saying, sorry, we got a contract. We don't care if your fans are bleeped. We're going to keep playing these games even though we're not making payments on these rights because contractually we have that. Everybody is getting everybody in this game.
And any deal they offer you immediately for whatever, the ball or whatever, that offer is going to stand. If you come back a week later or whatever and realize the value, whatever, this, that, okay, maybe they've upped their offer, but it's always good, I would say, authenticate it and then get the heck out of Dodge and do your due diligence on this thing because that lady got a little bit shafted here. I don't think that bat was a game-used bat. I don't think that was the dong ball bat.
Yeah,
I think that was a bat out of the gift shop and he put a signature on it. That's what that bat was.
I would ask for the bat that he hit it with.
Yeah,
there's my trade. I want the bat signed he hit it with, and you could have the
Might be
ball.
his lucky bat, though. I think that's tough.
Then
He
you
ain't
don't get
giving
the
you
ball.
that. Well, I think I'd rather have the bat than the ball.
No,
I
that's
want
what I'm
both.
saying. No, but I mean,
I'm the player. I need both.
Yeah.
So we're talking
Well,
about other stuff here.
I'm making it a little bit more difficult for you to get that ball.
I like it. You're driving a hard bargain, man. Now it's actually going to make them think about, okay, this is not a pushover.
Yeah.
Now let's reconvene
bully
in the
fans
morning
like
and
that.
see how we're going to get this. But we got to up the offer. This isn't a sucker that buys into the myth of everybody loves each other here.
And if I catch an amazing ball here at Globe Life Field, I'm trying to get that Jordan Montgomery lifetime Hurtado barbecue contract situation worked into whatever it is you're giving me. You know what I mean?
Now we're talking.
Yeah, you got to get
a
creative.
tray of nachos every day for the rest of my life. The brisket ones with that sweet queso.
Dude, those Hurtado game day nachos are unfathomable.
The brisket nachos are, mouth watering.
They're stupid. I keep saying it, and I will hammer this home until All-Star Week. Like, these people are going to come out of town, and they're not going to know what hit them when they have the greatest ballpark nacho they've ever had in their life, courtesy of Brandon Hurtado.
Yes.
All right, G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Former MLB All-Star J.J. Hardy. He's angering, I think, just one of his neighbors with a mini baseball field project for his backyard.
For the kids?
Yeah, for the kids. And this thing's decked out. Now you can start to see
Fenway Park
some of the work that they got in here. It's not going to be a full-size ballpark situation, but he is going to have. He's got a nice estate. He's got the putting green. He's got the basketball hoop. He's got the pool, obviously. But now he's working on a nice diamond in the backyard. It's got the huge netting, so it's going to protect all the neighbors from the balls, but there are giant lights, so you can play under the lights as well.
That's what I'm talking
It's
about.
one of the coolest setups. Like, as a kid,
Yeah,
you
we did that with water volleyball.
Dad, you are amazing. This dude, 30 miles from downtown Phoenix. He's located on a county island where he doesn't have to adhere to any HOA rules.
There you go.
So he's sitting sweet, but he's got one of his neighbors who is really, really hammering home the idea that he shouldn't be allowed to do this, and she's trying to get somebody to step up and be like, no, we got to nix this because this is, she says it's like living next to a Topgolf or something like that. I don't know. I think this is...
Better get better insulation, honey.
Yeah.
You had a choice. You could go live in an HOA neighborhood, but you didn't like that because it's annoying. So if you want to go where people can't tell you what to do, then they can't tell your neighbors what to do either. You have a choice when you do this stuff.
Boom.
Get more land, move farther out, but you can't complain. This is amazing. If my neighbor had this, I'd be like, man, that is so badass. Can I play, please?
Over? Can I play?
Yes,
Yeah.
and the fact that he's building up the netting or whatever in a way that prevents any, you're not going to get a baseball through your window or anything like that. It's really, the only inconvenience is, I guess if you're bringing crowds out there and you're really trying to conduct like badass Friday night baseball games or something, and now it's a little bit loud or what have you.
You have some tournaments.
But
I do feel bad for those people where the party's going on till 1:30 in the morning and you can't do anything about it. Those can be brutal, and you have to be ready to move. That's what I would say. At the first sign of bad neighboring, nothing's worth hanging out in that situation if it drives you that crazy. You're going to make yourself miserable. So you study the real estate market a little bit and you plan your out. We're gonna wait for this bubble to start growing again. Bang, we're out. We're taking our money for a down payment 20 more miles down the road. And this time, we're going to surround ourselves with so much land that no neighbor could possibly annoy us. But these people got to chill out, man. You know, could you imagine just going through life and giving people the power to totally turn your life upside down and make you miserable because they want to play baseball like 200 feet away in their giant backyard?
Yeah. Like
that's going to make you miserable? You're failing at life.
Get some blackout curtains, dog. I recommend them anyways, even if you don't have a baseball field right next to you.
Blackout curtains.
She says everybody has a right to enjoy their own yard, but this is something that is beyond what is reasonable to expect your neighbors to tolerate.
No kids playing in the backyard in my neighborhood.
How dare you have fun?
Not in my America.
I think it's the lights. I think that's the big thing. You know, but I'm with you. There's ways that you can go about this to block out those lights. You know,
one time a week we play a night game.
Yeah, it's. I think there's ways
we'll come to some realization.
We can make this happen.
We're going to play one
right
night
now.
a week.
Yeah.
But the problem is you're in Arizona.
Let's go.
It's hotter than hot during
We
the
got our
day.
Section 133
Probably
peeps
have a
here.
better chance of playing night baseball
They're ready for the
there and not
takeover.
being all crazy. You know. Yeah.
Especially those aluminum bats.
Yeah.
That'd be a ball. Maybe we'll switch to wood bats. Sounds a little bit-
Maybe wiffle ball.
It's time now for the Expressway. We'll chat with Eric Nadel. Then we'll get into that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or catching a buzz. That's right. It's what you're drinking and what you thinking. Next, after Eric Nadel here on 105.3 The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Bully back with you to tell you about Prize Picks. Oh, baby, it is America's #1 fantasy sports app. Over 3 million members, including myself. I'm having a blast with it. Just a couple segments ago, I was like, okay, if Luka's doubtful tonight, I got to go look at Kyrie Irving, hit the more on his point total. I think it's at 30.5, which is pretty high, but you know Kyrie's going to be taking over. Maybe we get a little bit more from Daniel Gafford with Derek Lively's injury. I think it's more on the 10.5 points for him. You could even do points, rebounds, and assists. It's so much fun. The possibilities are endless. All you do is pick more or pick less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you watch the winnings roll in. You can now